your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Asik ya, Wai.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Asik ya, Wai.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Good morning! You are watching the Bali Major, and today is the first day of our playoffs. And that means that, well, we spent 5 days to get rid of 6 teams of all the teams here in Bali. And I'm joined by 3 wonderful gentlemen that are gonna take us through the day as we are starting our playoff with 4 series today. We're talking all about that, of course. With me, I got Jack, Fear, and Resolution. We've had a little bit of a break day. And Rezo, have you had a good break day?
Oh, we had a wonderful break day along with Jack. We went to the Bali Zoo and we had a great experience. We were just mudding the elephant, just watching them, you know, hugging them. It was wonderful. We saw a bunch of animals. It was a beautiful day yesterday.
Very, very ungamer-like to spend so much time outside. Fear, what did you do?
I did the gamer thing and spent the whole
Day indoors. What did you do, Shiver?
I went for the resort day, if you can call it like that. You know, I went through several different pools. There's several different pools at the Ayana Estate. Obviously, you got to try them all. And went out for a meal, went to bed relatively early. Because, you know, a day like that kind of takes you out. But that means I'm awake bright and early to watch some top-tier Dota. So we have a monstrous bracket in the best way possible. We can take a look at it. We have 12 teams seeded into this bracket, and it's going to lead to only 1 team remaining at the very end of it. But Fear, these are our 12 teams. Now, I know we want to talk about the teams and the matches we're going to see today, but I want to first also ask, like, the 6 teams that are not here, which one surprises you most?
The 6 teams that are not here?
Yeah, that got eliminated. What?
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as eliminations go, was there anything? I suppose EG was the one surprising that didn't make it here and is doing as poorly as they did. We almost always see them make it to at least the playoffs. This is probably the first time they haven't made it to a playoff since they joined the organization, so that's quite surprising.
Quite surprising indeed, and I think also what is... I'm not sure if I can call it surprising, Jack, but definitely sad that no SEA team has made it into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's the home region major, and I like to see, I like to classify every region's sort of TI qualifiers as like everyone goes back to the pit in your region to like fight for, and so we have some pretty crowded pits so far, like including Southeast Asia and then China as well. Like China could just end up being Arkham Asylum basically if some of these more of these teams don't qualify through this tournament. So yeah, it's going to be a very crowded qualifier, which will be fun to watch. But yeah, you always hope that on home turf the teams here do a bit better.
Yeah, and of course 12 teams still in. That's very nice, but only 8 will get prize money and DPC points. So there's a lot on the line because the goal is, of course, the international prize money is nice. Don't get me wrong, but I think we should pay attention to the column on your right. Rezo, those DPC points. That's what it's all about.
I mean, of course, that's what teams playing DPC for, is the whole system is about that. And I mean, I'm not really sure who's gonna end up on top, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say, honestly.
It's okay. I mean, there's a lot of points, and it's of course all the goal is for TI. We have 12 teams that make it to TI based on points. We can take a look at well, the 8 that have secured it so far. We have, of course, Liquid Gaming, Gladiators, EG, Shopify, and Tundra. Those were already secured before we came to the Bali Major, and since then, due to the eliminations that have taken place and all the different scenarios that can happen, Talon, 9 Pandas, and Team Spirit joined the mix there as well. With 4 teams still left in contention, there is one team that is having their fingers crossed. We can take a look at the DPC standings overall. Because at the moment the cutoff point is like, what is it, 1,019 points? Because I mean, Spirit has 1,020 points, so that's why they made it. The team that is shaking in their boots is TSM. They've got 900 points, which is lovely, of course. You're seeing them sitting there at 9th place, but there are still quite a few scenarios in which they are basically pushed down out of contention for making it based on points to the international. A lot on the line here. And I think, I mean, it is also very sad to see like how many teams are, obviously when we're talking about SDA, only Talon is making it on points in the DPC. The rest will have to fight for it. We've seen Nouns getting eliminated. They will have to fight for it, and potentially then Fear with TSM as well. That might be very scary.
That would definitely be very scary for the North American squad there, but I think they're pretty used to playing each other in qualifiers and the DPC, so it could go either way. But the one I'm most interested to see is how Betboom does.
Yeah.
Like, if they win earlier versus Tundra, they're going to be pretty close to confirming themselves to potentially going to TI, and that would be all three of the Eastern European teams would be qualified for TI. Betboom, Nine Pandas, and Team Spirit, which would be pretty crazy to see.
I'm personally curious about how Quest Esports needs to be doing well on this tournament to be able to make it to TI. Is it what, like top 3 or more?
They actually have to hope that Betboom doesn't do well. I think that Betboom cannot be top 8. If Quest comes third, then Betboom. I have it written down because Knoxville, of course, did a fantastic tweet about it.
Just from looking at that chart, so they have 230 points and it's 600 for first, right? So they basically have to like top 2 the tournament and hope that Betboom doesn't get anything.
Yeah.
And I think TSM.
And it's not just them either. It's like Aster has to be also not getting a lot out of that one.
Oh, right, yeah. So it's pretty. Although it's kind of weird to think about. Again, if you win the last major, the closest major of the season,
you might
not guarantee.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
And then for TSM, I think you're feeling pretty safe because you need what? You need to be leapfrogged by like. You basically need all the teams that were still active in the tournament and could still get points and were like not qualified to leapfrog them. So it's like a very specific set of outcomes.
I mean, if you win a winner bracket game, you're automatically top 8, right?
Top 6 even.
Top 6.
Yeah, top 6. Yeah. So these teams in the winner bracket, if they win their first round,
that's an extra 400 points.
They're already in the money. They're already in the points. So
yeah, for a lot of
these games.
For most of them, that will secure them TI if it didn't before, obviously, barring Quest there and barring Aster, I believe.
Just personally, I would have liked to see maybe some kind of system. I don't know if this would ever happen, but like where the number of wins that you have in the group stage also give you some amount of points, because what these tournaments are really measuring as qualifiers is you want to see relative strength compared to international teams. And so if no team in the top, unless you're in the top 8, gets any points or whatever, that's like a certain way to do it. But a lot of these, especially in the winner bracket and the playoffs, are very matchup dependent. And so if to get like a more clear picture of how a team matches up against international competition, if you say gave them points for like some amount of points for group stage wins, which would also mean that there are no meaningless matches or matches don't mean anything. I just repeated myself. That would be a good way of measuring their relative strength too.
And on top of that, make less points for the winning the qualifiers, you know, for the DPC as well, right?
Yeah, maybe that there's a lot of points to be gotten out of the region itself.
Yeah.
Sometimes disproportionately so.
And those extra points you can add to the group stages to matter more. Being on the LAN and competing with the different.
We can theory craft all we want, and the system is in place, and it just means that you got to try a little extra hard throughout the entire year to be able to make it to the top 12. Of course, as said, our series today, all in the upper bracket, are all worth 400 points. If you win, you get an extra 400 DPC points to your name. So that's a lot of points and could mean TI in some cases. We can take a look at our schedule of the day because we've got 4 upper bracket series to go through. And there's, of course, we're going to start things off with Team Liquid, PSG.LGD. We're going to have Betboom taking on Tundra. And after that, it's going to be Beastcoast, Gaimin, Gladiators, and Quest versus Aster. And I want to focus on the first series of the day. We got Team Liquid choosing PSG.LGD. They got to choose Rezo between PSG.LGD and Gaimin Gladiators.
I mean, obviously. They're not going to choose gaming because they had such a rough series against them. They never won any best of 3 or best of 5 against them, right?
One best of 3, but that was like day 1 of 7.3.
Yeah. And they've been struggling against them, and they need to find that little key that, that helps them get through the Gaimin Gladiators. And maybe on this tournament, hopefully they'll find this one.
I mean, they're just hoping another team knocks them out. They don't have to deal with them.
That's a good point.
Because if you choose if you don't choose Gaming Gladiators, which they didn't, it means that Gaming Gladiators is on the opposite side because they're playing like the third series. So in the brackets, they're like you won't meet them until upper bracket finals if they make it all the way through. So
I think from a competitive perspective, you should choose them. I think like you shouldn't be trying to dodge, especially in like a tournament like this, right? This isn't like TI, this isn't Riyadh. Like as far as from their perspective, there aren't that many stakes. The stakes aren't the same for this tournament. I would say the worst part, if you get eliminated, is you can't really stay in Bali anymore, maybe. But I think you should want to play them.
You can. Everybody that's now in, I believe, gets to stay.
Oh, okay. Oh, well then.
I think so.
You should want to face the blue.
Yeah, but for the rational, experience, you want to choose the LGD and not gaming.
Well, it is about that time when we can start our first series of the day. Let's welcome in our teams.
Playstyles are ever-flowing, ever-changing. But our goals will always remain. Team Liquid rushing in with raging warriors.
我们有统治 DOTA 的努力，虽然还没被加冕，但我们依然坚强如山。这一次，冠军将是我们的。PSG.LGD is coming.
PSG.LGD must be incredibly hungry for the victory here today, because not only will it guarantee their TI performance or TI attendance, it will also... previous two majors, Berlin and Lima, they came 9th, 12th. This is a team that is not happy with that result. Fear, this is just not enough. They need to be... The top 6 would be meaning so much for them.
I mean, they even said in that video they're uncrowned but so dominant and they're hungry. They even say they're going to win it in that one. We'll have to see if that one's true, because they usually do fall a little bit short here, but out of all the Chinese teams, they look by far the strongest here. So that's going for them, of course, but can they keep it up? Can they have the consistency? That's always going to be the question.
Yeah, we got Niu in the mix now, of course, as well, and we've seen how he's been doing Rezo. Niu, the new offlaner, POW offlaner, has been doing great.
He's been doing great, yeah. He has a large hero pool, and he's been consistent throughout the tournament as well for me. But like I keep like praising the LGD, but they like kind of like don't meet my expectations as much. Like I feel like they have much more in them that they're showing, and I never like get to see them, showing that off for the audience as well.
I feel like LGD, the Chinese teams in particular, but LGD, it's often a struggle against some of these Western teams. I think we did their series against Gaimin Gladiators in the group stage, and usually the reason that happens is, as Chinese teams have said repeatedly, they feel that their laning isn't as strong, isn't as up to par, and so they can get a bit exposed in lanes, especially against European teams that not only lane well, but like to pick these little combinations that maybe Chinese teams don't see in their own DPC or haven't dealt with as much, and all of a sudden, the lane just blows up. And LGD especially is known for picking these sort of big picture, consistent, stable mid to late game lineups that have very good team fight, like feel very good to play against their opponents, but they have to get there first for that to matter. And I think Liquid is definitely a team similar to Gaimin that can really exploit that from LGD.
When we're talking about, dominant but uncrowned Fear, I think we're also talking about Team Liquid though, right?
Yeah, they've come close twice this year already. Very, very close. I think they're very disappointed by that. And then, unfortunately, after that, going into Dream League, something happened. I don't know what happened. They just fell flat. And it's good to see, because a lot of teams can't do this. They can have a really bad performance and bounce back. But it really just seemed whatever happened in Dream League was just... it was fixed. They had some big team talk. I'm sure Blitz helped motivate them a little bit, and they seem to be back here, back to the point where everyone wants to see them. But can they keep that consistency that we saw in the first and second major and actually close it out this time? That's going to be the question.
They had talked a bit about, at Berlin, they were talking a little bit about being burnt out, sort of with all the Dream League and stuff going on. So I think maybe a conscious decision at some point to like pace themselves a little bit leading into this critical stretch of the year. And then this tournament we've talked about, Morphling was going to be for sure one of the heroes of the tournament coming in, and Liquid started off very strong. They seem to have all kinds of different answers in the first phase against Morphling. They seem to, and they themselves being a Morph team, seem to understand this hero very well, and so I feel like they've kind of put on a clinic that other teams have learned from in dealing with this hero so far.
Yeah, I mean, as far as drafting goes for Liquid right now, you kind of look at like what's the meta, what's good right now. You look at the Undying, the Enchantress, you look at Morphling, Medusa. A lot of teams aren't particularly doing well with them and their win rates aren't the highest, but with Liquid, these are close to 100% win rate heroes across the board for all these heroes. And they've always been kind of like the trendsetters, the meta setters for this, not even this patch, but the last couple patches.
Yeah, speaking of the draft, I believe we got one coming our way here as Team Liquid and PSG.LGD are ready for game number 1 of this best of 3. We got Team Liquid on the Radiant side with second pick, therefore overall last pick. PSG.LGD Dire side with first pick, and we got a Pugna Enchantress banned out by them. We also have an Undying Broodmother banned out by Team Liquid, so we got some heroes left in the pool that are pretty good, namely Morphling. Also thinking of a potential Timbersaw coming out, but what's the... Yeah, go for it.
I think there's gonna be like a Morphling Enigma trait in this first phase.
Ooh.
Wow, that's actually...
The nothing to say Primal Beast.
This has been going up in priority for them with the Enigma as well for LGD, so I wasn't sure if they were going to ban it or not.
Yeah, I did not expect the Primal Beast being a first pick like that, but that hero is definitely showing off like big time on this tournament. It's been winning like owning most of the games I've seen, at least. So it's kind of makes sense to pick it like first like this.
No, it's definitely looking good. I haven't seen a bad Primal Beast game yet. I've seen games where the Primal Beast doesn't do really well in the laning stage, kind of owns there, but then his rotations have just been on point, and they've been buffing this Pulverize patch after patch, and now it just seems to be what Primal Beast needs. His damage seems quite insane right now.
Yeah. And I love this Morphling pickup because for Team Liquid, Nisha on top of Mickey, like they both play Morph, and it's a very good answer against Primal Beast, and it's probably like gonna be a mid Morph this game, because you know, people consider Morph as a good counter pick to the Primal Beast overall.
And Liquid's definitely a team that they're one of the better teams that can do that type of play, where you can just throw a carry mid, and then you have Mickey, who used to play mid, so he has like a huge hero pool in the safe lane if he does want to run something that's not as greedy. Because normally when you have the Morph mid, you don't want to double down and having too many carries. So if they do that, I think Mickey will play something a little less greedy. Maybe like potentially a Lesh carry against the Naga could be good as well.
Yeah, for sure. And the Naga, we've seen on the elimination matches yesterday, the Naga has been also showing a big time, and has been winning most of his games as well. So LGD had some calculations after yesterday in games, and they decided to just, you know, get their strategies on board.
Yeah, they know exactly what they want to ban as well, seems like. Able to remove some of the offlaners they don't want Zai to play.
10 seconds.
The question is the Naga that good, or was the C Naga that good?
5 seconds.
Because I know all the C teams were playing the Naga, and they were looking good, and they were prioritizing it as like first phase as well, but LGD have not played a single game of Naga yet. So maybe taking some inspiration, some of the good from this. Sure, we lost all our C teams, but when they did win, they were winning with this Naga.
Yeah, and the Primal Beast.
Heroes had a larger hero pool among a lot of the carries of this tournament, I would say. Played Spectre yesterday, Clinks, like they pick a lot of different stuff for him. I think the Naga is kind of, they want an illusion type answer against the Morphling, and they pick it here before it gets banned, and then later on in the draft they can add to it with some wombo combo to kind of make Morphling's life a little bit tougher in fights. Like I wouldn't be surprised to see a Disruptor or another favorite of Wise for them, the Elder Titan, taken later in this draft. And for Liquid, so I think we talked about this day one, but Morph on second pick, they seem to have been more worried about Morph on first pick because they usually leave it in the pool if they're on second pick, but lost against it, I think, against Shopify on first, and they banned it when they're not first pick. So with the second pick, like they do have a chance to counter pick, like I guess, two of the side lanes of LGD with their later selections. So we'll see if that's what happens. That could be troublesome, because I think that's how LGD lost in their Gaimin matches very quickly.
I'm not a big fan of a Clockwork straight up against Primal Beast since he's not going on his lane. Most likely, there's nothing to say he's gonna play the Primal Beast. But at the same time, this hero is still like very annoying for Primal in the mid game because like there's no way you can, even if you buy BKB, you can get cogged, and then you can just run around in the cog, like stepping over Clockwork, and if he buys Forced Out, then he's gonna like just make so much space for his team against the Primal.
I remember I forgot which game I was watching, but it was one of the DPCs where I did see a Clockwork play versus a Primal. It was actually Dindy playing Primal Beast. It was a NA match, but either way, if Clock ever gets on top of the Primal in the mid game, you just can't do anything as a Primal. You're just an easy kill, so there's at least that aspect. You ideally do want to lane against it, but if you ever get him the cogs with battery assault, you can't onslaught out of that. As far as I know, you just get trapped every single time or it cancels your onslaught, so it's a good answer to lock him down, but makes a Naga pick even better here because Clock, and so far it's a really good Naga game. The Morphan Clock, they don't enjoy playing versus Naga whatsoever.
And Liquid needs to be thinking about dealing with illusions later on, picking up some Lion that they already used in this tournament, picking up some Leshrac as you mentioned already. They need some answer. Maybe Legion Commander for Zai could be the answer, or Tide.
Yeah, I'd really love to see Mickey pick up some Leshrac carry with the Clockwork in lane. That's a super strong lane, by the way. Clock Leshrac, if they want to bust that one out. Yeah, I'd be fine with just Leshrac mid too. Both would be good. Just a good Leshrac. A lot of teams do like to have, I think Pudge and Lesh really what I think about when I think of like countering Naga right now.
There's the IO Lesh that some teams have first faced a little bit, mostly Gaimin with some success, but we've seen teams pick that a lot later in the draft as well. Still available here.
Timber is still in the pool, by the way, for Liquid.
There's that. There's a lot of Naga quote-unquote counters.
Yeah. I'm surprised Timber is not highly contested yet.
Whenever PSG plays Naga Siren, normally they lane it together with an Ancient Apparition, and you're up against Morphling. Is that still good here?
I mean,
it's always good against against Morphling as an Ancient Apparition, but it's always like it's again weak laning for the LGD, and they can't afford to pick something like that against Liquid. I think they can just get run over.
Okay.
My rule of thumb for AA is you have to have at least 2 heroes the Ice Blast is good against.
Okay.
I normally don't feel like 1 is good enough. Like if they pick Timbersaw here, then it gets a bit better, right? Because then now you can deal with that hero. 1 Morphling might not care as much.
Ooh,
that's unusual. I've never seen TM.
I was talking about this a couple. It was the last time we saw Naga yesterday. Actually, it's like, what if they pick CM against the Naga? It's one of the few heroes that can do well versus illusions. And Winter is like, no, this hero's too terrible. You can't pick it anymore. And it did get nerfed heavily. It does less damage, has less mana regen, or was his argument. But at the end of the day, it still does have a lot of ways to deal with the Naga. Haven't been seeing a lot of Orchid on the Naga lately. A lot of these players have been skipping it, so you can just pop your ultimate if you ever get net, give you that armor, give you a lot of AoE, maybe forces the Naga into getting that Orchid build again.
Yeah, usually Nagas go for like Manta Hard straight up.
Yeah, it used to be like Manta, Orchid, then Hard, but with the changes to Orchid, just doesn't seem to be a favorite build anymore.
LGD meanwhile just keeps setting up for that insane mid to late game with their draft. I mean, I think this game they actually have a very decent lane on the off lane because Take is like a very strong. It's one of the strongest position 4 heroes right now, and Doom is pretty robust too. I would say. Depends what Liquid wanna put against that. There is it Morphling or is it like another hero for me?
I want to see Pudge. Remember the CM Pudge lane? That was popular.
Yeah.
It's really good. You're playing versus Doom and Naga. Like it could be a really good pick here. But they'll go with the Ember. Which means we are gonna have a carry Morphling, more than likely.
Yeah.
More likely, yes.
Ember in the mid lane, and they're gonna last pick a Zai hero.
Isn't Primal versus Ember pretty decent?
I think it's 50-50.
Okay.
They can't touch each other.
Yeah, they should both free farm. Ember can just, he normally gets, I think, an early point in chains in this matchup, so he can disengage from the trample.
Oh, they ban it.
They ban it.
Now they respect it. They prioritize the techies over the AA there.
Yeah.
That maybe suggests that they would look at a last phase Timber or something like that. Last pick, sorry.
Timber would be great for them. It's probably their best pick, I would imagine. Darkseer's banned. What other heroes would you want to play Rezo against Naga?
Timber or Legion, I'd say, for this one. Timber is really good. They have 2 strength cores. Yeah, they have Doom. Like you have to buy against a lot of Sarp early on, but then like you can put a lot of pressure against the Naga, and you can always kill her illusions very easily. You can get on top of them easily with the chain.
They'll remove the Necrophos, so Timber's still in the pool.
Yeah.
We'll see what Team Liquid chooses to remove. Probably another support. Is there any kind of flex potential for a Doom 4 or something? Techies 5 or?
No, not
like,
too much. I think Disruptor is a very good pick for LGD as well. It's very good against both of the Liquid cores, and yeah, Elder Titan was another great option as well.
Yeah, I was looking at the Elder Titan a little bit. Some team fight would be nice for them to play around the Naga. I'd be okay with a Mirana too, if they wanted to go that route. Having arrows set up against like the Ember with Sleep could be good. Probably won't do it. I don't think he plays a lot of it. Just his preference at this point. I don't think there's any 1-5 that stands out too much. The Disruptor does make sense, but it is a little annoying versus Ember sometimes.
I mean, if it was Tundra, it would have been a Mirana.
Yeah, sure.
But for LGD, they're looking more of a...
No, they're still gonna go for it. I mean, he has a really big hero pool, but...
That's a good one here.
The hero is really good with Naga and Primal Beast. Makes a lot of sense. These high mobility heroes, they needed more lockdown, I feel. That was reliable, and this kind of helps them out. And whenever I see Naga in play, I do like it when they pick some type of, like, song combo.
5 seconds remaining.
Alright, so that Timber Saw that you spoke of is still in?
I think so, yeah. I mean, Mirana doesn't do anything. Like, their top lane doesn't do anything to Timber at all.
No, it will be that Pudge. Oh, nice.
Pudge, most likely. Unless they're being real crazy.
Yep, we saw Gaimin run this a few times against Naga as well. So, I guess the question is, do you guys think that LGD's lanes are good enough to get them to the mid-lane game? Or does it even matter? They just get outscaled anyway.
I'm not sure.
It's going to be the Zai factor here. Sometimes Zai is the type of player that will just be like, I don't want to be a core and buy Blink Dagger, you know? But I feel like this is not the game for it. He has to have a really good game on this Pudge and scale, because him and Nisha are going to be the answers to Naga this game, which means Zai has to have a good game.
Yeah, I feel like LGD draft is way better this game, but the laning is still the question.
Is the laning good enough for Liquid that they can get a lead and win the game off of that?
I think so. I think so. Yeah, because the Morphling lane is going to be free, Pudge lane is going to be free, and it's Nisha mid is always going to have a good game, you know. So Liquid is going to come ahead, and if they can close the game, that's 1-0.
I think LGD's draft feels a little slow. I think you have the clockwork that presents early problems, as Roman mentioned, for the Primal. And then beyond that, I feel like you're going to have Naga hitting creeps, you're going to have Doom trying to hit his timings. I feel like the game could get a little bit slow for them, and I think that's when Liquid has sort of space to come in and take over the game. So I'd like Liquid as well.
Oh, maybe Team Liquid has a little bit of the case of the bend, don't break for this first game. We'll see what happens, though, together with Cap and SVG.
That's right. Welcome, everybody, to the playoffs of the Bali Major. And we're going to start off with a great series, I think. LGD versus Liquid. Liquid, of course, had their choice of teams, and they chose LGD.
Big mistake.
It might be a big mistake, because this is a squad that they have not beat since the Singapore Major. Yeah. It's been a long time since this org has gotten a win. Sure, they've gotten some ties here or there, but even recently, Avery, they lost at this last TI to LGD in the groups, and they lost most recently at Dream League to this team.
That's exactly what I was referring to. All of those stats are why I said big mistake. Let me tell you something. One does not pick Zhao 8. Zhao 8 picks you.
Well, it looks like Zhao 8 has somehow managed to get into the minds of Team Liquid and get his choice of teams in Team Liquid.
Exactly where he wants to be.
Just where
he directed it all to perfection here. and got the exact matchup he wanted with an
Yeah, the team that is probably
Liquid.
the second strongest over the year right now. Liquid?
Oh, I thought you meant LGD all the time.
I'm not sure if LGD's there quite yet, but...
No, this is a very interesting matchup. I think it is interesting Liquid end up picking LGD, but I think a lot of it is Liquid are very confident they're going to just decimate him in the first 10 minutes. Like, that's got to be part of it, right?
Thank you.
Sure.
I mean, maybe there's some other mental factors. Liquid, talking to these guys, they also tend not to care too much who they play. It's more about what they're doing, and if they're confident in their own strength at the time. Like, I think they would have picked anybody out of that group. I don't think they really feel any weakness towards any of those teams.
We saw Blitz put out on social media that they were thinking about choosing Gaimin Gladiators. Maybe it's less about who LGD are and maybe more about who their other opponent could have been. The number one de facto team in the world, Gaimin Gladiators. You know, that is a tough choice between the two.
Never easy. And I think that is the one upside of Liquid have going for them here, though. LGD is a very slow early game team. So if you're Liquid and you're going into this matchup, you kind of know you're gonna have your way in the first 10, maybe even 15 minutes. After that, if the game is even, it becomes spooky for Liquid, because I do think LGD are a little bit of a stronger straight 5-on-5 team fight team at the moment. But they're not guaranteed to get to that position, and I think that's where Liquid can just heavily abuse them here. And they went for a pretty fast lineup. Clockwork, Crystal Maiden. This is like some throwback to the dual roam days almost, but a very fast support duo. You can get a lot of gate action going, a lot of side lane ganks. I would expect Boxy and Insania to combine a lot here in the first 10 minutes if the game is slowing well for them. Give these cores like some ganks, some extra XP, contest the bounty, the wisdom runes, and just pull ahead of LGD, who are more reliant on these little 2 or 3 man combos with the Techies and Mirana needing some setup here. Whereas Liquid supports, they're just going to do it all if they get the levels.
Now, if LGD's weakness has been the laning phase, is this not something that Zhao 8, a legendary captain, is going to point out to his team? And is it not something that you can fix this early on? Because it does look like, at least draft-wise, they've gotten themselves some pretty good lane matchups.
I think it is something LGD's aware of, and I slowly see them like fixing it a little bit in their drafts. They also have some of these crutch heroes that they rely on. I think Primal is a huge one for them. I actually think this Primal is extremely important for LG as Zai hooks a creep. In terms of, it's a hero that's very hard to shut down in the early game and will almost always reliably get out of lane and provide you some sort of play options on the map, right? It has overwhelming damage. You can't really negate that damage in the early game unless you're going to really hard pick it on lane with like some Razor. I don't even know if that wins it. So I think this Primal has been a reaction from LG in terms of they've upped the priority on it, because it's a hero for NTS that can help get them through the early game. Like, if you're going to pick a hero in the first 10 minutes in Dota that is the strongest in the game, Primal's got to be in the top 3.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this hero kind of goes crazy even before he gets his ultimate, which is pretty unique, I would say, out of a lot of cores. And, I mean, you're talking about a crutch, so it's something that they're very reliant on, but you did just label up a lot of strengths. It does sound to me like you think it is very important for this Primal Beast to be successful, because they are so reliant on it when it comes to, as you said, upping the draft priority on it. They think it's important for probably their early game in the laning phase and such. So it's pretty important for Nothing to Say to not only win his lane here up against Nisha, but also be able to have some big impact in these early rotations, right?
Or at least go even. But yeah, I kind of expect the NTS to control the early tempo of this game. If you can get 1 or 2 ganks off, go even mid, maybe get one of the 6, 8, 10 power runes, then I think you're in an okay place for LG. I also think LGD's side lanes are decent. They're better than they look on paper this game.
I mean, I think they've got 2 of the strongest laning supports, I would say. Techies and Mirana are both pretty
they're strong
in that regard.
They're very strong right clickers. Their spells can be good if you can combine them up. I think the Doom and Naga are a little weak, but Naga Mirana is an old school classic, pretty strong dual lane if you get some Riptides going with the extra right clicks. So I don't think they're necessarily outclassed draft-wise. I just expect Liquid to be a stronger laning team and outplay them here. Shiro has to TP out of top off a hook. He's just getting beat up. Does have a salve though, so trades are going Liquid's way, and it's already going to get reflected in the regen department. This is what LG is going to have to overcome. You can't let these little things build up to a point where suddenly you're feeding away kills, and then these supports get extra experience. That is the biggest thing for me. If LG go like 0-0 in the first 10 minutes, I think they're happy, honest.
Sure.
And if I'm Liquid, I want to start scoring up some of these extra kills on lane so my Clock and Maiden get enabled. It's not necessary, but that's like the perfect game here. If Boxy has a 6 to 10 minutes, because then he's just going to counteract the Primal Beast a lot too. Clock was basically Europe's premier answer to this hero at the end of that Primal batch. So,
and it's a hero that's been very successful at this tournament so far.
Yep, one of the highest win rates overall, plus 20 games. It's like 70% plus, I think 76% or something this morning. So, this hero was ridiculously high win rate. I was looking through those games too. A lot of those have been Clock for some of the backline supports. That's the one thing that stuck out to me. Like that Silencer, Skywrath mages, heroes that traditionally don't want to go core staff first and just get soloed by Clock. I think that helps. The laning also might be a little weak for him, but he's generally just looked pretty good. And Foxy already level 3, laying in that level 2 battery. This is where the hero shines in the trades, and he's getting pretty damn good trades out here.
Yeah, he is. He may not have, may not be a great answer to the Mirana, but the techies, this is certainly a hero he could probably feast on a bit.
Catch him out for sure. I also think the Clock shines for some of these ranged heroes when it comes to contesting the runes. Like we're talking Wisdom runes, or we're also talking the Lotuses. I think Clock is really good at contesting 3 and 6 minute Lotuses, something that's a bit underrated on these side lane matchups.
That's true. He just walks on top of you and then he can channel on it and you can't.
So I think that is one of the things you should look for with this hero. And then, you know, the Lotuses are nice for Clock because hero generally has suffered with mana pool problems on the lane too. So if you get all that going, I think there's a reason this hero is doing pretty well.
Sure.
I don't think
you say getting very low in this mid lane matchup now.
This is a tough matchup. This is not one of the matchups that Primal is super happy playing into. I think Ember definitely takes away with it over the long run, and then you're a mobility hero that is pretty tanky with Flame Guard, though Nisha just went Chains here too, so the Chain's going to be some extra setup and initiation for Liquid. But it is a 0-0 game.
It is.
First blood,
and it may even be first blood in the top lane as Zai is going to be run down here. The Flesh Heap blocking a lot of this damage, but they can just keep on putting it in. And Wyu Smile is going to be the recipient of all that extra gold.
That's that Riptides with the Mirana right clicks, and Vanguard delivered to his corpse, but not in time to save him. Big timing for LGD to hit.
Now, meanwhile, Insania was not there in lane, in part because he was looking to be able to gank the Primal Beast, so this may be a fair trade-off in some ways. Yeah, I know it's the big first blood goal. That feels great, but still, the mid-on-mid matchup, I feel like that is one of the most important kills to get in lane right now.
And shutting down the tempo for LGD, which is this Primal Beast.
Right.
And extra XP for the Maiden. That is exactly what Liquid want here, even getting a little Rocket Flare assist action going. This Rocket Flare has been another factor, I think, for the Clock, that people are just skilling it more, skilling it earlier. This spell is pretty high impact in the early game. You get a lot of them off per minute. You can cancel raindrops, you can cancel salves, you can slow down heroes in random fights. The slow is pretty annoying.
Why manages to snatch away the regen rune from Nisha, which with both supports and an Ember Spirit, who's usually pretty good at rune controlling, that was quite nice, I think.
Gonna be some parity on the map right now. As both these side laners have Vanguard, it's gonna keep them in the lane, which means the skirmishes are going to all go towards mid here.
Ooh.
They were looking for the chain stun.
Yeah, I feel like if nothing to say, could have grabbed him there. That's a kill. You got the Mirana ready to go with the arrow and a blast off from the techies. This Pulverize sets up a lot.
Especially when you don't have the Flame Guard.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing here. Nisha is susceptible to dying in this game, especially to arrows or a techie's follow-up. The aggressive potential is a lot stronger, and the chains controlling the Primal is going to be good for like counter initiations and stuff, but you cannot let the Ember get gone on. And 7-minute Wisdom Rune. LGD do not want to give this up to Boxy here.
Yeah, Boxy might just get both the Wisdom Rune and a kill. Let's see if he's able to isolate him long enough. I guess nothing to say. Can't just trample on through, and he does manage to grab it. Nothing to say, gets here, and should be able to help get the kill. Boxy's going to go for the deny on the Ancients, but the Pulverize and Blast Off will ensure there is no chance.
The true Goomba pound into the dirt.
Yeah, seriously.
It's probably worth it here. I feel like I'd take that. I think denying it from LGD, pretty valuable. Planet's going to be very low level now. He's going to have to catch up somewhere. Still looking to unblock this big camp, which has just not been on the lane for the entire time. Did get a heartbeat creep up for New, though, so happy about that one. Unlucky he has to lane into Morphling, but you know, what can you do? And the mid clash continues for the 8-minute power rune here as Liquid continue to bring their supports. Try and deal with the Primal. That's
aggressive, maybe not realizing the support rotations that are coming in. The arrow's going to slide right on by. Doesn't hit anything there, sadly. And, well, they can at least get a counter kill. Box is going to die. Nisha's going to get a little bit low, but will be fine. And they also take the Power Rune again, away from Liquid. So denying it from the Ember Spirit, not the worst situation, though nothing to say is going to be a bit sad, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't try and leave that. I mean, you never know. It's possible Liquid don't have vision on that rune. They assume it was taken, which was actually the case here. And it's such a big rune on Primal. But either way, you're happy to deny it from the Ember. Zania is still lurking around mid, will place a ward. I mean, you can see where Liquid's attention's going.
Yeah.
This has been one of the things that I talked about as well, that I think European teams are way more willing to devote resources toward their mid dispatch than a lot of the Chinese and Southeast Asian teams. So LGD meeting them there, but they are falling a little bit far behind as the Pudge eventually is just going to kick Shiro out of top. And they are not winning those mid battles straight up.
And if they had the vision of you sitting behind, then they can go to another side lane confident. But they do get an arrow kill off of that one, trading out with the Mirana, though.
Nisha continues to be untouchable here as, I mean, nothing Test just can't, nothing to say, can't grab him. Too slippery. It's an old grease, the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, seriously. The greased man, Nisha. Finally got their hands on him. The blast off. Oh no, the slight got off just in time. That surely would have been a kill. Look how low Nisha is, but instead Nisha could turn around, pump some damage into nothing to say, ensure that they do manage to get that kill. And now it looks like Planet is going to be traded out for Boxy. So big advantage for Liquid, just slightly off the mark there for LGD in timing.
These mid ganks have not gone nearly as smoothly for them as they did for Liquid. And I mean, like you're saying, the timing. Like, Nisha can die in these ults. It is very easy for him to go down if any of the arrow or the techie stun lands. But they have not been able to find it once this game. He continues to be too slippery. The stacks going up for Liquid in the triangle as well for Zai to come back and farm, and he is going that Ags on the Pudge to help scale into that Naga Siren. So you're going to have some acceleration here, and it is going to be Midas on you to try and match that. So both these offlaners are just gearing up for the late game. Unsurprising for me that LGD goes this route, because I think they are looking for the later timings with the Naga. And unsurprising that Zai goes it, because, I mean, you pick Pudge to deal with the Naga here, so.
Yeah, I mean, is it even, if Zai does manage to continue this level of farm, let's say, is it even possible for Naga Siren to carry this game against Pudge?
It is.
Like, that's a pretty hard counter, right?
I mean, you can play the fights around the hero.
Go for the kill on bottom lane, more flank, but they immediately dip out as they see the Pudge TPing in, and Zai slightly off the mark there with the hook.
A little bit of a Zai J hook right there.
Bit.
Where'd that spray go, by the way? I haven't seen it in a while.
Yeah.
Just fall out of favor? Am I behind on the memes?
Yeah, you're an old man.
Oh, it's not me, it's the kids.
It's the kids that are wrong.
Zai overstep, maybe.
Yeah, I tried to go for the dismember, gets pulverized instead, blast off combo, but he is tanky, man. He is really not putting up with this at all. Hooks back in, nothing to say, and he will die. New just all-inning for Zai, now gets him with the Harpy Lightning, but it's a 1 for 2. Mickey, the recipient of a double kill. That has got to feel good for Liquid, and they're even going to find Planet, though Moonlight Shadow will probably get him away. I doubt these heroes have dust.
Now they're cores, so, you know, dust doesn't exist in their shop. Base top for Hero, though. He's going to get a tier 1 out of this with Naga. I like that he stayed up here and got some extra map punish. These towers are valuable. A lot of Nagas maybe you're just AFK jungling, but he actually makes the most of an overextension bottom on top of that Pudge passive. Zai gets it off and makes him pay. Little ground pound to send Nisha's way, who did end up committing fully for the chains here. 4-4-0. Very interesting. Maybe just wants to play around his support, set up the Frost Novas, some extra hook shots, whatever it is, and control this Primal more too. I mean, the chains are definitely nice versus the Primal.
Yeah, no doubt. It's definitely more of a focus on the Primal, right? Because if he'd gone maxed out Flame Guard or more levels of Flame Guard, he'd have better options to deal with the Naga Siren, right?
Yes.
Like better AoE.
Like, the downside of not having Flame Guard is your lane shove is going to be slower, your map pressure is going to be slightly worse, you're dealing with the Naga in a slightly worse manner. The trade-off is your kill threat's way higher at this point in the game, which also points me to, like, okay, Liquid want to play this game pretty fast. They want to start smoking up, ganking heroes, killing them, using Nisha's levels to take net worth away from LGD's bank and put it into their own. And this is not some game where Nisha's going to take high farm party. Probably a wise idea since he has Morphling and an Ags Pudge to contest with. LG going to try and go on Zai again.
Yeah, they do have some reinforcements, though. Nisha's going to show up, slight chains onto the two supports. Insania with the damage. They're both going to be super low after this, while Shiro is being dealt with by the Zai Pudge. They cannot bring this man down.
Get all three.
Too big and too fat.
This is not the target you want to be going on if you're LGD. No. This is a last pick Pudge. He's getting his passive off almost no matter what, unless you want to bring Doom to him. I also just don't know if this move is necessary. I mean, they want to fight around the Naga, so the Naga is not going to be kicked out of here, but you're just setting up such an easy fight for Liquid because he's not going to go down that fast.
Yeah.
Maybe having that tier 1 down almost overbaited him. Like, all right, maybe Liquid can't get reinforcements here. Maybe it was just unlucky that they were smoked, but hey, one man's luck is another man's skill.
I mean, they also have this really deep ward on Liquid side of the, being able to see that dire mid-tier 2. Like, they have so much vision to know that they're not in the mid lane. Well, they got to be somewhere else, right? Like, that Primal Beast is looking for kills. He's not farming.
Yeah, and counter-ganking him is exactly what Liquid want to do here. To line up the Rise in that type of situation. 14-minute rune. This looks familiar. 2v1.
He's going to 1v2 and maybe get a kill out of this. Doesn't get the Wisdom rune. Hookshot goes out. Not quite enough damage, though.
I respect that he still tried.
Yeah.
He still tried to outclick 2 heroes on the rune. A very bold move here. But LGD, you're only going to get that once on them.
That's look at all that scribbling Boxy's doing on the map here. A lot around that mid and bottom lane, and even the triangle area.
No, that was just he was making sure his mouse was working.
Ah, okay.
It's like, how did I not click that rune, guys?
Was he also making sure that his, control button is working?
Yeah, see, there was one guy here, there was another guy there. I was in the middle, boys, and I was out-clicking them both.
Wow. Lincoln's up for Mickey. That is going to be a slight problem for New. Of course, he has the RB Lightning to constantly be breaking that Lincoln's to try and get Zoom off, but just one more added layer of protection and one more layer that LGD has to fight through in order to get any of these kills.
Why do I say these things? I only realize them after how they come out. Why don't you stop me? Like, why don't you?
Well, I mean, you've already said it. What do you want me to say?
That's not the way you want to word that, my man.
I just wanted to, I just pushed forward. I ignored it.
That's all you do. You just bait me into saying these things, then you just let it sit there. Wow. Like, come on, man. I need some help out here.
I'm just saying, I could have made that worse.
One day, I can't control it. One day I'm going to say something. Might get us both fired. I'm bringing you down with me for sure.
No, you're not.
Oh, I am. It's on you.
I've been through plenty of co-casters, Avery. I'll go through a few more after you're gone.
That is probably true, actually, yeah.
Tier 1 tower going to be taken by Liquid. They seem comfortably in control as they're going to be able to get a chains hook. That's actually a combo we maybe didn't talk about. Comboing up with the supports is nice, but they actually have that chains hook combo.
Yeah, it's very nice here because there's not really any dispel or save for LGD. I mean, what is it really? It's 4 stabs that maybe come in later, or like you block it with a Naga illusion, or just get BKBs up. But this Primal's momentum has really been shut down in this game by the Ember and the Clock. 0 and 5 for NTS, and he was their big tempo setter here. They are decently far behind as Lincoln's Mickey is going to be a problem on the map. Like, you do not have easy ways to go on this morph. I guess you can break it with the Lightning, but the Lightning is a long cast time. That's the problem here.
Yeah, and it gives Mickey more than enough heads up to, as we saw, waveform away. He started morphing strength too.
I mean, Liquid are slowly closing this map, and you look at the jungle areas that LGD controls, it's not a lot. I mean, Y has gone in deep here to try and extract something off the map. Keep this bounce going with his little kobold friend. I guess you have Doom and Midas that can also help out, but damn, it does feel like NTS is just going to fall behind because he did not find any of these early kills, so now this hero does not want to be hitting jungle. Or at least if he's hitting jungle, he kind of wants to be hitting your jungle.
Yeah. They're in Roshan right now, and I wonder if why any chance that he knows this is possible to go through the portal, throw out an arrow.
This is a hard roche to read.
Yeah.
Even harder to contest. They're probably looking at Nisha bottom. Again, though,
arrow off the slide, catches him from behind. They can get the Doom on him.
That is just raw skill right there, boys.
Great play by Y, and securing a much-needed kill because, again, that Roshan was being taken down, so Mickey now has an Aegis.
I mean, he was out of control. He didn't have the streak to reflect him, but Nisha was 2-0 and 8 in this game.
Yeah.
Kind of unlucky for LGD, actually, that he didn't KS all these kills.
Yeah,
like
seriously.
Good mid would do. But I guess he's just a better mid.
With like Shadow, they want to be able to take out 4 versus 5. They know an Aegis on Morphling is kind of whatever. The bigger factor is no Ember Spirit. If they don't have to fight the Ember, LGD very wisely will choose to take any fight they can get.
And BKB up for NTS, so that control is no longer as good as it used to be between the Clock and the Ember anyway.
True.
Pudge damage, not as effective here. And Liquid looking for their own set of defensive items. Boxy will narrowly escape, but damn, what an arrow from Y. I was literally about to say they don't have the setup for the Ember. I guess they don't need the setup for the Ember. You just arrow it.
Yeah, Nisha didn't keep his eyes on a swivel, I guess.
Okay, gonna get a taunt out of NTS, but that is about all. As everybody in this game is kind of just hurtling towards their BKBs here. So we have Zai pushing towards one, Yu pushing towards one, NTS with his up. It'll be a Linken's for Nisha, so a lot of defensive items coming out in this game. You're gonna have double Linken's BKB for Liquid here. You're gonna have double BKB plus that Manta for Shiro.
Oh, got his BKB just in time, but it may not be good enough. He needs to get away from Zai. Cannot afford that Dismember, but he gets grabbed anyway. Couldn't get through the cogs fast enough. That feels very bad. First BKB, and you still die anyway.
Hey, where'd that token come from? Huh? There was a tier 3 token.
Tier 3?
Under the Doom. What?
I think you're smoking.
I saw it was a tier 2 whatever, but maybe you had one of those kobolds or something? I don't even know. Maybe they killed something off a shovel.
That is kind of weird because it's not supposed to spawn.
There are no shovels.
There's enemy heroes around, right?
That was very confusing. I almost want to see a replay of that, but whatever. I'll let it go for now.
This is going to be like the coil situation all over again.
No. I saw a neutral token on the ground. I swear I saw one.
Shiro with the smoke. They're going to try and catch Nisha again. They've got an Orchid. Ooh,
yeah, that's that reveal, baby.
Boxy tries to respond, but the Orchid will last long enough, and Boxy might even die for it too. Unfortunately, a Sticky Bomb is a little bit off, and nothing to say. He can't do much against that battery assault when it comes to chasing.
Remember, this is Liquid Aegis time. LGD are doing a nice job of hurting this period with 2 good Ember ganks.
Yeah,
one off an arrow and one off that Orchid reveal from Shiro, which is, it's going to be punishing here on Nisha until he can get to that Linken's, and it has been delayed pretty decently here. I kind of like the Orchid this game. It's going to help with these Linken's and just dealing with the Morphling and the Ember in the fight, but it will fall off at a certain point too, so LGD need to kind of stay active with the item and help bring Shiro into these fights. Another interaction they can do is, like, you can just sleep and then net the Ember out of sleep or something, right?
Sure. Yeah.
At least until he has that Linken's, it's pretty much guaranteed. So they can keep bringing Shiro in these plays, and it is pretty scary for Nisha to commit deep in these fights.
Dude, Zai is so farmed.
Yeah, he is big.
Mickey. Oh, nice. Creates some clearance for the hook shot. Nothing to say. Can't get out of it. Uses BKB a little bit too late. Now he can't get out of the cogs because he's disarmed during that time. And Mickey will be able to finish him off. So finally able to put this Aegis to use. Mickey gets on the aggressive.
That was very awkward from NTS.
Yeah, a lot.
I think he should live there.
100%. Man, that was just a plain miss-micro of abilities.
Rare misstep from him, but maybe a reaction of this game being... Okay, where is it?
Okay, the Kobold, or the little golem dies immediately after the...
Okay, I wasn't imagining things. See? Well, did you see that little golem?
I mean, I'm not sure what you were so confused about, but...
I didn't see the golem, I just saw the token.
All right.
I guess that doesn't reflect well either, but I'm glad we cleared that up. I think all of the viewers are very concerned.
Very, absolutely.
Where that neutral token came from.
Everybody was asking in Twitch chat, I just checked. 14-10. Even game net worth wise. Granted, One Time does have a Doom. But you said, you know, if things are even going into the mid game, you felt okay about LGD's chances. Is it actually even? I mean, Liquid certainly control way more of the map.
If the Primal had a better game, I think LGD's draft feels a lot better, but now I think they're going to lack damage, and I think Liquid are not going to lack damage. Like, all 3 of their cores are going to be problems. They're going to be able to deal with some aspect of Naga in the fight. You can get a Morphling Axe later if you really want to, which Mickey is going to 3rd here. So you're going to be able to steal stats away from the Naga, create your own illusions. You're going to have the Pudge going in that's going to rot them all down and maybe be able to hook or find Naga. You have the Ember, who's going to be able to deal with illusions on the map and the lanes, right? Like, it's not a game that Naga will straight up carry. I think Naga can create confusion in the fight. You can set some stuff up with the Sleep Arrow, which is a nice combo this game, because Liquid, they don't have a save versus the Sleep Arrow.
Well, and not yet. Zai could always get a shard.
That is true. But then you can arrow the Pudge.
That's true. Yeah. I don't know. I can't see it personally. I can't see how Naga deals with a Pudge that is this farmed, plus Morphling turning into the Naga, plus Ember Spirit just throwing around general.
I mean, the Naga won't, right? It comes down to the other LGD cores here.
Yeah.
Like, it comes down to big arrows and connections from Planet of the Stun, and then it comes down to the Primal and the Doom going into the late game with like 5 or 6 slots. I think that's when this lineup becomes pretty terrifying.
Okay.
Like, you have AoE Doom, you have this arrow off the Sleep that you can't really prevent. The Lincolns don't help you there, and then you just go in with an AoE Doom, some Primal with like 4 slots, breaking people. It becomes very funky. I think that is where LGD can win this game. It's not really the Naga just straight up man fighting Liquid's cores, but for the next like 10 minutes here, it is Liquid's control and how much they can get out of this map and force that next Roshan and D-Ward, because they already have a gem up. They have multiple Lincoln Spheres, so right now, these Lincolns and BKBs are really good for Liquid.
Yeah, I could see kind of what you're talking about. If PSG.LGD can like neutralize one of these dangerous cores at the start of a fight, then maybe Naga can pull through the rest. Hiding the Blink Dagger. Look at Zai. Wow. Drops his ring, picks it up. I assume they're going to go for a smoke now.
Oof, what a prediction.
Watched a little bit of Dota in my time.
Will it land? They're going to run right into Shiro.
That is maybe just who they want to be able to run into. The song goes off. Great reaction from Shiro. So important that he does not die there, ruining a smoke gank and the Blink Dagger reveal.
I mean, that's like a 2K gold swing.
Yeah.
Literally just right off getting that song, because you're getting so much off the map right now if you're LGD, and that was a 5-man clump for Liquid that, okay, you're going to get some vision control here off the gem, but that's pretty much it. Get an outpost. That's not too bad. Mickey does get the steal on him through the illusion, however. That Ags is up. So these Morphling Naga illusions are going to start to cut waves and be annoying as well. Something that can help him keep up and farm as LGD.
Spotted. Leap. Leap. Don't get hooked. Don't get hooked. He doesn't know where you are. You're good. And Techies. Will be he's going to be caught. But, you know, not everybody can get out these 4 or 5-man moves from Liquid.
No, and LGD much rather have their core survive here, as them continuing to find items in this game is increasingly important to try and contest that next Roshan, which looks like it's going to be Liquid's unless there's a big misstep on the map here. Because I still think their cores are way better in the 5-on-5, especially with the net worth Zai has extracted. And the lack of control and disable LGD have right now. Outside of that Sleep Arrow, these Lincolns are still strong. But you cannot underrate a good Sleep Arrow, Cap. I'm telling you, you're sleeping on it.
They might be sleeping on it too. 15 to 10, 2000. No, nothing.
Oh, how's it feel, huh? How's it feel? Just get left out there to dry, like a fish in the Bali sun.
Not a whole lot of sun today. For those of you who are wondering what the weather's like in beautiful Bali, getting that warm rain outside.
It was very wet.
You could say the weather's rather liquid.
Foxy's rather dead.
Yeah, playing on the high ground, waiting for somebody to be able to walk into them, and a pickoff like that will, again, stall out Liquid's timing, probably.
I mean, LGD are finding these little picks.
Yeah, they are.
They're not doing it with everybody. Like, NTS was still farming bottom. He's going to finish up an Ags here, net worth-wise. Primal is a weird hero. The thing about Primal Beast is so much of the hero is based around his spells that it sometimes doesn't take that many items to be a huge late-game impact. I feel like this hero can sometimes operate with 1 less item than a lot of other mid-cores.
I agree with that, yeah.
And his items feel a lot better. Like, when you get them, you sometimes just go over this threshold of where you're so tanky that no one can deal with you. Like, if NTS gets the heart and Shiva's here, for example, he's kind of a problem.
Yeah.
And that's not... I mean, it's far away, but at the same time, it's like one bad team fight, he's going to get one of them. So Liquid cannot throw too much back LGD's way, as his lead is pretty much even here at the 27-minute mark, right on the dot, as LGD looked to contest second Roshan, which has spawned. And Liquid feel is theirs, but they're going to have to earn it.
The Illusions pushing in the lane pretty heavily here, giving LGD a lot of time to be able to set up. And they have a techies too, so setting up, well, we saw one of those matches, how important that is.
FY's book here, the fireworks god, giving Planet some inspiration perhaps. Still has that sign to drop down if he wants to. But the area control for LGD is decent here with the mines, the illusions. Then you have to like maybe dodge an arrow. You're gonna randomly get jumped on by techies. It's hard for Liquid to run.
Did they see that smoke?
I don't think so. They found him.
Minotaur stunned. Great setup, but is that going to be enough? The burst, the pull, they got him. The arrow, they got him. Managed to burst down mid-game. Now it's just free. They're going to run down anybody they possibly can. Song to ensure they get as many of these kills as possible. They'll collect on both the supports. LGD, massive smoke timing and jump.
That Morphling bait did not go as planned. I mean, it's definitely a bait, but that Centaur Stomp bypasses everything, and LG just able to BKB and commit in. There's no counterplay. There's no save. I actually think you won a Pudge Shard in this game faster than you might have. And yeah, Zai instantly queues it up. I think after that fight, Liquid realized, yo, if we have a single target save, a lot of this LGD initiation goes out the window. But that is the wrong time to give it up there. As Mew finds the opening, everything connects from the vessel to the arrow to some extra starfall damage to bring down Mickey.
Yeah.
It is just enough here.
And now, I mean, you were talking about the Primal Beast, how he ticks over at some point in time if he's just tanky enough. Well, now he doesn't even need that next item, maybe. With the Aghanim Scepter and a cheese, he can take all that damage, turn it back around, and still have kind of like a second life.
And DD was huge for them there. That's a very big rune for NTS to have going into this fight. Maybe the best on Primal in this situation, right?
Yeah.
That's all based on him getting that rune bottom and TPing here, so very little things adding up for LGD to connect on this kill. That's what makes a scary team, is they find a huge opening in this game, take away that Roche from Liquid, and get 3 kills out of it, including that Mickey Morphling, which had gone unkilled in this game until that point. At 30 minutes, he will find his first death. But it is a big one, as he did not have BKB to save him there. And he has that queued up as well.
Even more defensive items for Liquid. The Shard, the BKB.
It's a lot. It really is a lot of...
Yeah, we at some point going too much into defense.
I mean, you have BKB on Ember, on Pudge, one on Morphling, and double Lincolns, and you're going to have this Pudge Shard. I mean, the Pudge Shard is, I think, a necessity in this game, Pudge. It is a lot on like saves and defense and trying to survive initiations, which I don't know if LGD cared too much, because at a certain point, they're just going to have spell damage between the Primal and the Doom to just continue to throw into you. They have this Aegis on Shiro now. Decent window to try and abuse the Naga illusions, get some more pickoffs, set something up. Boxy is glad he's off the map right here.
Yeah, he is.
That was very close. And it's just a question of how much LGD are going to push it. They got a 8K net worth swing off that single fight. Bloodthorn completed for Shiro now. He's dealing some damage.
Yeah, now, like, if you catch Mickey with that one, you can burst him down way faster than you did last time.
And also, look at the farm LGD supports have found in this game. It is solid here.
Yeah.
Like, that Vessel paid off for Planet. The full Greaves on Y plus a Pipe coming out here is going to buff up these 3 very tanky cores. That's something to notice about LGD. We're talking about defensive items for Liquid. These are very tanky cores you have to burst down, which means you need to get your heroes in there and abuse the BKB duration. 3 of them up for Liquid. It is the golden hour here. You got to find a core connection. Off the smoke, high ground ward. This is a pretty good angle.
It is pretty nice, and they wait for him through 3 of them with side jumping in, but New once again managed to get the stomp in at the right time. The Hook is going to be able to bring back the techies into his death. The Doom out on the Morphling, the Song, they're waiting out the BKB, trying to catch up to this Morphling. They
Doom
finally
is wearing out.
He's hidden into the tree.
Yeah, they can't see him.
Oh, they can't find him.
And
Not fast enough, and now he's going to be saved by Zai. Right before Nothing to Say came through. The arrow's going to be off the mark. They have a pretty good freezing field out too. LGD trying to get away with as many heroes as possible now. BKB teleports out, but a hook shot stops him.
And they get a gem out of that. 2 supports and NTS. That fight was just way too confusing for LGD. I don't know if they knew what the hell was going on. They bumped the Pudge who ate the Morphling up the hill. And then they just couldn't see him. There's no vision. Incredibly awkward there. They even got the Doom onto Mickey in the morphed form, but it didn't matter. Liquid just pushing through. with those tanky net defensive items, making them work, finding the opening on a high ground ward. That is all it takes. Now they're the ones hitting racks, despite Aegis still being up for Shiro here. LGD, your turn to find an answer as the Pudge shard. It changed a lot of this team fight dynamic. Suddenly, you're going to have to probably find Zai. Otherwise, he just eats a Doomed core, eats an Arrowed core, and what are you doing? You're just running out the clock.
Yeah, they do have some like AoE stuns to kind of cover that, like blast off after they hit the arrow, but it is going to be almost entirely like maybe a bit of luck. You tries to follow it up. Mickey pulled back by the hook. Boxy's going to be able to get a pretty nice cogs here, locking in a bunch of heroes, but not sure if Liquid really can take this fight. Mickey is in deep right now, but he can't say new. Oh, he does. The Moonlight Shadow wears out, and he finally gets the kill.
Yeah, but what happens after?
Now, and the arrow is going to be able to commit. Zai picks him back up, takes him inside of his belly, and away to safety. Nisha pops back out with Mickey. They're going to return fire here. Go for the Naga Siren. Go for the first life.
The EKBs are wearing out. This is Shiro's second life. Do you have enough gas in the tank to take this if you're Liquid? I don't know.
Missing out on the stun, but hit him with
another save.
Hit him another save from Zai.
They have to find this Pudge, man. This shard is way too valuable right now. It just ruins everything LGD want to do in these fights, which is go on a single core and burst him down with Vessel, with Bloodthorn Amp, with an arrow connection. None of that matters if the big man shows up and just devours you away. And now they get a new buyback out of that, maybe more valuable than the racks here, but they got arranged on top of it. Liquid very happy with that exchange, especially into 2 lives here on the Naga. It's going to wear out your resources, but they find it. And it's really important that Mickey gets the last hit here on you. If he walks this off, you're pretty sad with that.
Yeah.
But once again, Zai is here to bail out his cores. Mickey is dead 100% there if that shard is not online.
Yeah, they bought back on you too for this one. So that's just going to be a weak point for PSG.LGD moving forward.
Honestly, the biggest item in this game is now probably going to come down to the Doom Ags. Because the Doom Ags is an AoE way to jump on the hero you're single target focusing and prevent the Pudge save from coming out.
Right.
Because then you can create an area where he just can't walk in and get the devour.
And if you walk between him and the Pudge, you take the hook, then you're on top of the Pudge, so you're further denying the shard.
I feel like this is LGD's best answer to what is happening in these team fights right now. Outside of just, okay, they get like way more farm and can overwhelm the damage, but that's not happening. You got to respect the fact that all 3 of these cores for Liquid have found a lot of net worth in this game and are all significant damage dealers, especially versus the Naga. Which means when these single target stuns land for LGD, you need to convert on them.
Moment of deja vu here. Liquid smoking to a similar area, running into Shiro. Can Shiro get it off this time? Dismember? No, the song goes out. Once again, Shiro so quick on the fingers. Now he's far away from the base, so it may be hard for him to get here. Arrow's gonna go out, trying to stop Boxy from hitting a hook shot. And they will be able to successfully retreat back to their base.
Lincoln's doing work. As Shiro's gonna look for a Hex to increase the single target focus here. But LGD, they had a decent lead build up to that Rosh, and it all goes back to Liquid in the last 5 minutes here. As third Roshan is gonna be of ultimate importance. That is one you cannot afford to give up with the refresher shards for LGD. It's amazing. Ags for either team might just give you the dub. And Silver Edge completed for Mickey. Another
What's that about?
Item choice. I don't know. There's no obvious break here, right?
I mean, breaking the primal. Not sure.
I mean, this item is just kind of good. I don't feel like I ever see Silver Edge on carries and think it's bad. He has built-in crit. It's a lot of damage attack speed. The extra invis in the fights is pretty nice. This can also help him maybe go in the fights and not worried about getting jumped first. Like maybe Mickey just doesn't want to be the first one gone on. Silver Edge is a good way to prevent that happening.
Sure.
Like you can rely on Pudge save a bit, but as this game goes on and on, it will become a little less reliable potentially. This is a way to help that.
Some big talents picked up for Liquid after that last team fight. Get their 20 talents, a lot more AoE damage between the Slight, the Waveform, and then longer lockdown with the Dismember as well.
Yeah, full Mjolnir for Nisha as well. That is a good charge to throw in on the Morphling, on the Pudge, even on himself here. A lot of extra damage if it doesn't get doomed off.
That's going to be a late Roshan, which it does mean it's going to be on Radiant side, which is the advantage of Liquid, but I also feel like Liquid don't want this game to draw out, and they would like to do Roshan right now.
I think they want this Roche and they want to end the game.
Yeah.
They can take this game later. It's definitely not that unfavorable at all. But right now, they feel very confident taking the fights with what is happening.
You know what's the best part is? He's got a mine inside the Roshan pit, which may have just actually procced. Yeah, he's going to flare it up. Okay, they have both flare for Boxy and mine. So I guess both teams can kind of play around the map and play greedy while still knowing when Roshan's up. I thought at first that was going to be advantage for LGD, where they just, you know, they're obviously very spread and farming for map.
It's a nice little heads-up play by Planet. It's going to give them a lot more confidence here to maybe contest it as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
they don't have to know when it's on.
Like, even if LGD aren't pressured right now, it means they can farm the map a lot more greedily. And if that Roach goes down to bottom side, where they're potentially set up, that is interesting. But you have to consider the buybacks.
He set up the mines for the instant kill on the Tormentor.
It's pretty nice. I mean, will this kill him?
No, mines don't work that way.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, and honestly, in about, like, if you don't see that mine die in, like, the next 30 to 45 seconds, I feel like LGD can confidently set up on that Radiant side.
The problem is the Radiant Roche's buybacks for Liquid.
Yeah.
That's why it just sucks. So I feel like they would have rather defended Dire, but they aren't going to be in position to do it. I don't think they're going to be in position to defend the Radiant one either. If they want to contest it aggressively, they can. It's just, you're looking at a potential buyback fight when you have like Doom and BKB dependent heroes. It sounds very tough. Nonetheless, the farm continuing to come in here. Shiva's and Heart completed for LGD between the Doom and the Primal. So the tankiness continues to escalate. That is not an Ags for New, though. Which to me felt like the biggest item here.
Yeah. Smoke up from PSG.LGD. Then, oh, the timer is coming soon. And that mine is still up, so they're saying it's got to be bottom, guys, and they are going to try and fight for it. There's the Tormentor, instant death. That's going to be nothing to say. So he can toss some rocks around. We'll see if that is actually impactful.
And also, this Hex on Shiro is maybe the biggest item for LGD in the last few minutes. If you can find the Pudge, or if you can disable the Pudge when he goes in for the save, that's extremely key.
Try and get a ward up. Did they get it down?
They got the Hex. But the save?
Arrow comes through.
There's no save.
Look at that blast off stone. They managed to catch him out. Now the Doom gets placed on his eye. They want to make sure there's no saves, but there are buybacks.
You got
and they've expended a lot here. Are they going to be able to retreat out of this one? Looks like the Mirana's going to be dying first. Insania gets hit by the rocks as well. Trying to go for this kill, but not overcommit at the same time. And you can see PSG.LGD have made the call to back up. They respect these buybacks. And they're going to give way to Team Liquid. In fact, TPing out entirely. Or not, actually canceling that TP. Big A
wants to catch.
With the Silver Edge, it's going to be able to catch him out with the Mirana arrow. Turned into that one. Gets a pick off on nothing to say. That's going to feel really bad because he does not have the buyback.
No, that is likely Roshan for Liquid here. Unless LGD can make some magic happen. Mickey's just back in with this
just going again for the supports. Mirana leaping away, and the song.
You're going to have to TP.
It saves them. It's going to be a little bit dicey. The air's
not
come through. Hook shot is going to be able to land, and now you've got to beware of the hook. Gets off the mirror images, but they do have a lot of AoE damage. He is in big time trouble. They've identified the real one. The illusions are gone, and he's dead. Shiro. He does have buyback, but this will not be a contest for Roshan for sure.
I mean, you cannot walk off these songs. When there's hook shot, when there's blink, hook, Pudge, when there's a Morphling who's turning into Mirana with leaps and waveforms.
Yep.
Like, maybe he's afraid to TP there because he doesn't know where the clock was. Or was the clock in the song? I don't even remember. But either way, I feel like you gotta go for it. Now you're gonna lose your Naga on top of your Primal Beast. Maybe not the worst case here, since I don't think you were contesting this Roshan anyway. Still, that's the problem with this Radiant Roche. Like, that's a great fight for LGD. You can't really ask for anything better. You get 3 buybacks, 2 core buybacks out of it. The Ember and Pudge are removed from the fight instantly. That Techie stun did work there with the AoE zoning, and then you caught him with the charge through from NTS. That was a big deal as well.
Yu gets off the BKB before the Dismember. That'll help. He'll TP. Oh, he did not TP away successfully. The BKB just ran out, and the stun eventually kicked in from the Adaptive Strike.
It's that extra Dismember duration.
It was, yeah.
Level 20 talent here for Zai, paying off big time as you get another Doom kill. And he is out for 90+ seconds here. Does have buy, but man, this game, it is falling out of LGD's grasp, as that was maybe their chance to contest, pull that net worth away from Liquid. Instead, you're going to look at an Aegis and an Ags on Nisha now, with a DD to back it up. How much do Liquid want to push this? This could be a throne here.
Oh, that was nice. Grab the Mirana so he can get the leap attack speed. Throws out the arrow. Why? Not paying good enough attention. It's fine. They're not going to go. Oh, they are going to go for that kill. Good force staff, though. And Mickey, pounding on the tier 4s, trying to force Mew to buy back.
Yeah, this is Liquid. They still have a Morphling buy here. They can commit pretty hard. They definitely want the Doom buy, but they might want to just end the game. DD Ags on Nisha is an insane power spike compared to the last fight here.
Okay, it's like they're going to call it quits. Take the tier 2 at top, which I assume Mew is not going to buy back.
At this point, no. Unless if Liquid forced throne, he would have bought. But look, LGD are happy to give up racks to save a Doom life.
Trying to force it again.
Okay, they get it.
The techies, and there goes the buyback from Mew. Now that they've committed, they're going to try and take this fight. The Dismember stopping Zai, holding him in place with the AoE Doom. It actually looks like it's...
got Lotus back.
Yeah, it got bounced back onto him, so he doesn't feel good about running into this fight. And Jiro's in trouble.
There's nobody to help him. The Doom can't go in.
Oh, what? Denied by Boxy, looked like. Not sure what damage he was taking there, but Boxy sees the opportunity to get rid of his offlaner.
I mean, that's a dieback for Zai, so he's dead for 2 minutes here.
Yeah, I don't...
Should hold Liquid back from continuing this push. I think it's pretty scary to go into this LG lineup without the fudge save. Maybe Aegis is enough to continue to force it, but...
I think maybe you just take this tier 2 and then chill.
I mean, you know the Naga has buyback here. You can force it out. Like, you can trade some lives for the Naga buy if you're happy with that. But you are at 15k.
It's dangerous. You really got to be able to pull a
look at the
fast
smoke.
180.
Look at the flank here from LGD.
Yeah.
They're going to look for the back line.
They want to make sure if they use this buyback on Naga Siren, they get as many kills as possible. And they're going to start off. Shiva's out onto Boxy. Quick kill with the arrow should be possible. He's tanky, though. The Glimmer Cape allows him to survive a while.
Yeah, Liquid are just out. This is not a play anymore. They got that Naga buyback, so they're probably happy with that.
Honestly, yeah, I think they...
Probably worth 2 support tests.
Yeah.
Like, that's all you gave up. That is incredibly worth it here. You even got that last tier 3. You gave up a gem, which kind of sucks, but...
I mean, really, you just gave back a gem that you stole from a previous fight.
Whose gem is it really?
Because they did have 2 gems, and I assume Liquid was able to keep one of them. Though maybe they didn't.
I think that's the only one that there's been, right?
No, there was 2. Boxy had 2. Oh, okay, so maybe one of them was on Indonesia.
Yeah.
So they actually split it between their 2 supports and gave them both back to LGD.
So that's going to be vision control going LGD's way. But
that's not a 1,800 gold sway, that's a 3,600 gold sway.
The issue is LGD are running out of buybacks here.
Yeah, they are.
And the cooldowns for Liquid are going to come up before theirs in a large window here. And that means Liquid can force an aggressive fight. If they ever find Naga, if they ever find Doom, it's just such a wide opening to commit for the Megas here. So LGD are going to have to play a little scared, not give up these 4 kills. Ags done for New.
There it is. Finally the Ags. I was so confused when he Lotus stored himself on the Doom and it was an Ags Doom.
That was a good Lotus. They're going to find MTS here. He's in trouble.
Can he get the charge out? I think they stopped it with the hook shot. He's going to go for a TP, but that BKB is not going to last long enough. He is indeed dead.
Too much BKB disabled.
Yeah.
That is the type of big core pickoff LGD cannot afford. He is the one hero with buyback here.
And, yeah. Did get back the gem as well, one of them.
You're just going to need a hell of an Ags Doom here from you. I think it's the only thing that's winning you these next fights. As Liquid look to close out this game, Satanic done for Mickey and Radiance done for Nisha. They are hitting some crazy late game net worths.
Even Insania has a BKB, plus he got the shard earlier from the Tormentor.
He's a problem. He's becoming a problem. It's even more AoE to deal with the Naga illusion. Shiro's impact at this point is just... It's not going to be there unless the Doom controls the heroes behind who they go on. This Rax is going to drop fast. You're going to have to use a primal buyback as well, which means your initiation needs to latch, or you're just going to waste it. Butterfly for Shiro, his last timing to hit here, are going to try and help dissuade the aggression as he has that plus Trickster's Cloak. A lot of evasion here for the Naga.
I mean, there's no way they're keeping this buyback up. Look at the instant hook as the both the buyback and the attempted initiation on Nisha goes out. Liquid, clean retreat.
Too fast.
LGD, what are you going to do now?
And you know, something else about this Morphling build that's paid off is he went the waveform talents here.
Yeah.
he has Spell Prism on top of it. It's a very short cooldown waveform that can go in and help clear out some extra illusions or just some heroes on the back of these fights with the attack coming through.
Yeah, what's the cooldown on it?
I mean, mine's still bugged, so.
Oh.
But I think it's under 7. Mine shows 7.2. Either way.
That's pretty crazy when you have that waveform and tags targets.
It's also just a lot of mobility. Like, it's hard to sometimes hit some of these spells on the Morph when he's aggressively waveforming because the cooldown's so low. Even more value on this AoE Doom to really just put these heroes in a hurt locker.
I wonder if he puts it on the Naga Siren to try and stop the Dismember help. Or if, especially if you got like Aether Lens on Zai, you'd probably be able to reach over that Doom. Then what happens if a Doom target, an Ag's Doom target, goes inside a Pudge? Think the AoE's still there?
I have no idea. Doom's in from the inside. Just get probably an emo for that.
You know, the funny part is that Zai wouldn't even be able to, like, because then he would have Doom on him. And then he wouldn't be able to eject.
I mean, I don't think there's, I think if you're inside Pudge, you can't modify the game at all. I don't think anything that is on you or affects you affects the game. You're just removed from existence.
Not even like, you don't think you Radiance and stuff? I thought Radiance worked.
Radiance is a weird item. Radiance might work. It definitely used to work, like with the old Pudge Lifestealer strat.
Well, either way, the point is PSG.LGD have some like serious problem solving to do when it comes to how do they execute these fights. Does Doom self-Doom and put himself on top of the Naga Siren and try and get in front of the hook save? Does he just straight up Doom the Morphling and try and run at the Pudge? Where's our arrow combo going to be coming from? Who's it going to be on?
Can you deal with the Crystal Maiden?
Can you deal with the BKB sharded up Crystal Maiden who's going to be walking at you with Freezing Field?
Especially if you don't have buybacks here. Like, Liquid have theirs off cooldown as long as they have some gold, so the aggressiveness is going to pick up, especially with the next Roshan, which
are you going to contest that Roshan?
It's just so damn hard. You're basically in the same position. You're going to have to contest a Roshan to Liquid buybacks without your own, with an ult-dependent lineup in a way. Like,
yeah,
that's the problem. The downside of the late game here for LGD is the Naga can't go in and man-fight these heroes, so who's doing it to get you over that hill that is your Doom is gone and your Primal BKB is out?
Right.
That window in the fight for LGD is just absolutely atrocious if all of Liquid are up. It seems unwinnable almost. You need refreshers here or something. You need 2 Dooms. I feel like we keep saying we need more out of you.
Yeah, asking him for more and more and more.
He keeps finding these items, but he's also having to buy back. It's killing his net worth progression. Does have Ags here, he does have Shard, and he's pretty damn farm, and multiple Trickster Cloaks up for LG. They're just looking for the initiations. In fact, they have 3 Trickster Cloaks on their 3 cores. A Ninja Gear and a Mirana ult. Surely this is enough to find the vision in the initiation. I don't think I've ever seen 3 Trickster Cloaks, so that is a lot of invis, a lot of extra tankiness.
Yeah, I mean, there's some great stats on that item, even without the active.
And LGD, they're going to choose to contest here. The buyback is coming back up for Doom, so he will have it.
I feel like it's a similar situation. You need to get a fight and then get out. I don't think you can win this Rosh entirely. Song goes out.
Initiate.
What are we doing with this?
AoE Doom it.
Arrow is going to be used on a Boxy. They're going to try and blow him up real quickly with the AoE Doom. They pretty easily got him. Nick A is going to go for the supports on the side. Beware of that waveform. Look at that freezing field, but unfortunately the AoE Doom doing a lot of work here. Not getting kills, but stopping a lot of the damage. Unfortunately, now that's run out, and now they're getting run over. Shiro, he's going to be the one. Oh, dodges the arrow. That's a nice play, but I'm not sure if he's going to get away from Zai here. They thought he went down, but he actually went up to the right into the trees. Pops a mirror image, but he's stuck in a corner. There's way too much AoE damage for him to deal with at this point. He will not be able to out-heal this one. He's dead for 2 minutes. And now Liquid don't even need the Aegis at this point to go for high ground push.
I mean, they arrowed and went on the clock over the Morphling. I just don't think that can win you a fight here. I guess you can't arrow the BKB more. There's a chance he gets saved.
If you had the Doom already out, do you think you could stop the BKB?
No, I don't think anything stops the BKB out of Song except Disruptor ulti.
I think they had to get a kill without the Song. They had to get some sort of kill or two. The buyback is used, you song, you just peace out.
I don't know, these fights are just, they're starting to look impossible, honestly.
Yeah, they really are.
Unless you somehow just kill Morphling at the start of it and you buy so much time because the damage is gone. There's just no damage going into the Pudge. The Ember is just remnanting around at will. Your lineup is run out of gas here for LGD. You did not make it to the ultra late game primal piece timing, if that existed in this game at all. And yeah, your Naga's just been counterpicked.
What a talented Zai take anyway.
Another Ags going to Liquid here, and it'll be Insania who gets it.
Okay, okay.
Look at that. I guess they all have them.
Yeah, what
so
you do.
I mean, it could have gone to Boxy, but the Crystal Maiden Ags, we rarely see it. It's a good one, though.
Planet, I guess, was trying to pick up a lost gem from that team fight, but still got his courier sniped out.
He did finish a Hex, so you have another Hex on LGD. It's just, I don't know. I don't even know if control is the issue. It feels like damage is now the issue.
Yeah.
Liquid have shifted it back and said, we are just too damn tanky for you. And I tend to agree. You have a 4,000 HP Pudge with Shivas in his passive. You have a 3,000 HP Ember Spirit with Refresher Ags Remnants, by the way, for Nisha. So he is going to be a ghost. All you're going to see is the burnt dust of your corpse as he flies over here.
Yeah, I mean, he could drop 4 slides in one go. Look at Zai. Just taking a little walk around the park. Enjoying the 4th of July.
More time to tear your
Well, LGD, last hurrah here. Mickey stares you down.
Zai right behind him. Ready to throw out the hook, ready to blink it, dismember, save if needed.
Gonna start with a Hex. Hook missed, actually hit a creep that spawned.
And he's actually dying fast.
What?
He doesn't get there in time. Zai, what happened?
The creep spawned on the hook.
Go for the AoE Doom.
Is this an opening?
Be a Morphling that's dead. Back to
he
back.
Is dead.
Now trying to get him down, but yeah, they're going to be able to run
what?
Easily. What a slip up from Liquid. And the song goes out.
I mean, are you buying your Morph? Are you trying to retake this fight?
They're going to try and go for the Ember, but yeah, he can get off the Doom off of that one. They're going to buy back TP in, and LGD trying to get out of this one, but they can't get away.
No getting out.
Locked down. As soon as Zai and Nisha turn around in Stadium with the freezing field too, they couldn't get away from all that slow. All
the primal buyback, it just came up literally 1 second here, so they technically have a fight, but the base is dying.
Zai's just going straight in, putting his body on the line. The team is just going to go for the throne. They cannot put the damage out to stop Liquid. They will take game 1.
Oh, that was incredible death by Mickey. Unlucky that the creep spawned during the hook flying out.
Yeah.
What a timing from LGD, I guess one could say, and very unlucky here, but it just doesn't matter, right? The buybacks, the late game buybacks here from Liquid are just way too good in terms of dealing with LGD's ultimates coming out. And if you're LGD, I think you go back to this draft like it's a first phase Naga versus the Morphling. You're trying to deal with the Morph and counter with the Naga. But then the Naga is just in a terrible game, and your other 2 heroes, if they don't have a faster tempo, are not helping pick up that scale. I think we saw glimmers of what this LGD lineup can do in the late game. When they started to hit that peak, they contested the Roche, they got the pick on Morphling. There's a lot of momentum there, but you couldn't push through the Radiant Roche with the buybacks, 2 ult and BKB dependent, and NTS, he had a very rough game, man. 0-5 to start. Liquid just brought more heroes mid, shut down the primal tempo, enabled Nisha with the max chains, and NTS is just on catch-up duty, ends this game 1-10 on the primal beast. That's like that's the story of the game.
Yeah, right there. Nothing to say. And you said it was very important for LGD. They view this hero as something that can kind of get them through the early game they relied on into the draft, and now they may be losing faith in it, or at least here against Liquid. We'll see what they do, though, heading into the Game 2 draft, as our panel has a whole lot to discuss after a great Game 1.
You are right about that. We have a whole lot to discuss. Team Liquid beating not only PSG.LGD, but also their early morning Dota jitters, which they've talked about. They normally don't really perform that well if it's before noon, but here they are taking the first game in this best of 3. I'm joined by Rezo, by Fear, by Jack. And Jack, this game we did see Team Liquid win, but it did not go the way that we thought, because we thought that they would come out of the lanes with like a massive advantage, and that wasn't the case.
Yeah, I thought there was that sort of dangerous period early on, especially given what happened, Nothing to Say, where they would be really vulnerable. But LGD did a pretty good job of kind of holding the line there, not taking any super disastrous fights, managing to peel it back a little bit, and turn this into a pretty entertaining mid to late game where you kind of see the high level execution of these teams, where it's like, it's not like the first or second level counter of the spells. It's like it takes the third or fourth interaction in the team fights to be able to decide it for either team. So that was really fun to watch.
Yeah, for me it was like a very difficult game, especially from Mike, because not a lot of Morph players can go like and create so much space for his entire team, and also like his item purchase, him buying that Shadow Blade, that Silver Age, has made them like make so many pickups, even like after mid game, like around 30-40 minute mark, and it was very nice to see on top of the Zai clutch saves in the mid game as well. But I do feel like Mika stepped out once a little bit on the top lane, so that's why LGD had such a good time like getting that second Roshan and taking advantage from that, and they had a lead at like around 8,000 gold at that time when they got that pick off. But after that, once again, Liquid just going against the Aegis on top of the ward on the high ground and taking that fight, doing this clutch plays, also taking the game back as well to their side. It was like very, very cool to see, honestly.
Yeah, after that early game, I thought Liquid were going to dominate the game after winning 3 lanes. They got both the Wisdom runes at 7 minutes. Usually when you win 3 lanes, get double Wisdom rune, it feels like GG, and a lot of players will say that. But I've been a bit surprised. We did see Southeast Asia play this Naga first phase all the time and win with it. And I've never been a believer, and I didn't think it was good. But going into this game, this Naga looked pretty good, and it's a first phase Naga. But maybe when you're playing against these little higher tier teams, you need something else to help carry this game, because the Naga, he's playing against CM, he's playing against the Pudge as well, and the Ember. There's a lot of counter plays here, but still found a way to make it somewhat look good. So there's always that. This Naga, I think, is raising in popularity for me.
I feel like the Liquid early game wasn't as good as it could have been, just because LGD made its good rotation to the bottom lane on the morphing, and Zai tipped it bottom. And because of that, Shira got the tower top, and that's why this has opened up the map for them. So Liquid could never really go back there and take that area from them again. So this is why they delayed the early game so much.
Yeah, overall, Team PSG.LGD has a lot to think about going into game number 2, because the Naga did look good, but it was countered. Maybe first phasing it, not entirely the action, at least not against Team Liquid here, who seem to be very, very prepared, Jack.
I think if you're LGD, you probably just take Morph out of this series. I think, so we talked about sort of Morph from first and second pick. I think, yeah, this game, if you're playing against second pick Morph, then, and you feel like you have to first phase your core answer to it, whether it's anti-mage or Naga or something, then you're going to have a tough time most likely in the lanes. And then that's where LGD is weak and is most vulnerable against a lot of teams. So you're seldom going to get to your scale if your plan is to outscale the Morph. So I think LGD needs to keep that in mind, and maybe they were just like, okay, we'll try it this first game. And I think the other interesting draft adjustment is LGD had been first phasing Primal more, they've been picking up pretty high priority pretty recently. And so if Liquid is giving that to you, then you have to assume they have an answer prepped for it. And if all it takes is for them to first phase this Clockwork to basically ruin Primal's early game, then you might have to rethink that as well. I don't think they can leave Morph in the pool against Liquid.
No.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Morphing is just way too good for Team Liquid, because they can flex it, and both of their players are exceptionally good at morphing, so it's not an option to give them that hero.
Yeah, and I think here the story of the game for LGD as well is Nothing to Say on his Primal Beast. He ended up 1-10 this game. Really just not having the type of game that they wanted from their first pick hero. I think we can talk about the Naga all we want and the Dooms and execution, but when your mid laner goes 1-10, it's kind of hard to win Dota games.
Yeah, it's definitely, if we're talking again about the Naga Sirens we saw 2 days ago in the last day of group stage from the Southeast Asian teams, the Naga looked great, maybe because their Primal Beast was popping off every single time, and indeed Nothing to Say had a tough time. I want to talk about a hero that was probably the most unexpected hero, not even the Pudge, because we all mentioned the Pudge, but Rezo, we saw a Crystal Maiden that definitely hasn't been picked that often and oftentimes struggles in games like this, but she worked out quite well.
It does. I mean, she needs a really good, decent, good laning partner with her, and the Pudge last pick actually was the hero that enabled her in the laning stage. That's why the hero worked, and we see them, doing a lot of job in this game, but mostly like I would say this game was like about Clockwork and Morphling just going everywhere and like making all the space for these 3 cores to be able to farm and scale and be as big as they were in this game.
Well, the action is definitely heating up here at the Bali Major. So make sure you check out the new summer collection by H&M to make yourself well dressed for the occasion. As we're going to take a quick break, we'll be back with game number 2. We are getting treated to a game number 2 here between Team Liquid and PSG.LGD. Now, the game 1 went the way of Team Liquid. Definitely gave PSG.LGD something to work with, though. A lot of things revealed, some things tried and tested, and on the side of PSG.LGD, it failed. The Naga Siren first phase not successful. Of course, keep in mind that this series, if PSG.LGD win it, they are guaranteed a spot at the International. So there's a lot on the line for them. So Zhao had his work cut out for him. We're about ready to jump into the draft of game number 2. I'm joined by Jack, Fear, and Resolution. Going into this, Fear, is it indeed the opening of the draft where you would see some changes going into this game, or were there other things that went wrong for PSG.LGD?
Definitely other things that went wrong, but I don't think it hurts to make some changes in the draft. They didn't play their best game. I really feel like the Naga, they're not a team, that's the first time playing Naga this tournament, but they haven't had the best like combo usages. I didn't really see the sleep into arrows or the self-doom at that bottom fight. I really thought they would get Mickey that one time, but the combo was just off and Mickey didn't get doomed. He ended up getting the waveform off and that completely changed the fight. And I feel like these are things you can't mess up if you play with the Naga.
Alright, just maybe ban the Morphling out so you don't have to deal with the Mickey Morphling.
Yeah, but then they have Undying, which 100% win rate with as well. Uh-oh.
There we go. All right.
They got Undying, which they have a 100% win rate with.
Yeah, with that being said, though, Team Liquid overall has had a really good group stage, so the stats are going to be good for any hero, but 100% is a lot. They open with Undying Lycan. PSG.LGD does still open with the Primal Beast. They got a Silencer to go with it. They did ban out the Morphling together with the Medusa and Timber Pugna banned as well, and that does mean that Enchantress and Broodmother are left in the pool compared to a previous draft.
Yeah, and I already like the start of the draft better for them. We talked about just getting rid of the Morph, and then obviously if they see the Undying first pick, you can probably pick that Primal with less fear that it's going to be a clock. So I like the start of this one already.
I'm not sure what does the Silencer stand for, to be honest. Like, usually Silencer to me, you either pick it for your initiation power to make it even stronger. Like, for example, you have like a Storm that jumps in, you just cover the backline, you know, counter play against it. But here with the Primal Beast, maybe they see something that I don't see, and also like you're not countering anything. Like you're playing against Lycan and Undying. It's not gonna be some big black holes you're gonna cancel on top of that as well. But it is a strong laner, right? The Silencer. Maybe they're gonna put it against Undying, which you know, stops him a little bit from decaying, but they usually play it as a +5, right?
LGD, I think so,
10 seconds remaining.
And from Liquid, they're just making this solid push strategy that they love. The Lycan has been flexed for them as well, between Mickey and Zai.
I would love to see Planet play more of the damage there. I didn't really notice until later I saw, but Planet actually did 43k hero damage last game. By far the highest on his team on his techies. So just sneaking in that damage somehow, but him being on a more of a playmaker or damage dealer instead of Silencer, I would love to see for LGD.
Yeah, I mean, Techies is still in the pool, and he had a massive impact previous game still.
He did. I would say he was not the problem.
Nope. We'll see if Team Liquid lets it be in the pool.
Yeah, Naga obviously is getting banned. Oh, there you go.
Never mind, they do not.
I mean, I'm also very confused about the Silencer pick here. Maybe they're getting in their heads too much, or they just love the hero.
I think maybe like Roman said, they often pick this hero just as like a small pairing with some kind of initiation, so you'd see a lot with like Bat Rider or something just to protect the jump.
Yeah.
So in this case, they're kind of protecting the Primal Beast jump. And then I think they probably figured like this hero might be banned a little bit later on. They just add some team fight to their lineup, and then they have second pick so they can try to construct 2 better lanes out of the next phase.
Yeah, it just feels a lot of all in on like what they. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, but ideally you want it to be good for your draft and also good against the opponent's draft. Where this feels purely just kind of like for their idea of they want to initiate with Primal and Silencer's going to press global, but not really taking into the fact that he's going to be laning against like a Lycan, Undying in the game. There's a Tombstone down. Like global won't help you with that. So a lot has to happen. A lot has to happen here if this Primal doesn't have a good game, then Silencer won't have a game either. We saw last game.
10 seconds
I like the
remaining.
Brood pickup from PSG.LGD. It's also a very big flex for them.
5 seconds
They've shown it already, and it's just like a very robust hero in this patch, I feel. I love seeing the Lycan and Brood Mother more in these games just because I kind of predicted before going to this tournament that they're gonna be the ones that, you know, gonna be showing a lot on this major. Just purely because like all the other universal heroes has been nerfed, and these two are still like pretty strong.
Yeah. I mean, that was a good question. If they global and tombstones down, you can still bunker or grab ally, right? You can't global silence a tombstone.
I don't think. I mean, it does the global silence creeps though, right?
The tombstone.
I don't think it's just he can't grab, right?
Yeah, so you can probably still bunker while global. Might make a difference this game. We'll have to see. And Liquid now they're gonna go for the Leshrac and Spearbreaker. I don't want to see the Lesh last game, but they went for Pudge instead.
What makes this a good Leshrac game?
We saw, I believe it was Abed playing Lesh against the Primal. It seemed like a good answer in the laning stage. He played versus Carl's Primal, and I think he stomped him super hard. They still lost the game, but the mid lane matchup looks like it's pretty good versus the Primal Beast.
Yeah. We did see what happens if you shut down the Primal Beast early. There's not that much that he can do afterwards.
But it looks like a free Primal against mid game. They have no really good way of stopping him other than Spirit Breaker or just charging him in. Other heroes don't really do as much to stop him.
And overall, they're kind of low on the old disables on the side of Team Liquid, other than the Split Earth from Leshrac.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the Lesh pickup even without seeing... I mean, you see two cores so far that both kind of need to be in there, or like in your face to get things done, and so Lesh obviously punishes heroes that have to do that, and they don't really have any... They don't have much reach, and I would say even like not that much burst to just be able to kill Lesh, so it starts to limit like some of their last pick options a little bit, so I do like this choice in the second phase.
Yeah. If I was Liquid this game, I'd think a lot about playing around mid lane, helping this Leshrac out, because the supports of LGD, they have nothing to stop charge from the Spirit Breaker, and they're really level heavy. Like, you need your levels on Phoenix, you need your levels on Silencer. They're not going to be very good about skirmishing around this mid lane. And if you take the fight there, I think you'd have a big advantage on Liquid, whereas I think LGD, they kind of want their Primal to just be undisturbed in the mid lane and play more on the side lanes, maybe go to the Brood's lane and gank.
Yeah. Both of these teams seems to be like in disables.
Yeah.
LGD lineup also has one Primal Beast and nothing else except that. No stuns, only Phoenix Nova. But that's it.
And Liquid instantly realizes that and bans the Faceless Void. Because it's not easy to get reliable stun from your carry.
Yeah, and that really limits the last pick options again for LGD, right? Because I love how Liquid's lineup is already sort of built around the Slash when they pick it, because if you pick like some kind of flimsier range core to try to deal with Leshrac, then you have the issues with the Lycan and lane or just being run down on the backline. So like I do feel like this Lesh right now is set up to have a really good game. Unless, I guess one thing LGD could consider is if maybe they want to flex the Primal and pick up some kind of mid-ranged core that scales and will do damage to the Lesh. Because I think if you pick like a Drow or something, like that's like a little too exploitable, but yeah, what do you guys think about that? Some kind of ranged mid-core. I don't know, like maybe Lina, Shadow Fiend, something like that.
For Liquid or LGD?
For LGD.
I don't think they'll go.
I want LGD to pick Marcy carry.
They have done it in the past.
Yeah, I want the. I kind of want another stun. Someone that like punishes for hitting the egg. Void would have been the best for sure.
It does seem a bit greedy that Liquid decided to go for the Terrorblade on top of the Leshrac and Lycan. Like, seems like these three cores are gonna be farming a lot, and there's no much, you know, space making potential. Only Boxy is gonna be like doing the heavy lift.
No pressure.
We'll have to see what they can do. I mean, the Drow got more interesting, but for Lycan, always something that's a little difficult.
Yeah, and the Spirit Breaker.
Troll's kind of a dead hero, but Troll versus TB and Lycan's okay. I'm still
I feel like they need something like just Mars and go for the team fight and hope that this Brood. But it's gonna be hard times for Brood to carry the game against Lycan, Lesh, and Terrorblade.
And I think PSG always goes for a Neo on the Brood, no?
I think Shiro has played it.
He's played it.
Okay.
It
they can flex it.
they can actually go for a faster tempo option here because they can try to ride the early game of Primal into a faster game, which is against their usual sort of playstyle. But like you said, LGD Liquid's draft feels a little bit greedy and slow this game, so
I feel
maybe
like
they can get away with that.
Doom might be a good option for them as well.
I'm still on the Marcy train here. I feel like playing Doom versus Lycan and TB might be a little... And Lesh. It's probably not the best Doom game ever, but it is faster tempo. You want to put yourself in a position where you want to have to shut down these heroes, or do you want to pick a hero that can scale into the late game? Is pretty much what they're debating right now. And they want to go for the late game, even into the Lesh rack.
It's quite a nice pick actually. They only have Leshrac to stop the PL. Other than that, the 4 heroes of Liquid are pretty free for PL.
Even more emphasis, I think, on this mid lane matchup. I don't know how you're going to shut down a Leshrac with these supports. So a lot on nothing to say to have a decent game. But Nisha, he's their only hero that can deal with this PL. So he has to have a good game.
There's also not much to stop the Brute Spiderlings. Just like the laning is decent, yes, with Undying, but after Broodmother hits level 6, the only one hero can stop the Brute is Nisha, and he has to like be around the top lane. And he also has to stop the, PL. So it's gonna be a lot on Boxy and Nisha rotations this game to make the advantage early on.
I like Liquid once more. I think this Lesh is like super enabled this game. I think he's going to have a really good game. I think he has great like partners in this game to keep him alive and let him deal with the PL. And I just think this is a little bit away from LGD's preferred playstyle, so I like Liquid this game as well.
So Liquid's going to get away with their greed. That's what you're saying?
I think so.
I don't think so. I think this is LGD's game here.
Yeah. How late can they? Like how early can they go? Like at what point does Liquid line up, scale in better?
I think just Nisha has to always be top network this game for them to have a chance. And if they somehow manage to kill him a few times or Nisha doesn't have the best game and PL's farming up there, it's going to be a pretty easy PL game.
All right. All eyes on the mid lane then. All eyes on Nisha Leshrac to see if Team Liquid can get a 2-0 out of this one, or maybe PSG.LGD forces out a game number 3. We're finding out together with Cap and SVG.
And it is very important for them to be able to force that Game 3 and hell to win the series, because top 8 is particularly important for PSG.LGD. And if they win this series, that's what they're in. They're in the points, Avery. And if they're in the points, they're going to TI, guaranteed.
Dang.
A lot on the line. You're already down a game in the series.
Yeah, it's a time to show up or go home and play in China qualifiers, and then
probably
they
win
can
anyway,
make it later. But that doesn't feel as good.
Sure.
It's not like, we got him, boys.
Yeah.
Struck a blow against Western Europe.
That is actually pretty important, because Western Europe has been dominating outside of some Eastern Europe performances, but China hasn't been able to showcase that they're going to be strong enough to be able to win a TI. And it all starts with bringing down the Liquid's Gaimin Gladiators quest. Like, you got to be able to knock down one of them. And the one who is in your way right now is Team Liquid, and they're going to keep the faith in their Primal Beast for nothing to say, Avery.
I don't blame them. This hero is very good for how they draft, because the rest of their heroes are pretty damn greedy. So, like, if you would have picked these 4 heroes for LG, what else are you going to pick mid outside of Primal that can pick up the slack in terms of not needing a lot of farm to get a lot done? The problem is, like the panel was mentioning, the Phoenix and the Silencer are not very fast at playing around the Primal, and they're pretty bad on the map versus the TB and the Lycan Illusions with the Leshrac who can push down some towers. So I'm concerned. I think Liquid have, I don't want to say full tempo control of this game, because Brood can do weird things, but if they ever get in a position where they're pushing Roshan early with a fast Helm of the Overlord on Zai, which he should have here, because I don't think he shut down, they're in a very solid position to end this game. And yeah, 4 runes.
4 bounty runes for Liquid. They outclicked all of them, and they might get first blood.
An absolute disaster here for LGD before the game even starts, and that is not what their lineup wants to do, because as I was saying, Helm of the Overlord Lycan should give you Rosh at 15-16 minutes for Liquid in an ideal scenario, and you're going high ground at like 20-25.
Yeah.
That is what the Terrorblade pick does. This Terrorblade pick is not, I'm going to win late game with Terrorblade, because it does not win late game here. What the Terrorblade pick does is it takes the Aegis and it hits your high ground at like very early in the game compared to a lot of other carries. especially with Lycan to back it up. You have Undying for Tombstone Vision on the high ground plus Sustain, and a Leshrac who can be really tanky with Fast Bloodstone +1 and help you with some Edict damage. That is what Liquid are looking for in this game, and I expect them to hit it pretty hard here, especially considering they are basically already winning 3 lanes.
This is a little rough, because not only did you get all 4 bounty runes, but you also killed the enemy ward. So Nisha is way ahead of Nothing to Say already, and I think you've pretty much heavily outlined Nothing to Say's performance and how integral it's going to be to stopping the early game of Liquid.
I mean, he is LG's early game here.
Yeah, there's nothing else.
They have a Phoenix with 0 stuns. They have a Silencer versus Wolves. This matchup's absolutely terrible. It's like borderline unplayable for most of the game.
Yeah.
There's not even much to combo Global off of, because again, they don't have too many stuns. And then it's just a Phantom Brood who need to farm. They're going to be scary later, but for the first 20 minutes, wet pool noodle status, you know?
Yeah.
It's a lot that LG are going to have to make up here. Liquid, somewhere their coach is laughing right now.
One start would definitely be winning this side lane. I'm not sure if Brood can do that, though. I mean, Phoenix is all right against Undying in lane. Ranged hero, has the attack speed slow against the heavy right clicks of the Undying. But at least when the Terrorblade is metamorphosed, there's nothing you could really do.
They also just have a straight level advantage up here a little bit. And making the most out of this level 1 meta. I do expect this lane to go better for LGD over the long term. Like Brood Phoenix scaling into this TB Undying should be very good. At some point, Mickey will probably leave. It's just, are you going to get damage done during that period? And what's going to happen elsewhere on the map? Planet going in.
Yeah, he did. Dove in, and Mickey almost dead, and he will manage to get that first blood. In fact, Planet is going to help deal with the Tombstone. Never mind. In fact, Mew, I think he's going to be run down here. Meanwhile, they killed Nothing to Say. Yeah, Insania did get that double kill off the Tombstone. So, yeah, I guess you got the first blood, but blood in the water all over the place in these other lanes.
This is definitely worth it for LGD up here to get the XP and the gold on Brood, take Mickey out of the lane, but what happened mid is not good at all, as Nisha is already snowballing this game, taking advantage of the matchup counterpick to the Primal, the disadvantage of picking it early for LGD. And once again, NTS is just left out to dry, man. I don't know who can help him here. His matchup is not an easy one. He's getting ganked. He still has to pick up the early game for LGD. It's too much on his back. The responsibility, God. There's too much responsibility.
Yeah, seriously. They gotta be able to help him out a little bit more. If he gets charged, what's he gonna do? Ask for a silencer TP?
I think it's even worse if you ask for it. Just accept your fate. They're gonna rotate wide top to the gate. It did get scanned, so Mickey again. I think he's dead again, though.
Yeah, it's they're doing a nice job, be able to run him down. Dive, plus a little bit more at a stick, but Mickey actually is able to turn it around with Insania, and they get the kill. Insania already on a killing spree.
That's just a super heads-up play by Liquid. They called the gate move, maybe off a Wolf Scout. They scanned it, and then Mickey knows to run down instead of up. Ends up getting the turnaround kill instead of the gank for Y, which has been generally successful for LG, and now Y is dead.
Yeah, run down underneath the tower. Planet's going to be back into play here, but I don't think he has Fire Spirits out. But he does have a Blood Grenade, though, and the Blood Grenade does help to get the kill. New is going to be a little bit low. Stick charges will keep him over the line, though, and he'll try and heal back up here.
It's only level 1 Insatiable, but it should keep him in lane, and LG doing their best to fight around the one hero they can fight around, the Brood here. Not a hero you necessarily want to fight around with this many heroes this early as you sap some of the XP. There's just nowhere else to go. I guess upside is Shiro gets some solo time, but the solo time is not great down here versus Lycan, who just punches you back. All these lanes, small pressure points Liquid are taking advantage of, and the extra Spirit Breaker Roam, a hero that can really quickly pick up the pace. Already back to Shiro bottom. Oh, you left him alone?
Lots of damage.
I'll take advantage of that.
Shiro, doppelgangers, they found the real one.
Did they find the real one?
They did. Boxy, second guessing himself, does manage to get caught by Nothing to Say, who's going to go for the double here. If he can get it, fantastic. Well worth his time, but sadly a TP away from Zai, or a fake TP, will get Nothing to Say off of him.
That's still worth, because he's actually saved Shiro too. Those wolves are going to kill him if that charge doesn't come through. In fact, they're still biting him here. He's in trouble. Is he dead?
Turns around, he fights the wolves, almost dies.
Yeah, Shiro's in a world of his own hurt down here. I don't think this charge will be able to connect in time.
No.
But your towers are taking a beating while all this map movement's happening. Y has to go mid to try and salvage that. Very fast tempo here from Liquid. They're going to be all over the place. The wolves are going to help. They're going to give the vision, connect with the charges, drop the tombstones for these fights. You're going to start forcing LGD off these lanes. Outside of the Brood one.
But again, nothing to say here. Just picked up his phase boots. Will be able to jump away before a charge can hit him. Still not level 6.
No, and Nisha is. He's just looking for the bottom gank because they know Shiro TP'd back here. This is a beautiful read. Pretty much a guaranteed Phantom Lancer kill.
Yeah, no way he can really get away from this unless he manages to juke them out with an illusion.
Pretty good.
Yeah, the splitter, the TP's coming in. Unfortunately, the bash, and just, again, the damage. You cannot get away from this Leshrac.
And triple teleport just to watch their carry die.
I mean, they do have level 6 on nothing to say, so he can grab something here. Nisha is going to be able to turn around with Split Earth, though. Nothing to say, charges through Boxy, gets the kill, and looks to get out.
I mean, Y is dead to the wolf. This isn't even level 6 for Zai.
Oh yeah, completely body blocking him in, Planet. He's probably going to die too. Nisha will be given the mana thanks to Insania having arcane boots already off of the early kills in lane.
All these little snowball things going Liquid's way, getting early utility items, boosting up their cores on the map. Wisdom Rune is picked up by Shiro, barely ahead of that illusion, which was heading to deny it. So he salvages that a little bit for LGD, but man, this is going to be a slow game from them if they ever recover it. And it's coming all down to the Brood and the Primal here. How much can they stem the bleeding, defend their towers? That's why the mass TPs are coming out for LGD. They don't want to give up early tier 1s versus Lycan and Terrorblade lineup.
Yeah. With
a Spear Breaker can charge you on the map, that's just a death sentence, right? Like, the second Liquid have more space than you to operate.
Maybe you need a kill like this.
Picked off.
Real badly. Stop Mickey from getting his level 6. Good execution.
Yeah, the gate ganks has been something that has worked for LGD very well.
Yes.
Something they have abused more than almost any other team.
Yeah, well, you're talking about in Game 1, how the Western European teams play a lot around mid. China has been mostly gate.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, that's because they created a gate from the east to the west, and Sumail took it.
That's true.
Gates are wide open, Cap. I'm waiting for the Chinese player to come to NA and revive the region.
It's an open door policy.
I'm just saying, faith beyond you. There's an invitation.
Of course, anytime, any team.
Anytime you want to come to NA and form Team Dog 2,
please.
I got some boys waiting.
Would you, if Faith Beyond came to you and said, Avery, you're the most brilliant captain I've ever met.
You assume that hasn't happened.
Please, can we please form a Dota team? Would you come out of retirement?
I'm just saying you better have Kyle on your speed dial. You're gonna need new casting partners. Planet will pay the price here to a charge. The Wolves have done some work this game, as Zai has not even needed to use his ult, has made his impact felt. Honestly, the numbers don't look too bad for LGD though. I feel like this game has just been all Liquid, but
yeah, considering how they're getting run over.
Something.
Yeah.
I guess it's like the Brood parody. That's the thing. Like the Brood it's a good Brood game. I don't think they have much to interact with him outside of Spear Breaker charges later with heroes with enough farm to kill him, but otherwise Mew should be pretty free. And Mickey, he has 3 deaths, right? It's not been that great a game for the Terrorblade. As much as we were talking about the Phantom Lancer, I mean, they're basically tied at the bottom here.
Yeah.
So this game there's a lot of parity in this game. LG's not too far behind, and they kept their mid tower high HP, which was really important. If that mid tower had gone down earlier to like some extra edicts or just Liquid bringing heroes, dropping Tombstone, whatever, I think the map looks very tough for LG to play. But now they have this to play around. It's a decent position to hold and take a defensive fight with support ults if you can get there before the Wolf starts knocking.
Yeah, and that is the problem, right? And that's the big difference between all these heroes. The support levels and gold difference is massive. Planet, he's got 1 dive to try and get out of here. And the charge is going to come through, hits him, can't quite kill him. Boxy actually didn't go for that 1 hit. He'll let Zai come back and try and get it, but no, he doesn't want to die in tier 2. A little bit too dicey.
They got the Helm Creep out of that as well. Zai creates another Helm Creep off a Flag Bearer. Which will run around a bit, but that's a wasted Lycan ult. Did not get much done for Liquid. Space for the Brood, space for the Phantom Lancer, who moved his way top. and some extra gold for NTS. So this is pretty much what LGD want. They want to just react to Liquid's moves, try and get as much out of them as they can, while their other cores continue to farm up.
Well, they force a rotation bottom, and then they immediately take mid.
This is the downside. Your mid tower pays the price eventually. I think that is a tower LGD would have liked to have gotten a full team fight out of, but they just didn't have the support ults to take it, as they are still lacking level 6 on both.
Okay, I don't know if you want to be up here, man.
Where else does he go?
Go bottom. I feel like there's they've created a fair amount of space, a lot of jungle area to take over there.
Oh, it's easy for you to say. You're not in the game.
Yeah, well, that the commentators.
You're not playing on Team Liquid, where every 3 seconds Nisha yells, "My camp."
Mine. I'm the best player in the world, not you, Mickey. Smoke up on 2, Insania and Mickey.
Mickey, that voice line was about me. You remember that, kid.
I don't think I'm the best player, but I'm better than you. Neo is going to be run into here, but as you said, without the Spirit Breaker, they don't really have a way to connect and follow up on the Broodmother.
No, he's actually pretty tanky for them to just go on unless they can get the Lesh on top of him.
I mean, they're swacking at him. They do have the charge now, but he's kind of far away.
Extra bash doesn't hurt.
Oh, the extra bash plus the ultimate will get him in range.
I mean, they smoke a lot of heroes up here. That's the Lesh they need for the kill. That's a good find for Liquid. Might cost them on the other side.
Uh-oh. They have Sentry, right?
Roxy too greedy on that rune. LGD get a small punish, but that's definitely very favorable for Liquid as they're just farming everything up. And yeah, these supports are just cruising. I mean, even Insania is just killing neutral camps with Decay here.
Yeah, they got the early Arcane boots. They got early Phase boots for the Spirit Breaker.
That's the nice thing about this new Decay, dealing double to creeps. You can actually farm a lot with this hero, way more than you used to. Part of the reason he went up to that first pick priority.
Sure.
I don't know, if you give a Dota hero a spell that suddenly does double damage to creeps, I feel like every time it has happened, the heroes become first phase, except Clinks.
Yeah, Clinks is still, Clinks has been having an identity crisis for quite some time.
I still think Valve hates that. I swear, like, there was one guy who designed Clinks at Valve, and they hate that guy. And so forever, they just curse the hero.
Why would they hate that guy? Maybe they hated the voice actor who voiced him. They're like, you know what? Your hero's just never going to see play.
Yeah, maybe.
Then what? Let me ask you, what did OD do?
You talking about OD Pixel?
No.
Outworld.
I think Valve likes him.
Dumpster can?
Yeah.
I honestly think Valve is just confused with that one.
Yeah.
I don't think they hate OD. I think they just don't know what he's supposed to do.
I mean, if Clinks is having an identity crisis, OD lost his identity.
Name me what OD's passive does right now.
I don't.
You can't. Nobody in the world can. You know why? Because nobody knows what this hero's supposed to do. Is he stealing mana? Is he amping mana? Is he supposed to have a lot of mana? Are you supposed to have a lot? Are you supposed to have a little? Is it an intelligence thing? Like, is he a universal? Maybe he could have been. Are you supposed to buy 8 toes? Are you supposed to buy Ags? Is he a save? Is he an aggressive initiation? Is Mickey dead? Yes, he is. Does he wish he was OD? No, because the hero's terrible. That's why, man. The hero's too damn confusing.
Better to be a dead TB than an alive OD.
Yeah, way better than Centaur for sure. That's the thing, you know. There's always somebody lurking out you that's worse.
There's always someone lower on the totem pole.
That's right. As LGD continue to try and keep their status quo in this game, Zai pushing towards that Helmet of Overlord. That is going to be the big timing for Liquid. And it is approaching 15-16 minutes, which is right where you want it in the sweet spot for that first Roshan. This is where LGD really would like to punish the Lycan. They can line it up. Just so damn hard. He's so tanky. You have Undying behind him. This Bloodstone Lesh is already online. Your tier 2 is gone.
They spot him, but nothing to say. It's actually being hit by the Helmet Dom creep, so I think maybe there would have been a plan there. Okay, let's just blink and try and blow up the Leshrac, but
I do like that LG are going early support items, like they went Earn on Planet and Veil on Y. I think this is a decent idea. Just amp up the early spell damage, play through NTS, get as much done as you can in the limited windows you're going to have it. Like Nisha here, you got to be able to try and go for this kill. They're going to commit everything.
Yeah. Everything.
If they brought New in, though, this is really good, because now you can follow up on this committal that otherwise would have been very heavy.
Yeah, get the kill on Insania, take the tower. A lot you can get out of this one.
That's a nice move by LGD, and again, the early little items help them have the confidence to go for that play, especially Blink on NTS.
Sure.
You with the connection, early mech here, looking for mech into pipe. They're going to have some auras to help their 5-man as well, and this game is not looking too bad. I think the Overlord timing is still going to be very strong for Liquid, so like, I'm not looking at these net worths and thinking this game is going well for LGD, but they can keep finding these openings.
You got to respect this ultimate, because your status resistance does nothing to it. That's the problem with Pulverize. BKB and status resistance are both countered by this ultimate.
And this is the type of game that LGD won out of the Primal Beast. Him carrying that 3-man hit squad in the early game while the other 2 heroes find the farm.
Right.
Because now NTS, he was 0-5 last game. He's 5-1 this game. That is a very strong difference, especially in terms of how well he's going to scale.
How are they doing this better?
He's top net worth.
He is. How are they doing this better with Phoenix Silencer than Arana Techies?
I mean,
these
honestly,
are fundamentally worse heroes to work with the Primal Beast, but they're playing better.
They're not that bad if you have the levels. Like, Phoenix Silencer's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage.
Okay. Well, they didn't have the levels. Not until recently.
No, but I agree. They're making it work way better than last game with slightly difficult heroes, and it's just about being in the right place with the
Once
right
again,
hero.
the Nether Strike pushes him back into Nisha.
That should be Roche. And it's a bad spot to die in. I mean, there's nowhere else new can really play, but that's just a damn good smoke by Liquid. Exactly to the part of the map they want to be in. Helm of the Overlord done. Right on cue. Send the Dragon in the pit. Buff Mickey up. And easy Roshan. They'll probably put the Aegis on Nisha here for the first one, I would think. I don't think Mickey wants the first one unless he really wants to push high ground early.
Yeah, surely you've got a lot of towers still to get through. I feel like high ground is a bit of a bold assumption.
Yeah, I think you're looking at second Roche for that.
Yeah.
And so I think you let Mickey just farm. You give this one Nisha, you go play around with him. Maybe another tier 2 is on the menu, outpost, some aggressive jungle control. As LGD continue to try and push this to the late game with their farm. They do have the early Ags on Shiro with the Phantom Lancer, so the Phantom Lancer can join these fights. His damage output will be decent. He will probably have Diffusal before the next real big engagement here.
What do you think about Lincoln's for nothing to say his Primal Beast? Is New also going to get one?
Maybe later on. I mean, you block some of these charges, Liquid don't have another initiation, and NTS continues to just pummel people into the dirt. Liquid have not respected this Blink Primal on the mid lane. That is for sure. Giving up a lot of freebies here. And a lot of their vision is on the side lane, so they're just not seeing where NTS is going.
Shapeshift's going to be used to hunt down the supports here.
Okay, well, he's gone.
Yeah. And Phoenix might be run down as well. It's going to be hard for him to get this far away.
Do you egg?
Try and disappear into the trees, TP out. Split Earth is going to be there to stop him.
LG give up both supports to the Wolf ult. That's probably going to be an inevitable for a lot of this game. There's not much control for the summons just running in. I mean, that is the Silencer Lycan matchup. What can you do? You can buy Ghost Scepter, and then he buys Nullifier, and then what do you do?
Yeah. I was going to say, like, when he was talking, you were talking about the Veil. I was like, well, you could get a Ghost Scepter or a Force Staff, but it's really not going to save you against the Lycan. He'll hunt you down anyway.
Yeah, better to just throw everything out there and then yeet yourself into Valhalla. Both teams working towards their auras here. That Lincoln's on NTS, man. That is a... I mean, it feels great versus the Breaker. There's limited to break it here. It's okay versus Sunder later.
But the way he's playing, it means that he can't confidently blink, like if he went BKB, right? Blink, BKB, Pulverize. Nothing stops him. Except Nether Strike.
I mean, there's not much stopping him. I don't know if... The one concern I would have with the lack of BKB is like the Leshrac killing you. BKB is good versus the Lesh here.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. It's an interesting item choice. We'll see if it works out for him in these later fights with blocking the big 2 spells.
It would have made more sense if the Broodmother went that, because Broodmother is in charge of, like, lane upkeep, right?
I just don't think he can really show anyway, but I agree. I would have expected if there were a hero to buy Link in this game, it would have been the Brood. He might still get one way later on. I think Mew probably has other plans, though, with this mech. Into Pipe, into Greaves, it'll probably be Hex after, right? I think that is like your default build-up here.
Sure.
And, I mean, the Greaves and the Pipe are going to be good for LGD here. Like, Liquid's damage is not... It's not too burst-oriented. You kind of want the long fight with the Tombstone and the Lesh depleting his whole mana pool. So if you can save the initial go with the auras here. Let's see if it'll save him.
Yu shows himself for a second. Pipe, Global Silence going to be used. Now, the Bloodstone was also used on Nisha. But remember, he has that Aegis. Nether Strike going to bump back the Silencer. They have the Egg. Not going to be able to, can they protect it, actually? Waiyu Smile does die to the creeps, and the Egg is going to successfully explode, getting the kill on Insania. And the Slam, actually, they're able to kill the Aegis on the Leshrac. He doesn't have Bloodstone either, but maybe running out of damage. Shiro, he's trying to assault the back line. They finish up Boxy, trying to stay away from Nisha. Poke at him. Now they can commit. Back in. He's low, and they go back in with nothing to say. Just stop that TP. He'll die for it, but boy, what a great fight for LGD. And a great thunder from Nikkei, but he didn't get it on a hero. He went through an illusion. That means he's got nothing left in the tank except for maybe to kill Mew, but he can't get that. A TP away, but no, the magic damage is there. Zai TP is away, but he's also denied.
What a fight from LG. That is not an easy fight at all, but the Egg was just in too good of a position. It baits Zai a little bit by some time. You get 2 full sun rays off. All you lose is Silencer at the start, and your Brood and your Phantom Lancer have a free fight with that defusal timing for Shiro.
Amazing 2 for 6 exchange.
Yeah, that is.
Aegis.
I don't even know how Nisha died so fast both times. He's just dying to Phantom Lancer and NTS.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Ags went to work there.
I mean, it's really Shiro. Like, we're looking at this fight. Shiro did 7,500 damage in this fight.
Yeah.
It is all Phantom Lancer, getting the Ags, getting the defusal. That is the exact point at which LGD want to take a skirmish, and they get it very deep around a tier 2. It's just too far to go for the Egg. You're wasting a lot of this wolf form. And NTS, he has a good read of this engagement. Goes in on the back line. I thought the Tombstone was going to cause him more problems here because you still have decent duration on it, but LGD just kite this fight out really nicely. Now, this is where NTS probably wishes he had BKB.
Sure.
But, hey, he got the job done, and, I mean, you can't blame him. This guy goes back in. He knows what his job is.
Man, those illusions destroyed Nisha before he could get off, before he could do enough damage to kill them.
This matchup is not what it used to be, I can assure you. It is not fun, especially if the Phantom Lancer gets to, like, Heart, Mage Slayer territory, whatever. I mean, Solo Lesh is not going to stop Phantom Lancer's game.
Yeah. A big part for me, he used the Bloodstone on his first life, right? He has the Aegis. You didn't.
Yeah, and it didn't connect on anything either.
Yeah.
Also, the vessel was completed for Planet.
Oh, yeah.
Again, he rushes this vessel. Early itemization paying off here for LGD. They just need to win some of these early fights. I think they're going to be way more confident in this game. Lead is back down to 0. If you're Liquid, you really need this next Roche, and you need to get a lot done with it.
Yeah.
I guess you can scale your Spirit Breaker here. Like, Boxy has found a lot of farm in this game.
He's killed a lot of spiders, but Nisha's dead again. Global Sound, Supernova, they know how important this Leshrac is to shutting down the Phantom Lancer. And as you said, if the matchup is worse than before and they get these kills on him, Shiro is going to take over this game.
This almost feels like a shift from last time where Liquid shut down NTS, and LGD, they are just shutting down Nisha.
Yeah.
It wasn't as much focused on the laning phase, but man, have they hurt him in this mid game. A third big death for the Lesh before he gets to that BKB and can deal with the burst. They see him, they commit everything. They know it's guaranteed. It's been a really nice committal from LGD every time, and it will give them a gold lead in this game for the first time at 24 minutes here.
Maybe the first time in the entire series.
That actually might be true, yeah. That would be a crazy stat, but this is where this team shines, right? If they can draw these games out and be in an even position at 30 minutes, I feel like they tend to win more of those games than almost any other team. So this is going to be a test for Liquid right here. They still have a decent shot to win this game if they get next Roshan and they can push the advantage with the Terrorblade timings, especially if they can get these BKBs up, because BKBs are very good versus LGD. We cannot underestimate that, right? You're bypassing both the supports. The Primal really sucks when those durations are long. And he's better than he was before, but damage-wise, you should get a good Sunder off. Nisha should live way longer. That window with the Aegis and the Wolf finishing an AC for Zai is going to be really good for Liquid, and I think that is their window to take this game if they want to take it. You go later than that, and it's going to get real spooky real fast, because this is not a 6th net worth Primal. It is a first 2 net worth Primal for NTS, and that is a big difference, especially with his matchups this game.
Do you think, so the timing that they went for that Nisha kill, it actually works out really well, where basically their cooldowns are going to be up around the time Roshan could spawn. Do you think that is a conversation you actually have as LGD? Like, guys, let's go hunt Nisha. We're willing to use these cooldowns because we'll have them back up for a Roshan fight.
I think it's hard to think about the exact Roche timing, but I think they are thinking about it in terms of, hey, if we commit both our support ults for a Leshrac kill, one, he's high level, he's going to be dead for half of that cooldown anyway, and Liquid are not going to make a move without the Lesha scheme.
Okay.
So you're basically like, you know, or what are we looking at? A 60-second downtime?
Yeah.
That's pretty reasonable here.
Yeah. And they get him back up. Roshan is going to be in 2 minutes, but both the support ultimates are back up into play for PSG.LGD. Liquid didn't really get a whole lot done during that window.
No, they're just farming for their next set of items. It was AC for Zai and the BKBs for the other 2 cores. They're still a ways away from that, though. Nisha almost has his, but Mickey's is going to be a long time, so
now the heart is
take
done.
This fight without it.
No, hearts are done, excuse me. Nothing to say. And Shiro's Phantom Lancer.
That's a lot of HP out of nowhere.
I feel like heart in these sort of lineups is like a tipping item, where it's like, if now you have this huge boost of HP. If you get any follow-up item after this that increases your survivability, I feel like fights are just kind of done. You just run out of damage a lot of the times.
Liquid could run into a damage problem here. That's where it almost falls to Boxy to pick it up a bit. Like, get multiple charges off, land a big ult, you can focus down a target.
Yeah.
The Breaker can do a decent amount of damage. He also has Planar Pocket here, which might catch Pulverize, right?
Yeah, redirect Pulverize. Again, the status resistance wouldn't save you, but still be good.
I mean, you'd rather take it off of Nisha. As he's still looking for this BKB. Man, they are far away from Liquid. It felt like forever they're trying to get here. Yeah, I mean, if Roche were up, I actually think LGD would just do it right now.
Sure, why not? I mean, you have the Supernova. You could put the egg behind the pit. How does Liquid fight into that?
I don't think they do. I think their answer would be just a rat. Because you have to remember, there's Shard up on Lycan, there's Wolves pushing in these lanes, there's the Helm Creep, there's Terrorblade Illusions. Liquid don't have to take a fair fight this game.
Sure.
They can split the map. LGD are pretty bad at reacting to it, honestly, because they don't have mobile heroes, they don't have a bots hero. The Brood does not want to leave the area where the Brood is set up. And the supports can't necessarily shove the lanes too deep because they just die to the summons.
Yeah, it seems like nothing to say might need to go back for Boots of Travel at some point.
It would definitely make their lives easier. I just don't know if he can afford it.
Yeah.
And that is something Liquid can play around. Like, they're chipping this tier 3 bottom. Zai is constantly pushing in. Mickey can push it in. Don't have to take a fair fight.
And isn't that the, wasn't that the OG motto? Never take a fair fight?
Was that the motto?
I feel like that was one of the mantras. And the 2-time TI winners.
I feel like their motto,
following their idea.
I feel like their motto was just like, we're going to win because everybody else is worse. I feel like that was their motto. They go in a game and it's like
best.
40 minutes in and somebody asks, you know, are we going to win this game? And Seb's just like, yeah, because they suck. I was like, oh, all right. I didn't know that. Now I know that.
Yeah, we're going to win. We've got the best carry in the world.
Yeah, we're just better, guys. I mean, that's a good motto to have. We're just better.
Yeah. I mean, that seems to be...
slogan.
Well, Quest's motto is apparently, we're just younger.
True. Yeah, see, that's what they were talking about in the interview. Sometimes that stuff goes a long way. It sounds memey, but... You know, I'll give that slogan to whatever team org that wants it. You know, Shopify, Rebellion, we're just better. They can have it.
It's a nice motto. We're going to give up Roshan. Liquid do not contest this. I'm not even sure if you could say they ratted, per se. They took a tier 2 mid.
Yeah, they did not get nearly as much pressure on this bottom lane as I thought they would. I don't know. That felt like a very dead period for Liquid, and I don't know if they're that good in this ultra late, man.
Yeah, are we missing something? Are they going to hit some bigger timing than we're anticipating?
I mean, they are farming well. Maybe their idea is that eventually LGD runs out of damage because you have like utility Brood, but I don't know if that's true, man. I feel like I have not seen Terrorblades win a lot of these ultra late games. I feel like the Terrorblade pick here was for the timings with the Lycan, especially around the second Roshan.
Sure.
Yeah. The Breaker can pick up some of it. Zai is going to start itemizing to help deal with the Phantom Lancer, but...
Also, I feel like I've watched these Broodmothers, like, if the utility Broodmother goes late game, it still starts putting out damage.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's going to get an AC next.
He's still going to be an issue. And like I said, this Primal is very farmed. This is not the kind of sack Primal from Late King who never got past that heart. He is going to get past the heart.
Yeah, and you get into this really dangerous territory where you have, like, BKB Lincolns, and then you have the 25 talent, maybe even both of the 25
His
talents.
talents are good.
Yeah.
They're poking Shiro down here.
Nice choice there. Last second,
Shiro
Manta to make sure no Nether Strike, and now Boxy's being burned out of all of his mana.
Yeah, he's just dying. This is a fight LG can take.
Yeah, no, he's going to go for it. Lincoln's going to break. We got the Pulverize onto the last rank. They're going to start burning through Nisha's mana. They have to back him up. Shiro's still committing, though. Shiro's going for it. The Bloodstone Nisha. He gets under to be able to help him out, but he's burned out of his mana. They're going to keep going. The charge on through into the tier 3s. Oh, LGD. This is deep, but if you can get it, it's worth it. Nisha popping his BKB, and they won't get it. And now PSG.LGD, they get out for free.
Silencer on the back to Zai, who rolls in.
And now he's out of wolf form.
Interesting he did not TP, I think.
Yeah, there was nothing to stop him.
Yeah, very curious. Maybe he wants to just draw them away, but I don't know. He'll sacrifice his life either way. Does get a support out of it. Forces LG to react to that instead of the other fight. That is a big problem for Nisha. If you don't pop the BKB early, let's say you're just getting poked, you start losing mana to this diffusal to your own spells. You don't have mana for BKB later on.
Yeah.
That is part of the problem in this Phantom Lancer Leshrac matchup. It is not that one-sided for Leshrac anymore. In fact, I feel like Phantom Lancer just beats Leshrac unless he has help. And he does not have help in clearing the illusions out this game. I mean, Zai is thinking about a Radiance here on a Lycan. That is how desperate they are for a PL solution. Right now, it is all LGD in the fights. They're going to push high ground at 30 minutes. I thought it would have been the other way around. They have really stalled out this game with some key Leshrac pickoffs. Liquid just not getting as much rat action done as I thought.
Yeah, they're trying now with the illusions, pushing in mid and bottom, but the real threat is taking your barracks.
Delaying for LGD here in game 2. They can look for more. Yeah, why not? They still have a Cheese and Aegis up for 2 minutes here. That's 5 lives between these 3 cores, even if both supports are dealing with waves.
Liquid
here, actually.
Anybody gonna show up here? Start mounting a defense now, PSG.LGD. See if they get caught. See if they fight back.
Just gonna watch them leave. Yeah. It's a sad, sad fate right now, as you, the ones who wanted to be pushing LG, are getting pushed in. And Shiva's done for NTS. He is very tanky.
Yeah, that's the item I'm talking about right there. You go for a heart, now you have the big attack speed slow plus the armor. You're going to have a hard time cutting down this big boy.
And remember, all this push is happening while Y has been sitting on bottom as a silencer. I mean, he can commit the global to help, but this is 4v5 for LGD. Boxy's going to get his BKB forced. The poke is just way too much right now.
Still have a minute left on the Aegis.
Initiation. Shiro's going to force it.
Yeah, might as well. He's got the extra life. Charge on through. He's going to hit you. No BKB this time. Yule's Scepter going to stop that bulldoze.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, he's dead.
Nice Yule's pickup as well here, stopping the breaker. Even more control.
What are they? Okay, finally finish him off here. He has a buyback. Liquid.
You still have Aegis here.
He's going to need all the resources. Yeah, you going to give up this second lane because of the Aegis? It's looking like it. Hold the buyback.
LG playing this cautiously.
Oh, what a buyback now. Immediate charge out.
Yeah, they want to force the fight when it's expiring.
See if he can kill Y. Yule Scepter stops him. They have the global silence to be able to turn around here. Get out the tombstone. PSG.LGD trying to get away from that one. The Scotty is slowing him down significantly here, but the Sunray, and they are having a hard time with damage. Nothing to say is not falling easily. New's putting out the damage. Shear's going for the backside, finishing off the Undying. Nothing to say is going to be able to skirt on by here. The Supernova is going to be used, and nothing to say.
It gonna live?
With a Pulverize, the Supernova, it'll explode. The egg dies, and now PSG.LGD are in trouble without that extra bit of life. Shiro is still strong, though. Shiro, that's the hero you got to work out for, and look at him. They get on top of Mickey. Thunder. Mickey gets a little bit more. He's going for the kill.
He got him.
Yes, but he gets the kill. Nothing to say. Kills them both and gets away. Shiro is now going to run down the rest of Liquid. There is nothing left in the tank.
NTS never turns his back on a fight, and the reinitiations were beautiful this game as LGD pull it back in game 2. And a very precarious one. Like, that felt like it could have gone either way if Liquid run a little bit more away from it. And I go back to that 15-20 minute mark for Liquid. Something went wrong for them there. The way the map was being played, or the way they were building up for that second Roshan, giving up the Leshrac pickoffs, giving up a couple Undying picks on the mid lane. The vision was either weird, or they expected something different from LGD. Maybe not expecting those 3 heroes in the Phoenix, Silencer, and Primal to be as fast as they were and just commit the ults on the Leshrac. But hey, that slowed this game down a lot. Nisha did not have much help in terms of him being able to run into those ults and take that fight or turn it around. And they just built themselves a lead through the mid lane. Kind of the reverse of last game. This time around, nothing to say 9-2 and 12. Nisha sitting at the 3 and 4. I mean, the damage numbers, they're there, but not as impactful. And LGD make that Primal work. They kept their
that's
faith.
a very important point.
They were rewarded.
Yeah, kept the faith, and they were able to turn around after a rough start in this game, too, turning around the series, in fact, and pushing us to a Game 3. All very important for LGD, because now it feels like, you know, this is a team you can really believe in to win this tournament if you can actually just keep this momentum going. We'll see whether or not they can, though, keep the series momentum going into a Game 3 as we head back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. Indeed, it is a tie, and that means we will have the deciding third game of this series. We're going to have Rezo, Fear, and Jack talk about the second game that just happened, as it didn't really happen the way we thought. Again, 2 times in a row here. We said Leshrac was going to pop off, which he did, Fear, but we thought that was enough for Team Liquid to win the game off of it.
I said he had to stay top for like the entirety of the game. I feel like the moment he loses that #1 net worth spot and PL ever goes above him, the other 4 heroes just don't do anything versus the PL. And just if you only have one problem to take care of, if you're LGD, your game plan's pretty simple. And that's exactly what they did. And I was really impressed by Nothing to Say this game. Still didn't have the greatest laning stage, but his rotations this game were on point.
I mean, to me, it feels like Leshrac usually is not like he can't out carry the PL by himself. He usually needs some support from other roles. And this patch specifically, like, it feels like Leshrac with this Bloodstone nerf is such a slow hero. Like, I usually see these players playing Leshrac, and they always like below half mana, and it's very hard to make any rotation or like any moves when you're that low in mana on this hero. And it's just like it's been struggle. I feel like Leshrac is not a good hero anymore. You just need to go for something else.
I thought this was going to be a pretty free Lesh game, but like you said, those changes have changed the calculus a bit on the scaling, I guess. Because eventually, even if you have the magic damage to deal with illusions early, if the fight goes long, eventually you just kind of run out of mana and they kind of just run you down. They have no PL answers after that. I thought that Liquid still had a good chance to win this game, though. Like, I don't think I would blame Draft if I was Liquid. I would think that need to be a little bit more patient around these Aegis meta timings. Because you see, this was like the turning point of the game here, I would say. Like, instead of kind of slow sieging top and making them run into your Metamorphosis Terrorblade, they kind of took this chase. And that meant that Undying died first, or early in the fight, so there's no Tombstone, there's no save for the Lesh when they go on him. And then after this point, I think they were kind of just on the back foot, even though the net worth still swung a little bit. This was like a critical timing for them to hit.
It was definitely a turning point, but I do feel like if their lane top didn't go as bad as it was this game for Liquid, it could have been a totally different game, because his Terrorblade was such like he was behind for the majority of this game, and I don't think they expected that from having, you know, Terrorblade Undying lane. It's a very strong lane usually. Also, one point I want to make is that playing Primal Beast myself, it feels good when you can just rush Blink and don't care about BKB, because this hero depends on like not having been disabled in the fights, and you know, playing against the Liquid lineup, it's just like so free to run around doing stuff, having this Blink first. They had a lot of pickoffs in the mid lane, which delayed the game for the PL to come online. And I don't know, they killed like 4 or 5 heroes there. And they killed Leshrac, which was very crucial in the mid lane. They killed Boxy multiple times. They killed Insania there, and it just like kept stopping Liquid from just being, you know, able to gather and go for the objectives in this game.
Very different game for Nothing to Say.
I was going to say there are a lot of variations on the Responsibility God meme, and one of them is from this movie called like Wandering Earth 2. There's like a poster that Chinese fans made, and I think the slogan for that movie is something like, "In times of crisis, there is only responsibility," or something like that. He's like, his face is like photoshopped onto the movie, and this would be a time of crisis, down 1-0, fighting for their TI lives, and he stepped up this game. And yeah, the not having to go BKB, like there was so little direct lockdown and disruption on Liquid that felt like he could just go straight for this Lincoln's, which gives him more uptime on the map, and he can still safely get off his initiations. And he just had some great surprising kills onto like Lesh and stuff. It's like, oh, Lesh is just dead, and that just ruined, each time that happened, that just ruined Liquid's timing that much more, so that PL could eventually get into the game.
Yeah, it does mean that we have a third game to this best-of-3 series, and PSG.LGD, as Jack says, still has a chance to get their TI invite locked in with one more game victory. Before we head to the break, quick shout-out to BizNet, our official sponsor here at the Bali Major. Be a champion with BizNet, and we'll be right back. Welcome back. Deciding game, Team Liquid, PSG.LGD coming your way here at the Bali Major. For Team Liquid, I mean, Team Liquid will be nice. They get top 6. Is okay. They've been there before. They've been second at the previous 2 majors. PSG.LGD, they have not breached 9th, 12th, both majors. And they have a lineup now that they are seemingly way more happy with than the previous 2 that they played with. And it has to really show here. One more win will punch in their ticket for the international, and there is a lot on the line with that. Of course, if they drop down, they still have a shot. We're in the upper bracket, but top 6 would surely be nice. Let's see who's taking the third and deciding game. I'm joined by Jack, Fear, and Resolution. And Jack, some things need to change on both sides potentially, because it wasn't a super clean game on either side.
Yeah, I think, again, I think you're pretty happy with the draft if you're Liquid. I think they had already banned the Naga earlier, and they left the PLN. I feel like they were sort of like maybe daring LGD to take it. I think they figured that they could successfully tempo out the game against PL, but obviously some mistakes there, some deaths on Leshrac as well that kind of like ruined his game even though he had top net worth. So I think you're pretty happy with the draft. It's just we need to execute a little bit cleaner if we're going to play this sort of lanes into timing-based style against LGD. And same with LGD. I think you were pretty happy that you adjusted with that morph in the draft and that you can get to your scale at times against Liquid. That's what you want to do as LGD.
Yeah, oh, here we are. Draft is well underway. We got PSG.LGD on second pick, Radiant side. They opened with the Broodmother and the Silencer, where Team Liquid, they had overall first pick. They went for the Pugna. They could still pick up the Storm if they want to here, but they seem to be in doubt considering that Silencer on the side of PSG.LGD. They banned out the Timbersaw and the Primal Beast, where PSG.LGD went the same route as last game, banning out Morphling and Medusa Fear. Do you think we'll still see that Storm Spirit, or is Silencer enough to sway Team Liquid away?
It depends on the Storm player, most of the time. I've seen Storm being picked into just about anything, and they don't really care. Somnus being one of the Storm performances I saw, he just played into like an Ember Sky, he didn't care because he had the Pugna, and he won that game. So it has definitely been proven that you can pick this Pugna Storm into just about anything as long as you are confident in doing so.
I mean, I've seen this story many times in the tournaments when there's like a broken combination, and as soon as like tournament progresses, like the later it goes, the more answers teams like find against it, and at some point the combo breaks. And I'm curious to see if it's like the time that this combo breaks and people are not gonna be like willing to pick it as much. But you know, I feel like still these 2 heroes are insanely powerful together, and playing against Broodmother Silencer for Storm is not the worst game he could possibly have. Yes, Silencer is annoying, and you have to like buy early BKB, but it also depends on how good of a laning he's gonna have on the mid lane. It's nothing to say.
PSG.LGD's
yeah, we will have to see. And the one player I really am enjoying watching is Planet. Last game he did play the Phoenix. Game before that he ended up playing the Techies. I was talking about how much damage he was doing on this Techies. Like, he was the #1 damage dealer on his team, and they lost the game as a Techies. In the second game as well, his Phoenix did just as much damage as like Nisha's Leshrac, and as much damage as both the supports from Liquid combined. And I think that's something Liquid was lacking in the last game, having a support that could do damage. Undying plus Spirit Breaker, they couldn't really find a way to make any damage happen in this game, whereas now you have a Pugna who does a lot more damage than both those supports combined, and that's going to help a lot. And same with Nisha. We know Storm is good. We know it's good with Pugna, whereas Lesh, there's a lot of a gray area there, whether this hero is still viable or not.
Yeah, there's definitely a theme going on with support heroes having damage, just because like we see a lot this dual triple rotations with a mid player and both supports or one support making a lot of space on the map, and that's important to have that extra damage to help a mid laner make that pick off necessary. Both like last game, Liquid didn't have that on the supports. They were like in damage heavily, for sure.
I wonder if we'll see a bat here, maybe in second phase for LGD. There's obviously there isn't like a natural mid counter like a Quap or something, so it still has some like flex value, and it would add this component they need, just a little bit of initiation, disable, and to go with the team fight, and the obvious combination with the Silencer.
Yeah, that's a good point. I wanted to bring it out too. That they need to have a solid mid laner on top of the initiation to make the Silencer work even better. I'm actually happy that the Liquid decided to ban the Primal Beast this game, because if they're not willing to, you know, pick the Clockwork again to make the Primal Beast game not as good, then it's better to just get rid of it.
What do we think about the Wind Ranger being picked up at this point? This looks Like it could be the Nothing to Say Wind Ranger?
Most likely, I think. It's the hero that lanes pretty well versus Storm Spirit in mid lane. It does have some form of initiation. It's a bit greedier. It's not going to be like your Puck or Ember. I mean, you see Liquid banned all the classic mid laners with the Storm Spirit, so he had to dig a little bit deeper into his hero pool to find something that would make sense here. But this matchup should be good for him. It just comes down to he has a Brood on the side lanes. Is he going to be able to make space like he normally likes to do from the mid lane, or is he going to have to transition into more of a core? This kind of makes me believe that you might have Shiro play more of his space-making type of carries, because I don't know if there's a lot of room for a hard carry when you have a Wind Ranger mid and a Brood offlane.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Wind Ranger pick, just because I feel like they need something more active when you have Brood on your lineup, and if your mid hero doesn't provide very active rotations, then it's gonna be a very static game. And with Liquid, with the Storm Spirit loves the static situation on the map, so he can just rotate anywhere and make a pickoffs. And Wind Ranger is usually a very good pickoff for Storm as well. As soon as you get to the Orchid and Wind Ranger doesn't have BKB yet, it's gonna be like very easy to jump on him.
Now you're playing versus Rupture as well, which isn't great, so maybe you think about pivoting the Wind Ranger to position 4. Could be an option that they're considering. But then, yet again, it comes to what's left for the mid lane that's actually going to feel like worth it to pick it this late on. That's where it gets a little difficult, I think.
Yeah, they could even switch things up and try to play the Brood as carry, right? They want a little faster.
They could, yeah. I've yet to see that. I know if he's done it, but I haven't actually seen his...
10 seconds
What would you like out of the carry spot if they're trying to, like an Ursa or something? Like, what would you like this game if they're trying to play faster?
If you're trying to play faster, I don't know if Ursa's the right answer out of his heroes that likes to play fast. I mean, you always have to bring up the Kling, because he does like playing that one pretty fast, but it's not Ursa, Lifestealer heroes that are good versus Bloodseeker, Faceless Void.
I don't like picking core in this slot for them. I mean, it's either they're gonna pick a new mid and put the Wind Ranger 4, they need to pick a position 4 hero right now. So they have the counter pick for the offlane.
Yeah, you could pick 4 mid, counter pick offlane, or if you really feel like you need the Faceless Void, that hero with Wind mid could be good. But then again, like, yeah, you're gonna get counter picked if you do that, so you have to be very confident if you pick a core here that there's only 2 bans you need.
Well, they got some time to think about it.
I'm just curious on what they're gonna do with this Wind Ranger. Is it just gonna be stuck in that mid lane, or are they gonna pick something new? All right, so it will be it could be a carry Wind Ranger too, but that doesn't really solve any of your issues.
Yeah.
It's like the same thing. If you put a carry, you put it mid, you're still not good versus Bloodseeker. You're still missing that kind of initiation you need.
10 seconds remaining.
We haven't seen a lot of Wind Rangers recently, just because of I think because of the stats nerf, right? It became a little bit weaker, that's why people don't pick it as much anymore.
I think the hero's been figured out a little bit as well. I remember in pubs, this hero was just like, had a crazy win rate across the board.
Yeah.
But then it went into just the DPC, I believe, and it just wasn't winning any games. And then it got nerfed on top of that after it, so it's really not in a great spot for competitive.
I mean, I'm usually not a big fan of a carry heroes that can only target one hero and that's it. Like, it requires ultimate to be able to burst heroes, and as soon as it's out, then what do you do? Like, how?
Yeah.
Like, the damage transition from like having ultimate and not having ultimate is like crucial. It's super big.
And if you're based around your ultimate as much as a core Wind Ranger, then you're gonna have a tough time with the Bloodseeker. You're gonna get ruptured and everybody's just gonna run away from you.
Yeah, but they can also save your burst.
Yeah, that too. They'll still ban out the Faceless Void.
I think that was a necessary ban.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Jug, Faceless Void, we talked about the Ursa, Lifestealer. These are Morphling. These are heroes that come to my head when I think of playing versus a Bloodseeker carry. If you can just be able to get ruptured and still have some type of mobility, it is quite nice. And all those heroes outscale Bloodseeker to a point as well.
What do we want to see on the side of Team Liquid? What boxes are they not ticking yet? And it seems like we're looking for a hero for Zai still.
Yeah, they need Zai hero. Maybe a bit more teamfight control would be nice for them.
With Auras.
I don't know if Underlord works, just something like that.
Mars, is that?
I think Underlord is amazing. Because they need some answer for the Broodmother. They still don't have it yet. They have decent laning against it. What?
Mars?
Mars
Lord.
could be the one, yeah.
Seconds remaining.
Mars is a strong lane. They banned Jack and Void for the Mars as well. So I think they're looking for it, definitely.
A beefy, tanky boy.
Good versus Wind Ranger as well.
They need to be careful of it, Ursa.
Tide.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound disappointed with that one.
You do.
Yeah. I mean, it's also a good answer for the Brute, just because you can put it there and just stop the Brute pressure. But I think they can get Monkeyed or Urset.
There's a Monkey Lifestealer, those are.
It's gonna be a tough one, I believe, for the Tidy.
There's a Monkey Lifestealer. Do we have preference amongst those three?
I'd love to see the Monkey. I think it's an amazing game for Monkey.
I don't know, Fear doesn't really like the Monkey.
Yeah, it's too risky for me. I hate seeing Ursa too, though, because it doesn't do well, and Lifestealer has issues too. Monkey has the earlier timing. You can probably almost guaranteed win the lane.
Ooh, what is this?
That means we're getting
Carry
Carry
Brood.
Brood. Which doesn't seem good versus Tide. But
That means we're getting a new Enigma.
No. Oh, okay.
Shiro's playing the Brood.
Yeah,
No, it's mid-winner.
Yeah, we talked about this possible flex earlier on, and that's interesting because this is a little bit. This is usually not what LGD would go for, but I like that they held this flex to have like a better lane and maybe actually have some tempo against this. This is interesting.
Interesting in a good way.
This is a ultra not interesting in a good way for me.
Uh-oh.
I think LGD's lineup here does not look good.
Yeah, I think they kind of shoot themselves in the foot by picking Enigma instead, like, and putting Mother against the Tide, which already is not a good lane.
This is, you guys are painting a grim picture here. So what was the thought behind doing this for PSG.LGD? Why is the Enigma, what was it worth making that swap by putting the Enigma on the off lane?
I'm trying to figure this out because I don't know, because Bloodseeker's pretty fine versus Enigma too. You just have to get an extra point in your W. It does pure damage to the Eidolons. You got a Pugna who can also deal damage to the Eidolons. And that's how you win your lane is Enigma off lane. You play on your Eidolons, and if they can't kill them, you punish, you get all the denies. I feel like they can't do that.
Yeah, and Pugna is pretty good against Enigma on the lane as well, I think, with the Blast. So I'm not really sure what they're trying to achieve. Maybe more pressure from the offlane, but Brood was already good. As soon as you get to the 6, you could just like pressure from that, but I'm not sure.
I feel like they think if they just survive Liquid early on, they can totally just take the bigger team fights late in the game. I feel like that's kind of what they're going for here, but you guys think they got there? Or do you think they will get there?
Well, there's only one way to find out, Jack. We have to play this game out to see what will happen. Will PSG.LGD punch their ticket to TI, or will they have to try their chances in the lower bracket? We're finding out together with Cap and SVG.
That's right. We got a Shiro Broodmother, which I think the panel gives plenty good analysis, and I think we're going to try and do our best to keep up. But I will say, I mean, this is probably the Broodmother carry expert. LGD is the team who have played it the most, so I just don't know how to feel about it. I'm just going to keep an open mind and see if it works in this game. Because half the time I see Shiro Broodmother, I'm just like, I don't think this is going to work, and then it works anyway. So
I don't know if that's the issue. I have full confidence in his Brood.
Okay, what is the issue then?
Actually, I don't really have an issue. I think it's...
No, everything's fine then. Yeah. Everything's hunky-dory. All right, LGD, perfect draft. Good job.
I mean, the Enigma pick is a pretty big wild card. I think Monkey was the go-to there. I think if LGD take Monkey, you have a Monkey Disruptor lane versus Tide. You have a really good Wukong gang. There's not much for Liquid to deal with it, but I think maybe part of the...
gang. I like that.
Part of the... Oh, I got stuck on something. Part of the... Okay, never mind. My audio was going in and out. Part of the issue I think LGD was looking down was if you have 3 cores in the Brood, the Wind Ranger, and the Monkey, who all need to right-click enemies, does like Anchor Smash, a Mobile Storm, a Pugna Decrep, and
Reactive Taser.
Yeah, Taser kind of just have too much value for Liquid.
Okay.
Like maybe they felt like that was just overkill, right? And they wanted some more scaling spell damage. Another vehicle to lock down the Tide Hunter in the Black Hole that is uncounterable here in theory by Liquid.
Sure.
Like decrepping someone in Black Hole or tasering the Black Hole is not nearly as good here. So you're splitting some of the burden in terms of damage output from LGD. That part I think is a cool concept that they were going for. But I do think the draft with the Monkey looked a lot stronger and just overall better lanes and better setup. So we'll see if they can make the Enigma pick work. It was very last pick here. So you gotta have some faith in it. Mickey's gonna take a bunch of damage, but First Blood did go the way of Nisha, and that is a very good hero for Liquid to get it on, as the Storm is already storming ahead of nothing to say. A familiar sight as he got 4 runes last game. Once more, NTS, the responsibility is back on your shoulders to step up, my friend.
Yeah, 3 bounty runes, too.
Yep, that doesn't hurt.
Yeah, so it's pretty much, if anything, this is worse than last game.
For NTS.
Yeah, for NTS specifically, it is a worse situation than any of these series. So he's going to have to do the biggest step up he has had to do.
Honestly, one of the factors also might have been that you played Enigma yesterday, right? And went ham sandwich. Like, he carried the hell out of that game. He was highest net worth for a lot of the game. He went Helmet Dominator, Pipe, Blink, Greaves. So he had the similar aura bind that LGD are looking for, but it gives you extra tower taking early on and some extra scale in the black hole that doesn't have good answers here from Liquid. So maybe LGD just have insane confidence in Muse Enigma. They're like, maybe they've won 10 scrims with it too, and they're like, oh, we got a great Enigma pick and a great Enigma game. Like, we're going to take that over some slightly better carry, whereas Shiro's still going to do carry things with the Brood. And I think the Brood carry might be good versus the Bloodseeker in the late game. I
like the trade-off of your own sustain.
Yeah, like maybe you can match
too.
him. I'd say that dubiously, because I don't know if anybody really matches Bloodseeker in the late game in terms of like Blood Rage with Blood Mist, with Thirst, with the extra barrier, like Abyssal and all that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Brood is just going to toe-to-toe win versus the Bloodseeker. I don't think almost anything does, but you might be able to do pretty well in the mid-game and like do early Roshans and take it to him with some extra Insatiable Hunger.
Yeah. Salve going to be used here. This is a pretty annoying harass lane that you got going on here. Gush into techies. So Mickey is going to be powered up a lot of the times, which means easier to kill those Eidolons like they were talking about on the panel.
Yeah, and he was going to have to watch them. And Liquid, I mean, like you said, they got 3 runes, they got First Blood, they're already ahead in 3 lanes. If you can power up the Thirst, it's just going to continue to make it stronger. If you can get stacks up for the Tide, that's kind of the final piece of the puzzle here. And you're just going to be free farming if you're Liquid, which means you're setting yourselves up for a very good position to snowball with the Storm Spirit. Just play through him. You have Pugna Storm. Got to remember that that strategy is still completely online for Liquid and not dealt with too much here by LGD outside of, okay, you have the Silencer counter that we've seen a lot. But the rest of their heroes are not great at dealing with Storm's mobility in the mid-game until maybe Brood disables come out or you somehow get to the Gleipnir on NTS, I guess, would be like you could rush it.
Yeah, that duo is super concerning when you win lane so hard. Shiro. Yeah, he's going to be caught by the blast off here. Had a fair amount of heal. Turns her back around. The extra bit of lifesteal. Can trade hits okay. He's pretty much going even while doing damage to Liquid, so.
Yeah, but that Thirst. Powering up Mickey on the other side.
True. And look at all those Eidolon kills. Whew. Insania just raking in the gold, man. He's got 11 CS. I'm sure all of it is Eidolons. Planet.
Up.
He's going to die here. Glimpse back. Is that going to be enough? It is. Enough to separate the two of them. Yu's going to take a lot of damage, though, now as Mickey goes for that one. Insania's low. Insania's going to get the kill on Planet and walk off the blood grenade. No
and he
problem.
Just had a bunch of regen fly in. So Insania is owning this lane as Liquid are winning all 3 here heavily in the early game of game number 3, turning it up a notch and abusing LGD in their weakness. This is what, I think if it happened game 2, they win that game, but LGD were able to stem the bleeding by playing through the Brood. They can play through the Enigma in a similar fashion a little bit, but I think it's definitely harder. Hero comes on slower, his ult timing is not as good. It's a way more cooldown dependent hero. I don't know how much the Helmet Dominator is going to do for New in this game either. Like, if you can force the Bloodseeker off the lane, maybe you're happy, but can you transition into anything more?
Shiro might be in trouble again. This time he doesn't have those magic wand stacks. He's cutting through the trees.
Trying to turn with level 2 and Hunger.
He's going to turn the heal. It's outdoing it. Now he has to fight Zai, though. Boxy gets far enough away. The Sticky Bomb's going to latch, and I don't think he's going to out-heal this.
Nope. Another kill for Liquid as they continue the shutout here. This is why the pre-lanes matter a lot. They just set themselves up well, taking full advantage of it. It's going to be that hammer for Zai. So if you start bleeding more kills down here, suddenly this Tide's going to be taking your Brood's tower. Yu is not doing much better.
They fight Nikkei underneath the tower. Planet opting to go for the later glimpse to be able to get the turnaround kill, but not even that's going to happen, actually. Mickey's going to commit to Crep to save him from the tower hits. Very smart, and Mickey should be able to get the last hits now to heal back up.
Man, look at destroying this laning phase. Absolutely taking it to LGD here. This is the biggest lead you've seen by far in this series. 3K at 5 minutes. That is significant, especially when it's a last pick Enigma who's just straight up feeding on the lane.
Yeah, he's giving away a lot of Eidolons.
A lot of XP on top of the Eidolons, the kills. Insania's 4.5. This is ridiculous. You gotta stop this somehow. Who's gonna stop it?
Well, it's going to come down to nothing to say once again, and very important to be able to secure power runes for him. They're going to go for the top one, and nothing to say does get it. It's going to be shield rune, and he's going to use his first focus fire of the game to shoot down Insania, though maybe a trade-off here is why. Nope, they have a Disruptor. Planet was also here, so Nisha quickly skedaddles.
I guess it'll fall back to NTS, right? Make some plays on the map, get his supports back in this game. The responsibility goes back to the responsibility got, and LGD 3-man mid at a good time, get a little kill out of it, but that's a big skeleton to take down as he was doing a lot of work top end with decently high level. And now they're going to rotate 2 heroes top. I don't know if Mickey expects this move, with no ult on NTS.
Yeah, no focus fire, but just a shackle shot plus some damage might be enough. Mickey's trying to heal his way to victory here, but a glimpse back will ensure his demise.
Nice rotation. They're really bailing out this lane. Like, that is so much extra XP for New he was not going to find anywhere else. As well as just bringing Planet some more, too. They're going to go gobble up a Wisdom Rune and NTS straight back to mid. Doesn't even miss too many creeps here. Pretty efficient rotation. Gets both ranges. He is having a decent recovery of a game here for his team. When LGD needs somebody to step up, it has been him.
Time and time again.
The other thing is you're bringing attention from Liquid away from just that static laning phase that was working so well for them.
Sure. Yeah.
Now you had the Pugna die once. Boxy didn't find Shiro again bottom as the Brood has survived to level 6 down here and got a bunch of solo XP. So these other little things are also catching up for LGD. That 3K lead down to 1, just like that. Couple Wind Ranger rotations.
And the first bit of spiders are going to come out. Not something that you can really use aggressively against the Tidehunter, but you can do things like just farm up a bunch of neutrals, cut waves against him. There's ways to play around it.
Just increases your farm rate, increases your presence. There was a world where carry Broods are
blast off an 8-minute power rune, only hitting nothing to say. He's going to turn around quickly with the focus fire and blast down the techies. He will similarly die, though, as Nisha able to do far too much damage. They get a 2-for-1 trade-off.
That rune contest not going how LG wanted it, as Liquid finally bring everybody. And the perfect rune for the blue boy, the blue DD.
Yeah, a double damage because he doesn't need a regen, doesn't need an arcane rune when he's got a Pugna behind him.
You don't need anything when you just slap somebody down for 200 a pop.
That's true, and he's going to try it again here. Make his first rotation of the game down to bottom, where Shiro is currently farming away.
They can kill the Brood with the Ravage into the Hammer plus the Storm follow-up. If they hit this move, it's really nice for Nisha. Either way, they're going to get a lot of tower damage because Pugna's so high level. He's just been running around blasting stuff. Already has Arcane Boots up. So again, a very fast game from Insania. Showing up today for sure. Putting in some work with the laning phases in the early game. Giving some momentum to Liquid, which they'll turn around and turn into objectives here. An extra gold for the Storm.
One thing I like about this, I've noticed is that whenever I see the carry Broodmother, I don't think you really care too much when your safe lane tower dies, right? Because Broodmother takes over and pushes out the lane so well anyway, that I don't feel like it's as big of a loss for compared to many other carries.
Definitely not the worst. I remember that game we saw Ramses play this, and he lost his tower pretty early, and then he was just highest net worth anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, the hero can definitely just find the jungle no matter what. If there's a Tide down here, though, it's going to be a lot of space for Zai, and if Zai starts taking camps away from Shiro, then you're in trouble. Quick little suck into the leaf, and you're gone.
This duo is getting a lot done now. Insania Pugna plus Nisha Storm Spirit comboing up to get kills and keep looking. Never running out of resources.
And you know what?
Power rune. Ooh, it's bottom.
Yu has decided this game is not going to be a fast game for LGD.
He went backhand to Midas?
He is going for the Midas. That is right. He has given up on his Helm of Dominator push dreams. This Midas isn't too greedy, though.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a Meteor Hammer Tidehunter pushing away your towers. He's going to go mid now.
This is just going to be an undefendable tower for LGD, I think.
Yeah.
And the problem now is, okay, the Brood can suck up some of the space, but Liquid are going to have a lot of room to play with this Storm Pugna combo. And you don't have a lot of heroes that naturally want to clump this early for LGD.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
This feels like it's Nisha's game to run away with if Liquid can continue to find the momentum.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower
Just combine the Pugna with the Storm, keep getting pickoffs. There's another instant smoke up. They're probably looking for New up here. Even if they just kick him out of the area, this tier 1 is still up for Mickey. It's going to be more farm for him as all 3 Liquid cores pull ahead a lot in the last few minutes here and re-extend that lead.
Go for the tower last hit. Mickey snags a deny. So finally, PSG.LGD is able to take that tower, but they don't even get the full bounty for it. Just gonna feel quite bad. And once again,
move though.
Yeah, there is a painful window here where you just don't have level 6s on your support. Nope. They're even smoking up without those level 6s.
I mean, they run the Storm. Yeah. So what are you doing?
Yeah.
That just feels terrible for LGD. So they read the Nisha move well, but then they kind of just ran into it anyway. A little awkward. If you have global there, you can just global.
Yeah, if you have static storm there, you can just static storm.
True.
Got neither.
Instead, they'll have to settle for the Midas flying out to New and backing him up here. Try and invade deeper into Liquid's jungle. Damn, if they aren't finding a lot of farm right now. And their support's continuing to farm up the waves as well. Both have the level 6 already online. Static Storm up for playing it now, but a little too late. You just don't have the tier 1s to operate around anymore. This is where Wind Ranger kind of suffers compared to a lot of other mids because she can't farm jungle as efficiently.
Sure.
Like, if NTS is not involved in the fights, involved in some pickoffs, getting power runes, you're just going to fall behind, at least during this period. That Gleipnir is going to be very long, far away, like a dream.
3-7, 5,000 net worth lead. I'm not going to touch that one.
Oh, you didn't want to? Okay, fine.
Trying to work towards that Echo Saber on the Shiro Broodmother, but gonna get spotted. Oh, they know he went left. He should have thought about following him here, but I think they've got a successful scan on somebody. It's why. Spot him out with the Meteor Hammer hidden in the trees. Still not level 6. 5.5. Massive difference between the support levels here.
The Wind Ranger is not doing what that Primal did in game 2. That is for sure. NTS is not able to just drag his supports back in this game single-handedly, at least completely. So it'll have to be up to LGD to find farm on their cores while Liquid continue to just out-efficiency them on the map and put their kill threat to the test here with the Pugna Storm continuing to power up. Witchblade done. Single target damage is significant. And the hammer is still going to work. Just not a lot of room to go here. So the lead has been stagnated.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, a little bit. But I feel like that's only because Liquid isn't able to take more towers just yet. Or other objectives. Roshan is always on the table for them, I think. May not have the best team at doing it, but it feels like they're far enough ahead.
I mean, let's say this game stays like this for 10 more minutes. Are you confident in LG's position?
I think so, yeah. I mean, that'll be the time we get BKB on you, so that's pretty massive. We do have level 6 on the supports.
That could be what LG are thinking. We're a little bit behind, but in 10 minutes, if we're still the same little bit behind, do we care? If we have BKB Brood, BKB Enigma, Gleipnir, Wind Ranger?
Yeah, but you can't keep the status quo, I don't think.
Well, what happened in
Liquid's gonna do more.
Really? What happened in game 2?
What happened in game 2 is nothing to say. Actively went out and shut down Liquid. I feel like
if Liquid give up some key pickoffs.
Yeah, Zai might be one of them here. Ravage is going to be used, hitting all 4 heroes, but they're going to keep chasing after him. I feel like that was not a great Ravage, to be honest. It hit a lot of heroes, but you are in there deep, Zai. You are next to your tier 2. I don't think you're getting away from that kind of chase.
The only reason I bring up that type of concept is because I feel like what happened in Game 2 is something I would... Like, you'd have to sit down and watch the replay to figure out why Liquid ran out of gas in that game. But I'm not going to lie, I feel a slightly similar thing happening here. Where, like, Liquid had this lead out of lanes, and LGD are just kind of stalling it, and the Storm is not continuing to build the momentum. Nisha's still in a great position. He's still 4-0. He's building towards BKB. But I'm just looking at LGD climbing this ladder. It's not like a lot of those other Liquid games we saw where they were dominating the group, where they just ran away.
Sure. Yeah.
So LG is... They're pretty good at stalling out this map, putting up a brick wall, not giving you a lot of openings. It's one of the strengths of this team. And I wonder if Liquid are just having troubles pushing through that right now. Because normally I feel like they would just be up 10K right now. Like, all right, this game is over.
Yeah, we'll see what they do with their next round of items. Double supports, Global Silence instantly being used. Can they get the punish here? Static Storm, a lot of damage, but a lot of tankiness on this guy. They can't actually kill him. Decrepify is going to be used. New trying to catch up. More mines going off, maybe, but not quite good enough.
Down.
A black hole onto Mickey, but Nisha zips through him to get the kill, and Mickey lives as a result. What a turnaround there from Nisha. Shiro's here to try and get some sort of cleanup, but it's 4 heroes dead, and Liquid, well, they hit their timing now. They've got a pipe on the Tidehunter. They're going to get that BKB thanks to that team fight from Nisha. I don't think Liquid's going to get stalled out. Yeah.
If LGD brought everybody to that, that can go an entirely different way, but Liquid just outnumbered them at the start. And you have to preemptively throw the global because Nisha forced the fight. He's way too tanky to go down. The reinforcements from LGD not there in time, and the heals come through. This Pugna is a big problem in this game if you cannot kill the hero during the global duration.
Yeah. And that for me was the big difference between this game and like the pickoff they got on Zai. LGD was getting kills on Liquid's side of the map. Whereas here, I think the only kills they can really get a lot of times is reacting to what Liquid does.
There's some truth in that, for sure. And it's going to be a lot of space for Liquid because of that. And we saw the tip come out for Zai. That was a,
Zai tipped?
Zai got tipped.
Oh.
Nisha tipped him saying, yo, happy to win that fight without you, brother. Hope you're enjoying the free farm bottom. Zai said, yes, I am. Thank you. Very quiet down here.
I thought you said that Zai tipped somebody. I was like, damn.
No, I'm saying that was a fight that Liquid didn't have Ravage, didn't have their pipe at.
Yeah.
That looks even worse for LGD if the support is there to bail out the Storm. And once Storm has BKB, that's a big problem for LGD.
Yeah.
Your Static Storm is gone. Your Silencer is potentially gone. I'm worried about these supports for LGD having impact in the game versus what Nisha has been able to create here. This fight is so close. This is one of those like series determining fights, right? You get a couple hundred HP and damage either way. That looks very different. Little things adding up, little runes, little kills.
The Pugna isn't there with the Decrepify and the heals against the focus fire of the Wind Ranger. We kind of saw what you were talking about, like if all of your damage is forced on attacking somebody against this much that can stop that. Anchor Smash, Decrepify.
It feels real bad, because then you just have to push towards nullifiers. You don't want to be so dependent on nullifier.
Yeah.
LGD, they fall farther behind here as I guess their hopes and dreams for a TI through this upper bracket are now on a BKB Enigma. Doesn't even have Blink yet.
Neo's going to have to do something fantastical to be able to turn this one around, I think.
He's their only BKB answer, too. What else is stopping Storm and Bloodseeker in this fight? I'm not seeing it. And it's not that easy to catch a Storm in a BKB black hole. That is... You kind of just got to be like a psychopath and throw it. and hope it hits.
Well, he'll have a chance to do that again here in 5 seconds as it comes back up. Shiro running out of space. Shiro might get caught by this Smoke Gang. Shiro needs in trouble. Global Silence, but he can't out-heal the damage being done.
His BKB was flying out. That is a perfectly timed smoke for Liquid here as they find the carry before his defensive item. LGD continuing to get routed on this map. This is the type of momentum I was expecting from Liquid earlier that I guess just took them a little longer to find the items and sustain to look for it, but now that they're finding it, this is where their lineup shines. Because there isn't the control for the Storm. It's a zero-death game for Nisha right now. And he has a lot of heals and support behind him. Aggressive Tormentor Steel. Jarred for the Pugna. Keep hammering the towers, man. There's been a lot of building damage coming out from Zai.
Yeah, he just keeps on planting himself in front of LGD. And LGD were supposed to have, like, kind of the team fight answers to the Tidehunter, right? You have 2 different disables that you can put on the Tide that he can't just, you know, crack and shell off and get off Ravage, right? The Black Hole and the Static Storm.
But where has it been? The interactions are not there.
Yeah, the interactions aren't there because I also feel like maybe the damage isn't there.
Yeah, does he die in a Static Storm?
Yeah, I don't think so. Not with, like, the build-up.
What about this
Say has.
The gate technology.
Yeah, but he's got a BKB, so they have to lead out with a stun. They cannot Static Storm him.
Got a Shackle in here?
Let's get close. Ooh. Shackle first, landed, and Black Hole. Great kill.
Get the hell out.
Yeah. Move.
Yeah, out of there, boys. Good luck. Well, the gates continue to pay off for LGD. That has been the one thing working for
TP on him immediately. Jump out from Nisha. Nothing to say. Locks him down, and Shackle shot. Gets out of there. The wind run doesn't get out of there. The Ravage to follow it up, and Nisha commits all his mana for this one, but it's well worth it. They're going to bring down 2.
Yeah, he had Shield Rune on top of the suck here, and that's just too easy of an initiation for Zai. And Mickey now tips Nisha back. You guys are having a ball.
LGD apparently a little bit too certain that Liquid was going to move up to top lane. A very aggressive TP back from Nothing to Say. Didn't TP himself like behind the tower or anything.
I think underestimating how much Liquid are just going to dive in there when they know there's no Black Hole, there's no turnaround, there's no way the Brood's there.
Yeah.
Like, you can't show aggressive win run like that, too. Your win run's out, you're dead in this fight. Misstep by NTS will cost LGD another objective as a tier 2 falls to the hammer. That is slowly crushing their dreams here.
Literally hammering away at their base bit by bit, and now they're going to turn their attention towards Roshan. And LGD, not a Roche they can contest.
No. At this point, you might just be praying for late game disruptor ags or something. I don't even know. It's looking rough because the timing with this Roche is going to be really strong. You have the pipe from the Tide, Glimmer, Pugna heals, Greaves on Boxy. Liquid is really gearing up to push this advantage. I mean, they can go high ground really easily in this game with the amount of sustain they have and the lack of poke for LGD. The only thing you're really worried about is disengaging and getting glimpsed back. But if you never have to disengage, what are you really worried about?
Sure. That's pretty interesting. I mean, well, I guess it's techies. What else are you going to build? I was just thinking, like, that you've got a utility Tidehunter, and you like, auras on your support as well with the Greaves on techies. Like, that is a huge team fight window right there, 25 minutes. You've doubled down on those items.
The 5v5 is absolutely favorable for Liquid right now.
This is a lot of magic damage that Nothing to Say can do nothing about.
Let's run down here.
Yeah, Mickey unlikely to use his BKB for that.
A very quiet game from Shiro as Nisha will run into London's Ancient Camp and kill some spiders. He has not found much action with this Brood. 1 assist. 24 minutes here.
Not going Harpoon, goes straight for the Nullifier.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Feel like that's a bad sign.
It is definitely a bad sign. Still needs Shard at some point too.
Yeah.
LG just lacking the critical items to be able to punch through this Tidehunter. And now he's a big problem. Gonna go Halberd as well. Extra disarm here for the Wind Ranger, for the Brood. It's just coming down to big BKB blink black holes, I guess. That is what you're fighting for here if you're LGD. And if you're Liquid, you just don't need to clump. Don't give it to him. Continue to farm up. Push into like 3rd, 4th item territory on your Storm, your Bloodseeker. Then you should be confident taking the fight even into the Aegis with maybe that second Roshan.
Yeah, and you felt confident about Liquid's late game. Just the potential of the Bloodseeker to be able to power through everything else.
I think he has a good shot. Like, the black hole is really the only dissuading factor here. Maybe an Ags Disruptor, but that is so damn far away. I'm not even considering it. LGD have to find something. You cannot just turtle this game out. They're gonna look for this BKB black hole. Do they want the watermelon? It's a juicy one.
Yeah, do they want this Storm Spear with an Aegis? Neither target feels great.
I mean, when no targets feel great, you're in trouble. LGD find nothing off this high ground ward.
Yeah, it just kind of means that they're going to have to wait for a 2 or 3 man go if one single hero is not good enough.
Well, 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. You're just going to continue to give up gold here. You're farming like 2 camps right now. Feels really bad for Shiro.
It's not going to be a fast nullifier, that's for sure. Evans Halbert now done for the Tidehunter. That makes things a whole lot harder. Now your focus fire could be entirely countered, or maybe your Broodmother isn't able to get the sustain option out of the lifesteal. Either one is no bueno for you if you're LGD.
Huge jump by Nisha.
Yeah, that's a bit of a commitment, but you know, it works.
Stomp on the D-ward, I guess, and pulled the trigger. Knows he still has Aegis for 1:30 here. Not much threat. Wind Ranger pick did not shut down the storm in the way that LGD envisioned. Support's got 2 gimped off the lane stage. Their level's too far behind. Liquid just ran away with it, and now that high ground siege has come a knocking at your door, and your door has been kicked down and is gone.
What are they knocking on?
Air.
Well, that's more terrifying than anything else. How are they doing that? They're just hitting the buildings, and PSG.LGD trying to formulate a response.
Nullifier is
stall for a minute.
I guess you can all in on a hero, but you have to wait this Aegis out. Their lineup is terrible against Aegis.
Yeah, they're losing a melee barracks fast. They have to give it up.
Oh, the Storm Spirit Siege. Not one we see often, but it works out here for Liquid as this is what I kind of thought their lineup was designed to do last game, but they get it done here. Make up for their sins and pull ahead to 20k lead at 27 minutes here. Ridiculous amount of gold. Boxy is almost ahead of New. A Midas Enigma getting outfarmed by Squeeze.
Sip away, BKB had to be used by New. So he's trying to find a bit of extra farm because he knows one black hole is never going to be good enough. So he has to keep getting farm. He has to be out in the map. Needs to get a refresher.
Yeah, but that's a 70-second window where Liquid can push even more if they want to.
Yeah, absolutely. Though without Aegis, feel like maybe they're going to chill.
Yeah, no reason to. But now LGD can't make a move. Aegis expiring, and you have to play defensive even longer. What is this jump for? Oh, for the Aegis region.
What I miss?
Yeah, just throwing some mana around, seeing if he can fight, because they are right. Nothing to say is here farming this side of the map. He's just farming deeper than they expected. Now they have a scan on him. Nothing to say. Is he going to TP out in time? Oh, no, he's going to be found. Nothing to say. We'll try and fight back, but Nisha stands there. Thanks to the global signs. Oh, it wasn't enough. Mistimed it, right?
He TP'd late for sure.
Yeah.
Needs a TP right at the start. That did seem pretty short, though.
Does he have a Sanj?
I mean, he does have status with this, but
yeah,
I guess it ends up being just like 3.5 or something. So yeah, he did not have much window. He got basically instantly pop it together. That's a global down. That's a Wind Ranger down. Trying to get to BKB, will not get there.
It's a BKB down for the Broodmother.
Yeah, and Nisha is out of control. Absolutely 8-0 in this game. Looking at a Hex. That's just going to make the initiations way too easy because you can lead with the Hex and follow up with the Ravage or vice versa here. Especially if you take Silencer out at the start. What is there left in terms of counter initiation? Black hole.
Yeah, just about playing 2 or 3 too late.
I mean, even if you get him out here, it's not changing much. This is just not the type of map state you want. Damn European teams, map control.
I know, they're so annoying with it. They get control off the laning phase, then they take over the map. They safely get some Roshan, some Aegises to push your high ground. Don't throw away their lead. Sounds like a winning formula. In fact, it was a winning formula.
That's true.
For multiple majors.
I feel like they're all morphing into some giant abomination of like a Tundra OG hybrid just mashed together into a giant Western European ball of map efficiency death.
Where all the moves are charted out and they never make the wrong decision. LGD are going to have to make some hard decisions here. Where do you go? What do you do with your limited time? You can't just sit back and let Liquid take another Roshan.
I mean, if we've only seen one black hole this game, right? Or two, I guess. I mean, there was the one to kill the Bloodseeker solo.
Yeah.
That's like whatever.
And then the one attempted to kill the Bloodseeker, but failed.
This Enigma pick has not worked out at all for LGD. They had something else in vision, but it was definitely not this type of game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Full Octarine for Boxy. Why not? As they find Mew.
Fresh Scythe, they global and glimpse, but it's not good enough. A BKB from Nisha will net him 2 kills. And with Mew's Enigma down and Roshan being up, that is a free ticket for an Aegis and Cheese for Liquid.
That's one of those skills where you're like, all right, guys, what do you want me to do? No?
Yeah. In fact, they're not even going to go back for Roshan.
Yeah, why not?
Straight to the high ground they go.
If Enigma's dead, there's no way LGD can do anything. It's pretty much that simple. Black Hole's the only saving grace that maybe you land some huge one in. I don't think Liquid are going to give it to you this game either. They know it. There's no reason to clump. 30k lead. All of their cores are incredibly farmed. Even Boxy. Their true 4th core here.
He's getting a lot out of it. Another building down. Oh, even the Siege Wagon almost able to finish up that range barracks. And Liquid backing away safely as the Enigma comes back up. Somebody will check the pit at some point. And then it's left with PSG.LGD. Do you have a smoke? Do you blind smoke out to the pit? Can they get the initiation around the pit?
You know, I think the saddest thing, the saddest thing about this game is even if LGD make a crazy smoke, they find like, let's say the best target possible. It's like Storm and Bloodseeker on each other for some reason.
Okay.
And Pugna, like Insania's computer breaks.
Yeah.
And they black hole them both. If you have buybacks for Liquid, do you even care?
Yeah, you have a tier 1 tower left in the off lane.
You just buy and come back. I mean, they don't have to save him, but they're going to find Zai.
Looks back into the Static Storm. They're going to try and all in the Tidehunter real quickly here, but the Scythe of Ice is going to stop a lot of the damage. BKB goes off a little bit.
You got 2 cores.
To say they have to black
That's a good one.
They get the Bloodseeker as well, but Nisha with this double damage putting in some serious work. Even as all the abilities go off successfully for PSG.LGD, it is easy cleanup for Liquid.
Not nearly enough damage on this Bloodseeker. I mean, you finish off the Tide, there's no Ravage. And then you're in trouble.
Didn't land the blast off either. That got sucked up in the black hole. GG is called. Wow.
Dominant game. Very dominant game. 6 kills for LGD in 33 minutes. They found absolutely nothing in that game 3 as Liquid. I mean, that last pick from LGD was very strange. It did not work out, but Liquid just felt very comfortable and confident in this game with the Pugna Storm strat. And honestly, I'd give, I mean, MVP is probably Nisha from a stats standpoint, but I feel like Insania, he really like stood out to me this game because the lane top was just abysmal for LGD, and that was all Insania. The early runes, the first blood for the Storm, then he's killing all these Eidolons top. He's getting Enigma kills. Mew is so far behind, he doesn't even feel confident to go for the Helmet Dominator build like we saw in the other game that he felt more comfortable with.
Yep.
Not only did Insania shut down the Enigma, he enabled his Bloodseeker, enabled his Storm, played with Nisha the entire time, set it up, had decent wards on the map. Sometimes, like, simple things like that as a 5 just win you games. I feel like it just won them the game here as Liquid, regardless of the other stuff that was going well for them on top of it. I think that's cool, because I think Insania has been a player who struggled during the Dream League for them with trying to find his footing. It's something Liquid's talked about, and I think this game and Game 2 on the Undying were very good for him. Found a lot of farm, and I appreciate some good 5-position gameplay, you know?
Yeah, great for Liquid moving forward. They're already in the top 8, whereas LGD, we talked about how they needed to be able to get a top 8, need points to be able to 100% secure TI. And if they want that, they're going to have to go through a harder path, through the lower bracket. We'll head back to the panel.
It's not just top 8, it's top 6 confirmed. 400 DPC points confirmed, and that means they're sitting at 2,000 points That's a lot of points for Team Liquid there. Congratulations to them as they move forward in the upper bracket. PSG.LGD, they're not out. They're just in the lower bracket where they'll face up against Team Spirit, which, by the way, was the team that knocked them out of the Lima Major just a couple of months ago. We'll see if this time around PSG.LGD is better prepared. I am joined by Resolution, Jack, and Fear here to break down the series, but more importantly, this third game, which Fear was a little bit uninspiring.
Oh, most definitely. I saw that last pick Enigma and I was like, ooh, this couldn't have been the pick, and like ending the game last year, it was 0-4-2, Enigma 0-4-3. That swap they decided to make, it just didn't work out this game. The Broodmother didn't have a game, the Enigma didn't have a game, and their whole strategy seemed to hinge on this Enigma making sense, and unfortunately, it didn't.
It did not.
Yeah, I think the just overall, the top European teams will continue to be sort of a kryptonite for LGD. I just feel like a lot of these top European teams, they find the little advantages, the little pairs in lane that do really well, and then they will play for timings early on. That is just basically tailor-made to exploit a team like LG that likes to counter-pick a little bit, that likes to have like a late-game team fight advantage, that likes to play for that sort of big picture stuff. They won't be able to get there. So even though they managed to win Game 2, I feel like if LG plays against other teams like Spirit or from other regions, they have a better shot of making it. But these Liquids and Gaimins are going to be tough for a while for them to deal with. And we saw that this game. I mean, the lanes didn't go well, and then it felt like there really just wasn't much gameplay. They were kind of just slowly being hunted down.
But I feel like they overthink themselves a lot. Like this game, they were setting up for success with the Broodmother pick because Liquid didn't have a good answer against the Broodmother. But then they decided to not like apply pressure with the Brood, but put it as a carry, and Broodmother as a carry, especially against the Tidehunter. She's not gonna like provide a very big pressure time for LG lineup. I mean, they also the second thing I wanted to mention is that the silencer was level 5 for like 15 minutes of the game, and it's like it didn't like it didn't make the storm, you know, he didn't stop the storm from making all those rotations and apply pressure.
Yeah, I do think I mean PSG.LGD fell short, but I also want to focus on what Team Liquid did well because they played a flawless game.
Yeah, they did. They really never made a mistake in this game. They were making all the moves very, very like calculated and clear. And Zai was like also this turtle purchase. They decided to go for. Also went, you know, map was really cool for them. Mm-hmm. Like he managed to push the lanes out, and that's why Nisha had such a good time, like making all these pickoffs on the LGD.
Yeah, Insania and Nisha really showcase like why Storm Pugna is so good and why we see it so much. And as most of the time we do see Liquid play, it's like, oh, they're just playing the meta, but most of the time these guys invent the meta. And even in the series, they play the Morphing, they win, they play the Storm Pugna. They're just so good on these type of strategies.
Also, this last pick Enigma decided to go for like Midas and BKB build, which is like so passive, incredibly passive. Maybe thinking about as soon as they get to this blink BKB timing, they have no chance of like stopping Black Hole, but it wasn't really the case. As soon as like, you know, you're not putting any pressure on Liquid, they're just farming, they're picking you off, and there's no really space to farm all of these items.
Yeah, there were 6 kills on PSG.LGD. Nothing to say. He's got 5 to his name and an assist to the other. He was the only one getting the kills. They, of course, got a couple of kills with the Black Hole, namely on Mickey and on Zai. But it also it fell short, Jack.
Yeah, I feel like the last pick Enigma is a sort of win condition. I could see what they're going for, but it's also like kind of a weird Enigma game. Other than the obvious, you need a lot of items. It's like there's nobody at this point, at some point in the game, can really like start the fight that well, so that you can then counter initiate and like follow up on it. And like if you have to go in first as Enigma or like some desperation Black Hole, then it almost never works. And they have some save and sustain on the side of obviously through the Pugna on Liquid as well. So even as like a win condition last pick, I thought it was kind of awkward. But again, really, it was just about the lanes, and you know, they didn't even come close to getting there, or they were just so far on the back foot that it almost didn't matter at some point.
I mean, they also have this silencer and disruptor supports, which needs to be enabled by some melee, you know, hero that can jump in and create some stuff, but they never had that hero. Enigma is not that hero. Broodmother is not really particular that hero, and Ranger also wants to stay back in the fight.
Yeah, and then the only disables you have are kind of the Black Hole and the Shackle, which, I mean, the Black Hole is big to commit, of course.
Yeah.
And also, you know, the moment you cast it, everybody on Team Liquid's like, okay, now we have an opening, and the Shackle is just maybe not reliable enough, not long enough either. PSG.LGD, obviously they continue in the lower bracket. How do you feel like this was indeed a case of, well, Team Liquid was just too strong for them, or do you feel a little bit sad for the chances of PSG.LGD further on?
I don't think Liquid is just like there's a clear skill gap between the two, because they took a game off of them. I think Game 3 was just a bit of a blunder in the drafting. It didn't work out. I'd really like to see Planet play more of these damage type of position for us instead of playing a Disruptor. He showed in the first 2 games how much impact he can have while playing like a Techies or a Phoenix. Putting him on Disruptor that's like kind of more catch doesn't seem to really suit the team as much, and it's pretty much just that. I think they got outpicked this last game, unfortunately.
Well, of course, they can have their chances in the lower bracket. They'll go up against Team Spirit there. For Team Liquid, they move forward in the upper bracket, and their opponent is yet unknown because it will be the winner of our upcoming series. We will take a break, but when we're back, it is time for Betboom versus Tundra.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru on the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality. Get in the game. Make it count.
your skills into gaming. 1xBet.
We continue here in the upper bracket here at the Bali Major. We got Betboom and Tundra going head-to-head. Tundra is already qualified for the international, but Betboom, this series will put them over the edge and will secure them an invite to the international. And funnily enough, this is the 4th time that these two teams are at the same LAN event, or event at least. They have never faced each other. Somehow they've always managed to avoid each other, so it's time to settle which one's the better team here once and for all. I am joined by Jack, Resolution, and we got Aurora on the panel as well. You doing good, Aurora?
Yeah, I mean, I took an hour to prepare the look for this, so basically Jack brought my back goal and he's like, oh my god, this girl. But you know, everything for the looks.
Looks good, the bag fits as well. Are you ready for some Betboom versus Tundra though?
Yes, I'm actually very excited to see what Tundra can pull out this time, because they played the Razor when no one else, you know, like cared about their hero, and it felt like they knew what they were doing with the Bloodseeker, the Visage, and then the Razor. Everything just perfect.
They of course are playing with a stand-in, but I don't think Tundra is really handicapped by that. AY is definitely holding his own. Without further ado, let's get this series on the road.
Light the fuse. Betboom is ready to explode into this scene. We may be known as the world champions from before, but we have more to prove now than ever. Like the crashing tides, Tundra Esports is coming.
We're going to find out who has the better hand here and who will move into the top 6 of the Bali Major. Jack, watching these two teams, what are you going to focus on with the series that we're about to witness?
I really like the way Tundra has drafted. I mean, they're always this team that kind of theory crafts like weird or different stuff, have like unique hero pools, but I like how they drafted in their last series. They played against Aster. There was a game where they saw that Aster was like flexing Morph and Slark as like part of the win condition. They drafted first phase Visage and Bloodseeker into it. So I love when they just do stuff like that, or they pull out the Razor against Leshrac, I think in games the first game as well. So it's also been fun to watch AUI. It's nice when you need a player to stand in. You happen to have a TI winner who plays almost the same position, although they moved him to 5. And then I've never seen a game where the camera is focusing on the position 5's Visage birds for like the entire second half of the game, because he's just keeping one lane pushed by himself. So I love watching just nerd Dota like that. It's a lot of fun.
Well, nerding out about Dota starts with the draft, as you mentioned, and we got one of those for you right now. Resolution. The draft for Tundra, it's always something special to witness.
And meanwhile, the Betboom team is always like drafting their solid heroes, because usually the way they think about the games, that they find like, the OP heroes, as I would call them, and like they would set up a pool for the players like with 4 to 5 of these OP heroes, and they just try to make the best combination of those in their draft. And this is what we see already. I feel like the Tekis has been, showing off this one of the best position 4/5 in terms of laning, because this team Betboom, they always focus on the laning a lot, and it just helps them, dictate the game that they want going to the mid game. And the Broodmother also has been showing off as one of the epileptic heroes. I mean, Nightfall, of course. I keep calling him that name. Nightfall, yes. And his experience in EG has been paying off in terms of like, he still can be able to pull off that hero out of nowhere, and not a lot of carry players, are able to do that.
Already a little bit surprised by this first phase. You have Betboom's been first phasing like Coddle Storm, even if there's like a Pugna, they'll just use the Coddle instead. And then there also isn't a Morph here that's been like a lot of heroes that we've seen very commonly first phase just kind of ignored here by both teams.
I think they didn't go for Storm just purely because they did it twice against Talon. They saw Pugna, they went for Coddle Storm, and they got answer with the Puck, I believe, and they lost both of these games. So that's why probably the confidence a bit shattered there.
They also had a chance to pick the Visage. I mean, I guess it's a team thing, I feel, you know. For a team to understand what a Visage is able to do in the game regardless of the position, I think, right, you need all the players to somewhat have played with the hero before, but right now they are not prioritizing that at all, and they just took Pugna Naga. I guess I can understand the Naga because she's really great against the Brood Mother and the Techies, right? Because you are an illusion hero, and Techies are one of the heroes that can't really kill the illusions, and Brood just feels miserable in the lane, you know. But I'm hoping to see what kind of mid hero they will pick to pair with this Pugna. I think 9 would probably prefer the Queen of Pain over the Storm Spirit because he has been playing this hero quite a lot of games, and it seems like it's a he thing, you know.
I think for 9 it's actually very, very hard to predict what he's gonna play because this guy he has something up of his sleeves because you can always like expect something weird from him. He would play like Spirit Breaker, or like he would be the first one who would play Tusk from the mid lane, you know, this type of heroes. And on this tournament he has been playing Razor, yes, I believe.
Yes.
And nobody else does it other than him, so yeah, it's been really interesting to see what he's gonna come up with.
Tundra does feel like they have a team full of players that are kind of like scientists in their own labs, and then they make something, and then all in all, overall they just try and concoct something that everyone can play, and then it makes a good round. Yeah.
And meanwhile, Betboom are the team that trying to perfect, you know, what's the best, and they're trying to make it even better by practicing it over and over again, and like making these little things come true even more.
Like the pure Doom coming out for Betboom, I don't think that comes as a surprise for Tundra either.
Yeah. He also has like three to four heroes that he's been playing a lot, and he's been getting them for the most games.
Beastmaster.
A Batrider and a Beastmaster coming out. I'm assuming... Oh, what are we assuming? Where's that bat gonna go? Is that a bat mid? Is that a bat support? Or should I just say yes to that and we'll see you later?
I think it's mostly support, and they're gonna last pick mid. I think it's gonna be position 5. Wait, position 4 Batrider with the Beastmaster to secure the lane.
I think they are also maybe trying to make it so that they can play fast, because Naga kind of only needed the Manta and maybe the Orchid in this game to play fast, but whenever you're against Doom, right, you just want to make sure he doesn't get to a point where he's super strong with like double Doom, double BKB.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Tundra know every single pick that Betboom is trying to make this game. Like, I knew this Lich was coming just because Toronto, he has the pool of like Undying, Lich, and probably CM. And he's like, as soon as he gets his hands on one of these 3 heroes, he's gonna get them in the draft. For Betboom, they're going to last pick the GPK hero, which... yeah, Leshrac is banned, but I don't think they would even go for the Leshrac. I feel like this hero has been underwhelming on this tournament.
Yep.
The plus is too much.
Because Leshrac usually does go for the Bloodstone and the Kaya and Sage, right?
Yeah.
I haven't seen a Leshrac trying the Dagon below, because I would say why I thought of it is when you pick Leshrac early and they're gonna react with TB, something like that, right? And you have a problem with illusions. But right now the Dagon doesn't only allow you to kill the illusion, but you also get spell lifesteal. And with that buffer, I'm not sure why no one has ever tried on him before. Sure, like he's great with those 2 items already, and you kind of need BKB anyway, but sometimes I feel like in this meta especially, Leshrac has this item problem, you know. He always feels like he doesn't have enough slots.
Yeah.
And he's not that great against illusion heroes in the late game because they can always buy this mage layer, right? And they have pipe, so he can't really actually deal with illusions that well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest problem with this hero is that he's lacking mana. and you need a buffer like, you know, Pugna or Aya to make sure he has that. And he also needs an HP. He needs a survival, right? Because he's usually the one who wants to run in, and he's an int hero that has a lack of, you know, armor and HP. I mean, so far I see that Tundra lineup has like a lot of broken mechanics, while Betboom has only this Doom that is, you know, is gonna be a big fight for them. But for Tundra, they're gonna play from the vision. I mean, this lineup, I played against it on TI. It's fun. It's nightmare to play against, guys. I'm telling you right now. You're just like constantly being scouted. There's a bunch of illusions. There you go. There's 9 having this another weird mid hero, which is Mars, and it's gonna be like, I think it's gonna be really good this game. Just because, you know, his BKB timing is amazing. He can rush blink this game. He can play with his supports a lot, make a lot of space for his greedy cores. But yeah, in terms of fighting, like you're fighting against illusions, you're fighting against Betrider just blink lassoing you. You're fighting against some vision from Hawks and the boards running around. It's just, But I do think that you know, Betboom has also something going with them with Spiderlings if Nightfall is gonna micro well.
Tundra lineups does seem like if they start a fight and they don't kill someone, it's kind of difficult for them to continue the fight because their cooldowns are not especially good against the heroes that Betboom have. I feel like so for example, let's say the Mask jumps in, right? And obviously the Lich is going to be there to shield the guy, and you kind of feel bad because you don't really have enough heroes to burst that hero down. You will need a lot of items from Naga to secure the kill, and that might be a very good opening for this Ember, this Group Mother to come in and kind of kill the supports off. But I would say they can only do that on the dire side, as in Betboom's lineup. They really have to win their lanes.
Yeah, that's what they're best at. Yeah. They love winning their lanes.
Yeah, they've created some pretty stompy games. I mean, I think they beat Gaimin like 28-2 or something like this. There's not been, you know, when they look good, they look absolutely dominant in some of these games. But I like Tundra's lineup here. Like you mentioned, this team abuses sort of vision and summons better than anyone. I feel like they're going to be able to take good fights that they want throughout the game. I like Tundra here.
Jack likes Tundra, but Betboom's laning stage seems to be their stronger suit, so perhaps they'll stop Tundra in their tracks. Let's find out what happens in Game 1 of the series, together with SVG and Cap.
Another team that really wants to be able to secure their spot at TI by just getting some points, just getting into top 8. Betboom are right there on the cusp. They are 12th on the list, and there is a possibility of Aster or maybe even Quest. Quest would actually have to win out the entire tournament to be able to eclipse them, but it is possible if Betboom do not get any points to take that spot away from them. So they want to be able to do it here. They have to do it against the TI winners.
Plus AUI 2000.
Plus AUI 2000. Yeah. Also a TI winner. Just not the last.
Actually, that's true. Yeah, they have to do it against 5 TI winners. Not they didn't all win it together, but they all got their different points. And I mean, I guess you got a coach TI win, so we count that too. AUI 2000 still standing in, though he gets to play his Pugna, a hero he's very comfortable with and very toxic with in pubs, I must say. He's a Pugna spammer.
Well, not toxic in the...
Oh, he's toxic.
Yeah. Curtis.
Yeah,
one of the nicest guys I've met in Dota.
That's right.
Toxic.
That's right.
What'd he say to you?
Nothing. That's why I was toxic.
Oh.
Didn't even respond to my hello. Probably has me muted.
Probably didn't know you were talking to him.
Probably true. Actually, I have him muted. Maybe he did say something. Either way, we're going to see if he's toxic in this game with the Skelly Boy that owned last series in that Game 3 in Liquid LGD. This hero looks like a first pick hero to me every game I see it. His laning's crazy good. His team fight, super high impact. He's the best save in Dota. You kind of have to deal with him, but at the same time, he's hard to deal with because he's so fast. It's just a damn powerful hero. We'll see if Betboom have the tools to get through him and through all of the toxicity that is not AUI 2000, but the rest of Tundra's lineup as the skirmish even already begins.
Yeah, they're going to go for snaking here. A first blood for GPK.
Silken Boa doing some work there when you have all these heroes to proc off it too.
Yeah, seriously.
Smart choice by Nightfall will boost up his Ember, and that is a good start for Betboom as they want this Ember to have a really good game so he can deal with the map pressure that eventually is going to come out from the Naga and the Beastmaster here with a Bat Rider cutting waves. AUI always cuts waves. This is like a very Tundra-esque lineup.
That's the thing. It's like, I do feel like, sure, Tundra is maybe a little bit weaker But when you have AUI playing, you just know he's not gonna do some honest stuff. You know,
no.
He's gonna give you some weird stuff that you've never seen before, and something that he has theory crafted or seen once in the many thousands of pubs that he's watched. And he's gonna do something, and you just got to be ready for it. You don't know what.
He also shifts snaking to the 4. So snaking gets to farm a lot more, which he likes farming. He was originally a core player, so he does not mind that at all. And already off to a good start here with what would have been first blood, but he'll still take it on Toronto Tokyo, dying to level 1 bat.
Yeah, that's awkward.
I haven't seen it in a while. Usually the damage is too low, but Snaking will find that with a single flame break as he was out of position and throw that advantage right back towards 33, who could have a very good Beastmaster game here. It feels like you go Helm of Dominator. I could see an Ags come out this game for him. I could see him just go the Aura Rush, play for the 5-man, boost up the Mars. But it does seem like a good Ags Beast game. The thing is, every time I think it's a good Ags Beast game, they don't build it. And every time I think it's terrible, they build it. So I absolutely just don't understand this hero.
Guess not. At least you're honest with the audience.
Oh, damn. Toronto Tokyo.
Sinister Gaze to take the last hit on the big creep.
Revenge for that Hurricane. Spot Wave should be a free farm lane for Skeeter, I think. Most actions either going to happen top or mid.
Well, the two supports are certainly going to battle it out in that bottom lane, but yeah.
Lich versus Bat is a very, very kill-oriented lineup, though. Like, this is a lane where the early kills matter a lot because you're trying to get to those kill thresholds, which for the Bat is level 3. For the Lich, it's like 3 through 5, depending on how many levels the Brood has. But since you had the early kill, you should pull ahead of the Beast here. I could see Betboom just trying to all-in 33 with like a level 3 timing if they got there first.
And both sides have a core that is more than willing to get active here. AUI, he's going to either get a kill on save here or force him to TP out or something.
I mean, these illusions have been really annoying for him.
Yeah, well played.
Skeeter has been putting it on the techies the entire laning phase, helping AUI win those trades versus the longest range in the game. And it definitely helps. These illusions, he doesn't need him to CS, so may as well put him to use. So grab up below Lotus as well. Pretty good start here for Tundra, despite the early rune skirmish that did not do him any favors.
Ooh, getting a lot of damage on this Doom. He thought he could challenge with the Scorched Earth, but quite the contrary. He's just straight up dying to Skeeter's damage through the illusions. AUI only just now joining, so couldn't help secure it.
I mean, that Frost attack also doesn't help him. If he had a Harpy creep here, that's a different story. Maybe Frost armor too. But this is not a good Frost attack lane. He would have wanted the other two if he could have gotten them. It'll hurt their offensive potential a little, but the real winner is GPK, who has a pretty free matchup versus the Mars and had that first blood.
It's that fight in top lane.
Yeah, this is the level 3. Someone is going to die.
Firefly, it looks like maybe both. No, Snaking doesn't die. Nightfall actually gets a little bit low. But they do manage to get the kill on Toronto Tokyo without giving Snaking's life up. He's got a healing salve too to stay in lane.
And Snaking just winning the trades versus Toronto Tokyo is paying off in the long run. You know, in the words of Biggie, somebody's got to die. Somebody got to die up here. It's just a question of who.
Pure and Skeeter continuing their harass war between each other.
My big question this game is, what does 9 get done? What does he build? Because these Silens are going to continue to skirmish. People are going to die, but it's not going to change the trajectory of the game, I think. I think a lot of it comes down to mid, because GPK is running away with it right now. And I feel like his impact is way more reliable than what 9 can maybe produce, whereas the Mars is kind of here to help scale versus the Brood in the late, create some AoE control for the fights later on when they find like an opening off of Naga and Beast Vision and Illusions. He's usually the threat that can drive the pickoffs, but Mars is not, he's not in that Tuskar Spirit Breaker category for me, where it's like constant pickoffs around the map. You're threatening heroes when the lanes go in for Betboom and they are forced to split up. I don't see the Mars doing that in this game. It's a slower pick, so I wonder if Tundra have an idea of the Mars just securing late game for them here in a Brood matchup, or being some sort of like weird displacement for Doom later on. I don't know.
Skeeter, mirror image to dodge the last bit of damage, but there is still the AoE fire that is burning away.
Kind of surprised he actually died on this lane, but I guess they just wore through him. he's not doing too well. This lane has not panned out that well for Tundra as the Doom has heated up, quite literally. Some extra fire from the techies, and now he has a Vanguard. He's pretty much invincible. These lanes are going to become a problem for Tundra. I don't know if they can stand on them in the long term. The Beast should be okay, because he had a really good start. Snake King just won that lane, but the Brood is also independent. So Betboom are going to bring both their supports to mid to fight for the rune, and 9 wins it.
Push it away with the spear, secure an arcane rune for yourself, but taking a lot of damage still.
Wonder if GBK is going to commit. So possible, right?
Flame Guard and a remnant, a single remnant would be.
Yeah, he has Fairy Fire Stick with an arena turnaround. Yeah. Probably just die if you go for that. Just wisely pulls back here. Would have really liked that rune. Will not get it. Big win for 9. Still, the threat for Tundra doesn't really exist with this Mars. That's what I'm saying. Like, where are they playing towards with this Mars? That's kind of what I want to figure out in this game. We'll see how much 9 can do with it, because right now I feel like his options are pretty limited.
Yeah, I could see how just like playing a fast kind of Blink Dagger build when you have Beastmaster axes, maybe the Ags, plus the Pugna Nether Ward, Fire, all in the mix thanks to the Bat Rider. Like, I could see how just that general initiation is kind of like a good setup for team fights for them.
If they don't have Hyper Beacons, I would agree.
Yeah. Pull back in with the Sinister Gaze. Snake King will die once again.
Somebody's got to die. Somebody's got to die in that lane. That is not a lane you can sit in from either side without somebody going down.
Oh, he's got the Harpy Lightning now on Pure.
Oh, he gets it eventually. Yeah, there you go. See, it all works out.
Yeah, he's got the answer now.
God, I hate Doom players. They're disgusting.
You think a lot of Dota players are disgusting.
They are. Glad you agree. Yeah, nice Decrepit. Be a shame if you got
Arena
creeped.
Does he have enough of the sick charges? Turns around, hits the spear. Perfect timing from 9, but he still managed to get away on GPK with the Remnant. Snake King will chase down Toronto, Tokyo. It's a little bit of revenge, maybe? Nope, the stick charges will put him over the edge, and Snake King abandons that. 33. Now he's going to be dove with no support to back him up. The axe is being thrown out underneath the tower. He's got the roar. He gets it. Oh, what? He roared a creep,
I mean,
but it gives him the movement speed to get him away.
That's just a farming.
Yeah.
Like, he knew he was safe, so he's like, I'm going to take a spider and go back to base. The extra move speed is efficiency. That's just a 10-head play by 33 there.
Of course, yeah. Oh, a spear that lands, but the Sinister Gaze pulls him back, and he couldn't hit the God's Rebuke. That would have gotten the kill on GPK, and that would have been a dream for 9. Put this Mars, who we have some question marks about, ahead in this matchup, but instead stays behind.
Just can't find the kill connection. And these are really costly 9. These are the moves you have to make work for the mid-Mars. Feel good about going into that mid-game.
Yeah.
GPK with that first blood being a little tanky. It's paid off. Here's the slights continue. He'll get a bottle refill from Toronto, Tokyo. And yeah, the side lanes are kind of just collapsing for Tundra, right? The Doom is not touchable. He killed AUI solo. He's forcing Naga into a position where they need to TP down here to try and kill Pure.
They're going to bring Snake King over. They know they need extra firepower if they want to be able to punish this Doom. Even bringing over 9. And they'll get him. See if 9 takes the last hit.
Yeah, I don't know about that TP because he knew he had netted. He got netted earlier.
Yeah.
So, interesting one from Pure. It'll cost them some gold, but they're going to try and return the favor.
Yeah, 33 is...
Where's your roar now, son? That efficiency didn't pay off.
No, it didn't. 15 seconds left on cooldown. Does what damage he can, kills some creeps, but he will be turned into baby spiders. Gross.
Every time we go to mid, it's just 9 getting slighted down.
Yeah.
Does not feel great.
I mean, it's a killer mid versus... I mean, Ember Spirit's kind of a killing hero, but in lane, he just slights you out.
Yes. And the Mars doesn't have much answer to that, unless you can all in the Ember. Which, since they missed those, it makes this even more punishing. Looking for the 10-minute rune. They kick the supports out of the Ancients up here. It will be Illusion for 9. Maybe not the best one he could have hoped for here, but we'll see. If he can get a good fight going, it could pay off. However, Betboom, I think they're content farming. They're pushing towards the Doom Midas. GPK with like 2 more levels, he's ready to go, and they're just fighting behind Nightfall, who has proven to be an issue in this game. And honestly, one of the more impressive carry broods I think we've seen. I feel like the Eastern European carry broods have been ahead of the rest of the meta.
Oh, you think it's better than Shiro's?
I mean, yes, I think so.
Okay.
I mean, he plays the hero fine, but I think that, like the Eastern European team's understanding of how to run the carry brood and scale with it through your tri-core and play around it is been top tier. So this is a scary brood. Top net worth right now.
What do you think they do better with the hero in that regard? Like, what do you mean play through him?
I think they bring supports to it at the right times, and I also think they make sure you're in a game where the brood does not have to play a hard carry, which is where I think the hero suffers.
Yes.
They always make sure they have just enough scale between their other two, like not too greedy, like this game, you know, it's Ember Doom. It's enough you're confident going late game here, but it's also not super greedy heroes, as long as the lanes are okay.
Sure, all three of the heroes, all three cores are going to contribute a decent amount to the late game, so combined it feels like you have one hard carry.
And then the brood's job is just, you know, give you the Roshan, give you the objective taking, but it's not a game where Nightfall has to go in and right-click 3 heroes down to win a fight.
Yeah.
Which in that LGD game, it kind of felt like that at a certain point. And sure, it's not even close to happening.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So I've liked the Eastern European brood so far. I think I mean, historically, it's always been very good too, right? Even when the brood was in the offlane role, a lot of those brood spammers come from CIS.
Yep.
Going back to the days where it was like Mag talking about how he learned it from the original brood spammer, right?
Yeah.
So there's some historical precedence there.
Closing in on the bottom lane, Betboom putting some pressure on to try and take a tower.
Game is definitely quieted down, which I think whenever this happens, Betboom are pretty happy with it until the map pressure picks up for Tundra. That's going to be the question, though. When does that happen? Exactly when does the Naga and the Beast start pushing these lanes back out? Because right now, they're getting lanes pushed into them.
Yeah, when you said when the game slows down, I immediately, maybe this is just standard. Like, game slow equal Tundra win.
Generally, yes. But right now, they're not occupying more than the map, which is not where their lineup wants to be. Now, this isn't like the worst case scenario. They're still gearing up for it. So if it happens later, at a certain point, they're going to be happy. But you are going up against Max Devour Doom with Midas, a Broodmother who's been clearing through the map and is ready to join fights. In fact, he is here. He is coming for you.
Coming through the portal, coming for AUI.
AUI has not had much fun this game. It's been run out of bottom lane. There's not a hero you can really play with to threaten outside of the Mars, who's working towards that blink. That should be a smoke for Tundra. Like, you get blink on Mars here, you want to smoke and break this top tier 1, I think.
Yeah,
that's
you got to make
biggest
something
objective.
happen with this hero. He's been kind of useless so far, to be honest.
That can happen to him mid-Mars.
GPK.
Keeping up in farm.
Where did his network go?
Oh. Where did it go? Maybe he never had it.
I don't know. He was winning in CS early on.
I mean, he did get a lot of those trades did almost kill him, and he had to, like, get heals and go to runes and try and regen back up. That did cost him some farm time.
Well, I mean, okay, then Mars hasn't been totally useless then. In that case, he's kind of shut down GP farm a bit.
I mean, he's been kind of useless. But his time to shine is blink.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna fall 9. I don't think there's much to do about it. And I still think a lot of this Mars pick was what they won out of him in the late game too. I think they have an idea that this hero can answer the brood in the man fights later if he gets 4 or 5 slots.
Never lucky. 9. Misses out on another power rune.
I mean, never lucky. He won a TI. That's pretty lucky.
I think he did it through skill.
That is the dumbest statement I've heard you say. Nobody wins a TI off skill. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of skill in it, but you win TI because you're skilled and you get lucky.
I see.
That's just what these TI win. The thing is, the TI winner's never going to tell you that because then it makes them look bad. They're always going to tell you, oh, yeah, we were just the best team there. Get the hell out. You're not the best team.
So OG got lucky 2 times in a row?
Yeah. They had a lot of luck, man.
I don't believe you.
Go ask Seb. That's what he'll tell you.
I don't believe Seb will say that either.
Then why? Okay, then when Team Spirit won,
why
did they say the best strat is luck?
I mean, I don't think...
Case closed, boys. Cap has been defeated in the Dota Court of Law here, and the Court of
Just
Lore.
because one TI winner said it.
You can appeal it.
One of them was humble.
In the lower courts, if you wish. But the verdict has been struck.
Slide chains, the Blink Dagger revealed.
Dire's middle tower
Test Spear. Just making sure it throws right, you know? Sometimes you get one of those wonky spears that kind of go in a curve, you know? Don't want one of those.
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of Fada arrows out there right now.
I think that's what the spheres are. They're just leftover arrows on the battlefield
Yeah, I think
from
he picks them up.
Era.
They come in from another plane, land in his battlefield. He takes it. Oh, I could use this. All right, you know what? I'm going to stay on that. Name me one aspect of Dota that does not involve some percentage of luck. I'm not saying it's all luck, but I'm saying it helps. You can't.
But like itemization, farm.
Oh, he missed the arena.
He did.
Unlucky.
He went for the spear into arena, but didn't throw the arena far enough away from his hero. You have to like.
It's tough.
If you do it all at once, it works, but you really got to make sure the arena is far enough away. Snaking's going to die here. Last second lasso doesn't do much. And the spear back will ensure a counter kill. If I go, you got to go, Avery.
That's true. 9 is stepping it up now. He heard us trash talking to Mars. Says, let me show you what I can do.
Well, Nightfall's taking the space, all the attention on Mars. And he almost takes a tower, but he backs away at the right time just before the song from Skeeter was going to catch him.
Fast. Nightfall knows all. He knows when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. Knows when you've been nice and... I don't know this song.
Knows when you've been bad or good.
Yeah, isn't there a naughty or nice in there?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
See, you don't know it either. Nobody knows this. They just pretend to.
No, but yeah, I know the chorus.
As Betboom gonna 4-man smoke it and try and break this game open. They have pipe finished on Pure, so this is some serious aura timing. And we'll find out again. Well, he's certainly broken a lot of smokes this game as 33 skedaddles his way out of there. Helm of the Overlord and Tundra still can't push a tier 1.
Yeah, they haven't lost a single one, you're right.
I mean, mid is very low, it's deniable, but Betboom keeping it up. Kind of agree with that decision. Feels like the space is really being limited for this Naga Beast lineup. They would want these tier 1s down by now, just haven't found them. And instead their areas are getting invaded by the Brood, setting up camp on their side of the map around the Ancients.
Yeah, you got a 4-stack around mid, and you got Nightfall ready to rotate, but putting heavy pressure on top lane.
This is a good fight for Betboom, I think. Nightfall can get the wrap. There's no song here.
He's going to start taking away that tower. Tundra.
Oh, that's a good spear.
They're going to need a response, and the response is killing GPK, or trying. Lasso back, Primal Roar.
Not dying.
Single target stuns, but not enough damage. Oh, barely got it in the end. 1-for-1 trade-off on a lot of abilities now on cooldown for Tundra. They're going to play around Skeeter and his illusions as they push back against Betboom.
Man, that Frost Shield did some serious work for him. It took forever to bring that Ember down.
Oh, back into it again. 9 with the shield rune. Throws the spear
shield
through the 2 supports, but now they're going to strike back. An attempt at God's Rebuke doesn't get there in time. Blast off into the Doom. Healing, 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 but he can't throw any spells, and AUI is going to die eventually, giving up his life just to buy 9 2 more seconds. Certainly not the trade-off that Tundra was hoping for.
BKB Echo Brood just runs past the doomed Mars and kills the Pugna. Says, okay, well, you want to heal him? I'm just going to kill you.
Yeah.
No cares in the world in this fight for Nightfall. When that Roar is down, there's no BKB control. That is why that committal onto the Ember ends up costing Tundra here. It's just too much. That is not the amount of spells they wanted to have to use to bring down a single core. BK happy to play that frontline role. Spark of Courage giving him extra armor there as well. That on top of Frost Shield. That'll do some work versus like the Riptide and all this physical that Tundra are trying to put in.
Yeah, certainly.
That is one of the downsides of Tundra's lineup here is they are pretty physical oriented in terms of the actual damage going into the course. Spear will miss again. Truly off the map. Like there's some magic damage, you know, with the Pugna, the Bat, but in general between the 3 cores, I feel like it is just going to be them going in on a single target trying to physically burst him down. And that Frost Shield is going to be a problem until you have Nullifier. And even if Betboom gets some armor up, it's going to be high value armor this game for them.
Yeah, I can kind of see what you're saying. Just because Betboom is sort of ahead in the game right now, it feels like their magic damage isn't going to be enough to get a kill. So they're going to need to do those extra right clicks, or they're going to need the Naga Siren Illusion to help finish it off.
They're going to have to take the man fight at some portion in that team fight. It has to be around the Roar and the Spear. Their big lockdown spells, they'll...
Immediate Orchid usage onto the Ember Spirit, but unfortunately the Flame Guard was already up.
You can see 9 thinking about these blinks, but that's another problem Tundra have had this game. The blink spears are just not fast enough.
No. Or maybe Betboom is just too fast for the Blink Spears.
They are playing this game very well, making it very annoying for Tundra. Not something I think we would have said going into this game. But it feels like Tundra have been the ones more annoyed than Betboom. But the trajectory here.
Yeah.
They will find here. Not able to read that move.
Yeah, locked inside the arena and caught by 4 heroes.
That's a 5 hero move.
5 heroes.
That is a heavy commitment. Not going to net you much gold lead here.
Going into this series, did you have a favorite?
Will net you potentially road. Did I have a favorite?
I favored Betboom.
I think on recent results, Betboom looked a bit stronger.
Yeah.
But if we're talking this particular matchup style-wise, I think Tundra could be a problem for them. Just because I don't think Betboom will beat Tundra on lanes hard enough to win the game. And I think the way the map gets stalled out, Tundra are a very weird and scary late game team, right?
Yes.
A lot of their games at TI and stuff got stalled. They went late and they win them through very weird interactions and itemizations that come together, and it's like deceptively good. I think that can be good versus Betboom style. You just have to get there. And maybe the stand-in hurts Tundra a little bit there too, because maybe their laning isn't going to be as good as it was. I mean, no fault to AUI, but you're like throwing Snaking off his lane, you're losing Soxa, and probably one of the most consistent early game players of all time, for sure. So you lose a little advantage there, but this early game did not go bad for Tundra. This game is incredibly even. They just get a Roshan, they have a gold lead. And finally, maybe they can start to push some lanes into Betboom, which is where their lineup shines. They can shove the map in their direction, force the split up, and let 9 go to work with the pickoffs. They're very happy. So now Betboom on the back foot. They're going to have to smoke, try and get a flank going.
They don't stop this soon, it's going to be hard on Naga.
They see Snay. They want to doom Snay, though.
Just a stun into the blast off. They're going to get this kill without using the doom.
That's pretty free. They can
Now,
look more, and yeah, you're going to get
these
out.
heroes are low from doing Torment, or at least a little bit damage. See if they can catch anybody here. Skeeter, just going to use the song, just to make sure.
Yeah, why not? That's a disaster if you get caught there and you lose 2 lives for nothing. And they brought the Brood to that fight. So if you're Tundra, you're happy being able to get the other 2 lanes out. You might even get this tier 1 top for free, which is still up at 23 minutes, by the way. Crazy to think about when it's a Beastmaster lane that won for Tundra, but
yeah,
the Brood was just too annoying up there.
So I would say a lot of Tundra's strengths at last TI, a lot of it involved around like how they would play the map. They had like a really good understanding. Yeah, they were just lucky. They just lucked into the understanding of how to play the map. Do you think that this Tundra
lucked into understanding of how to play the map? That's a good phrase.
Yeah, they just found the right tone.
I mean, it's kind of true, you know, like their idea could have been horribly wrong.
Do you think that their ideas have kept up with the new map? Like, is their style as effective? Is it more effective? Is it less effective on a bigger map?
I have no idea, honestly. It's really hard to tell. It seems less effective. But how much of that is like the individual small things like Wraith Pack getting removed from the game and stuff, you know?
Sure.
I have no idea. It does feel like 9 has had issues finding the same impact as he did at TI. I think that is for sure true.
Yeah.
We'll find a Toronto Tokyo here. Will he die, though?
I thought he would certainly die, but apparently not. Pipe, Glimmer.
Glimmer's a hell of an item.
It is a hell of an item. Skeeter just keeps on trucking. No 2 minutes left on his Aegis, and he wants to try and do something with this Nullifier. Mirror Image Manta getting a little bit of save. Doesn't want to give up this life so easily for Pure, but Pure managed to get the initiation onto the Beastmaster. Once again, the Spear Arena fails to connect. And Pure gets off his BKB now. They're definitely going to be able to take Skeeter off of his Aegis.
Can they stun him? They have a gaze. They have a jump.
They have a gaze. They have a blast off. They get so many stuns to be able to layer it. And the damage is in.
Oh, big misstep from Tundra here as they just overextend on that Lich. They never even got him.
Ooh, and didn't even need a stun for that last kill. Just raw damage into 33.
When you are in a route situation versus Betboom lineup, you're getting chased by Brood, you're getting chased by Ember. The cooldowns for the supports can reset here. That is an ideal scenario for Betboom. And Tundra just not splitting Betboom up enough. They just kind of run into them when they're grouped as 5, overextending on the Lich. 33 gets nothing off because that Doom was really good by Pure, and the Spear Arena connection missing again. Just feels like it costs you too much. You don't have any other stuns, especially when the Beast is doomed. You don't have the Roar coming out.
Has anything changed about that timing? I mean, 9 is at this point consistently missing.
It's just a hard timing to hit in competitive Dota because people are moving, you're running back. It's not that easy, right? And I don't necessarily fault him, but you feel for why he's trying to go for it since the BKB is already out on the Doom. You can't really just throw down the arena and be happy.
Yeah, same goes with the Ember, right? He can't just throw an arena and spear. That'll never work.
The thing is, in that type of fight, even if he hits it, I don't know if that fight's changing for Tundra. You're already in a defensive situation, which is just not where you want to be. Double damage in the Ripper. Gets baited a little
can
bit.
grab it, but he's going to be lassoed back. Boy, Nightfall starts doing some serious damage, though. Laying it a Snaking, finishes him off.
Dead.
AUI is going to be next with the Decrepify, and yeah, Pure never died off of that initiation. Now Skeeter, he's going to be stunned.
He got it.
BKB does not last long enough, so they won't be able to catch up to Skeeter here.
They're going to chase him.
They are. Oh, yeah, they've got plenty of chase, actually. Ember Spear, Broodmother.
Like just missed.
It was a little bit off the mark. Nightfall spots Skeeter, but he's too far gone.
Another very dangerous fight for Tundra. I mean, they lose both supports, but the single target burst is just not there. The Glimmer and the Frost Shield from Toronto, Tokyo, plus another Glimmer and Lotus on save. The defensive utility coming out from Betboom has been spot on this game, and it is causing Tundra a lot of problems as they don't have a nullifier. They don't have a way to break this, and both their supports are offering you 0 AoE if the single target jump does not convert onto the kill. Betboom proving too tanky in this game, pulling ahead a little bit with every tiny team fight they win. As 33 tries to find the Ags in this game that maybe gives them the extra damage they need. Because the Naga is not doing it right now, and Nightfall is doing it all. 7-0 and 4 for this Brood. He's just chunking through him with that nullifier. And the tier 1 down at 27 minutes.
Almost got him, but blink for blink, he gets out.
They do get the Lizard. Plus 250.
They do. Damn well. And another ward too. That was worth the tower straight off.
Actually was, yeah.
Skeeter got a bounty rune on the other side of the map.
I mean, this is where the Betboom team becomes scary with their Doom strat, because if you don't run it over, I think the win chance for them just starts to skyrocket. Like, I don't think we saw many games they lost late game with the pure Doom. Most of the games that I saw them lose were those like 25, 30-minute high ground pushes where his greedy build didn't have time to pay off.
Sure.
Here he didn't even go that greedy. I mean, he has BKB and Pipe on top of Octarine Midas, but it's just going to get scarier from here.
What do you think? So we saw Shiro bypass the Harpoon. I felt like that was desperation. This game, we're going to go Manta instead of Harpoon. Is this item no longer the hot shit?
Honestly, yeah, I think Harpoon's just fallen off in general. Okay. I think it's too hard to reliably use and get the value out of it right when you get it online. Outside of maybe the Magnus who was abusing it, and Magnus got nerfed, so that also contributes. I feel like this type of Brood build is way more reliable, scales better. Committing for the Harpoon is just a lot of gold that you're not getting the offensive value out of if you want to still be able to farm.
Run into the Beastmaster. The Betboom kill squad. They were running around as 4, even brought GPK through the portal to join them.
Yeah, they'll get some lane shoved in on the other side of the map, but once again, the vision that should have been an advantage for Tundra in this game is not doing them any favors. As another smoke lands right on point. All of the Betboom cores continuing to find farm. They're going to keep scaling versus Naga.
Nice cutting of the waves by Skeeter. You know, that's funny. AUI talked about how he coached Skeeter a bit on how to play the Naga Siren. This might have been like going all the way back to like the TI-10 period. I wonder if he ever says anything to Skeeter while he's playing these games with him.
Or he's giving him critique in the middle of the match.
I mean, no, maybe just as simple as like, hey, can you get an illusion cutting mid or something? You know,
Skeeter, this is exactly what I was telling you about. I'm glad I'm here right now, so I can inform your illusion should be here and here, not over here. That's what I don't know.
Curtis is pretty PMA. I feel like he could do it in a tactful, pleasant way.
It's true. Curtis is a pretty good teammate. I have nothing bad to say against him.
Besides him being toxic.
In pubs, yes.
9, he's gonna die. Doomed up, caught out, nothing Snaky can do about it.
Look, being toxic in pubs is different than being a toxic person. I just want to clarify that. You know?
The teammate of CCNC would say that.
That's a fair point. I don't have a retort to that one. I mean, yeah, but the thing is, Coin is toxic in pubs, and he's toxic in real life. You know?
Ah, okay. 1 minute left on the Aegis timer here. And we're going to see Betboom go through the portal en masse to...
Yeah, that Hawk just saw a lot. 33's like,
holy
dear
crap.
God.
Blast off is going to nick him ever so barely. Ogre Seal Totem, Primal Roar, trying to do a lot here with very little, and it's not going to be enough. It looks like AUI is going to die with it.
I mean, Pure was instantly on the backside of that. He's like, you guys got the beast, I'll take the Pug now. Just good target focusing, and again, the vision for Tundra is not saving him on these pickoffs. It's just a little too late. The map is too big. You were going to, is Tundra's playstyle working better on this map than the old one? This game, it doesn't feel like it. It feels like there's too much to cover, and Betboom have the angles, the smokes, the glimmers to bypass it, and abused Tundra's split push here. They're getting caught, and that is not what this lineup's designed to do.
Is he getting in a career with the boar? Oh no, it's the Ogre Frost Mage pulling. Dude, AUI and 33 on the same team.
That's too much for me, man.
This would be too much of the shenanigans.
Where was he even going?
Eat him! Okay, don't eat him.
That's 250. That's literally worth more than the wave almost.
Yeah. And it's not like they're going high ground or anything. They're focused on doing Roshan, so.
Yeah, I don't think Betboom care. I also think one of the things that generally has helped Tundra go into these late games off of the wave pulling, the cutting, the shenanigans, has been the support scaling, especially with the utility, but also just, they usually have some cheeky spells that help them, like these Shadow Demons or whatever, you know, Hoodwinks. Hugna Bat, they're pretty much going to give you what they give you, like, you know, from 10 minutes on. You can get like Blink BKB Bat and have a more reliable initiation, but do Betboom necessarily care about that if they can throw out some Glimmer, Frost Shield, Lotus Orbs? I don't see the Bat and the Pugna necessarily scaling too hard here for Tundra. I think that hurts them a little bit as well, which means they just have to not keep giving up these pickoffs and finding more. Refresher for 9.
Oh, don't let him
Can't
get
even
away.
find Toronto
Don't
Tokyo.
let him get away like that. Oh, he had the gem too. That would have been such a dream pickup.
Man, the map read from Betboom has been on point this game. And now they're pushing in your bottom lane. They got Aegis, Shivas for GPK, and that Harpoon finish for Brood with Cheese to back it up.
Let's see if 9 can get the initiation here.
These are some tanky boys. I mean, who do you want to go on? You have double Arena Spear. And there's some damage.
Yeah, you can blink, maybe try and spear him back into the tower. Try the arena trick again. He's got a refresher, so if he gets the initial spear,
I don't think
it could be really good.
Want to go in and get speared until Toronto Tokyo's there. That's another thing. This Lich is running.
Yeah.
But he's a Lich.
I mean, if it's on GPK, it's probably fine.
Hawk up here right now.
They're definitely going to go for this initiation at some point.
They
Look at them all grouped up like this.
I think Pure knows they're here. He's going to go. He got them all.
He got them all indeed.
Double
stun
Centaur.
Refresher Centaur stun. This man's a monster. But the heal, it does go off, and they're not going to lose anybody for it. Betboom, great execution, but maybe the idea was all wrong. They have to retreat now.
That song was so much better than all of that initiation power for Pure, and yeah, you are out of Dooms now. Gonna try and fight with the Arena.
Turn back in, the Arena goes out. The Chain Frost do manage to go away, bouncing through into the Skeeter illusions. Meanwhile, on the side, the support's gonna be battling it out. Skeeter pops his Manta, trying to get away from these nullifiers, putting his own nullifier onto the techies, but not able to get the kill and not able to get out. Betboom on the high ground, turn around and defeat Tundra in this fight. And they are gonna take some serious building damage now as Curtis AUI tries to do what he can to stall this out, but they are dead with several heroes for a long time. Betboom can get a lot off of this.
I honestly think that's just the game. Yeah, they're going to call it. They don't have any damage. There is nothing going into the pipe, the Glimmers, the Frost Shield, Brood healing up in a BKB duration that no one can man-fighter. And this Mars pick did not do almost anything in this game outside of, okay, if you get the early snowball kills in the lane going, I can see a different trajectory. But here, it's not helping you man-fight. The spears are hard to land. Even when you land them, there's a lot of defensive capability from the Lich in Toronto Tokyo, which really just shut down these physical burst initiations. And it just felt like an off game from Tundra all around. Like
Yeah.
the tier 1s were really slow for a Brood Naga lineup. That hurts you a lot. It's like an intangible thing. You're not seeing it in the actual fights, but you're seeing it reflected in the net worth, where you're not pulling ahead. It's just not a lot of space for 9 to find the pickoffs or operate in. The 2 supports behind the Mars weren't the easiest. It's not like a Skywrath mage or something where, okay, you go mid, you spear the Ember, silence ultim, he's gone, right?
Yeah.
There's no real good magical burst to cut through the saves that Betboom put out. A lot of those things just culminate in a 5-on-5 battle at the end of that game where, I mean, did Betboom even take any damage? I don't know. They just sat there. That was a sick initiation from Pure, though. I mean, goddamn.
It was pretty cool.
6-man Centaur Stomp.
Yeah, which one would you rather have, Avery? Centaur War Runner?
This is why I say Doom with Devour is just better than Centaur. We literally saw it there.
All right, but he's going to go off this rant. We're going to head back to the panel.
Closed.
You got me convinced, SVG. Don't worry about it. Pure's Doom, once again, actually on fire. And it makes me wonder if we're going to see that again next game, because to be honest, maybe teams should be wondering if they should ban it, but maybe there were other problems that Tundra had. I'm joined by a panel of Jack, Aurora, and Resolution. And Tundra did fall short in the first game here. Rezo, Betboom seemed super comfortable in this first game of the series.
I mean, one thing that this team is really excelling of is like in their discipline. Like they're playing very confident after the laning stage, like about like how they move and where they rotate, and it felt like Tundra lineup had a lack of damage at some point. The Smart's initiation wasn't like really enough to make sure the damage was on there. Like the Naga illusions weren't as powerful, and the Lich made sure that they have like way less damage than they could have even like provide. And they had no nullifier on the Tundra lineup either to remove that shield, so it was a really big problem for most of these mid-game engagements.
I think I'm just very confused as to why when the fights break out early on, before 9 had dagger on his mask, it's like if your mid is fighting, then as the offlane you should kind of just be a little bit safer, right? But no, it's just such a good timing for Betboom to collapse on 2 lanes, which I just think it's kind of a bad planning from Tundra's side. It's like, hey, we're gonna try something mid. Then on the other lanes, you should be trying to get safer farms, like don't go forward and kind of challenge their heroes. But at the same time, I also feel like it's kind of hard for 33 because he got dived at the tower twice and 9 wasn't ready to kind of counter-initiate there with his arena. But that's why I just think it's very bad planning from Tundra's side, and it's very important for 9 to kind of stop this Broodmother from being too far ahead, because if he doesn't do that, then this Broodmother will get a very early BKB, and literally there's nothing on Tundra's side that can stop this Broodmother.
Yeah, I feel like both teams are kind of playing for a similar sort of early snowball map control this game. I think this game could potentially look really scary for Betboom if, again, you take those towers early on and it feels like you can't really play the map that well. I mean, it's kind of what Tundra does well, but Betboom has really been picking up steam the last few days and today, of course. I feel like this team, if they get a lead, it's like they don't give you many openings, so it's like very hard to come back into the game. I felt like there was almost no good engagements left for Tundra to take at some point in this game. It was that important that they kind of just roll over the early game, and they didn't quite get there.
Yeah. Both teams had pretty similar timings, and the game was decided really in those mid engagements. First one when they jumped on Ember, and Ember had a shield on, and he lived like for the majority of that fight. Still, in the second time when they had an Aegis, they kind of like went on Lich, and he survived on like, I don't know what was 100 HP, 30 HP. He had Pipe, Aura from the Doom, he had Glimmer Cape, and because of that survival, they actually managed to turn the fight on back on the Tundra side, and it was like a really good fight for Betboom. And after that, there was like no really good chances for them to find any good fights, especially like after a nullifier pickup on the Nightfall. His build was amazing here this game as well. He went for like early BKB into nullifier. He managed to skip shard. He just went for the Anchor and Manta after. I don't know. It was like a very cool performance from him.
I will also say overall last pick Mars to counter the Brood. Brood never died. It felt like maybe there was a little bit wrong with the initial theory behind it, Aurora.
I just think maybe they didn't want to pick a hero that can be possibly counter-picked by Betboom, and they just thought 9 is kind of a Mars player, Mars doesn't really get counted in a 1v1 situation that much. But I would really say, I know Mars really needs a dagger to do something. But if you think about the overall lineup, right, Naga can't really help you. And you don't really want the Beastmaster to be the one moving to you. You don't really have to kill the Doom, because for Doom, like he's gonna farm anyway, he's gonna get his Midas anyway. But for me, judging from how Nine viewed the game, he thought that he should be making this Ember busy so that he can't be the one to gank the other lanes. But what I feel is, you can't really threaten him. He's not really that afraid of you. So you shouldn't be trying to waste time trying to keep this Ember at mid, but rather maybe find a chance to just prepare for the dive from this Broodmother and then just counter it.
Yeah, we're going to find out what's going to happen in further games. Whether we'll enjoy 2 games more or 1 games more, there's one thing for sure. We are enjoying the Ayana Estate where we're at. It has beautiful beaches, a rock bar, and a jungle. The integrated resort here in Bali is fantastic. And we're going to enjoy a little bit of a break as well. See you soon. 760 points. That's how many DPC points Betboom has at the moment. One more win here will give them an extra 400, and that puts them at 1160. And that is enough to secure themselves a slot at the International, and that puts extra pressure on the upcoming game, or potentially games if Tundra manages to tie the series, because Tundra did lose game number 1 of this best-of-3 series in the upper bracket of the Bali Major. I'm joined by Jack, Aurora, and Resolution, and we're ready for game number 2. The draft should be upon us momentarily as well. Resdo, you are intimately familiar with both teams, actually, for different reasons, obviously.
Yeah.
But going into this second game, now that you've seen both teams perform, what do you think? Where's their head at?
I mean, I think they're going to heavily contest the Doom for the next series, as you mentioned. It's a very good point. And I'm curious, whether seriously deciding to go for it himself. But Betboom, they got their Morphling, and Nightfall has been performing very well on that hero, especially considering how strong that hero on the lane is. And, it's their love, obviously. I spoke with the manager of Betboom outside, and they said that after the loss on Bali Major, they actually they're bonding together a lot more, and they decided to bring on the psychologist as well on the board.
Okay, cool.
So it's a big changes for them. Yeah, they're hanging out way more this time, and they came here as a legitimate team, and not some 5 different players.
I mean, they were playing with Stan, of course, with you at the Berlin Major, because they couldn't get their full roster.
And I think Pure is actually a very good offlaner for them, because Nightfall, he was if you compare these two for the offlane, Nightfall was more greedy when he was playing offlane. He wasn't making as many moves as a Pure making on an offlane. And for the carry, they kind of play very similar in terms of playstyle, but Nightfall, he has this nickname in CIS community, which is Ideology, which means he's a perfect player.
Okay.
He rarely makes mistakes. He's usually the one who's he has 24 KDA, with a 0 death.
That's such a positive nickname. It's not often that we hear positive nicknames. I like this.
Yeah, he's very unique in that sense. So yeah, that's why he decided to go back for the carry, because he is the guy you can rely on. And I mean, I would say he's pretty similar to me when I was playing carry myself. I was the one who would play for 0 death, kind of very very stable, knowing where enemies move on the map. But I would say it's it's the weakness and the strength of a player, because weakness in the sense that he's not gonna make a play where he needs to put himself at risk in order to turn the games that is unwinnable, and because of that he wouldn't be able to turn games as much as he would if he was an Ideology.
Sounds like he's a harvester type of player, right? You set the table for him. I remember even when he played offlane on EG, he would often be top net worth, and he would just take a lot of resources, but it felt like he played the lanes really well, and he got pretty much what you needed to get out of every situation.
Yeah.
So they needed a psychologist after playing with you? Is that what?
Yeah, they need something to think about. Yeah.
If Rezo can't carry us, then we know we need some help. See, positive twist in it. All right, so we got the 2 openers. We got the Doom on the side of Tundra, the Morph on the side of Betboom, of course. Those are the key pillars here, Aurora. Do you have a favorite in terms of which opening you like more?
I would prefer the Morphling and Tekis most, probably because Morphling is just a huge universal hero counter, because if you pick this hero early, right, there's only so many heroes that can make you feel bad, but also at the same time, you make the entire universal category heroes feel bad. But I would say, Betboom kind of ignored Morphling the last game. I think it's not a bad thing, because I like teams that acknowledge certain heroes are really, really broken in the patch, but also not just being very heavily reliant on them. Because when they picked the Brute, I was thinking it should be flexible for POS 1 and POS 3, and they did that, so I'm just really impressed with Betboom.
I don't think they flex it though. I don't think Pure plays Brood Mother. Does it?
I think I've seen him play once, but I'm more comfortable seeing him on Enchantress versus Brood.
He is one of the greedy players, and he kind of don't really have the chance to, not take the risk, because he's the POS 3, right? So when you're comparing between Force 1 and Force 3, you kind of have to just take the fall. But
it's also important to play in your comfort, because if you don't know how to play the hero, especially like these micro heroes which require like some certain level of understanding how to micromanage your units, and maybe some StarCraft 2 experience, you know what I'm saying? I'm not sure if he would want to play that without any experience.
I think he is more like a big ultimate guy, right? Like Tidehunter, Doom.
Yeah, for now, for this team, yes. I mean, since he's new to the role, I think he's taken. I mean, especially like this team, they always want to go like for a few heroes that are like broken and make a strategy out of it, not going too much out of their comfort pool of heroes. So he's been playing mostly like Doom, Tidehunter. I don't remember what is the third one when you think of pure. What is it,
Enchantress.
Like Legion.
Enchantress. I don't know. I've seen Enchantress now twice. I think it was both during Dream League, and he crushed on it.
Position
like
3?
It was crazy. Position 3, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I love that hero, position 3 myself. I think it's very underrated on position 3.
All right, I will tell you what else he plays. Underlord, Legion Commander Axe, and he does indeed also play Tidehunter.
I'm a little bit worried right now for Betboom when I saw this PL coming up. Like these 4 heroes don't do as much, to counter the illusions that he has.
I feel like they probably saw it coming though, because they banned the Naga already for an illusion hero, and then they saw that Tundra, I think, after started banning like Legion and Darkseer, so they probably had some idea that an illusion hero was coming. I mean, there's probably some last pick options that they can do to punish, because if last game was any indication, like they're very happy just trying to take control early and like tempo the game out and not give Tundra a chance. So again, we saw Pudge as this sort of illusion counter that a couple teams have run at their last pick. I'm not sure if that's in Pure's wheelhouse or if they actually just keep the snap. Like they have some flex options still too.
Yeah, I feel like this snap is going to be mostly mid lane, and they're looking for another offlane hero against PL. And also not a big fan of the Betrider. This hero has been very underwhelming to me from what I've seen in the previous games. I feel like he has like a very low win rate as well on the support.
I think generally because everyone knew how to play against him, right? And he's not as annoying as he was before playing on the Napalm.
I think it's also the nerfs, right? This hero has been nerfed many times by now.
I think Betboom can still take Underlord, right? It's not banned.
Oh yeah, that's another
still
hero
in,
Pure loves, for sure.
I mean, I really like the Underlord because you already have a Morphling, right? And when you have a Morphling in the team, you kind of want to be on heroes that can buy aura or like take the pressure for him, just soak the pressure for him, and then later on he can kind of just 1v9 for you.
Just look at the Tundra bans. They respect Pure so much. Look at this Tide, Legion, Darkseer, Beastmaster, Axe, but the Underlord is still there. And it's pretty good here for sure.
Yeah, they got 45 seconds to talk about last things and potentially change out of the Underlord, do something else, but there it is.
Now I hear the sound. That's the Andy.
Alright, what's Tundra's reply here? How are they gonna buy all the time they need for the Phantom Lancer to come online?
They need some really active hero, probably some melee dude that can go in front and make sure this ENG and Betrider have something to follow.
The Ember is still there, right? There's still spirits in the pool that can help.
All the spirits.
Yeah, but I feel like 9 is just the kind of player where I don't want to play with spirits now. He hasn't been playing spirits for quite a while. He was quite frequent on the Void Spirit, but because he's like getting nerfed a lot, right? And there's a Morphling on the other side. And as a Void Spirit, you kind of don't really want to lane Snapfire because literally you can't really play the lane properly.
I don't know. I can't really think of a hero that's gonna, make all the space that these two cores need.
Well, we know he's gonna lane up against the Snapfire. Is there anything in particular that slows the Snapfire down?
I mean, Puck isn't bad because you wouldn't take damage from her first spell if you play it right. But I don't like it here because the other heroes are pretty tanky and hard for Puck to kill.
Ooh, what? So the bat mid then?
No.
Or Rubik
Might
for
be
9.
Rubik mid. just to steal the Underlord Firestorm. you know.
We are talking about 9
Snap
here.
too. Yeah, you're playing at Snap too, right? So
Yeah. Not a big fan of this Rubik pick. I mean, I think Betboom lineup is just overall very, very solid, and their lanes looking like they're gonna win 3 lanes again.
They're taking their time and selecting their heroes, not gonna lie.
Well,
They're not
I
sure
will say though,
whether
Rubik
it's-
is super good against Lina in the 1v1 matchup when Lina was like seriously broken. The only hero that could lane against her was just Rubik. And I think it's kind of the same concept here against the Snapfire. You don't take damage and like literally there's no way this Snapfire kills you, so means no pressure and you are definitely gonna farm faster than this Snapfire for the first, I think, 10 minutes. But I would say you can't really compare the rotations though, because for Snapfire it's so easy to help out in the team fights by just pressing R. But
Yeah.
like for Rubik you need to steal the right spell and kind of like walk in front to live. It's not that great.
So it's good on the lane, but that's kind of where the ship ends for you.
Yes.
All right. How about you, Rezo?
Yeah, I think it's Betboom taking this game over, just because they have really strong lanes and, you know, like morphing in the game still very good in against PL with the Aghanims. They're gonna take this one.
Well, if you both are correct, that would mean that we got another team joining the guaranteed international attending teams list. So let's see if Betboom can get that going. We're heading over to a commentary duo. It's Cap and SVG.
After a rough game 1, Tundra are going to fall back on a 9 Rubik. Something that is rarely seen, mostly in the hands of 9. I can't actually think of the last mid laner who played mid Rubik. There have been a number, but I can't think of
Sumail played it.
All right, there you go. Sumail. That's apparently
I'm
it.
pretty sure Sumail played it at one point, maybe on Nigma, but a lot of that is blocked out from my memory.
Is it good?
It can be, yeah.
Is it good in this game?
It can be, yeah.
Great, let's get into the game, shall we? My analyst is going to be a bit of a dick this morning.
I wouldn't say that, man. You don't have to go that far. Why are you always going to escalate it? You're just mad that the Doom finally case closed the Centaur there, but look, I think the mid Rubik can work if you have a 1v5 hero to fall back on. So if Tundra believed that Phantom Lancer eventually 1v5s this game, then I think the pick is valid.
Okay.
If they don't believe that, then the pick is invalid.
I am not convinced he does 1v5 this game. Are you? I mean, I swear to God, if you say he can.
I mean, he can. He can. I think there is a world he kind of 1v5s. Like, the fights can get really weird with the Ags and the Diffusal and burning people out, and you can play like away from the Atrophy Aura. But Snapfire scale is pretty spooky. The Morphling with Ags just going in, like maybe Morph ignores you and just starts killing your team. He's throwing out his own illusions.
He also has the waveform talents, which are pretty potent against
He can deal some damage. Honestly, I don't think Skeeter can truly 1v5 this game. It's going to require some help from the Rubik and Doom. Obviously, nothing's in a vacuum, though. So I think the Rubik pick can win you the game here. 9 is going to have to perform really well, though. He needs to play the lane really well. At some point, he needs to get Morph stolen, so he tanks up a huge margin.
Yeah.
Like, that's a big component of this mid Rubik in this game, is he can become insanely tanky and unkillable for Betboom for the first 20 minutes with attribute shift. And then you steal Snapfire and Underlord spells, and you're rolling. Because it is a significant amount of burst to throw back through into the team fights. If you ever get Ags on the Rubik in this game, plus the attribute steal, so you're like 3,000 HP with Firestorm and like a Snapfire Blast, I mean, you're a god, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's the trajectory 9 is shooting for here. It all starts with the lane, doing well in the lane, getting there, getting some runes. The thing with mid Rubik is usually go arcanes into like that Aether Lens, so you're probably shooting for eventually ending up with like Aether Lens, Ags, bots. Sounds pretty good to me, but we'll see what he ends up doing. And you still have to play these lanes versus Betboom, a very lane dominant team who, as the panel talked about, is set up pretty decently here, right? There's not a lot of weaknesses in their 3 lanes. Snapfire is going to do fine mid versus almost anything. The Morph lane should free farm down here with some clock interference, unless 33 gets a hell of a creep, which he probably won't, as both camps are blocked already.
By that you mean a heartbeat creep?
Yes, a heartbeat creep. I just didn't want to name it, but I mean, Mana Burn is also a pretty strong creep. Frost Armor, nothing to be ignored, but you usually have to go farther for that one. And then top is like, you know, Underlord Techies. This is also a pretty damn strong lane.
Yeah, Underlord's probably going to do fine.
it's just hard for me to see Betboom getting crushed in these lanes. So that's where 9 is going to have to really do well mid, skew this matchup in his favor, and then take it to the fighting on one of these side lanes at some point, I would think.
So interesting how all these mid laners now, this used to be just like, you know, like a Ember versus Huskar matchup thing. But now everyone is pulling the mid lane around the river.
Dendi.
Oh my god, he found another pro player who's played mid Rubik.
Dendi plays mid Rubik. What were you saying?
the pull.
It's not about pulls.
Yeah, how once you start losing a lane, a lot of people are now doing the pull where
NTS also played it
aggressively. Mid, oh, Fairy Fire! Is that going to be enough? It is. 9 gets the first blood. Massive win.
That's what you're looking for.
He needs to be ahead in this game.
That is what you're looking for here if you're a Tundra with this last big Rubik.
And Dendi and NTS and Sumail are all sitting back and applauding 9 now.
They have all shed a collective single tear. So what were you saying? Something about pull?
I don't want to go back to it.
No, I won't cut you off. I promise.
No, I'm not.
I want to hear it. I think everybody wants to hear it in the chat. Ones in the chat if you want to hear it. A lot of ones. I see a lot of ones.
You can't peer pressure me. Also, there's a delay.
They don't know that.
You don't have
Why would you tell
chat
them?
open.
Why would you tell them that?
You're just lying to them.
All right, well.
When you're behind in the mid lane, a lot of people are pulling the creep wave around the river. It used to be an Ember versus Huskar thing, and now it feels like just everyone's doing it. As soon as you start losing the lane. Which GPK obviously was losing the lane, and did lose the lane as he gave up that kill. And Avery is messing around with something underneath his desk and not listening to me again.
No, it's fine. I didn't break anything.
Skeeter? Is he dead? Doppelganger is going to be able to dodge the sticky bomb, but that just means he is in perfect position to get blast off.
That's a nice connection right here. This is the lane strength that we see from this Betboom lineup, but time and time again, they just find these little openings. This time it's saved with the level 2 connection on a Phantom Lancer. Not even a level 3 here for the techies. Sometimes that can be difficult, especially with Unlord, who doesn't necessarily have the best nukes to throw in, but Pure has been demolishing Skeeter in the CS department. We look at that chart, it's Pure #1 and Skeeter #6. He's having a rough time in this Underlord matchup, and that is what it is designed to do. Put the PL behind.
Yeah, and it's not going to get much better. I mean, I guess the Enchantress, one of the stronger laning supports, was supposed to be able to help him get out of this lane a little bit easier, but it's just not happening. Not with the techies in the mix. So Betboom, between that and I guess the Morphling doing okay, it just means Tundra is all the more reliant on 9 to be able to build some momentum off that great first blood he got.
It's going to come down to him. A lot of this early mid-game is pretty much going to be driven by 9 here. How fast he can get some arcane boots up, start walking around. I mean, he is still owning mid. Like, he is up decent CS, got that kill. He has a full level advantage almost over GPK here. And that means Spell Steal is going to be coming out even faster.
Which is great versus Snapfire, right? A lot of great spells to grab there.
Very good. If you can steal the Snapfire spells and either get a gank towards mid off the Enchantress or the Bat, or rotate to one of these sides, I think that's what Tundra are really looking for. Then they can start just snowballing the hell out of this game. And then you might just have a really fat Doom to join you in that mid game, which is what they're really looking for. Okay, your Peel's going to be behind. He has a Diffusal, but in the end, if you can just go in there with some auras, buff up your Rubik, he has the attribute shift, it's going to be too much HP for Betboom to get through. And you're going to have to hit that timing hard because, yeah, your PL is going to be far behind. He's going to need some room to catch up. He's going to need some fights to join to catch up. Spell Steal already online. Very good timing here. And level 3 Scatterblast to start farming it up.
I almost kind of want to see, like, AUI just rotate over there with the Enchantress or something. Help this Rubik out a little bit more because I'm not sure if you can do much more about top lane. 9, getting aggressive, has the Scatterblast steal, so you got to be careful if you're GPK. Does have a raindrop though, just something of note. Power Rune, either way, 9's just trying to put some pressure on him so he can secure the 6-minute Power Runes, which some support rotations will come through, try and make things a little bit more muddied. Snaking gets an Illusion Rune to be able to fight Toronto Tokyo with his Battery Assault. And hey, look at that. Friend in need, 33, comes down the triangle area to help out.
Did eventually get that Mana Burn creep. Pretty nice for him for the regen. Honestly, the regen might be more valuable than the burn in this type of game. And 9 not rotating yet, but did force GPK back to base here, where GPK hit his 6, but he hasn't been able to use it. This is a time where he could maybe TP to one of these side lanes, get something going with the ultimate. There's a little lack of stuns to set it up for him, but sometimes you don't need it. I could see him just going top and trying to kill Skeeter here. Oh, he'll go bottom. So it was a 50-50. He'll choose 33. They'll try and leash him in the cogs as Pure is getting gone on top.
TP out.
He's good. Oh. A game of single HP points.
That was crazy. I can't believe that TP actually worked. And they get the kill on 33. He's going to go for the Wisdom Rune, but AUI is already in position for that one.
This is a nice little combo that I think GPK is going to look for the whole game. It's like the clock snap. That used to be a first phase combination in the Prime Snapfire pack for a reason.
Yeah.
Like hookshot cogs and you just throw in the kisses. Snap doesn't have to commit. It's easy pickings. Metalane Betboom, we're going to look to combo up this entire game, and they get the Doom kill. The Pure Underlord survives. They're pulling pretty decently ahead on these side lanes over time as Skeeter continues to suffer a little bit.
Yeah, it's really annoying that every single time he gets Sticky Bombed, he has a Doppelganger, and then he's just susceptible to Underlord.
And we still have had a very quiet game from 9, right? He's just farming up.
Yeah.
Now, there's nothing necessarily wrong with him farming up here as you get to like fast Aether Lens. Yeah, say that.
Similar to the Blink Dagger move, you could be quiet in the early game, but once you get to that point, you got to make some big moves.
Yeah, you gotta be loud when the time comes. 8-minute Power Rune, Shield Rune top, and we'll get denied by save, but he might die for it.
Cookie helps him out. Taser as well. Oh, too much magic damage from 9.
Level 4 Scatter Blast. Once these Arcane Supremacy points start coming in, an instant smoke from AUI. Now is the time to get this 9 Rubik rolling as full one. Not the Aether Lens is flying out, but level 4 Scatter Blast. No TP on Pure right now.
Yeah, Pure does know about this, but he may not be able to get out in time. Well, they'll have to dive in pretty deep for this one if they really want it. Telekinesis back. Throw the damage back at him. Blast off onto the two of them underneath the tower with the pit there as well. AUI is probably going to die to save instead.
Just too tanky.
Yeah.
1400 HP with a Vanguard, even at stick charges left.
All thanks to that ward in the river.
Yeah, definitely helps. This Rubik's doing damage, but not that much damage. And ideally, I mean, they kill the Underlord if he's very far up in the lane, but I think you want to go for the more reliable little kills here.
Oh, missed the cogs. That is just unfortunate. Toronto Tokyo just off by like the smallest of centimeters there.
And GPK is not happy with that one.
No, he's not.
Show his dissatisfaction later.
To go back to Team Spirit, TI winner.
Is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What?
That's what he's going to say. So
Go back to Team Spirit?
Yeah.
I don't know if they want him to go back to Team Spirit. They're doing better than Team Spirit right now.
Yeah, well, GPK maybe thinks they could do even better without him.
AUI,
lag?
the lag
No.
question mark.
No lag here.
That's not lag, AUI. That's just age, my friend.
Everything's a little fuzzy.
Though it is not as fast as it used to be 6 TIs ago. It all catches up with us eventually. The ultimate lag in life. Death.
I don't think. No, that's not how any of that works.
No, AUI is fine. I'm not trying to imply anything. Absolutely enjoying life here at the Ayana Estate. Shout out.
At the ripe old age of 30.
This is what production is to distract me from going on tangents.
Yeah, trying to prevent you from getting fired. We're trying to save you.
All right, Cap, give me a frog impression. Underwater, but he has a breathing apparatus. But it fails halfway through.
Do you want me to make a ribbit noise or what?
I'm waiting.
Hold on.
That was actually pretty good. I like
some water.
Okay, we're done. We're done with this content.
That didn't work.
That did not pan out like I thought it would. But good try nonetheless. I appreciate the effort.
Why do you always do it underwater?
Oh, there's another frog.
Oh, there's so many of them.
Sunsman was naming them, right? We have to name them? Who was
Teddy
that?
the Toad.
Okay. That's acceptable.
Wait, are they toads or frogs?
We don't know.
Is that a Teddy or a Philip?
Could be a Frederique.
Felicity. No? You got no more F names?
That was all.
That was it? Weak. Weak. All right, we'll cruise it around the map here as apparently AUI is still having his issues. So the overall game state, can we actually, I hate to be a bother, we're having some very cool views, but can we actually go back to looking at the game? Because I'm trying to figure out what the general game state is. I lost my mind when Avery asked me to do a underwater frog.
I think that was a good bit.
So who's actually winning this laning phase? Like 9-1 mid, but I feel like the side lanes are going much better for Betboom.
I mean, I think Tundra are okay with this.
They've spent a crap ton more consumable gold, but are still up in net worth. So that's pretty good.
I mean, I feel like the Phantom Lance is in an okay spot. In theory, you rather take like the tempo Rubik winning over the tempo Snapfire, right? If the other four are kind of heavier farmers. I think Tundra are almost always happy if Doom is in like the top 2 or 3 for them on 33.
Okay.
So I think 33 is pretty happy with his lane out here. He's just gonna go Midas and get insanely fat. He's gonna eventually pull ahead of the what the hell was that line? He's gonna eventually pull ahead of the Underlord here. And the PL will catch up. This is not a hero that is gonna get hunted on the map too much this game, I think.
Like, yeah, I mean, I guess they don't have the best heroes for it. What is like hook shot into like kisses?
God, that was dramatic. That was insanely dramatic.
Oh, tune in with Tundra.
Let's study their body language here.
Okay.
Skeeter looks very focused. I don't know if he knows the game is paused.
Yeah, it looks like he's still like shift queuing out all his farm movements around the map.
Toronto Tokyo says he does not care ping. He's too good. We literally all chatted that. Calling AUI out. See, if you were good enough, you would just play through ping.
TI winner to TI winner, he's got something to prove, you know?
Honestly, I would just play through the ping too. I never cared about ping. Like, if you're good, you just offset it, right?
Yeah, but Curtis is maybe not good anymore because, you know, he's not a player anymore. He's standing in, so he wants every bit.
Curtis is a North American legend. You take that back. Man's still in his prime.
He is a legend, but legends get old and move on.
Dude, Toronto Tokyo trash talks a lot. You ever notice that?
Yeah, he's always got like a cheeky grin.
Yeah, I feel like he trash talks his own team too. I know this kind of player, man.
I mean, that's why he fits in with Betboom. We know they shit talk each other all the time.
Probably true. Maybe that's why they got him. Like, what kind of team environment player are you, Toronto Tokyo? That's the Nightfall interview. So I'm gonna trash talk the shit out of you guys because I'm a damn TI winner. Respect me.
He just responded by saying your off lane sucks. They're like, welcome to the team.
That might be a little too brutal, but looks like he's having fun here. That's the thing. When you're winning, you have fun.
Yeah, and they're winning this series. Maybe winning this game too. I think that was we actually were talking about that for the recent interview with TA 2000. He said Amar was the best teammate he's ever had.
I can only draw one of two conclusions from that. One, TA 2000 has played with nobody else in his entire Dota career because I refuse to believe Amar is the healthiest or the best, whatever.
Okay.
And two, what was my second optional conclusion?
You're going to go to the proof of being a friendly, helpful teammate is not in winning, it's in losing.
Oh, yeah. Basically, they're winning.
Yeah.
So, of course,
it's
he's not
easy
toxic.
to be PMA when you're winning.
Yeah. You know, when Amar's telling you to, like, you know, shut the hell up, whatever, you can't play this, you're bad, whatever. That's probably funny when you're winning. And then when you lose like 10 games in a row.
Wait. You think you think he's being toxic, but the environment is so good that they're like, oh, Amar, you're hilarious. That's what you think? Who was like that on your teams? Who was PMA on when the sun was shining, but they got real toxic when it started getting thunderstorms outside?
Oh, I don't want to call that one out. That's a little too real. That's a little too real.
Oh,
I'll give you the reverse, though.
Okay.
Snaking used to be the reverse.
Really? Snaking was toxic when you guys...
Yeah, when we were winning and owning people, snaking was toxic as hell.
Yeah.
And then when we'd lose, he'd be like, try and pick people up. Like, it's okay, guys. We'll get them next time. We've only lost like 20 scrims in a row.
Shit,
and then when you're like,
I mean, that sounds like...
And then you'll like win a LAN with snaking, be like, what the hell are you guys doing? This was so much harder than it should have been. Like, it's disgusting.
Well, I mean, maybe he was just speaking truth, because then he won TI-11. That looks pretty easy.
Look, I'll tell you, I know he's still the same at the core, because after Tundra won TI-11, Snakey came up to me at that after party, and I'm not going to repeat what he said to me, but it was not pretty. I can assure you. There was some flame being thrown around. It was basically,
former teammates, his own team?
Yeah. He's like, oh my God, I had to carry these scrubs so hard to a TI win. My back hurts. My brain hurts. I want to go home and sleep for like 2 months. Jesus. If only I could have played with Americans that were lighter. Europeans are so heavy.
I don't think that's how that worked.
That was basically the conversation.
Pretty sure.
Unconfirmed conversation. By the way.
Unconfirmed, but you're also the direct source of this conversation?
Yes, but
that's not how that works.
It's like a second hand.
Somebody else told you about the conversation that you had with Snaking?
No, I just say unconfirmed so I don't get flamed. But that's roughly what that conversation was. So I know in his heart, he's still the same player. And I respect that. Because that's a player that drives you to be better. You know?
Also, I'm very certain
critical people when you're winning.
American players are both heavier in-game and out of game, so I believe nothing of what you said.
Okay, maybe you didn't say the European part. You said, thank God I don't have to play with any players anymore. This was way easier than it's been the last 10 years of my career. But the other part was true.
Oh, okay.
Unconfirmed.
Unconfirmed, of course.
Unconfirmedly true. Those players are valuable, genuinely. Like, you need people when you're winning to be critical so you can continue to improve and not fall behind. And when you're losing, you need people to pick you up.
No, I mean, honestly, that sounds like the ideal team.
I mean, Snaking wasn't good at either. He tried.
but he tried. He tried.
But that type of player, like if Snaking were good at both those things, god damn, he would have been a top-tier TI winner. Well, I guess he did get good of them eventually.
Maybe he got good at
I think he did, honestly.
Yeah.
It's amazing how much my ex-teammates improved once they stopped playing with me. I applaud that every day. I don't know why they couldn't have done it when we were all together, but, you know, power to them. Team freedom, right?
You're just a jump-off point for other people's success.
It could either say a lot or a little about me. But
I can't wait to see what I do after we're done casting together.
Might become president of the United States. I don't know if that's a good job anymore, but...
yeah, that might be a downgrade in a few years.
Okay, once you turn 80, then you're qualified.
That's true. I'm not qualified for
you got to age
several decades.
Let's not make this stream political. You know, Cap, that's a dangerous pathway to go down.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Let's keep it in the Dota anecdotes.
Yeah, let's just, you know, make things up about TI winners instead. That sounds like a lot better.
I can say a lot of things about TI winners.
Yeah? What do you got for me on Sumail, then?
What do you want to know about Sumail? I lived with the man.
How much? How long did you live with him?
It was a good, 2.5 years in there.
Yeah.
And there's a couple other periods on and off.
What did you ever have to say about his TI win?
He said it was easy as shit.
Is there a TI winner you've talked to that didn't say it was easy?
Yeah, Fear, because he says he has to carry Sumail.
Well, Fear's just lying. So
of course, but there's only two types of TI winners. The TI winners who say it was easy, or the ones who were lying. Figure that mind puzzle out. I don't even know what that means.
I mean, I guess the hardest TI... What? TI 3? That was probably the closest one, obviously. Like, obviously the closest one.
I mean, the hardest TI...
TI 8.
Okay, the most difficult TI that was ever won was LGD's victory.
What?
Because they're still trying to
get there?
Because when eventually they win it, at TI 18, that will be the most hard one TI victory.
Fanboy will just burst down crying.
I mean, you got to feel for him, you know. I respect that. What is the most difficult TI that was ever won? I mean, it definitely wasn't Liquids, because Matumba just cheesed his way to that Aegis, let's be fair.
Sure.
That was
I think TI 8, right? Like
TI 8, that was pretty hard.
Closest finals.
That team was like
also one of the most competitive fields.
Yeah, that was an impressive victory.
Yeah.
It was a fluke, of course, but it was impressive.
Right. I mean, every TI winner won through luck, according to you, so...
Look, I said luck's a percentage of it. Okay, I didn't say 100. But if you ask any TI winner, like, what helped you? They're going to say, yeah, we got lucky.
Think Sumail would say he got lucky?
No, Sumail will actually go Sumail will say he was just better than everybody else. But, I mean, Sumail, you know, that's why he's the king. The king will never admit humbleness, real or fake. He knows how good he is. He knows how much he dominated that period.
Yeah, we'll see if he can prove that here at this event.
I mean, isn't Sumail the highest killer at TI ever?
Still?
I think so.
Huh.
Like on average, not total.
Like you're talking about KDA.
Yeah, like I think he has the highest average kills at TI of any player. That's probably not true, but you know, over like a certain amount of games. I'm sure there's somebody who snuck in there with like some cheesy strat. That guy's a killer, man.
I don't know. You play. I'm not sure if you could cheese that because there's like you play so many games. Even the teams that go out right away, you still play a ton of group stage games, no matter what TI you were at.
That's true. I guess if you suck, you suck.
Yeah.
Oh, Sumail has no chill. That guy would just blast rap music at like 4 a.m. while I was sleeping. And I'd like wake up and look at him and he'd be like, "Yo, what's up, dog?" It's like, what do you mean, what's up, dog? Like, what the fuck? What is going on here? We got like scrims in 5 hours. That's why that team never won a morning scrim, by the way. Half the team is blasting rap music at 4 a.m. Our tour's like out in the woods somewhere. I don't even know what was going on. What a mess. You know?
Yeah.
But once we got the land,
I feel like
once we got the land,
is there a team out there that is a morning team? I feel like every team either doesn't complain, or like just doesn't say anything, or they're not a morning team.
I feel like
Liquid's not a morning team.
I feel like most of there was a period where Chinese teams were down to scrim pretty early because they have like fixed scrim slots, so they're kind of used to it. They have more regimented
they were more
scrim structure.
Sure.
They're like used to like the 9 or 10 a.m. scrim slot. But yeah, a lot of these teams are just degenerate.
Yeah, they were training like actual professionals.
I mean, we were actually a good morning scrim team, minus y'all are.
Well,
it's always the carry player. It's always the carry player. I'm going to call it out. I'm sick of these carry players. They come down like 2 hours after your scrim. They just look at you like you did something wrong. Like, this is on you, bro. They're like, no, it's on you. You're a professional with a contract. Wake the hell up on time. It's a disgrace.
Why do you think it is that what about the carry role creates that kind of personality? Like Skeeter right here. I bet Skeeter's not a morning person.
There's no way. I'm sure Skeeter's like missed entire scrims. I guarantee you.
Did you ever have a player who missed an entire scrim?
Yeah, y'all are. It's the carry player, bro. I'm telling you. All these carries, they just don't care. Because they all think they're the best player in the world. It's like, why do I have to practice? Like, scrimming is for you guys, you know? That's how they think about it.
I'm helping you out by scrimming through this.
Yeah, it's like, you should be appreciative that I showed up at all just to facilitate your practice. Because I don't need it.
Who needs to practice last hitting and
exactly.
and farm rotation?
Yeah, then you go in a tournament, you're like, hey, can you play sniper? And you're like, I didn't practice it. I'm like, okay, thanks, man. I guess we should have scrimmed more.
Well, I mean, part of the reason that they're not morning people is they grind until 5 a.m.
But that's not good either.
But then I feel like a lot of carry players just stick to their shtick, you know? They just play their same carry play. They last pick their same carry over and over again in a winning game. Yeah.
I mean, I guess if it works, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yo, what was your snack food when you were playing? Because I'm wondering what Skeeter's got going on right now. Because I'm hungry, and he's hungry, obviously.
I'll tell you I didn't really have any. I'll tell you the most popular snack was Oreos for a while. Dota players like Oreos. I don't know what it is about them. They're obsessed with them.
They are at every LAN event.
Yeah, that's why. They love their little...
I mean, that just means it's just like default sugar that's there.
Yeah, I mean, you combine like an Oreo, you crunch it up, you throw it in an energy drink, you're good to go for the day. Call that the old gravel juice.
Gravel juice. Disgusting.
That's
the really sad thing is that like I actually believe there's a Dota player that has actually done that.
I've unconfirmed seen it happen.
Unconfirmed.
Yeah.
Yeah. First person, but you know, second person.
Well, it's like pseudo confirmed.
Pseudo confirmed. What is this? What is this bullshit you're coming up with all the time?
What are you talking about? That's not bullshit.
You know, Avery this morning was actually teaching Rezo on how to bullshit better.
No, don't put that on me. That's not true.
Or excuse me, Rezo asked for advice on how to be a better panelist.
Yeah, I gave him good advice.
You taught him how to bullshit better.
No, that is not an accurate description of what I told him. I said, sometimes it's beneficial to spice up the panel. With some potentially not 100% true, like
some
talking points.
Confirmed rumors.
Yeah. So then, you get to like a real conversation.
All right, I think we're back into the game here, so we'll hopefully be able to jump in as AUI has not repaused the game. They briefly unpaused it, and there was still the lag, but it looks like maybe we fixed the issue now. So Aetherlens is done for the Rubik. So let's recap where we're at here. It's 10 minutes in, Betboom versus Tundra. Game 2, we have the side lanes. The side lanes that were winning for Betboom, but 9 got first blood and won the mid lane. And he's looking pretty strong right now. Nice deny by Skeeter.
I'll be real, I have no idea what's happening in this game, but sure.
Maybe if you listen to my nice recap.
We'll see. That recap does not make up for a decade of intuition, Cap. Respect.
Decade of intuition.
Respect the knowledge. But yes, Pure does take this top tower.
What is this save spray? Which one? I mean, it's wonderful.
That's pretty good, dude. I like that expression. He looks like, dude, that looks like the guy from, oh my God, what's the actor's name? From Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Oh!
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
That looks like him.
It actually kind of does. You can throw some...
It's like a younger version.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Yeah, because now it's going to bother me the entire time.
Yeah.
His name.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The Farm Fest continues. The Midas coming out for 33.
Rick Moranis.
Yeah, Moranis. I got some vibes of that, you know. All right, so what is 9 going to do? He has Firestorm up. He's looking at 4 staff here. It's like a less greedy option. I feel like you go bots on the mid Rubik, otherwise you just fall behind. And it feels like he doesn't need it this game. That's one thing.
You you also kind of need to be everywhere at once, right?
Yes, and the bots help you make up for the resource and the farming requirement on this hero, which you run out of mana. That's one of the biggest problems with mid Rubik. What do you do for mana regen? How do you control it in the fights especially? Another hook shot.
Bottom lane, trying to catch 33. Nightfall doesn't really have a ton of mana to follow this up, and the kisses are far too late, so...
Yeah, that was not even close to lining up there. That was the lightest. Completed and used for 33, so you don't even get that punish. Pushes them to the top here, and now the race towards that mid-late game begins as both teams are gearing up the auras. I expect Tundra to want to fight through the Rubik right now, though, especially with the Enchantress creating some tower pressure. Stolen Sticky Bomb's pretty nice, too, on this hero.
Slowed him down enough that Snake King is going to just kind of poke at him a little bit.
Like, these towers can fall surprisingly fast for Betboom if they're not ready to defend them, because their lineup is not great at defending the flanks from like the Enchantress and the Bat and just pulling you into Rubik nukes. Unless the Underlord's already there, which Pure generally doesn't like to do. So I would like to see more of this from Tundra.
Yeah, he wants to join in late with the gate, right?
Yeah. Leave your PL and Doom on an island. They're gonna farm it up, and then connect the other 3 on areas in the map where you get like a cheeky kill into a little tower push and keep chipping this. If you can find a core, you're gonna be really happy. That might be dependent on how strong 9 thinks he is. But it'll create space for your cores, and I think you're going to outfarm Betboom here, because the Midas Doom with Devour plus PL in the jungle should do more than this Underlord Morphling, who's going Linken's first.
Smoking down to Nightfall. And his Linken's is not ready to go yet, so he might get caught here. It's a tough kill, though. Oh, successful scan, so even harder. In fact, Betboom's going to bait it.
A nice bait, as long as Nightfall.
Oh, look at him. He uses waveform. He's like, oh no, I don't have my mobility ability anymore. Don't go on me.
What am I going to do?
Oh, they spotted 9. A perfect target to jump on, but do they have the damage? Blastoff's going to go off.
Yep.
Sticky Bombs. Mine's being laid everywhere, and 9 can't stop it.
What a find.
Beautiful.
I guess Toronto Tokyo is too good. He was right.
Yeah, he can play with lag just fine if he makes successful scans and reads like that.
Clockwork is a pretty hard hero to play on ping, but he was very confident. I don't think there's ping, I'm just saying if there were. That makes his claim even bolder. That he was willing to play Clockwork on ping?
That is true.
Guy's insane.
How much ping is too much ping?
I feel like 200.
That's a North American speaking right there.
Yeah, it really is. That's probably...
European would be like, more than 20 ping is just too much for me, man.
I mean, if it's raining out and it's 35 ping, I don't think I can queue up today. Yeah, well, here in the Americas, in the rugged West, I haven't seen lower than 150 my entire life.
Nightfall turning into the Bat Rider, trying to keep up with Snaking.
Cliff walking.
Walk for walk, sticky napalm slowing him down, but it's also slowing down Nightfall. Meanwhile, blast off, Ron of Atos, hook shot, a lot of abilities to kill 33.
There's that clock snapfire connection that has worked really well for Betboom.
Oh, they got the sticky bomb on Snaking, so they're
punish on punish.
+1.
It's just a nice little opening that Betboom found on 33 getting greedy with the stack, and there's an ancient stack here too.
Ooh,
they're just gonna clean it up. Gate connection. Panning out here over the long term for Pure, though. Do they have the HP to survive?
Yeah,
the Rubik nukes and stolen level 4 Firestorm.
They're willing to fight this too because they've Aghanim Scepter on Skeeter.
Oh yeah, he's ready to go.
Yeah, he's showing up to this
should
fight.
Be a great fight for Tundra.
Yeah, look at that Firestorm go. Turn around, back on Pure. Skeeter's gonna hop down the cliff here to chase after GPK and goes for a TP out.
Those stuns. Fine. So Tundra, they defend their ancient stack at least a little bit. I think Betboom got some of that. But Pierre's gonna have to give up his life in return. The net worth continue to build. Is GPK, I mean, he's finding these moves, he's finding the little kills, but he is suffering in the net worth department just off of CS and how much Tundra's cores are extracting right now. As the Midas Devour and Phantomlancer Ags go to work. This is also a game where, you know, I was talking about the scale from the Tundra supports last time. I was about to say the ENG can help do a bit more this time around than the Pugna in terms of damage output, but Toronto Tokyo is going to put him in the dirt. Another solo pickoff for the clock.
Really good pickup because that is him going from level 7 to level 8.
Yeah, he's definitely happy about that one. You got double damage on 9, but Rubik does not use this the best. More staff is up for him, however, which will help with the cog, stuns, and the pits, which is pretty much all Betboom have. So 9 should be a lot more survivable in these fights as he pushes towards the Ags. And he did get the Morph Steal.
Well, they see 9 coming. Save. He wants to go for a kill off of this ward on the high ground, and he is going to pick Snaking to go on. See if he gets out, though. Nightfall, going to show some reinforcements. Nice 4 staff away there from 9. They do manage to get the Doom through the Lincolns, so Morph is probably just going to start backing out here. Boy, that Firestorm is dangerous, man.
Can't even tell which is which here.
Oh, it is doing some hefty damage. Pure, once again, is going to fall to that, and Toronto Tokyo is probably going to get zapped down too. Tried to go for the hook shot to get away, but 9 picks up the triple off of that. I can't believe they went for that kill and didn't try and go on 9.
It was
I feel like if you
not
fight.
It's just not a good chase. I don't think you really want to fight right now too much with Betboom, especially without GPK. He's so much of your early damage and sustained damage through the fight. The Morph is not offering you anything with the Lincolns right now, especially into Pipe already done for 33 on top of the Ags Phantomlancer. Tundra's deceptively tanky. The Rubik also did get that Morph at some point. He has 2200 HP. These are not easy cores to bring down when you're Morph. I mean, what is he offering? A waveform and some right clicks? This Firestorm just shredded them on the return. Decent damage coming out from 9, showing that that spell is not one you want to give away here, but you can't really do much about it.
Especially with the Aghanim Scepter of the Phantomlancer, their like long-range poke is insane.
Yes, and that is the timing Tundra's going to try and hit here. When they have this PL with Diffusal Ags, the Rubik with Ags, who's going to start throwing out Scatterblast plus Firestorm, and then you just going in with the Doom with Auras, that's a pretty scary team fight for Betboom to just run into when their damage is going to be a little lacking here. Like, this Morphling is not going to offer them a lot in this game for a while. Tundra, if they can get some net worth lead out of this, a Roshan or two, they're in decent position to just run through this game. I think the fact that the Rubik is versed on Morphling also just helps them a lot here, because this Rubik is just going to be way tankier. So he can play up more aggressive, he can bait in the fights, he can force some stuns out that are limited, to use the 4 staff even more. It's not some mid-hero that's going to die in like a single waveform.
Badabetos into blast off with the kisses. AUI is going to die here. I want to point out something AUI has done now. He used his enchant creep to hit mid tower, forced a deny out of them. He was also using his creep to pull the top wave. He pulled it into the Bat Rider earlier, actually doubled it up and then pulled it to the Bat Rider. So he's been doing the typical AUI 2000 big brain, little micro and abusing certain mechanics and stuff.
They add up. There's a reason Snaking's net worth is maybe as high as it is right now, and Blink is finished for the Batrider.
Yeah.
AUI, a true support in all ways, as Betboom smoke again to the triangle. This is a hard one to latch.
Yeah,
though.
completely blind like this, it's not going to work.
And now Tundra, they want to turn. If Snaking can find an opening, his TP is very delayed.
Ooh, GPK might be in range here. Firefly Blink, they could probably catch somebody. Glimmer Cape's going to be used. Sentry dropped, not quite spotting him. Flame Break, turn around, they actually save. He's going to be protected for now.
Can't believe they all got out of there.
Yeah, me neither.
Very lucky. They get a reaction out of Tundra, so that's worth some net worth on the map right now. They'd be happy with that, considering how difficult that smoke was to connect.
What do you think about 33's build?
Pipe Midas Octarine.
Same old, huh?
If it ain't broke, don't change it. He's even got a Philosopher's Stone for some extra GPM. Why not? And if you're good at producing gold, then you should just maximize it.
I love the Philly Stone when you're like right-clicking creeps all the time. Anything for them, just a little bit more gold.
I think it only ends up being slightly more efficient, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so too.
Like if it costs you a creep a
slightly
minute.
is still more.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, it literally just comes down to, do you get like 2 less lane groups in lane or something? Probably, so. Yeah, why not? You know, a little extra GBM goes a far way. When you're trying to hit this Rubik mid-game. Ag's closing in for 9, he's 1,000 off. That's gonna be like the big team fight signal for Tundra, especially if they can get another item up on 33, either the Blink or another Aura. They really want to pick off into Roche right now. Betboom still searching for damage. They're still searching for the Morphling Ags. And maybe just another item on GPK as Gleipnir is finished. So he's got that. Something to combo up with the pit here.
Yeah, something to work against the Phantom Lancer too.
I'm still worried about the single target damage from Betboom right now. I think it's going to be a problem. These cores are very tanky. They're very hard to lock down. If utility comes out from Tundra in the next few minutes here as well, like if they get a couple more Force Staves, what are you looking at stuns-wise for Betboom? Your Cogs are gone, your Pit is gone, your Gleipnir isn't that effective. It's Techie's Blast Off, which Save has hit some sick ones, that's for sure. But it is putting a lot of weight on him to find the connection, and Roche is already dying here.
It's dying fast, but I think Betboom can get there in time. This TP is so long, but finally they smoke up, start making their way to the pit. Scan is going to be successful, so Tundra will have the heads up to get out of the pit if they want.
They're just going to commit, I think.
They're just going to commit against this. Is dangerous, especially with
damage.
So much vision available. They have the Rocket Flare. That's going to be dangerous with the Kisses now raining in. They're going to commit. There goes the hook shot. Toronto Tokyo pushes them away. The Agent's on the deck, and he picks it up. Toronto Tokyo gets it away from the carry. Skeeter dies, and now Betboom can just run down Tundra heroes.
Pure got doomed, but it just didn't matter. I don't even know if that's the guy you want to doom here. Tundra get nothing out of that, and the gate to block his path, you can't go through.
I didn't know it worked that way. Man, what a monster. Toronto Tokyo combined with the, I mean, he got the vision. They threw the Kisses in. He hits the hook shot. He pushes away Skeeter, puts himself on top of the Roshan deck.
Just sick plays by the captain here. And yeah, man, Toronto Tokyo, he is actually just too good. He's just too good. Can't stop him. The lag, the ping, the matchups, none of it matter. He will just outplay you in the clutch. Damn. Putting on a 5-position clinic in this series. The Lich in game 1 and now the Clockwork in game 2. Doing well in lane, making the plays, buying the right items, snatching the Aegis here. There's just no counterplay from Tundra too. Like they're all just kind of sitting back watching it happen, right?
Yeah, and they had the scan, so I can't believe they stayed inside the pit.
I think the timing is okay, but it's just weird because you're using the DD to take that Roshan and the DD runs out and then your PL dies. If PL dies, you lose all your damage in the team fight. This lineup is built around creating space for the Phantom Lancer to go to work with the Ags pokes and the Fusel Mana Burn. This is sometimes the downside of the mid Rubik. He's not like an Ember Spear or something that's going to carry the fight if your carry goes down.
Sure.
He's supplementary damage and a nuisance, but not that much in terms of scaling power.
Yeah, that's the opposite for GPK, right? Like, he is big damage now, but he can also help you carry later.
Absolutely. This is where that Snapfire net worth, for me, it counts a little bit more than the Rubik's here if this game continues to progress late. Ags is done for 9, however, and he hits that level 15. So he has the cooldown reduction and 2 spells that are both benefiting from it. This is like a pretty big mid-Rubik power spike. Especially if you can get the bots aligned for some extra move speed, then suddenly, you know, you're dishing out some pain.
Yeah, if he steals like Firestorm and then some sort of stun, sounds pretty sick.
I mean, what stun is that? There's no stuns in this game.
What? Cookie?
I guess you can steal Cookie, yeah.
Blast off?
Strength adaptive strike.
Strength adaptive.
You want to blast off in? I don't know if he wants to blast off in, dude.
You said he's going to be tanky.
I mean, he's tanky, but
Has
he also
actually
has no armor.
Attribute shift this entire game? I didn't see it once.
Yes, he had it. He did at some point.
Oh, okay.
Because his strength is very skewed up, and he has no armor.
Oh yeah, he has 96 strength.
So he did get it at some point. I mean, he wouldn't mind getting it again, honestly. I think you'd rather have the HP here than the... I mean, you don't want to go to 0 armor, but...
Yeah, there is a sweet spot, and it's always game to game.
But most of Betboom is spell damage here. Unless he's getting right-clicked by Morph, he'd rather have the strength, honestly.
For sure, yeah.
He wouldn't mind getting it again. Shield rune on top of it, pretty nice.
Yeah. All right, little squirrel? Wow. Sassy the squirrel.
Sasquatch the squirrel.
What, is that a squirrel that's been given the chemical rage potion?
There's a lot of chemicals going out in the world now. Never know.
The forever chemicals from the previous Dota games have leached into the ground.
I mean, who is thinking about the environment in the Dota world here?
The groundwater is contaminated. Probably left over from that. What was that? What, that one, Nemesis? That one event with the...
Look at the fumes.
Colors.
They're in the air. the fumes from... I don't even know what those are from. Creep deaths, I guess.
Yeah, you got all the carbon dioxide coming out of the volcanic pits that are being created by these tormentors.
The muddy mine.
The mighty mines, excuse you.
I like muddy.
Lore master.
They're probably muddy. Lore.
Actually,
Would you
no,
like some lore?
It's a whole bunch of stuff.
Would you like some lore right now? I think I told you the good lore earlier.
I could go for some good lore. I mean, I can pretend like
I like the Clinks, the Clinks factoid. You don't have to pretend. I think chat will enjoy it. That Clinks' grandfather died, and then Clinks used his bones to make his bow. And so Clinks' grandfather's spirit is imbued into his bow, and it tells things to him. I think that's hilarious.
Okay,
that's why I have the image of every time Clinks like misses an arrow shot, his grandfather's just there. You suck!
You fucking idiot!
You're goddamn terrible! And he just has to put up with that for his entire life because for some reason he decided to make a bow out of his dead grandfather's ribs.
My question about Clinks' whole lore is that he used to be a cool guy, right? He used to be a hero.
Well, yeah, he is a cool guy.
But then
he sacrificed himself to save
and then
the world.
So he kills this demon, he gets immortality halfway through dying, so now he's in this constant state of immortality but burning, and it drives him crazy.
Yeah, it inflamed him and burned him up, but then he gained his gift at the very end before he died.
So in that craziness, he decided to dig up his grandfather.
I mean, it's unknown at which time he actually dug up his grandfather.
Yeah, if he dug up his grandfather before that happened,
no, I think
he was not a hero.
I think his grandfather was long dead before those events took place at the Cataclysm event.
Uh-huh.
I think it's just, because he already had the bow by then.
He already had the bow by then. So he was a hero that dug up his grandfather's bones and made a bow out of it? That seems kind of messed up. I don't know if
heroes come in all forms, Sometimes you got to do some dirty work to get the job done.
Okay.
Or you're telling me every hero out there has just only been a saint his entire history? Oh, these Batmans and stuff have never done anything bad?
I'm not sure if Batman dug up his parents ever.
Maybe he should try. Maybe you would help him. He can make one of those batarangs out of his dead father's jaw. I don't know. Don't do that at home, kids. I don't condone that.
Yeah,
anyway,
before Avery recommends something to the audience that you should not do, we are going to go to a break, and we'll come back when this game 2 is ready to go between Betboom and Tundra. Welcome back, everybody. We have gotcha. Gotcha. Well, Betboom and Tundra, we're hoping it was fixed. Thought it was, but unfortunately, we may have to spend a little bit more time here. Yes, that's sweet, boys. Never mind. There was some serious all chat going on between these teams, man.
There really was. There was some. Can't scroll up far enough. That's a shame.
I think 33 talked about remuting Toronto Tokyo.
Toronto Tokyo
asked 33 when his next next comedy set was going to be or something.
He said, "When's the Neta stand-up show?"
When's the Neta stand-up show?
In Neta's defense, Toronto Tokyo did spam the lobby with like 80 of those stupid shaker emotes, and that does actually lag. So Neta did kind of have a point.
What, did he ask him to stop spamming?
Yeah.
Oh.
But you know what that brief unpause did is it put us back on the air cap.
Oh boy.
Oh man, they messed that one up. Let me tell you, because I got hours of lore to go through with you.
I saw you doing the research this morning.
I got so much built up lore, but you know what? I'm not going to talk about it anymore.
Yeah, what are you going to talk about instead?
I'm going to talk about another player ranking. Because people like those.
Player ranking?
That's right. Remember we had the most annoying player to play against?
Oh, right. Where
we discussed who won that chart.
Yeah, that was surprising to me that you had him on first place. So what's our next player ranking?
I don't know. I was asking you.
Oh,
you're the host of this podcast.
Okay. So we said most annoying player to play against. Who is the most like toxic player, not within your own team, but like to other teams?
What does that mean?
That isn't just like, you know, all chatting during scrims.
Why are you always asking
trash talking around?
Every question you ask, if I give you an opportunity, it's not like, you know, who's the loveliest player? Who has a nice garden? It's like, who's the toxic?
Who is the most supportive pro?
Nope, you already asked it. I don't get
we
crap
can't
anymore.
complain about it.
Who's the most toxic player in scrim lobbies? Who is it actually? I don't remember. It was somebody though. Probably Eternal Envy.
You just throw Jackie Mao in.
Jackie Mao does not like being paused on. Like you can pause in a scrim.
Yeah.
And he'll be like, give reason. You can be like,
okay, okay. I've heard about.
My dog just died, and he'll be like, so go. Like, what's your problem? We're in scrim. You know, we gotta go, man.
Priorities. Okay. I have heard some conflicting reports about pausing during drafts and during games during scrims. How do you feel about it?
I mean, unacceptable. You need a valid reason.
Okay, so if you come down to your drafting and stuff like that, you go for a last pick, the enemy team pauses, you think that's bad move?
I mean, nobody really cares. It has become more common practice to do in scrims, but I never liked it, man. I held out as long as I could.
Okay, but you eventually gave in, I guess.
I did it a couple times because my team was fighting. It was like, guys, let's just pick a hero. I'm of the belief if you run out of time, you should just pick a garbage hero and lose. But other people are of the belief like then you're wasting the scrim.
Yeah, isn't that a waste of time for both sides?
I understand both sides, but some people take it too long, man. Like you scrim some of these Chinese teams and they, oh my God, the Chinese team scrims. Oh, I'm getting PTSD, dude. They go to the last pick every time. You can count it down. They pause with 1 second left. They take 20 minutes. I'm not exaggerating. 20 minutes. You're sitting there like you can eat lunch. And
that is definitely
at that point
you could play another game.
At that point, your pick isn't even good. You've overthought it so much. There's no way this pick can be good. They pick some hero, and you know the most BM thing about the Chinese pauses in the scrims? Oh my God, they take 30 minutes for their pick, literally 20 to 30 minutes, and then they unpause on you. They unpause on you when you have like 30-second reserve time. Like, okay, draft resumes.
Yeah, like you were just sitting there.
And then it's your last pick, yeah. That is what actually got me. It's like, okay, you want to take 20 minutes to go through every hero in the entire Dota catalog and all of the stats in your sheet to come up with the fundamentally purest pick of all time. You want to do that? Don't unpause on me, okay? Don't unpause on me. Like, oh, here's your 30 seconds, you fucking scrub.
Well, you could just pause on them back.
No, because I have dignity to go down with the ship, you know? If I ran out of time and I can't think of something, then we lose. That's on the team.
Yeah, how many times do you think you beat the pause last pick?
Every time. The 20-minute last pick pause has a 0% win rate. I know that for sure. It never wins you the game. Because you're screwed. If you need 20 minutes to come up with a pick, you already lost the draft. You know what I'm saying?
Have you ever experienced where a team was just like,
oh my god, I forgot about that shit. Oh my god, I can't believe you reminded
me right now.
It's so infuriating to sit there.
Have you ever had a team just forfeit after the draft to be like, we really screwed
after
this
the
one
draft?
up? Yeah. Just be like, because that is what you're implying. You're implying that the 20-minute wait implies that you have already lost the draft and it's irrecoverable.
I mean, occasionally you'll play versus a team you kind of know is disbanded. Like, they're playing the scrim, but you know they're not there. And like they 8-minute GG. It's like, why are you even doing this? You know? I mean, there's been a couple times where teams bailed on the scrim halfway through a series or something. There's the infamous one.
Because I mean, they get mad.
Sure, you've heard the story, the EG wing scrim at TI6. That's an infamous scrim story.
Tell that story.
Well, I don't know if I can. I mean, that makes a couple people look bad. But, you know, the basic idea is like, okay, Wings was destroying people in scrims before TI6. Certain people. They also lost every scrim to DC, I think.
Yes.
But I was on EG coaching them at the time when we were boot camping, and we played Wings a bunch. Peter's not going to like that I told this story. I don't know if I can.
It's already a juicy story.
So we scrimmed them a lot, and we lost a lot versus them. You know, like 8-9 games in a row. And the last day we arranged like I think a BO5 or something versus them. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. Unconfirmed story.
Unconfirmed story from the man in the room.
We lost like the first 2 games or something, and it was a morning scrim, and people were low vibe, low energy. They weren't trying, and Peter got so mad. He got so mad. He said something like, if you guys don't want to play, then I'm not going to be here or something. And he just left the team house. He just left. We didn't even finish the series. And the thing is, I respect it because you know what happened the next day? People showed up.
Yeah.
And they started trying.
I mean,
and our scrims improved.
Yeah.
And we got top 3 at that event. So you can be like, oh, that's like maybe a slight dick move. But I actually thought it was the correct thing to do because
I mean, honestly, dick moves that like have results is I feel like that's
like what would we have gotten out of playing one more game against Wings and getting slapped?
Yeah.
Versus him like calling people out and resetting the vibe of it, you know? So it actually worked out, but it was hilarious at the time. It's a classic Peter move. And the funniest thing is, at that time, Jack was with Wings at their boot camp.
Yeah.
You know, of course, attaching himself to better personality so he could slum his way into a job. And the Wings, when that happened, were super confused as to why we suddenly didn't want to play them anymore. They were like, why don't they want to continue practicing against us? And on the other side, it was, you guys need to wake the hell up or I'm not coming back.
You guys either shape up or ship out.
The other beautiful thing about that story is like, we both, like Wings won that TI6. We got top 3. And we both came from such different trajectories. That's the beauty of Dota.
Well, okay.
You know, you can be the most disbanded, broken team of all time. You can be in top form. You can have players leave. You can be wanting to punch each other. You know, Wings weren't. I
was about to say, didn't Wings want to punch each other before
there was
TI?
Wings, Ice, and Shadow were fist fighting each other at that tournament. So like, that's Dota. To be a championship team does not mean you all get along. It's like a band, you know. You're gonna have band arguments. People are gonna leave the band. They're gonna come back. You're gonna have a manager who steals some money like Jack Chen, and you gotta kick him to the curb. You know,
to be clear, Avery and Jack have a great friendship. Unconfirmed. That
an unconfirmed
money
friendship.
From Avery.
Yes. So you know, a lot of stuff goes down, but at the end of the day, if you come together in the Coliseum in the heat of battle, that's what counts, and that's what makes a good team. You can put your differences aside, you can put your beef aside, and you can rise together to a championship over the good and the bad, and sometimes it takes a kick in the ass to get there. That's what I like about that trajectory. Is like we were both kicking each other in the ass. We both got a decent ways. Obviously, they were a stronger team, but we all started from the same place.
You know, I think that
was a simple scrim.
Yeah,
simple scrim lob.
Simple scrim lob.
And I think we stole all their strats, but you know.
Well, apparently Wings stole all of DC strats or something. Either way, that reminds me of the Fear comment. You know, his the team he had with Moo, Business Associates.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently that one that name was formed off of like Moo and Fear talking at one point in time, and Moo kind of asking like Fear like, yeah, like what are we friends? And like and Fear like kind of his joke, but also Fear. He's like, I wouldn't say friends, more like business associates.
Oh, that's so toxic. Fear's
hilarious, man.
Yeah, you gotta get used to that.
You gotta get through the layers, but once you get there, Fear's funny as hell.
Never had a bad experience with a man, other than my entire life.
Well, maybe that's a you thing.
Probably, yeah. I hold myself responsible for sure. But anyway, I did promise some lore at the start of all of this, and they're gonna kick us off the air soon because I'm a liability.
They're crazy with this kid. Avery's gonna get it sued. Warner Brothers are on the phone right now. They are
let's
pissed
not say that
about the
word.
bone
Let's not say
batter.
that word. I was told not to say that one. Why does Lone Druid carry a sickle?
Lone Druid. He carries a sickle?
Yeah, he has this little staff thing with the ring. He carries it around.
I mean, okay. Why?
Yeah, I just asked you why.
Well, I thought you were providing the lore.
I do know it. It's because in the Bear Clan, first off, he is the last surviving member of the Bear Clan.
I knew that. He talks about
There's a Serpent Clan and a Dragon Clan, whatever.
Okay.
The Bear Clan.
He doesn't carry a sickle.
He does.
I'm looking at him right now.
It's
Look
on
at
his back, bro.
Oh, like it's strapped to his back?
Yeah, it's like a cosmetic of or something. Whatever.
Okay.
The point is, the bears in the Bear Clan do not use traditional currency because they're bears. They use sickles as the currency. So he carries that around. And do you know why Lone Druid has a basket on his back?
No, obviously not.
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Because in the Bear Clan, as part of the ritual, that when you have a child, a bear cub in the Bear Clan,
okay,
you have to carry it on your back for like 2 weeks, like 11 days or 12 days.
No.
And that's like your trial of strength. And at the end, if you carried that cub on your back for 11 or 12 days, that's your like ritual into man bearhood. You passed. That's why he has like the little strap on his back.
So it's left over from that trial.
Yeah, I think it's like a lore throwback,
bear.
because people like the lore.
Of
So I think like
course.
when you play Lone Druid, he's got his little currency, he's got his little trial satchel on his back, and then they make some cosmetics for it, and it all comes together, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that, there's people out there that they make things for the game that aren't just about the game. That they're about the, what's behind the game. They're about the Bear Clan. Because I feel like the Bear Clan is pretty undeveloped. I mean, if we're gonna rank the clans, okay, let's go through the clans, right? Like you have the Serpent Clan. I feel like the Serpent Clan is pretty well developed. There's a lot going on there, but the Bear Clan, we don't know much.
Who's
really
in the
don't
Serpent
have.
Clan? Is that Viper? Is that a bunch of assassins?
I actually don't know. I didn't read the Serpent Clan.
It's not very well developed.
Well, you're not.
I didn't read the book though.
I think it's well developed.
I'm waiting for the movie to come out.
I mean, okay. I've been told that
How much do you think
this segment is
sickle
over.
worth, by the way?
How much is one sickle worth?
You're saying he carries it on his back and it's currency.
It's probably like 3 Rost awards.
All right, well, you can decide at home. How much is one bear sickle worth in the Bear Clan? We've got a break, and we can all discuss it. Come back with your answers. We'll be monitoring the Twitch chat. We'll see you soon.
He carries a sign around him on his back that basically says he's going to go around and you can pay him 3 copper pieces to castrate a pig. Oh, hey everybody. I mean, I was just going into, of course, the Shadow Shaman lore.
Yeah, of course.
Because we got stuck on the Serpent Clan and Cap wanted to know more. And
yeah.
Yeah, it's a very
apparently
interesting story.
he's willing to go around and circumcise your pig.
Well, not Ross. Well, yeah, Rasta might actually.
I mean, he's got a sign, willing to pay for it. Apparently, we are back in business, everybody, so we are ready to get to Game 2 of Tundra versus Betboom underway.
Finally.
Need to pay for this one, but Betboom are actually going to go through the portal, run straight into the Phantom Lancer. Uh-oh! Tundra come back into the game in a world of hurt.
Skeeter had an hour to think about that one.
He did, but apparently Betboom thought about it harder because they're not only going to be able to kill Skeeter, they're going to get 33 as well. Wow, that is a huge game changer.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I kind of knew what changed, but I guess we'll just have to live with that as they find two.
You mean you don't remember the game before?
Absolutely none of it. I really got lost in the lore, I'm going to be honest. I'm still thinking about it, but the Doom dies, the PL dies, your Midas...
Oh, GBK's just going out there and getting more kills.
All right, Tundra absolutely collapsed post-pause. I mean, it pretty much guarantees happen to one of these teams. That's kind of inevitability. I hate the post-pause period in Dota, but there is nothing we can do about it. It was a network error. And they're going to push towards BKBs here on Betboom. So all of a sudden, out of the pause in a decent position as the PO lost a lot of momentum. Still trying to snowball this Rubik in this game with the Ags, looking for the steals. And you still have Aegis on Toronto Tokyo Clockwork here.
Oh, that's right. He stole the Aegis. Honestly, I forgot about that.
Yeah, see? That's why I'm here to remind you.
Lotus Orb. He has Lotus Orb, and he's going to work towards an Aghanim Scepter. Damn.
Yeah,
you do not see that out of a 5-position Clockwork very often.
And remember, Clock is basically the most successful hero of this tournament.
Yes.
This hero does not lose. We don't know why, but he doesn't. That's all we know.
It's a mystery. If only we had an analyst who could tell us why.
If only.
Clockwork,
well,
good.
I'm sure Fog will be here later. But for now, you have me. And I can tell you I don't know why this hero's winning. He's just good, apparently. I mean, I guess Toronto Tokyo is just good. Too good. Waiting for that meta stand-up comedy show. That was a great comment.
Looking around for more kills. Not going to find anything. Guess I mean, all of Betboom is working their way towards this half of the map, so they looking to take a tier 2. They already took Roshan, and Aegis is about to expire here in 20 seconds.
I mean, honestly, they're both teams' read of this game is probably a little off.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see them just kind of run around together until something resets it and they have more to build off of. Because your intuitive idea of the map state and where heroes are and how people are progressing really does get thrown off in these long pauses. Cannot be underestimated. Of course, it affects both teams here. So it's not like someone's getting an advantage, but it does make the game kind of clumsy to play. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some grouping. Tundra are just going to try and push towards more PL items for Skeeter, especially looking towards this next Roshan. And if you're Betboom, you're still trying to push your Snapfire ahead so your scale is secured here. I think that is the big X factor. If GPK continues to find the net worth, the right-click scaling, it's going to help you in this late-game situation. Snaking goes for the blink, but misses it. That's a tanky Rubik, you got to remember.
Yeah, meanwhile, jumping onto the Rubik here, Telekinesis throws himself, doesn't get up the hill, though. Spotted, Force Snap trying to get him up, but he cannot get away from all of this Betboom pressure. They are just bringing all of their heroes to these fights, and they are playing fast.
Yeah, they're hitting with force and with numbers here as Tundra get caught off again. Even with the hook shot missing, 9 cannot skirt his way out of there. Does have bots up for some extra move speed, but this survivability on the Rubik has not been enough, and there's just not a lot to turn it around. I feel like once the initiation comes through onto Tundra, what stops the momentum here in that fight from Betboom? There's no like big Ravage or reset spell. It's just, I guess you counter initiate with a Doom.
They know the heroes are bottom right now?
Yeah, they
do. Yeah, they're going to be able to get the pick off on Pure. Easy peasy.
I almost got Nightfall out of that too. Little map misstep here will cost them their big man.
Big man in the paint.
Tundra, strike back. Also, keep in mind that 33 is running around with Purge to break this linkage. So he can do it himself. It can happen pretty fast. It's one of the faster ones. PK, he's going to scan this out. That was a Tundra scan, actually. Interesting.
Yeah, they saw Nightfall grab the Invis rune and then kind of followed him there, but they had no real plan to kill him, that's for sure. They just kind of said, Ha, we know you're invis. We know you're here.
I think the big piece for the puzzle in this game for Tundra is the support scaling. That's what's going to make me confident in them being able to win this late game with the Phantom Lancer, is if the Enchantress and the Bat both have high impact based on the Bat being able to find consistent initiations off his net worth, and the Enchantress dealing some serious damage. I think AUI is a very sacrificial player when he's like standing in playing 5. You know, I'm not going to expect anything, right? It's impossible to set expectations on him or pressure.
Well, Curtis, that doesn't work the same anymore. I guess Skeeter's here to tank it up for him, so that'll work.
But I do think this is a game where AUI, he's going to have to step up a little and help Tundra scale into this late game and not play too sacrificial. Play a little greedy on the edge, get farmed, go into these late game items. He already has Hurricane Pike up, but a little more can never hurt. They're looking for him. They won't find him.
Nope. Oh, they won't.
So now you're pushing towards that next Roshan. It's about who can get their BKBs done.
Spawn time is going to be in 2 minutes, so it is, but it's guaranteed to be down on this corner of the map. So Betboom probably going to live here, but the portal on through.
That's an aggressive gate.
Yeah, that was. Didn't catch anything for it though. I guess just trying to keep Tundra on their toes.
Yeah, trying to keep their vision on the map, maintain control of these jungle areas. Not going to go back through the gate though. Doesn't look like there's any poke or catch from Tundra to punish. In fact, they're going to turn it back around on Skeeter.
Like your help shot, but nice. 4 staffs getting him away. Toronto Tokyo has to back out. The impetus shot's doing a lot. The Glimmer Cape will protect him. More damage being thrown around. Firestorms, GPK going for the Rubik. But again, these 4 staffs, Tundra doing a great job protecting each other until they run out. AY and Staking, no more saves available. They ran through those cooldowns. Save.
It's level
nice
20
shot.
Snapfire now.
Great blast off. That's going to land Cookie to follow it up. Dead Phantom Lancer with a buyback on Snake King when your carry is already gone. This is going to feel very bad for Tundra. They are digging themselves a deep hole now.
They can't find an initiation here. They're getting spells on 9, but what do they matter when the BKBs are up for Betboom and they can just commit, kill 2 supports right off the bat, and then you still have to fight into this Shiva's Underlord.
Yeah.
The brick wall has been set up by Betboom, and it's way too hard to break through right now. And you unlock that Snapfire level 20, so the physical burst coming through, if you manage to catch the Phantom Lancer in a pit or something, is way too much for Skeeter to handle. He doesn't have a heart. He doesn't have the extra HP here to survive and skirt in and out of the fight. No Silver Edge yet to break the Underlord and just commit in. He's playing off a Lincoln Sphere. Doesn't feel like it's doing much when you have 2200 HP. You're just getting melted by the AoE. There we go. You know, now I can get to finish up my Shaman.
Now it turns back around. Now Betboom are the one who have to pause. Yeah. All right. Still having a little bit of an issue here. Betboom, though, probably going to feel pretty good about their 5,000 net worth lead, and I'm surprised they're over here with Roshan spawning in. I mean, Roshan could be up for all they know right now. In fact, I guess they do have a Clockwork who constantly scouts it out with rockets.
That's a nice aspect here. I mean, if Betboom are in the pit, it's pretty hard to contest. I think every fight we've seen this game, if Betboom are there as 5, what do you do? It's Tundra.
Yeah, kind of.
I almost think they needed a BKB on snaking this game. Like the old BKB blink bat to guarantee you can at least pull someone out of the ball and create some sort of displacement you can maybe fight around.
Sure.
Because he can't jump into anything. You're just getting stunned. You're getting caught in a pit. We'll have another fast go here. That's a good sign. Tundra need to find some answer in terms of the initiation problem. They cannot start these fights, and if they can't start them, Betboom are just following their way through this game. They're taking way too many objectives away from Tundra right now, building a network lead.
Big. Oh, look at that. They used the gate to be able to get to the Roshan pit a little bit faster.
There's some old school Underlord right here.
What did, I actually missed it. Where did the shard go for Tundra when they did the Tormentor? Oh, telekinesis, throw in, throw him back.
Almost died.
Yeah, seriously, that did not take long. That Morphling pumps out some damage right now.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
Thank
you. Bat Rider shard.
Yes, Bat Rider took the shard. Not the best here for Tundra.
No, certainly not.
For some of the others. They're going to smoke up. They also know that Morphling used ult there on the Rubik. So this is a window where you're not going to get the Phantom Lancer stats stolen. Maybe why they're trying to aggressively go for this play. Don't want to give up Roshan in this game.
Does mean
send the Enchantress first, but this is high ground hold for Betboom.
High ground hold with the techies too, so mines are going to be pre-laid out.
gotta send illusions in here.
And they'll get some ideas here. Pure immediately with the Lotus Orb. He is afraid of getting lassoed.
Who's going to blink first? Your Morphling ult's coming back off cooldown. 10 seconds. This is an initiation problem coming into full force. You could not force the fight with that Morphling Ag ult on cooldown. Now it's just straight back up, and it goes unpunished here as Tundra will continue to look.
I was going to say, I feel like it's smoke time. If I've seen this story a number of times, the team that holds the high ground that eventually like smokes and tries to wrap around, but it's going to be hard with all of the illusion spam.
I think Betboom are chilling. Like, I don't think they need to force this too much. I think they're going to wait.
No, Toronto Tokyo brought out a smoke.
I guess it is turning night, huh? They don't really want this Roach going to dire side.
Oh yeah, that does make things.
So yeah, that'll light a fire here for them to get something done in the next 45 seconds.
They're not going to wrap around. They're going to go through the pit area. That's a curious move.
Hey, this can backfire very hard if you get caught in a clumped position.
Yeah. Especially against whatever spells. Oh, look at this. The jetpack. He goes through the heroes that he missed and ends up on top of Skeeter instead. Hurricane Pike forces him away. Save goes in with his blast off as well, but they don't get any kills out of this. The Doom is going to be thrown out onto the Underlord, while the Kisses does a healthy amount of damage to the supports, but they do have some heals.
Somehow the only one to die there is Toronto Tokyo off the impetus.
And they got the jetpack.
Pike. I don't know if that hook shot was intentional, but it looked pretty cool.
I don't think it was.
I think you'd much rather have just taken the Doom there. And Roche is going to go to dire side, so Betboom have their own gate they can go through. Pretty nice. A do-it-yourself version.
Yeah.
Are they going to go through it, though? They're hesitating. Nightfall's staying? He wants to fight?
But they're going to go without GPK? I mean, he does have bots. He can come back into play. They're going to break the Enchantress. Go for the pickoff. Jump forward with waveform, try and get the kill. Tundra on the run. Some of them going to the Roshan pit. 33 just trying to get out alive.
Yeah, they caught him half and half.
Here. Oh, blink away. Got out with the purge on himself. Cool move. But Nightfall's still going to be able to catch up to him. Has the extra movement speed and will cut him down. Meanwhile, though, Tundra, they're not doing Roshan, and Betboom know it.
Yeah, there's no way they can commit. It's not fast enough. That was a smart play by Nightfall, right? He knows that Tundra are going to go to this dire side, so he's basically predicting they're going to split up, and he wants to take advantage of the stragglers. Catches the Enchantress, catches the Doom. Very heads-up play. Now they have a numbers advantage. No 33 Doom, no buyback in sight.
A little bit off the mark. Look at this. Nightfall getting right on top of 9. Goes for snaking instead. Fast execution. Now a 4 versus 5 becomes a 3 versus 5 for Tundra.
Nightfall is playing this game so damn well. Very decisive, very aggressive. These are the kind of carry moves that just flat out win you games, because you catch your opponents off guard while they're trying to formulate a plan. You already have one. It's send this Invis Morphling in when they don't have that gem anymore. Vision control not in Tundra's favor. Nightfall using it, still having a perfect Morphling game here. 8-0 and 6, and he's looking for an Aegis to end this before the Phantom Lancer gets to 6-slot territory, which might not even guarantee win Tundra the game, but will definitely make it more difficult.
Sure.
What do you do to try and defend your base now? Because Nightfall is coming. He's mad. He's bad. And he's maybe sad that this game got paused for 40 minutes.
Oh, that's a little interesting word spot. I didn't know that one existed. Over the mighty mines. Tier 2 is going to fall. Is Betboom going to immediately go high ground with this Aegis, or are they going to try and control the map first a bit?
Skeeter did manage to get a double damage rune. It's something to help him in the next fight here. I also feel like control is in Betboom's hand. Would not be surprised to see him force the high ground with this Aegis. I don't know if you're going to get a much better window to do it in. You kind of have everything. You have your Snapfire 20, you have the Shiva's Greaves done on Pure.
Mindbreaker is a great neutral item for Snapfire 2 as you start turning into a real right clicker.
It's going to hurt. You cannot get caught in these pits if you're Skeeter. You're going to have to play the fights on the outside, commit in later. And that just makes it harder for Tundra to get the damage out, because who is dealing damage from their lineup if it's not this one Hurricane Pike from AUI and it's not the Phantom Lancer committing? I don't feel like they have any other damage. This Rubik looks good on paper, but
when he's stolen Firestorm, it has looked good. When he hasn't had Firestorm, it has been kind of whatever.
He does have it here. It's like an 7-second cooldown almost. Octarine, Timeless. Relic will buff up the duration. You have the Spell Steal.
It's actually toxic as hell to push into this lineup.
It is very hard. This Firestorm hurts. It definitely hurts. They're probably just going to look for Nightfall to start it off. It's harder to do that when you're pushing into the base, though, with that Silver Edge as opposed to in the open area.
Yeah, he's going to take the tier 3.
This is so hard.
Take a ton of damage. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think you can force this. Maybe you just hook shot in? Is that even a good fight, though, when there's so many Force Staffs on Tundra's side? They're just going to reset it.
Yeah, I feel like part of the reason the Rubik hasn't been successful is he doesn't have that security that he has when he's inside of his base. They do try for the hook shot, missed though.
And Nightfall does not want to wait for him onto that Enchantress. Gonna throw some kisses, maybe create some space to just try and take a Rax.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough space though. 33, lays into him a little bit. They go for the lasso, miss. Telekinesis, throw him back, but the Adaptive Strike does manage to find him.
And Satanic healed Nightfall to full here.
Yeah, he's back up and ready to go. Turns into the Doom, gets a cookie. Slays, goes down to 33, but has to back away. Almost immediately. These Phantom Lancer illusions, they are adding up some hefty damage. GPK, in fact, had to consume the cheese. So they have the Aegis, no longer the cheese, and Nightfall isn't particularly healthy either.
This is just a miserable high ground push from Betboom.
Firestorm, Lasso, Flame Break, Fade Bolt, whatever spells Rubik has, the Phantom Lances being thrown at you all the time.
He knows Skeeter's here?
Missed out on the blast off, but they can break the Lincolns, get the Scythe. Great use by Save in the mine. Almost stumped the Telekinesis toss away once again. 9. The saving grace, but the hook shot from behind. Toronto Tokyo will push him back. They've got a real opportunity. Skeeter's going to jump up to the high ground. They do have vision, but GPK cannot get in range. Now it's going to be 33, going to be the target instead. GPK mows him down with the Shredder.
Nightfall says, get out of my way, Tormentor. You stupid Q. I'll take you too.
Does take it, and it's for GPK. Oh, no! How did that battery assault not land?
Dude, he mistimed it.
Oh my god.
The first hit was too far, and the second one was too late. He should have just saved it for the being in the range.
Now he's got Firestorm and Mines. This lineup was hard to push into. Now you're going to have 9 laying Mines out.
And these are low cooldown mines.
Yeah.
That deal a lot of damage.
Oh boy.
You just got to start mining up the base. This is miserable. It's trench warfare, literally. And that ward off mid, that is what saw Skeeter go to the jungle. That's what set all that chase up. It's warning how Save knew, but always knows. And he's still looking with this Hex.
Blind, goes for it, only illusions. GPK will turn around and go for AEY instead. Instant Scythe, once again, Save is on point with this item usage right now.
He's just cruising through them, creating the openings for the team, and the damage is there to clean it up, even the courier.
In a pit. He's trying to get the gem that's there in that little hole.
In the fire?
It's in something.
Oh, it's literally in the low ground pit.
Yeah.
What is this?
Why is there a pit there? Who knows?
You can't even see it when you look down. It gets covered up. There's a spider in there. Jeez.
A floating spider. That's terrifying.
Well, at least the spider has a friend now.
It's going to turn into gold.
Okay, well, here's your high ground siege into the mine. Have fun. Oh, he
forced
him in!
Before Telekinesis, no way! Mine got him off, they got him!
What 9
from Tundra!
You god. You absolute high ground.
Oh, look at Dave. He's going to lay out his own mines, try and kill his own carry, but Skeeter does manage to stay alive. Save will die for that attempt. 2 down, and now a chase. Tundra trying to get more heroes. Telekinesis will stop the TP away from Toronto Tokyo, and they get a gem back. They get both gems, as that other gem is still there, I'm sure.
9 says FY. Hold my beer. I'll show you how. What a sick aggressive Force Staff.
Oh, that was so
That's
sick.
one of those things you always forget is in the game, but every time you see, you're like, why don't people do that more?
Yeah.
And this is the perfect time. He dealt 2,800 damage to Nightfall with 5 mines there. That is a lot of burst.
So he Fade Bolted, Force Staffed him in, then Telekinesis him, threw him back into more mines. That was sick.
There was also a Firestorm going down, by the way.
Oh yeah, Firestorm the whole time, percentage-based damage.
Nightfall did not expect that one. Yeah, even threw him into like the last mine that exploded in the way back.
Beautiful.
That is just some sick execution here. And that is not a spell I think you want to be giving away again in this game.
No.
It has done work for 9. It's going to run out here eventually. Maybe that is the saving grace for Betboom.
And look at that. They all just got 400 gold off bounty runes. Tundra finding a lot as
suddenly
those kills and push out.
Skeeter has a full heart plus 3k gold. And just like that, this Phantom Lancer is approaching level 25 talent and ultra late game status. This game is not that straightforward anymore unless you can find the targets with your hexes, which there are a lot of them. You got double hex plus a hook shot that can chain into it here.
The Ags do.
But look who they found.
Perfect
Nightfall.
Target dead, back to back.
What was he doing there?
I don't know, but he thought he was just going to be clear to be able to go for that. But even the Lincolns, without the Ags or with the Ags, that Lincoln
doesn't matter now.
Easily removed.
And 33 is still swapping his Midas in to continue to scale in this game as he catches up on the net worth chart.
Classic.
But that Ags, it is potent. It is very potent here. There's not a lot of save mechanisms for the BKB Man of Doom here. There's like a single 4-staff on save.
Yeah.
And this game, a lot of momentum just got shifted. All of that gold lead, it was up to what, 16k is gone in 2 Morphling deaths. Just like that, you're back to even.
Yeah, a 13% win probability here for Tundra, now plummeting to 50.
It's literally an even game entirely. 2 deaths on the Morphling is all it takes to ruin Nightfall's perfect game. Look at kill that momentum.
He's still dropping mines all over the place.
Why not? These might just win you the game at some point randomly.
A little low, but they finally got the shard they were looking for, which is on the Enchantress. Maybe a bit too late for that to be impactful, but we'll see.
Unfortunately for 9, those spells, their time has come.
Oh no, he ran out of the Firestorm and the mines.
He's gonna have to re-up here. This Rubik it's scary, man. It's scary if you give him the good spells in this game, which are pretty much, you know, the Firestorm, any of the Snapfire spells, or that proximity.
Yeah, when you have that much cast range, I feel like those mines are way more useful in a fight.
They also do so much damage.
Yeah.
He has Kaya, he has Timeless Relic, you have debuff amplification, you have spell amplification, duration. I mean, it's like everything on this Rubik plus Arcane Supremacy.
I believe spell amp doesn't work for the mines though.
Does it not?
Yeah, like Kaya spell amp, that kind of spell amp. Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
They didn't anyway. Maybe they changed it, but.
All right. Well, either way, when he throws the mines out, it would reduce their resistance, which means that amp that is amping up all his other spells, like Firestorm and Fatebolt, will do even more as well.
For sure.
It's still damn good. You're right. The mines might not get it. Might have,
holy crap. 45,000 damage dealt. What is this portal? Ooh, sneaking up to Roshan, eh? I mean, it could be up right now. It's not, but it will be in a minute.
A lot of Phantom Lancer illusions on the map. He has illusions in all 3 lanes. This is an illusion rune, I believe. So Skeeter controlling the entire map right now while Betboom clumped for this objective that is not up yet.
You combine that with the mines, and they have a pretty good idea where Betboom isn't.
Scatterblast used by
oh,
GPK.
the lasso almost caught up a GPK. Now they're able to get the counter initiation on a Snake King.
These hexes are way too hard for the Bat Rider to go into.
Trying to jetpack away, AUI, hoping to finish him off. Glimmer Cape survives as a result.
Is the spell steal? That's Kisses.
Oh, Kisses stolen. That's a big pickup.
That is a huge pickup here.
Especially Snake King. Oh, bot back TP'd in, but he didn't want to complete the TP, so they're going to be out a hero for a little bit. Tundra might want to slow this down.
This Bat Rider just needed BKB this game. It has hurt Tundra so much. He's going to throw the Kisses in to scout the Roche. Unfortunately, it's not up.
Yeah, still not up. Betboom trying to dodge the damage here, pushing themselves against the back wall.
That'll all be wasted. It is up in 45 seconds. He wants to throw it again.
And you're going to need some illusions to clear through this minefield. All the other lanes are pushing in really heavily. So if Tundra
there's a massive wave bottom. In fact, they're going to gate to kill that wave. Here says, there's no way I'm letting this hit my base with catapults.
Yeah.
They'll clean it up.
Clears that out with the Firestorm.
Wise move, because Tundra are still having initiation problems. How do they start the fights has been their issue all game, and they're not really close to solving it here. They do have a Hex on AUI.
Drawn to Tokyo immediately on the jump on Snake King, because that's a dieback hero. Snake King hit by the cookie and is gonna die.
AOE
the
Doom,
egg,
but he's hexed.
It stopped the Doom from being able to jump in, and a heavy amount of damage. Wait for him actually jumping into that one so he can finish off the Doom himself. Nightfall didn't give a damn about that Doom as long as he has the damage to bring him down. Save gonna miss out on that blast off, but it's clear that Betboom can just run down any heroes at this point. 9 just going to have to back away with whatever spells he's stolen.
I mean, he did get proximity mines again.
That is pretty nice. He's going to need it for the high ground defense.
You can defend your base again here for another 3 minutes or whatever it is.
Yep.
5 minutes. These fights just, I don't know. I don't know where the opening is for Tundra. Like, how do you go in versus the double hex waiting for you? You can't really go on the Underlord. There's Lincoln Spheres. There's an Invis Morphling. It's just a Bat Rider Lasso with no BKB to back it up. It's impossible.
Yeah, there's way too much that snaking has to do with too little net worth. I mean, without the BKB, you really can't get this done.
I feel like this game is coming down to Tundra are in a position where it's maybe we can't win, but we're going to make it so you can't either. And hope that Betboom throw going high ground. Like, that's probably your best bet right now, is you get some crazy high ground defense fight that just boomerangs back to Betboom's base and you win off that. Because I don't think you can aggressively take it to them.
Time to get weird with it.
The problem is, level 25 is done for Snapfire, so GPK is, he's hitting full capacity here, and he is really starting to hurt.
Nightfall going to be a little bit more careful, but the kisses, the stolen kisses are going to be put to work. That is super annoying, because that's just another way they have to wait out here.
At this point, stop casting proximity mines.
Yeah, you may have to start thinking about that.
It might help you win this game.
You're not really a hero without it, but...
Yeah, but is 9 a hero without it? That's a bigger question.
I mean, to be fair, when they killed the Morphling, Save also went in and almost soloed Skeeter. So...
That is true. Okay, how about this? You can't go high ground. What if you just bypass it? What if you push a wave in and you just gate behind Tundra in their own base?
Okay.
And just kill them.
They have a lot of force staffs, and they're professional Dota 2 players. I feel like their reaction speed is pretty decent. I feel like then you've just gone behind a tier 3, but you haven't actually caught anybody. And now 9 is operating from his fountain rather than his tier 4s, you know?
Okay, but what if we have a distraction? We just need a distraction.
I thought you were going to make some sort of game suggestion. Instead of going high ground, what if you could burrow? What if you could dig a tunnel into the enemy base?
I mean, he is the Abyssal Underlord for a reason.
That's true.
He owns those realms.
Well, the Clockwork Ags rocket spam, that's going to keep all the lanes pushed in. So Tundra kind of need to find a way to put some sort of pressure out there, exert some sort of force on the side lanes.
All right, I'm just saying, let's not rule the gate idea out.
Okay.
Let's not rule it out, because this game is looking hard to end. So sometimes doing some crazy thing that nobody expects, that makes no sense, is your best option.
Well, maybe you just catch them when they come outside their base, like these two supports. Force Staff, Aeon Disc for snaking, trying to get over the line. AUI is going to be left behind, though. Stolen Firestorm, though. More high ground defense. And he stole a little Shredder?
Not too useful here.
No, probably not. Only 154 damage. If only he had a damage down.
He already has the mines down, so, like, it's already a problem.
Yeah, no, you're right.
You got to send some illusions in, or get somebody to
he tried to Force Staff Pure in.
Well, they're going to glyph the wave. Try and help the wave go in.
Okay. Nightfall starts pushing at it. Telekinesis thrown back in once again.
They flashbacks.
Hook shot. Oh, Toronto Tokyo, that's not where you want to be. He's going to die almost instantly in the out. Doom on top of all these low health heroes. 3 heroes are already gone. They're going to start buying back on some of them. Toronto Tokyo, but I think the rest realize this is a bad fight. There is no saving it. There's maybe no saving Nightfall. He's going to need the help, though. He's got a
double shredder.
GPK double shredder goes to work. He absolutely shredded the Doom, and now he's looking for more. Tundra retreating back to their high ground, playing the distance game, playing off these stolen spells. 9, though, going to be caught by that shredder. Force Staff gets him away. GPK couldn't finish off
these illusions.
Laner.
These illusions. Save him.
So much damage.
Oh
GPK.
my.
Oh, jeez.
Yo, this Phantom Lancer is becoming an issue, man. Octarine, 4,300 HP. These illusions, he doesn't even need to be in the fight, and he is killing cores. 3 buybacks for Betboom, and they got AUI.
I mean, they got the Doom.
They didn't even get a Rax. Yeah, but they didn't get the Doom buyback.
They're going back? Dude, this is crazy.
This
I mean,
is
I guess
the type
there's
of
no Dooms.
This is how Tundra win the game. Like, you push a base without buys, and they somehow win these base defense fights, which have been going super well for them. But they don't have to be the ones initiating. Their lineup thrives. Snaking finds the opening.
Oh, we got him on the lasso before
into
the
mines.
go off. Into the mines he goes.
Justice against the techies.
Now they got the scythe onto the Morphling too as they tried to follow save in. He's dead for 2 minutes, and it's time for Betboom to quit this idea that they can go up the high ground anymore. It is a failed endeavor, my friends. Get out.
Save me, says Toronto Tokyo, but Nightfall says, hey, for your own sins, I'm out of here.
Nightfall. He should be able to wait for him and just farm his way backwards here. Refresher is going to be his next idea.
That is 2 diebacks for Betboom. 90 seconds without the supports. 6 minutes for all those cooldowns.
At the same time, they're a much different team, I think, when they're on their high ground and when they're not.
Oh yeah, these aggressive goes from Tundra are way harder than the defensive-oriented fights. But they're getting to a point where the Phantom Lancer is... It's not so clear how to deal with him anymore. And he's doing a significant more amount of damage than he was 10 minutes ago with the talent, with the crits coming through. You got an Enchantress buyback out of that and nothing else. Or triple buy and some deaths. This momentum has changed a lot. 7K gold lead for Tundra, and the AoE Dooms have been spot on from 33. Who's still probably going to have buyback for the next fight if you can get a little more gold.
Now they're the ones to use Kisses defensively to try and clear out a creep wave, but they did get over that backdoor protection line.
Yeah, look at how far back they're playing. They do not want to give up a lasso here. Snaking was fishing for it. This is disciplined play.
In damage. Okay, backdoor protection goes up for a second, but it's back out.
And the first racks of this game goes to Tundra.
Wow.
That is astounding. All of the things we thought about what this Rubik pick would do for them were absolutely wrong. As it was not the early game, it was not the mid game, it is the late game.
The late game mines and Firestorm.
The Rubik trench warfare is what paid off for Tundra here, as they turn the techies against Betboom multiple times, find a foothold. Now they have a bunch of range keeps pushing in with a troll. Get cleared up here. Supports are back for Betboom, so now you're back in that position for Tundra where you do not want to take the aggressive fight.
Yeah, they definitely want to on Betboom. They get the scythe into the blast off. Good telekinesis usage to get Snaking back. Really making this Eon Disc work for him now.
This game is coming down to buybacks and who finds who on these jumps. You find the Phantom Lancer. Do you ever find the Phantom Lancer again in this game? He even has that shard, right? The new shard that is an extra invis element. It's so damn hard to find Skeeter at this point. That on top of the Doppels with Octarine cooldown, on top of Manta, on top of Lincolns, on top of Ninja Gear. Good luck. You are going to need a lot of spells to end this game. You're also going to have to find Tundra outside their base. That seems to be the conclusion I have drawn from the last 5 minutes here. And we're approaching the 60-minute mark, which means those last tier of neutral items. You better be praying for some Machinas. I think you need them on the Betboom side.
What's the... Is there any... Oh, there's the Blade Mail item, right?
Arcanist armor?
Yeah, I was just trying to think of if there is any item that gives you magic resistance. At least that Arcanist armor helps deflect some of this damage to maybe, I don't know who, Underlord, I guess?
I just don't know how you commit on the Tundra high ground. Like, that's the problem. The PL is way too obnoxious. Snaking is right in here.
Yeah, Snaking out from heroes. We're on to Tokyo. He's going to use that axe refresh. Hook shot inside the vice. A lot of stuns, but 33 is going to get on top of save. We'll follow up there. But 33 is also taking a lot of damage. He's got to be careful of GPK's Shredder.
Snaking sacrifices his life to get out some spells and force the buyback.
They are poking at them from a distance. Kiss is trying to cover all this up right now as Pure goes for the desperate TP out, but he will be denied that. Toronto Tokyo is going to be caught up in it as well. So double kill with no buyback. No Underlord, no Clockwork. Tundra now at a 5 versus 3 with lots of time.
This Rubik is becoming terrible. Look at the damage in this fight from the Rubik, by the way. He hit level 25. He has 40% spell amp for stolen spells. He's throwing out a Firestorm that gets amped by the Kaya built into the E-Blade, with E-Blade on top of a hero, with Timeless Relic, with his own spell amp, and then he's rocket flaring off cooldown. And he had an Arcane Rune there. He had like 5-second cooldown rocket flare that's hitting for like 350 or something. That's just a joke. Not to mention this Firestorm was chunking pure.
I mean, how much is it? 5% burn damage? It was doing 167 damage a wave?
It's just disgusting what this Rubik is putting out right now with all the talents online.
4% max HP burn right now.
The late game is where he shines, apparently.
Oh, look at that, though. Divine Rapier picked up for GPK.
Okay, he is not playing around anymore.
No. With that Daedalus, remember the last time 33 tried to show up with the Ag's Doom, and then the Shredder took him down to half?
Disappear.
Yeah, he might just die straight up.
I mean, that was a double Shredder, so he only has one. He has to use it wisely here, but it is a multi-Shredder with the extra hits.
Blast off lands, but
33.
Doom's already dead.
Where's that Shredder?
Comes through. They have to back themselves up a
little
bit here. Shredder goes through.
Gone.
That's a double.
You're gone, son. Blink and you miss it. GPK puts you back in the well as he got some crits to boot. And he'll take the 2 for 1.
Oh, look at that. Enchantress AUI already setting him up with a creep long time ago. Has a TP point for them to go into the Roshan pit. So even though they're down a man, they still might be able to take this Roshan before Betboom can get there.
This is so slow. They're going to get there for
sure. This is going to be too slow. And Tundra have messed up a Roshan engagement before in this game. The first one, in fact.
They'd rather take the positioning here.
That was the reveal of the Divine Rapier, is one thing to note. GPK, is he going to get that same kind of beautiful jump again? Refresher for Wave Morphling.
You don't have much armor on Tundra's side. That's the problem. Even if you know about it, what are you going to do about it? Like, you don't have a Shivas. You don't have an AC. These are all squishy heroes to that Shredder.
Yeah.
If he connects, you have only a prayer to save you at that point. Still, the buybacks are up for Tundra. They're getting a lot of gold in Arcane Blink for 9.
Okay, and we also have 60-minute items, so you're going to be coming in. Betboom not worried about the tier 5s, instead worried about Roshan. As he goes over to the Radiant side, they're going to quickly take it down.
I don't think Tundra can contest this. They'd rather save their buybacks, play for the high ground defense.
Of course.
Dare I say it.
So a free Aghanim Scepter for the... He already consumed his eggs, actually, so he can give it to someone.
Minus.
Oh, no, he does.
Yo, Nine, what are you doing down here, son?
Yeah, Nine showed himself, almost got hit. There was a hook shot that was attempted. Oh, he didn't make it over the cliff. He swung again, and there's the damage.
What was he doing?
I don't know. He might have thought Roshan was still on top.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't... Like, you knew Betboom were down there.
Yeah.
He's just solo. I mean, you have Arcane Blink with Seer Stone, so this Blink range is insane, but it did not get him far enough. And now you have Aegis for the Divine GPK, who's only 1 talent away from being maxed here.
Okay, let's go over...
5 items it's always Giant's Ring for Skeeter.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to see this. Yeah, that is a shred from hell right there. How does Skeeter always end with Giant's Ring? It's just destiny. I mean, I guess now it's higher chance, but even back then he was getting it. That's a big Phantom Lancer and a big problem.
Yeah, we're having a hard time with that damage. Look at that Desolator.
Woo. The rockets, not enough.
Almost finished off AUI.
Well, they found a lasso.
Pulling in the Morphling. They're going to be able to get the Doom on top of them. They have any Force Staffs to get the Morphling out of here. They definitely need to, but the damage is just intense. GPK is making heroes disappear every single time he jumps in, but Betboom do have the base to worry about.
Yeah, they really have to worry about this. They have Gate to come back, though.
Yeah, GPK's not backing down. He wants to see if Tundra come out.
Yes, Stygian Desolator, man. The damage is absolutely out of control.
Yeah, how much damage is he doing?
It's so much.
700, almost 750, and then he can crit off of it.
Yeah, that is disgusting. And for no armor. They have no armor. Absolutely nobody survives the full round. Absolutely nobody except Skeeter. And, I mean, he's being hard to find. That's going to be an Arcane Blink for GPK. We are seeing the rise of these Arcane Blinks for a reason.
Yeah, why is that?
It's just the cooldown. The range. You get in really deep.
Yeah.
You get in and out very fast.
Look at this smoke move. The tier 3 that they took so long ago is gone, so they can make this play. And look at that. They're going to spot AUI.
Didn't even... Oh, he did use the Shredder, but he'll be happy to clean up a Rax through back door with that. Skeeter, your time has come yet again to defend the high ground.
Just throw him in. Oh, he got Lotused, so he couldn't actually throw him in.
GPK needs to think about the mana burn in these fights, too. Like, Shredder's only as scary as you can cast it.
Right.
These illusions burn you out pretty fast. This game has become an absolute abomination of a Dota game.
Mirror Shield for Nightfall. What other tier 5s do we got right now? So Stygian Desolator, yeah, we saw that one.
Still a token on Pure and a token on Toronto Tokyo. So they're waiting. Force Boots for Toronto Tokyo. All right.
And another Mirror Shield, this time for the Underlord.
They were probably looking for the armor and didn't get it. That's what I'm going to assume here. So they have one token left for save, I believe.
Tundra, we got a Mirror Shield on Snaking when he jumps in. Giant's Ring for Skeeter.
It's a good Mirror Shield for sure.
There's the Seer Stone that we saw earlier from 9.
I also like the Pirate Hat for AUI.
Horse Boots, okay.
You get that attack speed on the Enchantress.
Oh, yeah.
Start digging up some runes to save for the buybacks for the high ground defense, because that's how you're winning this game.
I mean, that is probably the most efficient tier 5 neutral item to pick up if you're just constantly digging up bounty runes. Like,
oh, by the way, look at the look at what 9 picked up again.
Oh no! Oh,
this game
no.
is something else, dude. This is one of those games that.
Wait, let me see the range. Yeah, he can throw those mines.
Yeah, he just hurls them in.
He's an artillery. He's just chucking them out there.
The cooldown is way too low for this to be fair, man. I'm telling you, this is one of those games all 10 players lose. They all lose this game, no matter what happens. They all just went out of it.
Well, if Betboom wins, they can be done with the series. Tundra win, we're going another round.
They got to do it again. And this has been a struggle, but they are holding on. Absolutely holding on, and they have waited out this Aegis. I mean, GPK is... He has one more slot, kind of. He has a level 30 talent to get, but otherwise he's pretty capped. And this level 30 talent, it's good, but he's not really playing off his ult. He's playing off the shred.
He's going into another Divine Rapier. His Aegis is about to expire.
They gave him the Wisdom Rune for that talent. They're powering him up, but this Aegis is going to be gone. And I don't know how easy it is to go high ground into this Phantom Lancer with 5,500 HP when you can't find him. They need a way to find him. They need vision. They need rocket flares to hit him, but he's invis half the time.
Not that it matters, by the way, but it's an even net worth game.
Oh, yeah. Exactly 1K difference. Why not add it to the list?
Yeah.
Might be here for another hour if the games at this major are any indicator. Do you even wait? I mean, what does waiting for next Roche even do? You can't go high ground.
Actually, one thing. The Rubik spells will run out.
Sure. But
so he'll have to re-steal some spells if you get like a fast initiation.
I mean, the base is already completely mine.
Yeah, but he may not be able to like firestorm you at the start of the fight, which has been
really important. This last 3.5 minutes that we've been sitting here is 9's buyback period.
Oh yeah,
like he bought earlier in. So if Betboom want to try and abuse this with all of theirs up, if you find the Rubik and kill him, he's gone.
I mean, if you're going to do it, you're going to do it right now.
Yeah, it has to.
They have a double damage in the river.
That is a big rune.
I mean, it's
a very big rune.
You put that on the Snapfire.
Grandma's hitting real hard.
Cowboy grandma from hell. Just going to get the bottle to put it in so they have it saved.
Is that a Pantera reference? Or
a little bit, yeah.
I respect that. It's 66 minutes in this game to think of that one. He will take that DD. Grandma will power up here. She's bringing a world of pain. There ain't no cookies for anybody anymore.
I do not thank.
But can you get the damage out on who you want? That is the problem.
Look at Curtis. Where did these creeps even come from? They come from top? They go through the portal? How'd you get these here, Curtis?
I mean, he's pushing the one lane that there isn't a Rax. Like, he's going to mega you. That's the thing Betboom have to think about, too. These creeps are going to mega you bottom if you commit for a fight, and your base is missing 2 lanes and exposed. There's a real possibility you just somehow get thrown on the backside with the bots.
Do they have some bots in?
They do. They have bots, too, on two of their cores between the Doom and the PL.
They all have bots.
Yeah, even the Rubik has one. They might be thinking about it, honestly. 4 boots of travel, 2 up.
Dude, they're definitely thinking about it.
Oh, my God.
That many bots, twos, they are 100% going to Megas you.
There's a glyph. There is a glyph that you have to think about.
I think Betboom is going to get caught by this.
I don't know how they end this game. This is one of those games that I feel like Betboom lose just because they can't win it. Like, they just can't win the game, so inevitably you will lose.
Yeah, there's a whole lot more red dots on the map, that's for sure.
Oh my God, that base.
Tundra's base is going through puberty right now. There's red dots everywhere.
The aggressive smoke.
Yep, the aggressive smoke in. And buildings, they're letting the creeps actually hit the buildings. The range barracks dies to just that.
How did we end up in a siege scenario where Tundra are the ones sieging?
I don't know, but the illusions, they're going to start hitting the buildings, and that is going to force Betboom out of the base at some point.
Don't tell me Tundra are going to whittle their way through a melee racks. 10 damage at a time. Yeah, they actually will. They are the team to do that.
They're the team 100% to do that.
How does Snaking not have a BKB in this game?
Yeah, he bought a Eon Disc, and then he bought a bots too.
Buy a BKB, dude.
Yeah, he's got a mirror shield.
At this point, I don't even think it matters because he's just going to die to the shred, but...
Just believe in the mirror shield.
Oh my god. Well, Nine's buyback is coming back up. So they got that going for him.
I'm so surprised that Tundra didn't put the pressure on Betboom. I mean, I guess they didn't have buyback on 9. It's up in 40 seconds. Maybe that's just a risk too much. Like, you lose that fight, they could go high ground in a minute.
You gotta remember, it's Tundra too, you know? You guys are a very patient team.
Yes.
I doubt they're in a rush right now.
And I'm not sure if Betboom is that same kind of team. Are they patient?
I think they're getting frustrated.
Yeah, I think so too.
2 more creeps are pushing in bottom.
I feel like they were a little lax on their base defense, you know?
Yeah, it's creeping up.
It's coming in again.
These games are very frustrating.
I mean, if Phantom Lights are just TP'd into bottom lane and just all in the building.
You might get it. He probably dies.
He probably dies.
I don't think the Megas are worth the PL buyback.
I agree with that 99% out of 100. But in this situation where your high ground is so immense, like Betboom might be like, guys, we have to go high ground now because of Mega.
That is quite a gambit.
And that's a gambit to win, baby.
That's a Lancer gambit right there.
Oh my god, he found an Arcane. Oh, Snaking! He took the Arcane Rune from 9.
And that was okay. You don't know where Betboom are right now. And they are very close. That Linkus will proc.
They almost caught Snaking. Gaining in. Another Glimmer Cape, another Blink ready to go. He might even think about going back in. Some of his team is around. Anybody want a Wisdom Rune? The old... How much experience does a 70-minute Wisdom Rune give you? 2,800. Oh my god, he's almost level 25.
Yeah, that's a decent 25 talent.
Oh yeah.
I think it's the last one to get in this game. Yes, everybody else is 25 or higher.
All right, playing for Roche.
This is going to be a clash. Snake gets
Tokyo, spots him, hits him with the hook. Bounce it back with the cogs. The Undead's going to be able to protect him. Nullifier's a little bit late. They get the 4 staffs to get him out of there.
Nightfall, he committed 1 BKB. He does have Refresher here. They still want to take the fight. Again, Tundra are happy just poking spells out from Betboom, slowly wearing them down.
Oh, look at that spell steal
he got
range,
mines
man.
again.
He got mines again.
Why? Why do you do this to yourself?
Now, dude, Roshan Pit's going to get mined up so heavily. If Betboom do not find a way to start this fight now, it is going to start looking like the Dire base.
I mean, they can't because their base is still getting pressured. There's like stupid Wildekins and shit in their base.
Why is relentless,
He's
man.
sending a Warpine in mid. Why, dude? It's so annoying.
Look at Skeeter with his Giant's Ring and this invisibility.
Snaking is so far up, he doesn't have Aeon. They don't see him. They see him now.
They spot him now. Immediately, the hook shot. Force that. Oh, he dies instantly.
He is by.
He does. And he got a reaction out of Betboom. Toronto Tokyo maybe didn't want that cookie. But it's okay. The illusions are cleared out.
Still hit a Malice here.
Back to the mines.
Gonna be throwing out pits. No cooldown in between. With mines on top of it. In fact, yeah, he can literally just have 2 pits out. Well, I hope Betboom are enjoying this one.
Oh my god, you're gonna get pitted and mined and pitted and mined.
Do the pits stack? Why do I have to ask if the pits stack? That shouldn't be a question I have to know. Like, it's not normal.
We're about to find out.
Refresher for Snaking. I guess he can refresh the Aeon when he goes in. He has played this game with some balls, I'll give him that.
Yep.
He has just jumped in every fight, live or die.
And they are encroaching on your territory, Betboom. They are getting more illusions, more mines. Here comes Toronto Tokyo straight into the heart of hell.
That Cog
for it. The Cog's blocking it. Nightfall. That's going to be a BKB wasted at this point. And the Doom, who is jumped back in, now gets on top, goes for the Underlord. They're going to quickly take him down. That was fast. And Low Shredder only being used on illusions. There's no real Phantom Lancer there. Tundra is playing the kite game perfectly here.
Lift, throw him back one at a time, send the illusions in.
Tried to go for the cookie, blink away. Meanwhile, Impetus is...
That's a pure buyback.
It's pure buyback.
And remember, their base is getting hit by a goddamn Warpine Raider right now. I don't know how these creeps are still here for AUI, but they are just exerting some pressure.
Kiss is going out, trying to get some vision for Pure to come back into play, but he's immediately caught in the pit. He runs forward, Nullifiers immediately blocked. Nullifier got onto Skeeter here, but he doppelgangers away to the side. It's going to be AUI. Low Shredder, 2 shots, that's all it takes.
He will buy back.
Oh, he got him with the snaking. Oh, but getting pushed back by the Cogs. They got the last one on GPK. They have to get this kill, and he's dead.
Divine on the deck. Who got it?
Divine all around.
Still there. Nobody wants it. There's
more
too much chaos.
Mines. Nightfall's trying to get away. A buyback on GPK. He's trying to get back in, but he can't get to the Divine Rapier, but I think he might have had a stash.
I think Skeeter... Wait, where'd it go?
He got it. He picked it up on 30. Oh, yeah.
They're going to go
back in. They managed to get the blast off. Buyback immediately onto 9. Nullifier and the Scythe. Oh, they can go for Skeeter. Wait for him. Can it catch him? A Glimmer Cape is getting him away. They don't have the detection. Now Skeeter is healing back up. They turn. Betboom a little bit lost, but they spot their target. That's going to be the Doom.
Skeeter, he has to try and heal up during this period.
He keeps on showing himself, though. He keeps on baiting Betboom in deeper and deeper. They desperately want this kill.
Oh, is that him? Is it not him? It's the Lancer.
They're not sure anymore. He's TPing out. He's TPing out. They had the vision, but Sade couldn't get it off.
And meanwhile, the creeps are being dragged out of their
Tier
base.
4s are dying over here. There is a throne exposed on the Radiant side. Betboom have to send Pure back once again.
They got 3 buybacks out of Tundra and a Roshan, but it cost them 3 of their own, and they're going to have to chase it top. Well, the base is being threatened. GPK gets his Divine back, but I don't know if he feels good about that one.
I mean, was that his original Divine? Because he also had a second Divine.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
I think he regained it in that fight because he did not have enough gold for buyback and a second one here. Wait, Roche is back. Okay, Roche has bugged and has gone back bottom as they stunned it. A fatal mistake, but I guess it doesn't matter. It'll cost him a little time.
Yeah, it's
this game indeed has everything. Get some Roshan Rebellion.
Oh god, now there's a refresher on GPK again. We saw it last time.
He's just gonna eat the cheese.
Yeah.
He's like, screw your cheese, man. I don't have the slots for this.
I've never heard of a block of cheese. Yo, Toronto Tokyo, you want to go over there?
You don't give cheese. I mean, Toronto Tokyo probably wanted it, actually. He's like, what the hell, man? Why'd you eat that? That's a classic GPK move if I've ever seen one. If I can't eat the cheese, nobody will. None of you deserve the cheese this game.
Maybe if any of you start pulling your goddamn weight, you could have a cheese.
Giant Lancer Illusions just killed Toronto Tokyo's courier in his base. By the way,
yeah,
AUI died in that fight, and because he's dead, he was microing mud golems in Betboom's base.
He was.
Pulling creeps off of the throne. That's why those tier 4s are dead. Because he pulled a Radiant Wave off of the tier 4.
Really? That's what he
mud
did?
golems.
This man will take so much of you from so little.
He has no chill, bro. This man has no chill. Disgusting. This is a disgusting
You already
game.
won a TI. You've retired. Chill out, AUI.
Take a break, man. take a break.
Oh,
sweaty. Wind Waker done. 9.
Needs it too. Nullifiers are scary, but
I mean, these Dooms have been super impactful too. Tundra, they need to play around the jumps from 33, sticking on these core targets with the 2 Dooms between him.
I almost feel bad.
Very influential, as the other 3 had to buy for that fight. I mean, Betboom, they did find heroes. It cost them a lot, and now they are buying out for the Rapiers cap. It is double Rapier for GPK.
Yeah.
And a Rapier for Nightfall. Has 3 on
Nightfall, that was the
was that the one on the ground?
Yeah, I'm telling you, GPK had a second rapier.
Maybe. I mean, who the hell knows at this point?
And I think he's trying to figure out the damage. Which is better, Daedalus or a second rapier?
Daedalus? I think it's always the rapier, but Daedalus is definitely better than the Silver Edge.
Okay.
And he does have
But he also kind of needs the Silver Edge to get in position, maybe. God, it's hard to...
I mean, what happens if you ever just Shredder the tier 4s with double Divine and insta-refresh Shredder it again? Do they just disappear?
Just
like,
take
just
the throne? Like they just don't pop Glyph in time?
It's like
win
2
the game?
seconds. I'm telling you, the gate play, it goes back. Like,
back to the gate.
Just gate him there. Let him go to work.
Spotted. Oh, the blink away, barely. Toronto Tokyo blind hook shot. Was just praying to land it, but Snake King gets away.
And Pure's already keeping bottom. He knows the game that is being played right now. Get the lanes in. The eventual split push. By the way, Tundra's base is still completely mined from earlier.
Yeah. And also they, still have not taken any buildings past that tier 3, which I'm surprised that we haven't seen like just a little Shredder quickly take one of these buildings. But
if he had buyback here, I think maybe we'd see it. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what is Betboom's plan to win this game? What is it?
I don't know.
Okay, well then don't make fun of my gate plan. If you don't, nobody knows.
Listen, I don't know what the right plan is, but I know what a bad plan is.
There's still bad plan.
You gotta watch out.
Plan.
He's gonna be pulled back in. Aghanim Scepter immediately. As soon as they get the lasso, they use the Doom on 33. And if there's anybody who tries to save the person who gets lassoed, they're gonna get doomed too. Just like the Underlord now. 33 though does need some help. That Lotus Orb, Aeon Disc can only last so long. Gets a Force Staff away, managed to survive. So they bring down the Underlord for 2 minutes. And now it's Betboom who have to retreat here.
Yeah, they need to get the hell out. No Pure for 2. That is...
No, GPK goes back in. Quickly bursts down the Doom. They surprise him, and Nightfall's gonna be able to catch the Bat Rider as well.
3 dead for Tundra.
And now, just like that, I mean, the numbers disappear so quickly. It's all about who gets the jump. The advantage goes away in a second.
I thought Tundra were going to rout him there for sure, but if you can't find GPK and he finds you, that is a death sentence. Tundra do not have answers for the Snapfire right now. Betboom do not have answers for Skeeter, but one of them kills you a lot faster. They did get a save buyback out of that as he went through the gate that Pure set up. So that's going to be the longest cooldown in the game now on the techies. But once again, I ask Betboom, how are you winning this game? I know how Tundra aren't losing it. I want to know how you are going to win this. It's going to have to be a man up. At some point, you're just going to have to commit to like a push and kill these heroes through buyback.
I don't know. I still think there is some siege with Shredder that is possible.
Now look, he's worried about the lift into the aggressive Force Staff type play that we saw earlier, I think.
AY 2000's heading for the Radiant base again. Look at him go.
There's a Lizard down. Whose Lizard is this?
I mean, he's got the... Doesn't he have the Ancient talent?
No.
Wait, who has the Helm of the Overlord then?
Whose Lizard is it?
Oh, it's Skeeter's. Skeeter's bought a Helm of the Overlord and backpacked it.
Of course.
Dude, this team has all the tricks, man.
They're so goddamn nerdy. It didn't even, it's still down here. He's just holding it.
Yeah, he's just gonna chill out.
I mean, this is what you're supposed to do. This goes back to literally the Eternal Envy days. He's the first one I saw do this, where you buy an extra Helm of the Dominator, you get a creep, and you save it back here for boosted travel possibly.
Yep.
It is a very important thing to have up, and Skeeter has so much extra gold. Why not do it?
I mean, if they could still do it, they'd probably buy mass couriers and circle them around the throne.
That said, they also have another vehicle as 9 stole Gate.
Oh.
Which is pretty interesting since he has the Ags for it too.
Oh yeah, hit him with the pit around the gate.
Let's see what he can do with this. I don't know how useful it's going to be. He's going to throw a gate onto them. And they... what the...
That wasn't the move. I mean, it's fine. He's got like Octarine, super low cooldown. They don't know about it. They're just having some fun. I mean, Tundra can entertain themselves all day long inside this base. They're in for the long haul, baby. They're gonna stick around. Oh, a double damage. Oh god, look at him. 1100 damage.
That's a big boy. That's a big boy right there.
Mortimer is heavy.
He's better than Jim.
That boy thick.
He is a thick boy indeed.
It's a thick ass boy right there.
Oh my god. But can he do anything with it?
Look at the game on the fountain. They're like, oh god, guys, they're going to backdoor us. No, all just a bait. Touch is just screwing with you.
This is one of the silliest games I've ever seen on so many levels. 82 minutes. This game does not look like it's close to being over. Are we actually going to give that other 2-hour game a run for its money here?
Remember when Ice Frog put in tier 5 items as like, okay, the game actually goes 60 minutes, you end the game with these.
No one got an Ex Machina though. That's the crazy part. It's just a bunch of mirror. It's like all defensive. It's like all mirror shields and force boots to play the high ground fights.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, neither team has an idea how to win this game. They just both understand how to not lose it. They're like, guys, don't worry. Our plan to not lose is better. This is where the MR factor comes in. Who's younger? Who's younger in this game? It's got to be Betboom.
Betboom, surely. I feel like AUI probably knocks
AUI
it
is struggling.
He takes the average away.
I mean, Snaking's up there too. Oh, they found a Doom on Nightfall.
Where did that come from? They were so worried about the gate. They didn't pay attention to the fact that Tundra could be outside the base.
That is a big death. Can Tundra punish it? Probably not. He does that buy.
Now, Roshan is not going to be up in time, so that was actually a time for Tundra to get an Aegis and maybe try and force Megas, but they will not, sadly. It is very poorly timed with this Morphling death timer.
The way this map has shifted in this game is so bizarre. Like, I don't understand what's keeping Betboom in their base or what's letting them get to Tundras. It's so wacky. Then you have these random pickoffs that feel like now I feel like Betboom can't shove lanes out, but I didn't feel like that 3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
The game is just out of control. It is very illogical. Chaos reigns.
Oh, he's got the Aghanim Scepter on the techies. The Illusions will rock that one. And they're just cutting in through the corner because of the Giant's Ring. They don't have to go around. They just cut the corner.
And let Illusions do the work. Snaking went for a jump and got caught.
Really great reaction there from Toronto Tokyo, but it doesn't result in anything. Just
Rax,
use of his Ags and BKB.
Rax is going down.
He's trying to protect it with his body.
By the way, those Doom Illusions are off of Manta. 33 bought an extra Manta in this game just to send some more units in. Snaking finds the jump again.
Snaking does manage to get it, but he got caught by the pit, and now the scythe, and now he's been shredded.
Yeah, that was an initiation. That was one of the initiations in Dota.
Throw yourself into the meat grinder. But it doesn't even phase Betboom. They hold the buyback.
Buy a damn BKB, man. No, buy the BKB. I'm telling you, if you go in BKB, you have a chance of Force Staff dragging the dude out. You are getting insta-hexed every time. He's had it queued up for 90 minutes this game.
It's an 85.
You have enough surplus gold to buy it and have buy. Dear Lord. Snake. Why are you doing this to yourself? Why are you doing it?
Okay. They pitted up to Roshan.
He's up, they're doing it.
And they know about it.
Yeah, but Tundra, I feel like they know too. They
definitely do, and they just want to be able to get Megas off this.
The Megas might be more valuable than the Roche at this point.
I think so too.
What the hell is Roche doing for you in this game? You don't even have the slots.
Look at, I mean, Skeeter, first time he's committing his actual hero, not for long. First sign of resistance, he backs away, and the Roshan dies too quickly.
That's a shard to save a Aegis back to GPK for the Divines. I mean, that's the nice part about the Roche. You can protect these rapiers on GPK. But honestly, the rest is... it's not doing much for you here.
I mean, they're working on the building. Betboom, you gotta keep your attention on this. Tundra will not stop. Oh, we got the mines again.
Oh, these are good. You can use them on the building.
Oh, hook shot off the mark.
Oh, they don't want to let him get out of here with that steal.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo is desperately searching for more, but he's not going to be able to get it. Just drawing attention with the Aeon Disc, Lotus Orb, bouncing back some spells. But I think maybe he has committed himself to death. BKB.
Off BKB.
He did, and he goes in, and he goes for the lasso, and he's pulling away the clockwork. Toronto Tokyo going to be abducted, and he gets doomed up as well. They're going to throw every spell they have just for a single pickoff because they know Betboom are not going to take advantage of this timer.
Bless you, son. Bless you, Snaking. You finally got there, and it looked glorious.
And now you're right. Illusions and Mines can start throwing up to the high ground.
Yeah, you can throw these proximities on the racks here if 9 can get in close enough. He has decent range on him. He's gonna switch him out actually.
Power Cox, that's... Firestorm is great.
Minefield landed again. Not... This is some weird siege going on with this giant swing over the
I mean, the mantra should be the building is lower than it was a minute ago.
That is true. Technically, you are winning the game.
It is up to Betboom. They have to do something to stop this. Here comes the mines.
It just procced one. There's another. They got the glyph.
Oh, they glyphed off of it.
That's bad. That's
oh, that's no valuable, especially GPK, who almost dies off the illusion, turns around, tries to fight him, stays alive, but it's a moment.
Nine understands what's going on now.
Yep.
The chunking has begun. Toronto Tokyo, he's going to have to buy back. He can be back up for snaking. He could look for another jump, unless he gets jump.
Oh, Fire Force down, trying to get snaking away, and Ninefall chasing after him. The waveform can't quite get him.
Oh,
GPK's in deep. That's going to be
How'd he get here?
Can they get to him?
He has no BKB for 2 seconds.
Can he flick away in a second? Gets the cookie away. Meanwhile, 33 went back to the Mordfling. The Underlord, who pitted in, is going to be caught in that doom. Meanwhile, GPK, he got a couple.
It's coming alive here. Betboom, they're going to try and find something. Their base is getting damaged, though. The drone is dying.
They have to win this fight and have to get back quickly. Throwing at half HP. Meanwhile, the Mordfling is getting pummeled by AUI's impetuses. Fortunately, Pure is back into the base. Betboom can take a brief sigh of relief, but they've lost some serious hero damage here, as Save is going to be next.
You cannot chase too far. Divine Rapier on top of Skeeter now as well, as another gets purchased out here by Nightfall. But that is 7 minutes on the buyback cooldowns of Toronto Tokyo and Pure. They had to back up because their base is being threatened. Gems given over to Tundra as well. And all it cost them was a Snaking buyback, which I feel like I've said that 10 times this game at least. I don't know how many times Snaking has bought back this game, but I guess the 11th will be enough if they can get one more fight out of this. If they can remove Underlord from the game with no buy, I feel like that's enough to end it.
Yeah.
I mean, GPK is still a problem, but I don't know if he's a big enough problem to threaten the Phantom Lancer, which is just creating inevitability here. Nonetheless, Tundra, they're going to back off. Do not want to use core buybacks here, as those are the most important thing in the game right now.
Yeah, might as well wait. Go back in like 3 minutes if you want.
All right, this is potentially another window where if you're Betboom, you can try and force some dieback out here or another buy.
Another double damage, another opportunity for GPK.
Do you just go for it?
1,300 damage.
It's so hard to make this call as we approach the 90-minute mark.
He's doing 3,000 damage crits right now.
And it's still not enough to go in, because you have one Shredder and then you're also probably gone. Honestly, I might be buying blade mails on the bat or the Ench at this point. Sure. Catch him by surprise in one fight, he's gonna kill himself.
Now these grabs just got a whole lot more potent. An Aghanim Scepter completed and eaten by Snake King's Bat Rider.
Guess you don't have to save for buyback anymore.
No, you don't.
This is a good game to have AUI, and I'll tell you that much. This guy's gonna tell you all the little things to make this game so damn annoying for Betboom.
Oh my god! 51,000 gold off of Bounty Rune.
Yeah, it's Pirate Hat.
That's Pirate Hat right there.
Pirate Hat.
That's the Pirate Hat difference.
That is why you won a Pirate Hat in the late game. It's a crap ton of gold.
If you have one, the enemy team does not have one, the game stalls for 20, 30 minutes, it's going to give you so much.
It just guarantees you buybacks. It guarantees you Ags eats. It's a lot. It's a damn lot. And, I mean, even 9 has his own Helm of the Dominator here on Rubik as a 7th slot.
It's 200 gold a pop. Every 40 seconds. Everybody gets 200 gold on Tundra.
It is a very broken item. But it is also an item that does not end the game. And I go back to how are you ending this game? Wisdom Rune will grant 3,600 experience.
What if at 90 minutes you got to re-choose your tier 5 item? You got to re-roll.
I don't know if either of these teams are too sad about their tier items, except...
Okay, fine. You get a second slot.
Ex Machinas or something? I mean, then everybody's just taking Ex Machina.
Well...
By the way,
is anybody not 30?
Yes, there are some heroes in this game that are not 30. It is Save, it is Toronto Tokyo, and it is 9 in AUI. And there are 3 Wisdom Runes waiting for Toronto Tokyo. You'll pick them all up for over 10,000 experience at once.
I've never seen that one before.
They were saving them just for him, and that'll be all 30 online for Betboom here.
You know, that's the beauty of Dota. Every single game, you're going to see something different you haven't seen before.
I mean, normally this is actually where Clock becomes insanely stupid because his talents all together are some of the most broken in the game. You're like spell immune and cogs with this battery assault going at insanely small intervals, doing crazy damage. But the problem is he's first such a toxic lineup.
Pushing out, Skeeter's going to run in GPK. GPK on the low ground, they couldn't get the initiation. They jump in now, but it's a little bit too late. Skeeter's already gotten out. Another failed jump from Betboom, and they're going to get the last one to Toronto Tokyo. The Aeon Disc trying to protect him. Once again, they're going to use the Doom on him because they know it's a dieback. It's well worth it. They got the Nullifier plus the Scythe onto Skeeter. They have the chase. They got him. The blast, they got him. Holy crap, GPK ripped him to shreds.
Pure. He just finds Skeeter like that. He's just too good, apparently.
They still are going, though, even without Skeeter.
Yeah, he has no
not even flying back. They're going to be able to kill the Underlord. Jump forward from Nightfall, trying to find more. These heroes do not have buyback on Betboom, so Tundra, they can either pull the trigger on their buyback and try and end the game, or they could just hold the advantage.
Oh, there's no reason to buy back the Phantom Lancer here. It's not a guaranteed win.
They're going to get saved too. Save, can't get out of this.
Yeah, he's dead.
Too much catch.
Well, he does have buyback up. He will instantly use it to put the cooldown on reset here. But yeah, 90 seconds, 2 heroes missing for Betboom, and that Underlord, which was their high ground defense. But can you siege it without the Phantom Lancer? You have no physical damage.
The Illusions approach the base, and bye-bye.
I can't believe he went Manta on Doom just to put random Doom Illusions in there, like, for the 5 chip damage in the vision.
Also gets rid of some of these mines. I mean, they know how potent the mines are. Look at their base.
That is true. Mine clear is pretty good. I will send a Dark Troll in. It's somebody else's troll. It's like the Overlord troll.
they're getting the skeletons out for the extra rally damage. Snake King missed initiation. It's okay, they can fish for these. If Snake King doesn't get caught, thanks to BKB.
The troll's like, bro, don't send me in there, dog. I don't want to go in there. All right, fine, I'll go check it out. Oh, he's getting some damage.
He's getting some real damage.
Nobody's killing it.
No, the creeps are going to take it.
Hello?
I'm giving this up.
Betboom, anybody home?
Mega creeps finally achieved. 95 minutes.
They did not want to get lassoed there while the 2 heroes were dead with no buy.
Yeah, they knew it was going to be a bait of sorts. GPK, a 3rd Divine Rapier, but are you ever going to find the targets to shred in the first place? Keeps on finding the Doom, keeps on finding the Enchantress or the Bat Rider, but never the Phantom Lancer. Never 9
3,200 crits. That might be the highest I've ever seen. 3,200 damage crits.
I mean, surely he's not beating a PA.
Yeah, but
that's for non-PA though. That's insane.
But again, how do you win this game? How do you win this game?
Yeah, Megas are just...
I'm telling you, I feel like they're at a point where if you just gate the Tundra's base, GPK might kill it. If you
but you're oh shit, they're baiting into Roshan.
They're just going.
They're going to be so
grouped up.
Oh, this is going to be dangerous. The enemy pit now. 33's on top of them with the Doom, and they can't kill him quickly. They tried the Shredder, but the Aeon Disc Nullifier getting thrown out. They're chasing down some of these heroes. They got through the back line. They got through that damage initially, and now they can chase down Tundra. 33, quick refresh, blink away. He's some distance, playing on the high ground. Toronto Tokyo scouts him out.
GPK lurking. He's lurking. He needs to choose his times to jump wisely. He did not find much there.
Spot Skeeter. There's a real one there.
They do the Lincolns. They got popped.
Lincolns, Nullifier. They know which one's real. He's going to be damage. Oh,
he got him.
Enough. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. GPK takes down the carry. Now kisses onto 33. Can't quite finish him up, but Snake King will die. And 33 did die. Pure comes in with a swipe. GPK kills him. And now, Tundra are the ones who have to buy back.
Yeah, but look at the base. You still have to go back if you're Betboom. There's ENG creeps. There's catapults. Are you even going to get this Phantom Lancer buyback?
Surely
I don't think you are. They still have the mines in the base. You can't push. It's doing nothing for you.
Buy your own mantas. Buy your own Helm of the Overlords.
You just got. I think you have to go here. You have to get something.
You've got 17,000 gold in the bank.
Nothing to use it on. Absolutely nothing to use it on, but more Divine Rapiers. You have to get something out of this if you're Betboom. You have buybacks up. It's not even that you're all inning it.
They just don't have a save. If GPK blinks in, or even just walks in, and he gets telekinesis thrown in,
I mean, you better take at least a Rax here. You better take a Rax.
All right, Toronto Tokyo, he'll brave the mines.
User have been selected. Okay, they get a lane.
There goes that Shredder going to work.
Hook shot stolen. That's a weird spell. They really want this family to buy.
They're going for tier 4. Nightfall just blinked on it. Look at him. He's demolishing that tier 4. That's going to be buybacks. Can they get out, though?
This is a potential win condition if you can kill Tundra right now. And you have the buyback advantage. I don't know if you want to leave. I really don't. It's terrifying to man up here, but that is another divine. How many do you need? How many? How many is enough to end this game? Can he?
I mean, he needs 6. He needs 3 for now and 3 for when he buys back.
Yeah, he's just saving him for later. He can't even use this one. He needs the blink, he needs the crit, and he needs a BKB.
A late BKB for Skeeter now.
He has 2 in his stash right now.
Cookie to be able to get him out. Stole Taser. That could really help against GPK's damage. Cowboy Grandma ain't nothing if she's disarmed.
Kisses for what?
Yeah, they're just trying to get some vision.
For morale. Every second you waste at Tundra's base is a second that a wave is pushing into your throne, and you're going to have to go back.
They're going to have to go back. They have to go back.
They did get the buybacks, though. That was what they were looking for.
Yeah.
6.5 minutes here that Tundra are going to have to wait for Phantom Lancer buy, for Doom buy, and for the 2 supports at 5.5. That is a big 5-minute window. If Betboom can put something together, get the lanes in, maybe get a rune. You have 2 Divines sitting in GPK stash right now, so even if the Snapfire dies, you got backup guns here waiting for you in the arsenal.
You got another Roshan. I don't know what Roshan this is. This is Roshan like number 7 at this point or something.
I mean, does anybody not have an Axe? And it's off. Pure does not have an Axe. You should let this Roshan go to Radiant. I think you should let this go to Radiant and get it for the Axe. I don't think Refresher Shard is doing anything. Nobody has the slot.
It does help GPK for the Shredder.
I think the Axe on Pure is bigger here. I mean, does GPK want to carry your Refresher Shard? If he does, then okay. I get it's better. But you have to give up something big here. You're going to have to give up a Blink or a BKB for it. And once the
they let it go to... I think maybe they intentionally let it go to Daedra,
okay.
and it swapped over to the Ags.
They got it anyway.
Going to consume it.
All right, that's pretty good too. I think that's what you rather do here. You get the last Ags. This Ags on the Underlord is effective. You get move slow, you get an extra pit. It's not worthless here. And the siege will continue as once more Betboom. Do they want to push the advantage? Do they want to try and punish the buyback cooldowns as the clock turns over to 100 minutes here? Woo, this game, it has gone on a while. It has gone on a while. Starting to get sore, starting to sweat, starting to feel the tension.
What was the longest professional match you ever played in?
Not this long. It was a long one though.
Well, what was it like? Like when you really get do you actually start getting like uncomfortable sitting in your chair?
You get tired. Tension. You actually start getting tired. You get fatigued. You've been in adrenaline mode for a while. It affects you. And then every time there's a fight, you have to re-amp into the high energy state, right? And then it's like another 10-minute lull that kills you. And it's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. I do not envy their position. I do not envy AUI's position. Who's like, sure, guys, I'll stand in. What's the worst that can happen? And it's been thrown into the furnace game from hell.
Well, you know, it's only fitting that he is on the rough side of a techies game. 2K net worth lead, 101 minutes, 56-34, and Betboom are looking for a way to close out this game. They've gotten the buybacks out of Tundra. But how do they breach the base? It is the same question that has been haunting them for an hour.
You have to go during these buyback cooldowns. You do not have a choice if you are Betboom. You need to kill that
Force
hero.
Initiation is going to put Toronto Tokyo on a hook shot. Immediately, Doom, Nullifier, and he's dead. So there goes that. Wait for it, just ahead of the lasso. Spooky moment there for Nightfall. And they stole mines again.
I'm telling you, if Betboom do not get something out of this time when Tundra are vulnerable, I don't know when you are.
Well, they're not getting it now. Bottom lane's pushing in.
Like,
they have to go
back.
back.
What is the play? What is the play? I don't see anything else.
Somebody's gonna break.
It's gonna take
a slip.
Pure raw courage to win this game. At some point, you are going to have to man up.
Yeah. I think that it actually is. Maybe it's just courage versus will. Betboom have to have the courage to make a move that is game-ending, and Tundra just have to have the will to just turtle it out. Wait for the slip of a Betboom, because it is going to happen at some point.
I mean, the will on this team is unmatched. The patience and nerdiness. They have Lotuses starting to pool up in their fountain. They are saving.
They're going for the block of cheese.
Like,
all right.
They got everything. The troll is guarding them. There's gems outside the pit. There's 4 smokes on AUI's courier waiting to be used. They are gearing up
sitting around.
All these little things right now. You never know what will make the difference. As another Divine Rapier bought by GPK.
6 Divine Rapier?
This must be the record for the most, right? Like 6 Divine Rapiers. This guy out of stock or what?
Butterfly. Butterfly!
Yeah, I mean...
It's a good butterfly game.
It's a good butterfly game. There's no evasion, Pierce, right now. These Divines aren't doing anything if you miss the man. A very heads-up purchase by Skeeter. What did he give up for that? Diffusal?
No, he still got the disperser.
Oh, he has the disperser. Oh, hookshot missed.
Hookshot barely missed. He used the doppelganger just at that moment.
They're gonna commit.
The pin goes through. Nightfall. Straight to the
drone.
It's already dead. 2 minutes on the clock, and Nightfall's going for tier 4s, but he's going to be lassoed. They managed to lasso GPK as well.
Double.
Oh, no. It's all falling apart
Nightfall
for Betboom. A second life here for GPK. Can he do anything out of this?
He's
what
coming
is the
back.
going to be? Doom, half health.
GPK's gone.
Running him down. He is dead so easily.
This is a disaster
now
for
a
Betboom.
second Doom. Nightfall does manage to get off his Satanic, trying to stay alive.
dieback.
Satanic. Oh, staking. He dies for it. That's going to be a dieback. The
picks up the Rapier.
Their heroes
the
are
shred.
running in.
The shred.
Trying to
get it off.
BK. He's going.
He needs to do it.
Going for the throw.
Oh.
He did it. He did it. Unbelievable. Betboom. All 10 heroes. One singular thought. Go for the throne. Betboom will win the series 2-0 against Tundra. And Betboom, in probably one of the most climactic ways to do it, have secured themselves a spot at TI.
That's the crazy part, right? That game just got them to the International in Seattle.
I mean, we've had a lot of talk about this Betboom team, and like, they're so good, but why do they crumble when it comes to these LAN environments? This is proof in the pudding right here that they can do it.
Absolutely insane ending to this. I thought they lost. I thought they lost too. Nightfall dieback. They gate to bring their heroes back. GPK comes back in with his second set of rapiers. I swear I saw him picking him up, but he had a second set. And he just chunked the throne. He just had enough shredders, by the way. Ends that game with 127,000 hero damage. But nothing compared to 9's 175,000. I mean, I guess that's how you get the TI, a 22-3, 21 GPK Snapfire that just goes throne. That's the call.
I would love to know how many shots he had left on the shredder.
Throne.
Just go throne.
Just go throne.
Good parting words for a finishing series between Betboom and Tundra.
What a spectacular way to punch your ticket to TI. Holy cow, that was crazy. Betboom, of course, coming out victorious, and we knew it all along. Of course, my panel did not doubt them for a second, because of course Rubik would, fall off a cliff at some point after the laning stage. Who knew that we would have 2 techies in a game, 110 minutes or something along those lines? We're going to attempt to break it down. It's going to be a little tough with the limited time available, but I want to try to do it anyway. I'm here with Jack, Aurora, and Resolution. Rezo, I can't... Okay, first question. Should Save have not casted mines?
I mean, we were debating this. Should he unbind his key on the mines to not ever place them again? But I think the second option that was available for him to just go for the Lincoln Sphere, which he might not, be thinking about. But oh man, this game was absolutely crazy. At first Tundra had a big lead because 9 was doing a lot of the stuff with the Rubik. But after that clutch ages ago, if you remember, it was like hours ago, but that clutch still from Clockwork, where he got the ages, they kind of turned the game back there, and they had such a big lead on going forward. But I mean, guys, maybe more to say. I'm still trying to.
I mean, I remember the point where they took the top lane in Tier 3 Red Betboom. I just think that was the moment where you can portal behind the throne and somewhat, you know, like bait them to defend that side. So you can either take one kill for
before I got back into the game. And then, once again, it looked like every single time it looked like one team was on the cusp of winning, the other team would just make some crazy, insane play to pull it back. And I mean, I don't think you'll ever see. This is one of the things I love about Dota. You can so often say that I don't think I'll ever see a game like that ever again.
Yeah, I mean, for the majority of this game, we were just seeing how Betrider was thinking. He tried to make the initiation happen, but it never happened for the majority of this game. But this is the moment, where Tundra turned the game around completely with the mines and 9. He spellcasted perfectly there as well. He broke the Lincolns. He forced off Morphine, and then he lifted him, back. So 5 minutes popped in his face right away.
And then GPK turned it around again with that moment right there with the double kill and Rapier on deck. Aurora, there were 6 on GPK at some point.
I feel like they are the only team that won the game despite having mega creeps though. Right, because most of the teams maybe they lead the game, but then they can't really stop the game from ending because they have to keep defending mega creeps and odds are all against them. Or maybe there was this game that Blacklist Rally, rather, I don't know, I don't know what this major is about, but it's definitely not the usual Dota we know.
Yeah, it's 100-minute games all around.
One thing's for sure though, on Betboom here, especially in the final moments, I mean, that is some ballsy call going for that, guys. We're going for Throne, because of course before that, every time they went back, but no, buying back, going for Throne, that is playing to win, Jack. That is boding very well for the squad.
Yeah, when they were down about 40k or so, that's what Reza was talking about. I need to be playing. I actually wonder if there was a point when their team comps, this is the one question I would ask. Did at some point was GPK wait till I have a backup set of rapiers and then let's do this? That's what I'm curious about.
Nobody makes that call.
Just wait until I have 6.
Just wait 6? Yeah. 30 more minutes and then we go, guys. Nobody does it, Jack.
It felt like after the pause they got really impatient or something, so just let's go, and then that just extended the game another.
I think
them on the back foot even.
We were talking about how Tundra was kiting them a lot, right, in the fights, and because of that, they probably thought if we're gonna make a fight happen on the throne and they can't kite us anymore, this is how we're gonna win this game, and that's basically I think that was the call of the game. I don't know who made it. I'm curious about it, but it was very nice.
Yeah,
this is what made them go to TI, right?
Yeah, in all the fights they had to kite, so it's eventually you can't with the objective there. This game with the mines, it felt like, I don't know, some World War I slow trench advance, and then GPK upgraded his machine gun with the 3 rapiers, and finally have to run away from that now. So, wow.
Yeah.
Well deserved.
It is
I think
it.
They did earn it.
Oh, they earned it and then some. I do wonder maybe the pause had an effect, negative or positive. We witnessed some great Dota here. This was a incredibly long game, and I think going to a third game would have probably crushed Betboom's spirits potentially a little bit. But I think winning here is so important for the growth of the team, because indeed, as our commentary team said, they've not had the greatest success on LANs due to various issues, but here they show up big time, and with that, in the upper bracket semifinals, they are guaranteed 400 DPC points. And that means that they are guaranteed in that top 12 to make it to the international. Team Liquid will be their opponent in the upper bracket semifinals later on in the playoffs, but they can rest for a little bit because tomorrow is only lower bracket game, so they get some time, Aurora, to reset, which is probably needed.
Therapy is gonna be expensive, man. It's gonna be expensive.
Well, I did hear that they have a esports psychologist at the moment for Rezo.
You can talk to Ayana, their psychologist right now, talk it out and move on to the. But I think there's nothing to talk about really. There's just how good they were playing for the majority of this game, and how they still bounced back after Tundra keep pressuring them with the mines and having that insane defense with the mines that you could not break.
Yeah, they were actually being really, really careful towards them. They really wanted to win. You can see it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in the cameras, of course, when you can't really plan games like that. Will you go back and say, well, that 5th item, it really should have been a Manta to take care of all those mines? Like, do you even discuss item choice, like stuff like that, item choice?
I think Tundra was probably saying that about snaking, right? All of us in the room were just like,
maybe the BKB before minute 60.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to play in the games like this because they're so long, but it's even harder to watch this game because you imagine sitting there and watching like 100-minute game, like thinking, what should I do better here for every minute, you know? But I love the pirate head pickup on the AUI. He made like 50,000 gold out of the bounty run.
That's
was like, what is that number?
Well, he knew, you know, AY's mind, he knew it was going to go on for another hour or so after that. No, not an hour, but a long time to get a lot of pirate hats diggings. But we all need a little bit of a breather after a game like that. The players, of course, as well. We're going to have more Dota on the horizon, though. In the upper bracket, we continue with another series that could spell TI tickets for a team. Beastcoast is that team that really wants to win this to guarantee their TI attendance. Gaimin Gladiators is their opponent that is already locked for TI. But that is the series we're heading into next, so stay tuned for more Dota 2 here at the Bali Major.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
黑点好看一点，对吧？
首先感觉是有个你，
确实。
还有一个是谁啊
？RTZ，
应该是。
这个眼睛肯定是我的。
对。
嘴巴也有点像我的。
感觉是你和 RTZ 吧
？RTZ 我不确定。
RTZ 也不像。
就我们俩加起来，应该没这么难看。
嗯。
对吧？
嗯。
那只有我们两个了。
取个名字，你取吧。曲林森，
曲瑶呗，
取好了呀，曲林森，
曲瑶，他的外号，
就曲瑶，
他的外号。期待我们在巴黎 Major 的表现。
哎呀，加油！
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai BizNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Sukroven nih. Hai, ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Bali Major playoffs, where we've given you a good 12, 13, 14, 15 minutes to fix all your heart palpitations and calm down after I'm sure everyone was so excited for Betboom to qualify for TI. It had nothing to do with the actual intensity of the game itself. And we also got a chance to calm down. Me, it says Tsunami, and obviously my panel as well, BSJ, Fear, and Winter, who are all here to guide you through our next series. We're going to get into more playoff games. Gentlemen, Beastcoast versus Gaimin Gladiators. Where are we at right now? Have you recovered from the previous series, Brian?
No, I was still thinking about Tundra versus Betboom. I didn't have anything prepared.
You were furious at Save for casting so many mines.
I told him he should freaking. I was more furious at 9 for not buying a Meteor Hammer. I had Dark Seer, Dark Seer Stone and Ether Lens. Could have been sniping those racks from 2,000 range.
Sure, that made the difference.
Exactly.
It could have.
You never know. Butterfly effect. And the other butterfly effect is actually in this series because previously, when these two teams faced off on LAN, it was actually at the Stockholm Major, where a different Gaimin Gladiators with Boom actually eliminated Beastcoast. Since then, they've played in Dream League and so on, and I think Dream League Season 20, they split. Dream League Season 19, Gaimin got the advantage. But now, we're into another LAN situation, Winter. Beastcoast versus Gaimin. Is it just straight up Gaimin favored because Gaimin just wins everything?
Oh, I'm actually pretty positive about Beastcoast. I think their recent roster change actually reinvigorated the team a lot. The whole team feels a lot better compared to before. I think with K1 they were more like farm heavy, and right now I feel like the whole team with even the SF carry looks very interesting, and can't wait to see some SF today.
Yeah, as you mentioned, they don't have K1 anymore, and they've actually got Parker. And to show us all of these things, let's take a look at these teams in person.
Las olas son despiadadas.
Victoria o derrota, nos adaptamos al momento.
Disco viene como la marea alta, así que ten cuidado.
We are here once more. The immovable rocks. On the hazardous shores. Crash against us. The Gaimin Gladiators and be broken.
All right, this will continue to be my favorite part of the entire show, is watching these intro videos and the metaphors that they're using, the idioms that they're using. Although, in this example, I would feel like Beastcoast may have the advantage, because if Gaimin are rocks and Beastcoasts are water, then erosion.
Yes, I mean, my Pokemon days also paying off.
Exactly, it's
my
type
understanding
advantage.
of the situation. Yeah, I mean, they like maybe swapped over to lightning type or something as a quick little sidestep. But no, I think the story of Beastcoast versus Gaimin is this classic story of SA versus EU, which I think is, in my opinion, SA thrives on chaos. They always try to basically bring you down to their level and then beat you at it. Is how I kind of see them win their games. They're very good at bluffing people, catching you off guard, bringing numbers in situations you wouldn't expect them to, and that doesn't generally work that well against the the European teams, in my experience.
I mean,
they've even said it themselves.
I find when you play versus Beastcoast, their chaos is like, it has diminishing returns. The more you play them, the less you surprised you get by the plays they make on, especially Schofield. And Gaimin Gladiators, they have a North American veteran who's played a lot against them in Quinn, so he knows all their tricks, and I think that gives Beastcoast a little bit less flair in this matchup.
And we'll also see as it transitions into the stakes of needing to qualify for TI, because LGD fell against Team Liquid earlier today. Betboom was able to succeed, but how would a South American team do under this pressure? Because if they are able to just win one series, they're able to qualify directly to TI, Winter.
I feel like they don't really care. Like, every game's the same to them. Like, they're like a SCA team, you know. They they don't really put too much pressure on themselves. They're just gonna draft the heroes that they want to play and just play the game.
I am kind of... seeing as how the regional allocations have shifted, I hope that Beastcoast makes it directly, because I want like the Hikori of last year to show up again at TI, because now South America is getting 2 regional slots. But then that means that if Beastcoast directly qualify, we could have 4 South American teams at TI.
Absolutely. I really enjoy watching these guys play, at the very least. They absolutely, Fear mentioned the diminishing returns on their flair, but they absolutely do have flair on the way that they play. And one thing that I find fascinating about this series that we don't see too often is that what Beastcoast has been doing with the carry SF is not only have they been playing a carry, but Jim Park will also flex it to mid, where he'll swap lanes with Dark Mago, and it's effectively been where they'll do it against like an Ember Spirit or another melee mid that gets absolutely dominated by SF. So what I'm getting at that you don't see very often is teams that kind of have like these cheesy lane swaps or cheesy last picks that are absolutely meant to just dominate the lanes, and Quinn loves his Huskar. Ace was the first one to start picking Pudge into like the PLs and Nagos. So I'm definitely keeping an eye out for like what I think the team with second pick might have an advantage slightly in the draft this series, which would be Beastcoast.
Yeah, and I definitely think they need to do things like that, because one of Beastcoast's biggest strengths, and this is kind of why they always place in the middle of the pack at most tournaments, is that they don't do super well against teams that are super methodical, hit their timings, and know how to end a game. They like to play, especially for the scrappy fights, maybe into the late game, a lot of chaos. And you're playing versus Gaimin Gladiators, I think that's a pretty bad matchup for that type of play style.
Yeah, that's why they have to come into this match with like some kind of like cheese strat. If they have one. Like having the overall last pick is definitely gonna help them conjure some magic here.
Will they first round SF? I doubt it, but
probably not.
They're probably not getting it.
Yeah, they probably normally did that versus Timber, right? I haven't seen them do it.
Yeah, they did that as a direct counter to Sumail's Timber, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Multiple Timbers, I think. But yeah, Sumail's Timber, and then of course they switched it to offlane Timber, then Jim Park just followed the Timber wherever he went.
Yeah, but I'm glad they opened a draft with Clockwork. Clockwork has been having a very, very high win rate in the tournament so far.
Unlucky.
Quite a number of teams have been using the hero.
Yeah, Fog was mentioning that the change to Cogs, where any ability that jumps out of it, you now get bumped. He thought that was like a pretty huge buff to Clock, because those are all the heroes that countered him, were the ones that could get out of the Cogs.
Yeah, I mean, he's also really good at fighting for the Lotus. Like, you see the Clockwork there and you're like, okay, I'm done.
You can have it.
This is yours, you know. There's nothing you can do about it.
Blood Grenade too.
Yeah, Blood Grenade plus Barrier Assault.
And the global rain dropping, which we saw Clockwork do quite a bit against Morphling specifically, who is curiously ignored so far. Beastcoast end up getting the Mars to close out their phase, and yeah, Morphling's still on the table if Gaimin wants it.
I can't imagine they do anything else. I almost hate this opening from Beastcoast, because Mars is traditionally hard countered by Morph as an offlane. It's almost certainly a sacred Mars. I mean, they...
I don't think so. Dark Mago, he loves playing this.
I was going to say, I know he plays it, but
he plays it a lot. They flex it.
Has he played it this tournament? Because the 2 times I saw them play it,
this tournament, I'm not sure, but...
He has not. It's Sacred's played it 5 times for Beastcoast, and Dark Mago has not a single time yet.
Because I had only seen Sacred on it this tournament thus far. The reason why that matchup's so bad is that Mars relies on poking you down with his spells to eventually put you at like half, so his Spear plus Rebuke will eventually kill you, and then he wins the lane off that kill threat. And also he tends to boot people out of lane once he gets 6, because they're fearful of the arena. But difficult to burst Morph. He can also waveform out of your arena. So maybe this will be the first time that we see, for this tournament, Dark Mago on the Mars.
I'd like to see it, particularly because everything you just mentioned is true. Morph doesn't really care about getting harassed in lane, right? So normally you beat Morph by just out CSing in lane. A lot of summon units come to mind, like the Lycan off lane could be good. Some people like to use Enigma. These type of heroes are okay, but it'll be very difficult if they decide to put the Mars in the off lane here. And I feel like you don't pick Mars this early if you're not willing to flex it.
But they knew the Morph was coming, right?
Surely.
There's no way that they... Like, are you automatically having to flex it now?
In Dream League, I would have been maybe a little bit wary, because we talked to Duraccio, and he specifically said that Morphling's not a particularly comfort hero for him, but he forced himself to practice it in Dream League. And now in Bali, he's picked it 4 times and won 3 out of those 4 games. So he's definitely getting his bearings on the hero now.
I mean, even during the break days after their games, I saw him playing on pubs a lot.
Oh yeah?
He was streaming, he was playing the hero. I think that's a very, very good mindset to have.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even if Durachio's not super comfortable on Morphling, you've got the Celery Enchantress. That's almost feels like an auto win for you. This guy's a beast on that hero.
I feel like the old days of Morph, maybe like a year ago before this Ags got reworked, it was more important to be a Morph specialist. I think Morph specialists you'll be able to differentiate them from gold tier Morphlings on Dota Buff, or Dota Plus by virtue of how they use their ultimate. Like they would basically be able to turn into any spellcasting hero, like Puck or Spirit supports, and they would just know how to use those spells. But now it's pretty straightforward. You're just constantly looking for the carry, and you're trying to steal their spells. And the beauty of that, in my limited experience playing Morphling recently, is I've played all those heroes. The carry has played all of those heroes, so they know how all those spells work. So it's not as much of a steep learning curve as it used to be.
I mean, but worst case scenario here, you're just a debuff to the enemy carry.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I still feel like some Morphlings are still better than the others, like the speed of which they can cast their spells and the manner of them casting the spells you can still differentiate like a really good Morphling and an average Morphling.
Well, I'm just saying the difference is not as noticeable. Like you can still see it, but like it's in the past you had to be that good to win with Morphling, and I don't think you have to be a specialist to take games with Morphling, even if you still will.
Yeah, that's true.
I determine it based off of how much HP or how much strength or agility you're sitting on. The true experts will be
know
there
exactly
at, like,
what the threshold
90% agi, and like yeah, exactly know like how much burst damage can I get away with this game depending on the enemy lineup. Like Jackie, for example, did not know that threshold when he waveformed into 4 mines. But how do you account for 4 mines?
But the
calculator.
The magic resistance reduction on mines stack, right?
Yes, they do.
So there would be some compounding interest that he'd have to calculate.
That's what I'm
there.
saying. Got to break out the calculator.
Yep. I mean, that used to be one running joke on the teams I played. It's just bring your calculator. If you miscalculate something,
whip it out.
You gotta whip it out.
Yeah, but
if you don't know the math, then
good news for him, there won't be attackies this game.
Yeah, alternatively though, now he needs to attribute shift before he gets global silenced though, because Beastcoast pick up the silencer.
He has Manta.
Wait, how do we know there won't be a techies? He's still in the pool.
I mean, not for Beastcoast because they have 2 supports, but Gaimin might pick it up. And the Quimber is coming out.
I've never heard that one. I feel like I should have though.
I think I just made it up. Maybe I
We've
did.
said Quimber Saw, but definitely not Quimber Spirit.
Quimber Spirit. They all work.
That's pretty good.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, so that's an extra one to the Queen of Pain.
Queen of Pain, yeah.
I could also see like a Marana coming out potentially for Gaimin. Just decent against the 2 supports. Yeah. Works with the Ember. And then at that point, as a carry, I'm definitely looking illusions here. Almost certainly PL or Terrorblade. Or Naga actually. PL or Naga. I would go with PL against these against the lineup that Gaimin's going with right now.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of PL and Naga so far, and they've looked quite good. Haven't seen a lot of Terrorblade though. That hero's been falling out of favor.
Yeah, his win rate was really bad. I looked at like 5th day of group stage and it was 26% or something.
Yikes.
Yeah, currently it's 22 picks, 31% win rate on Terrorblade.
Hey, it's gone up a little bit.
It has gone up a little bit.
Well, is that because of the map, where when you're taking team fights, it's very hard to find a position to stand and right click, whereas if you're PL and Naga, you can abuse the high ground, low grounds more?
I think it has to do with the way they fight, yeah. Basically, like, Terrorblade doesn't really fight like an illusion hero, so if you manage to lock in on him, he just dies. Like with PL and Naga, they have reset mechanics, and the way, as you mentioned, the terrain, the map, it's just so easy to like find the guy eventually. Like eventually you'll get that jump on them, and then Terrorblade's much easier to jump than the other 2.
I don't really understand this Storm pick very well. Like, if they wanted to, they could have just Pugna Stormed first phase. And what, Marana may have been Sky instead, and Gaimin would have still picked the same heroes. They're playing Storm without a battery.
The battery is technically Silencer, since he can prevent you from having to buy BKB. I'm not saying it's like...
Yeah.
It's not like even remotely the same, but you can...
I mean, this is just Beastcoast, right? Their draws always don't really make sense.
Yeah, and a lot of people do like the Ember versus Storm, too.
I don't know.
Hey, you guys are some haters.
No, this is what I love about Beastcoast, actually. Like, I almost never agree with their drafts, but they always find a way to win games.
Yeah, but their heroes are just very good in a very chaotic game. You know, they're
Yeah.
very good at going for pickoffs with Cloud, Storm, Mars. They're very good at like just taking advantage when you misstep, you know, when you make a mistake.
If there is a team that makes me look stupid on panel, it's always Beastcoast. Someone's like, this draft is terrible. There's no way they can win this game, and they'll find a way to win with some crazy plays and make me look dumb.
Yeah, my prediction rate on Beastcoast and EG is atrocious. Oh, they banned the Pudge, so they're definitely trying to set up for the PL.
Yeah, but everything's gonna be
Naga
banned.
PL ban.
Yeah, Naga PL.
Yeah, I feel like the Pudge is a mistake here because
They should have.
they won't pick it unless you pick PL, but you have the last pick, so I'm kind of confused by that Pudge.
I think they might be worried about like Gaimin just preemptively picking the Pudge regardless because they have to pick a Illusion Hero.
But then you
last.
go Ursa, man. Just give them the Ursa if they pick Pudge. I feel like that it's actually a pretty sick Ursa game as well.
Oh, against Morphling as well.
Ursa is really good against Morphin.
Yeah, it is. Some of the better heroes, but the problem with Ursa is he seems to suffer in the lane.
Yeah,
but
his lane is horrible.
if you play versus Pudge, that shouldn't be an issue.
Also, just vaguely putting this out there, Broodmother is currently ignored if they want an ace hero.
Yeah, like I would have much rather a hero like Brood be banned because you're like Brood's much better into a last pick, you know, counter.
I think Lycan's better than Brood this game.
Why is that?
Because you're playing versus Mars, Storm,
Silencer.
The Brood generally doesn't. I mean,
Oh, too many things that can catch you?
Yeah, they got the Clockwork.
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
Lycan's better against their heroes.
What about Visage? Is that crazy? Probably not.
No, it's not crazy. Same thing.
The lane is maybe weaker for Visage because you're laning with Mirana.
Okay. Yeah, I agree that like a summon hero would be really nice for the draft, or like an aura buyer.
I mean, Clock, Mars, and Silencer don't like playing versus these Lycan type heroes. I would say Mars does like playing versus Brood, but Mars doesn't like playing versus like Visage or Lycan.
Okay, so they do go for the Brood.
Wouldn't it anyway? Yeah.
And now I feel like you kind of shot yourself in the foot on Beastcoast because. Okay.
Did they though?
Never mind. They have him right where they want him.
Parker is a Meepo player, apparently. You guys have pub experience with him. This is something that's known?
I mean, you could ask me, but the last time I played with
Just say yes.
The last time he played the Meepo, I was not impressed.
I'm impressed with the idea. They have overall last pick, they've already planned for it, and they know they are not going to be able to play a normal game against Gaimin.
I dig the Meepo pick. I mean, in theory, it is an illusion hero, right? It's like...
Not when you stack them together.
Okay, technically I'm with you.
Yeah, it's like the same idea is that they did lack AoE on Gaimin, and it's in theory good against Ember because you can root him consistently if you get the Blink Dagger early and they have the global follow-up. So I'm imagining that if this lane goes decently for Meepo, that the mid game would look really good for Beastcoast. The issue is I think if they even have like one slip up in the top lane, that this game's going to get out of control.
How does
really
Meepo deal with Silken Bola in this chance?
That's a fantastic question. He has Poof to CS. He also can go back to base once he gets level 4. That's about all I know about him. Yeah.
He has a Silencer in his lane against Mirana. I think the lane is definitely going to be a problem for him. But if he gets to the mid game, the Meepo is going to shine.
Maybe.
No teamfight answer on the side of Gaimin.
That's what I thought. But Gaimin are lane winners. Ignore the teamfight situation if you just dominate all the lanes. Let's see if that becomes a reality in game number 1 with ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yeah, looking forward to this one. We're getting some funky picks here to end things up. A Brood from one side, a Meepo from the other, and yeah, Parker on the Meepo. I believe something that we've seen a few times before. I think just as a quick look in terms of pro games, he's played 4 of them, 50% win rate. So we're going to find out today which way that sort of seesaw is going to end up going. Is this going to be a winning hero for Beastcoast, or is it going to fall flat on his face? Meepo on paper, is it good here, Fogged?
It does look like it has some merits versus some of these heroes. Of course, you have some control, of course, for the slippery guys, unsure about the Brood. I mean, they knew it was coming. It seemed like they snap-picked it. The one thing is, though, you're picking it into Ace. A Brood, Meepo specialist.
That's true. So if he's ready to pick that quick against you, you know, that maybe he's not scared at all.
Yeah.
They feel that they can deal with this. But either way, it's going to be exciting to see. Very much so coming out from Parker. As I say, he's sort of been one of the standout players of Philip Beastcoast recently. You know, a lot of people looking towards him coming in and this, joining the squad, and he's been impressing. Right, this guy, he knows how to carry.
He absolutely does, and there's something about them lately with their aggression. And this is 2 support heroes that they've looked really hot on. Honestly, their Silencer and Clockwork. They were the ones actually for me. It was actually them and it was Cuckoo in particular that was just spamming the clockwork, and it looked good. And as we're seeing in this tournament now, it's like 80% win rate or 79% win rate across 23 games. I'm looking forward to this one. Of course, we have to just say it could be a bit of a difficult one versus Gaming with full comfort across the board. When I look at this draft, I actually struggle to find a more Gaming Gladiators draft. Yes, Duracho's playing as Morphling, which at times you can say is not as comfortable, but we've got a Celery Enchantress.
Yes.
Literally absolute top of the top.
Oh.
Quinn Ember. Tofu on his Mirana. And an Ace, of course, on one of these annoying heroes in the offlane. So let's see how they can actually deal with it here. And if Beastcoast, with their style, as we've seen them do, is it going to be able to defeat something like Gaming Gladiators?
It's going to be hype. It's going to be hype to see. I mean, we've had some crazy games already today, of course, and mainly in that last one that we just had. I'm sure you were all watching. I think we're going to have more to come here.
I hope so.
We're getting to enjoy some Beastcoast Amiipo up against Gaming Gladiators.
I don't think we'll get a 100-minute
you never know.
Craziness with techies, bombs, and Rubik's.
This got a pretty good track record, right? We had, what, 130 minutes back in the group stage. We had 100 or so minutes earlier today. We've been able to bang out quite a few long games. This game, however, I feel, it could go late. It could go late. If either of these teams were to snowball, who would you sort of put it on? Is it sort of around this Meepo that Beastcoast have, sort of this 30-minute timing? If Beastcoast, they're in a good position, they're going to be charging down lanes, and maybe Gaming Gladiators lineup isn't going to be that good at holding back against kind of an aggressive group up and push of Beastcoast.
We'll have to see. I mean, I'm going to have to see and learn, of course, from this Meepo and what he's going to be able to do versus this, because there is a bit of like annoyances for that Meepo in the early game.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how he builds it up.
Same.
I think recently sort of on this patch, obviously Dragonlance still very much
the standard
favorable item, but we're seeing some Meepos go for like the Rod of Atos first. He did actually have it queued up as his first big item before he switched to Dragonlance, so
it's a possibility.
To see how he wants to play it, because both items right now feel fantastic. I mean, Rod of Atos can do a lot, and of course the stats, they're still fantastic.
Yeah, and he's playing versus Morph and Ember, right? So if he does want to go down the route of having an extra catch item, like, by all means, go for it if you do see a build for it. So, let's see. And Dark Mago, he is playing his Storm Spirit, something a little bit different than usual. Yes, he still plays it a bit, but I was almost feeling like they're flexing a bit just to throw the Mars, and then they, of course, pick this, and then it's decided. But yeah, always interested to see how Beastcoast does formulate their drafts. As the panel was saying, it's tough to always tell with them. They're a bit of a wild card.
Yeah, and of course the thing is as well, I don't know if the panel did talk about it or if in fact it doesn't work. I'm pretty sure it does, but the secret tech, right? You get the shard on Storm Spirit. These Meepos, it works, right?
Yes, it does.
Oh,
it absolutely
does.
does.
Got a whole army of Meepos with these overload charges attacking. We'll see if he buys shard, or maybe we'll just ignore it completely.
I think there's a high chance that he will go for just like this support style, like Storm Spirit. If he gets good timings, like Aghanim plus shard, right? Then you're gonna just make this Meepo go absolutely bonkers. So I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Definitely looking forward to see if we do get that to come together.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, the Ags on Storm. You're also going to be setting up for the net state, multiple heroes. You can do a lot. And that sort of control is going to be huge, as you mentioned, against not just the cores, also some of these slippery heroes like Tofu. You've seen Tofu on his Mirana. He very much can turn into an additional core.
My concern, just for the Storm Spirit in particular, is he's going to have a pretty good lane, right? That Storm versus Ember matchup, we've seen it so much. It's just for once. Well, not for once, but he doesn't have a mana battery, right? He doesn't have something to pump him up. He does at least have heroes to start the fights for him. Lots of them, lots of bodies, and he has a global in particular. I think Brian was the one who was saying that. But yeah, he does not have anyone to just really pump him up and be that, that gas station that we see so much.
No, I mean, that's how he kind of deserves that extra bit of respect. He's not one of these kind of new wave Storm players like, oh, I'm only going to play Storm if somebody can give me free mana. No, Dark Marco doesn't care. He says he'll go in and he'll do it on himself. He doesn't need any of this sort of backup just providing him mana. He don't need no cheats.
Pushing the limits here in mid lane. He got like the mini cheat. He's got the global, which is a pretty damn good one. It ain't no Pugna.
So far, what's going on the CS? Both of the side lanes looks like Gaming Gladiators off to a bit of a lead.
Yep.
Bit of a slower start here for Parker and for Sacred.
I feel like this top lane is just not easy for Amiipo by any means. I think just playing versus Brood as almost any melee carry feels kind of difficult unless you're literally like, I mean, Slark's kind of dead in this one, but like Slark, Monkey King, and Naga Siren, it feels like are the only three melees I'd like to play. Because you just get boloed. It's a very frustrating ability to play against, 40% miss chance. So you're seeing that reflect very quickly. Ace has 7 denies. Parker, 12-1 at the moment. A lot of kill threat between these two as well, too. Ace and Tofu. And we'll definitely see rotations early from Tofu. That's why they love this Mirana. They play around the Quinn Ember. Something that Gaming does like to do, those early rotations around the 4- and 6-minute runes.
Of course, they got that point of change to set up some action.
He might actually just go for it here.
They might indeed do it right here. Change. Come in, Tofu. It's going to opt for the step, of course. Yet to have a point in the arrow. Doesn't need it, just jumps in. Celery and Tofu coming over to the mid and making sure that first blood will go the way of Gaimin Gladiators.
It's so much. This is literally what they do so much with
But
these
that's
two heroes.
the thing,
This is just
right? Teams should expect this.
It's difficult
it's not
to
a
contest.
surprise.
That's the thing is contesting and Enchantress. That's why Gaimin loves this hero so much. Right? Like, what heroes actually want to contest this hero when he has a creep? Yeah, you have Clockwork, but he's only level 2 right now. So Celery makes the move. He actually secures the bottom rune as well too, and they make the rotation onto Dark Mago.
They might look to put extra pressure onto him. Celery sticking around with the good old Mud Golem.
Just a little bit there. Already a lot of pressure. 1-0. Duraccio getting that free farm.
Throwing down a float grenade as well. Really making sure that Dark Mago doesn't have a fun time. Dark Mago's going to get some backup, but he's incredibly low.
Trouble.
The stuns continue to come out from the mini Mud Golems, but he will be fine. Schofield making sure that he's there to push back Celery and Quinn and give Dark Mago a little bit of safety. I say a little bit. Still gets caught by another round of the
blood grenade.
And another blood grenade.
He's okay.
He only just, though. A lot of hate being thrown down onto Dark Mago in the mid lane from Gaimin Gladiators.
Celery Enchantress. Thing that always applies just so much pressure. And they've got, hey, I think they're just going to have to follow him. I think Schofield just has to play to follow the engine. At least Battery Assault does do that double damage, of course, versus the creep. But he needs levels this year. Top.
Tofu getting in there on towards Parker. He close to having him there. Didn't quite get lucky with the Starstorm procs. I guess either way, there was also a Lotus on Parker.
Yeah.
He'll be able to reset, get back to base.
Mago.
Back in mid. Still got to be cautious, Quinn.
Celery.
What about a slight up in a second? He's going to keep the Mud Golem on Dark Mago, but indeed, sort of with the focus he was having on the micro, means his main hero gets caught out by Schofield. So, good job from Schofield, putting a bit of an end to this presence and pressure that Gaimin Gladiators are trying to add up on the mid lane.
And Beastcoast, they're answering. Yeah, it's like the rotations from the Clockwork, they're even going to fill up the bottle. They're playing around the 6-minute rune. Tofu will be able to claim it up top, though. Yeah, Schofield now, level 3. When you have level 2 Battery Assault, that's when, yeah, Ench is under some pressure here. I was worried for his levels if he didn't end up getting that early kill there, but yeah, now he can follow around Celery. But, yeah, Duraccio, I'm sure he's fine, right? He's just chilling down bottom, free farming. Sacred is getting farm, which is important, but not really pressuring the Morphling too much here. That being said, though, Parker, he has caught up completely up top because Tofu is playing around mid.
Yeah, I mean, what sort of goes on in the Meepo situation in this matchup? Now you've hit the level 4, you've got your Meepo, you're divided, we stand online. Can you start to, like, threaten Ace, or is Ace always totally fine as Brood in this situation?
I mean, not solo, of course, but I think you can actually park up here. I don't think I've seen the Meepo versus Brood, like...
Sure, you don't get
I feel like you can
out
actually stay here. Yeah, I feel like with Poof as well, we're seeing him put that second point in it. You have ways even to, like, kind of clear spiders. So, this is going to be cool, and yeah, he has queued up the Atos.
Yep, I like this build. This is the way to go on Meepo nowadays.
Sacred, another Impetus. Oh, actually didn't cast it. I think he was fine anyway, though.
A little bit of mercy. He's, of course, ready Celery with more blood grenades. He's been picking up rather a few this game.
7 minute. 1 for 1. All things right in the world. No supports are sad.
And just a little bit of a gold lead for Gaimin Gladiators so far because of the outcome of those side lanes.
Only slight, though.
Tofu hanging around top. But, it's only Dark Mago that's made the rotation. And he wants to get in. If they can go with the Vortex in the net, they might have a chance for Ace.
A bit deep.
The Vortex set him into the first net. See if they've got enough damage with the Poof. It's not quite enough to burst him. Ace on the retreat, and Dark Mago doesn't really have enough mana to continue chasing. Parker, though, staying on top of the spider here. Ace trying to keep his distance. Parker, can he get him with another round of the net? Still not caught out for a few
Tofu gets
seconds.
baited.
They'll turn for Tofu instead, as Tofu did indeed try to jump forward for Dark Mago. Still has a leap at the ready to get back to the safety of tier 1. Parker, he could look for Ace. Ace is still pretty low here. Net is back up. Ace has got to be careful.
What a wild, aggressive play from Beastcoast. I mean, I did not think that they'd actually go for a play up here onto the Broodmother, but I guess they really wanted to try to push Ace out of here, but he's going to reset and be just fine. Quinn got a lot out of that. Dark Mago not getting anything out of his rotation. Now Quinn 7, top of the net worth.
Quinn's able to sort of get that fast timing on the Maelstrom. He'll be very ready to react to coming in and threatening these sort of dives that Parker's trying to get away with as a Meepo.
Quinn's going to be, he's kind of going to be that big carry in a lot of ways this game versus the Meepo, since how effective it is going to be with the Maelstrom in comparison to the Morph. The Morph, yeah, Duraccio does have to be a little bit careful in some situations versus Meepo early on. Until he gets his items online, I think it's just mostly him farming. Sitting back, let Quinn do the space with Ace. Meepo with Atos. It's going to be cool.
He's gonna have a good timing on it.
Yeah, it's gonna be cool how much he looks to get done with it, and how much he looks to actually gank overall, right? Because setting up for a Morphling, setting up for an Ember Spirit, he does have potential to actually be like a rotating hero as a Meepo, as weird as that kind of sounds.
Yeah.
stacks being farmed.
And they need to as well. Parker did scout this out earlier, so Beastcoast are aware that these stacks are there.
They're contesting nicely here, Tofu.
It's a good time to jump. They're going to make the jump over towards Tofu. Tofu's gone.
Quinn has to commit for them.
He really wants to finish these off. With a sleight of fist, he will get the majority of them. I think kind of just one went to Schofield.
Yeah, I think literally just the one.
And Quinn should be fine. He's still got another remnant to play with, so he cannot be chased.
Nice aggressive move, though.
Yeah, they're able to pressure back Gaimin Gladiators a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Sacred, he is getting slowed down a little bit, but he hasn't gotten like pushed out of bottom lane. And he's been down here by himself because the supports are rotating around. So all things considered, pretty good here. This early start here for Beastcoast, and the Meepo is starting to get that real fast acceleration.
Yeah.
Let's see if he does like immediately with Atos just look to go fight.
Yeah, and look to see what he goes after, because obviously you can go for the Atos and the Dragon Lance if you want to stat up, or you can go Atos and then straight rush the Ags after.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. Rune will spawn bottom. Quinn looking for these supports.
Stinger. He's looking pretty dead. Gets caught with the chains. TPing over, pushing them back with a spear. Quinn jumping down, but the curse is going to bring him pretty low. Dark Margot, a few more hits should do it. Quinn's out.
He got him.
Sacred
still has the ult.
Yeah, he's ready to lock down Celery. Drops the arena, catches the Enchantress. Beastcoast.
Nice
They'll get the both of them.
Very nice rotations. Level 6 on the clockwork now, too. Can even potentially set up for more here. Yeah, I think, does he have an urn? He does. I mean, Schofield making it work. 2-4. And continuing to fill up Dark Mago's bottle. Just continue to play around the mid lane while, yeah, Mars just makes the nice rotations. They have stacks even for Parker, too.
No, they're doing it well.
This is really,
especially
really
considering
nice
how around that mid we saw earlier, Gaimin Gladiators, you say, always bringing in this support help to try and set up Quinn for success. In terms of the outcome of the lane now, Dark Margot, he's ended up 10 minutes in, about 500 gold ahead. So good responses from Beastcoast and matching sort of the way that
here's the Atos.
Teams are looked towards.
Here's the reveal. Quinn.
The setup, it's a lot of control.
The silence.
It's enough. Quinn's out again.
Nice.
Beastcoast once again round the mid lane. Parker getting involved with that Atos reveal. Very, very good start here. Up 5-2 right now, Beastcoast.
Super nice plays. I love that they bring even the silencer to come in for it, right? Like having that little extra last word, the extra control versus the Ember, it's absolutely enough. And now it's level 6 on Stinger too after this next creep.
He's just going to go from Parker. He's rotating up towards the top. He's able to catch out Celery. And Celery, he's going to try and run, but he's out. Another kill to be found. The Meepo getting active.
This is when he needs to be active. This is when he wants to be active. He has this huge burst of strength versus these quote-unquote elusive heroes. The Atos is going to do wonders for him. And yes, still hanging on to Global, so he can just keep sending a Meepo to go hunt while he has one Meepo sitting to farm. Yes, he lost his top tower, but Beastcoast is playing fast in the Global. Dyrachio is not ready for it.
He's not at all. They're able to catch him out. Another kill here as Beastcoast. There's no stopping them in this early game.
Yeah, they're really on fire.
They've got just so many different ways, so many combos of setting up for kills. They don't need to make kind of these three-man moves. Just two heroes together around a good ultimate from the Mars, or just the Atos setup from the Meepo. They can kill most of Gaimin Gladiators' heroes right now. Gaimin Gladiators, they've got to be careful when they show in the lanes.
Yeah, I really love the way that they can just use a global like that, right? That's something I feel like you don't expect in most situations.
I didn't expect it at all, Dyrachio. He was focused on trying to finish off that tower. He gets a bit of a nasty surprise.
What a start. Schofield, as you said, also the Urn. He's going to be going down that Vessel route. Great game, of course, versus that Morphling. This is kind of the dream here for Beastcoast. If they can keep up looking for these kills, keep hunting every time they have one of these cooldowns, either a hook shot or a global, keep sending in a Meepo, they absolutely have kill threat every time. And as you said, he's got 2 points. He's got the 2 components now of that Aghanim already super early on.
So just go straight for the Ags after the Atos. It's going to be really, really good timing from Parker.
Let's see how the interaction of what they're saying, the Silken Bola versus the Mega Meepo, that does sound a little bit frustrating for him, but it's going to be really nice versus the split damage. Bottom. They'll find Sacred now. We'll be able to bully him away. Quinn does find something going his way.
Let's see if they can push down this lane. Tier 1 tower should be gone. And then we'll see Beastcoast bring anything down in to defend this.
They're slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, I think for Beastcoast, it's just kind of wait until the Meepo has his Ags, then they can look to start making plays again. Margot close to his Witchblade. In terms of timings for Gaimin Gladiators, what do we have in Quinn?
He's close.
Maelstrom, yeah, it's pretty much done.
And they're actually potentially going to be able to steal this Wisdom Rune. Beastcoast might have to rally over here if they want to be able to get one.
I think they're going to have to concede this Wisdom Rune.
I think they bring 3 or 4 heroes. I don't know if they want to give it up.
He's got his arena. They could definitely try for something with that.
Because they've got Global up in about 10 seconds as well, too. So let's see how this fight ends up going down. It's an important rune. It's a lot of experience this early on.
And they're scared to go for it unless Sacred wants to try and run him with the stun. See if he can time it. He's not going to bother. They're going to let Quinn take it. Quinn's able to grab it. And from the side, Schofield did try to end Tundra into the fight. They drop down the arena. Schofield, he's going to be able to cogs and walk away. Global silence comes out. Tofu falling low, tries to pull the fairy fire to Lipper. He will die.
They're on Duracho.
See if they can get further control. They got the drag back of the Vortex of Dark Margo into the spear from Sacred. They're pinning him against the wall. Stinger is dying to the summons. They're going to chase him out as the TP attempts there, but Duracho's gone. And Stinger, he'll live. Celery not quite able to finish him off there with the Centaur.
A good trade, honestly. Yeah, you lose your Wisdom Rune, but you got the Morphling. Very well worth it.
Sure, and what Parker gets involved, he's coming in level 12 soon. He's doing great on the XP, and he's doing great on the gold. Just 1,000 gold away from having the full Aghanim's.
Yeah, it sucks to not get a little bit of XP bonus to your Silencer and your Clockwork, but these heroes, I would say, are two really nice heroes that don't really rely on getting that much XP.
Yeah. And I guess, yeah, just a good call from Beastcoast to not try and force it too early. You know, they didn't step up to try and stop the Wisdom Rune from being picked up. They were like, hey, you could take that. We're going to strategically choose to take the fight a few seconds later when we know the backup, it's going to be there.
They didn't even end up losing the Silencer at the end there, right? I think the Centaur couldn't finish him off.
Schofield just going to try with the catch onto Quinn. They've got the opening route into the jump forward for Sacred. With
They've got him.
They've got him again. Quinn goes down.
Beastcoast is playing too fast for Gaimin to handle. I don't think they're expecting him to make these moves, but Sacred after everything too. He's got a Blink Dagger, 5-1-1 on this Mars. He was left alone pretty much the entire laning phase down bottom because those rotations that happened early on, and it's paying off a lot here for Beastcoast.
No, absolutely. I mean, everyone was sort of looking towards the mid. Both side lanes from Beastcoast in those kind of first 5 minutes of laning stage, they were behind, but that's absolutely not the case anymore. Meepo taking the lead and Sacred taking the lead in his respective area as well.
This is one of the rougher games I think we're seeing Quinn really have.
Top lane, Sacred, get the arena down, zip forward from Margo, they're in onto Tofu. We'll be able to get the leap away, it doesn't matter. He's
gonna get Ace too.
They've got Ace as well. There's just too much catch.
Too much.
Beastcoast, when they turn up, there's, like, until you're able to get sort of that first Dispel online, you're going to get caught, you're going to get held in position, and there's not a whole lot you can do.
Oh, and I got to be honest, I feel like a lot of games that we've covered for Beastcoast, Sacred has just been a monster on his Mars, right? The games that they were behind, even some of them, he just ended up getting his Blink Dagger, and I feel like he's always in the right place at the right time with his Arena and Spears. Yeah, he's just getting catches on all of the core heroes, even onto Quinn. Quinn's 1-3 this game. Really struggling so far here. In Global, it's still up, so you can see Beastcoast, they're hunting. Aghanims is online, so Mega Meepo is at the ready.
This is
fast timing.
So difficult to kill Parker because they don't really have any sort of silence in terms of stuns. It's just an arrow. So he's always going to be able to Mega Meepo.
They lack a bit of single target burst damage as well too. Like looking at Gaimin, it's a good amount of spread damage, but when that Mega Meepo...
another jump. They get the spear back onto Ace. Ace trying to farm under the relative safety of his tower. The Global's there, so they can continue to just fully focus the Spider. Ace is gone. See if Gaimin Gladiators can get anything in return. Schofield's getting brought pretty low. Parker, he's poofed away. They'll leave Schofield for dead. He goes
They're gonna
down.
Continue chasing.
See what more they can find here. They're looking towards Parker. These are tanky Meepos that are not easy to get. They'll go for Stinger. Can they get any of these cores? Backwards coming in. Dark Margo's ready to fight alongside Parker. They jump forward. The arena's there. They're caught Duraccio.
No shift.
As Beastcoast, they're happy to take this team fight now as the cores arrive. See what more they can find. The root from the net catching onto Celery. See the heals coming through. Not enough to save him. Another zip forward from Dark Margo. Gets the kill done. Quinn trying his best to at least bring Sacred down, but he
Mega Meepo
for this. The Meepos are out. The Atos is there. The Mega Meepo fling as Parker throws his buddies down at Quinn. Quinn's gone. Another fight for Beastcoast.
They're so good at just backing up and resetting. This is remarkable really here from Beastcoast. Gaming feels like they can keep chasing, but honestly, Beastcoast feels like they're just baiting them. They're like, Quinn, come on, keep trying to poke us, keep trying to jump forward us. They're waiting.
As soon as Dark Margo turned up with the TP, you see Beastcoast with Parker and Sacred charging back in. They knew that Gaimin Gladiators, they cannot take them. They cannot fight them in this sort of scenario.
I mean, they keep... I actually think they got him, and I think he did get the shift off. He just got burst through it. I thought he didn't get the shift off, but either way, too much damage right now, Beastcoast.
We see the end, Quinn nearly bringing Sacred down, but it's just not enough. And there's just too many things to dodge as an Ember Spirit. You know, you might dodge one net, but suddenly another net comes through, and Atos is there, and there's no further escape for you. I mean, yeah, trying to get this Dispel online. He's going for the Shields next. Quinn. Still going to take him a bit of time to get that online. Outside of that, for the other cores, Duraccio needs his Manta, but his game, it's getting slowed down.
They're losing kind of a lot of control of the map here. Every fight has just gone Beastcoast's favor completely here. They're just getting so much out of every single time because they just bring the heroes. And Parker, he even buys his shard now too. So he has... I feel like I don't know how you kill this man. It's going to be very difficult for you to burst this Meepo down. And I feel like he's going to bait you as well too.
Oh,
you're going to go for him.
Last fight,
he'll dig. Yeah, he'll Mega Meepo shift you. Yeah, it's going to gonna definitely cause problems for these next few team fights for Gaimin, who just does not have the damage.
Yeah, it's straight up just going to have to take a mistake from Parker for him to die. Yep. Now that he's in this state of the game with the items that he has. I mean, 19 minutes in, he's in a dream position.
He's
but
go for the Roche.
yeah, and so far so good from him. 3-0-6. He's not making any mistakes at all. I mean, pretty much in most of the games we see from Parker, pretty flawless player when he starts to hit his stride as to carry.
Oh, honestly, all three cores are having pretty phenomenal performances.
Just what
Dark
the one
Mago.
on
6-1
on Sacred, 1 death on Dark Margo. It's been a very clean opening from Beastcoast.
And I like that. I'm very happy that I see them like buying the shards. Right, Tormentor's still not up. Sacred, he buys the shard, so he's got the double spear combo. They've got the shard as we mentioned from the Meepo before too. So yeah, very valuable purchases. When I think they're really recognizing the fact that if you look at Gaming's draft, they don't have team fight. If Beastcoast goes to take these team fights consistently now at this advantage, it's going to be difficult for Gaming to kind of turn the tides here if they don't have a number advantage. And yeah, as we've seen Beastcoast, they're quicker with the rotations. Spirit Vessel now done for Schofield. Still no Manta for Duraccio.
Yeah, he needs that Manta before he can even dream of turning up to a fight.
It's really good even versus like Broodmother and stuff too, right? The Insatiable, you're going to be able to prevent a ton of healing. In a very comfortable spot here now, Beastcoast. Gaimin looking to try to farm to recover things for the next fight. Waiting for some type of item timing that'll help things. But it ain't easy.
Easy shot.
I think the hook shot.
They're in. Schofield.
The opening. Tofu is still able to leap away.
Don't want to.
First, yeah, happy with that. They can just focus on taking the tier 1, which they will do very, very quickly.
I mean, they have 4 minutes where they can just be relentlessly aggressive with Parker having an Aegis. He soon has his Blink Dagger. Also, items just flurrying in for the side of Beastcoast, and they know their strength. They're looking for more. They want to get these catches. Duraccio has to be careful. He did just pop his Manta as well, too, but he will be okay. I think the name of the game for Gaming really is just like split, try to catch heroes that are away from the rest of Beastcoast in particular. But Beastcoast, they have so many ways of being everywhere. Of course, with that Meepo, with that Storm Spirit for the long jumps, and with even a Clockwork. Gaming feel like they want to try for a fight here. All right, they've got a pipe, they've got the Crimson timing, so a lot of damage mitigation versus that Meepo.
It's just a question of whether they're going to actually
have damage. Yeah, does Gaming have the damage?
Yeah. Getting a kill is not easy for their heroes.
See Sacred.
Feel themselves. They're going to try for Sacred.
That's a pretty good grab if they get it.
Global comes out. Won't be enough to save Sacred. He's gone. See Dark Margo considering to go back in on this. Parker's coming in from the side.
What's that?
See what they can catch. They get the opening onto Quinn. They're just going to fully focus the Ember Spirit. Quinn's up with the Yules. The net is going to be a little too early, so Quinn's still able to jump away.
Nice juke. They find that's kind of like the dream target, but now Quinn!
Parker was able to close the gap. He had the Blink Dagger up, and he closes in onto Quinn. He'll still get him. Now the rest of Gaimin Gladiators has got to be cautious. They have to back away now.
Man, this Meepo. He's got it out for Quinn. 5 deaths now onto Quinn. Yes, they find Sacred, but now they've got to kind of just walk away. This Meepo is too much of a beast.
I mean, Parker might find more. He's stepping up. He's got 2 minutes of Aegis, Blink, and the Atos.
Is he just going to dive? He is.
Dive. There's the opening Atos into the net. He gets the other Meepos in time easily. Keeps Tofu completely rooted.
Damn, Parker.
I mean, he could dive tier 2s. I mean, with the state that he's in, he could even dive tier 3s, especially when he has an Aegis. Nowhere is safe when this Meepo has his eyes set on you.
No, they just, like you said, they don't really have like chain stun. They don't have physical burst to go for him either, because he's gonna get dig. He's gonna get the Mega Meepo.
Yeah, you can't hold back the Meepo.
No, it is a problem right now. Gaming, I mean, they're still trying to find their answers, right? They're trying to like split up, get that farm for themselves. But Quinn now, look at his farm. He's getting caught up by Celery.
So the Tormentor. It's going to be theirs.
And they just steal this one away as well. Who's going to get the shard? Got some good ones.
Already got a few purchased, right? So it's going to be going the way of Stinger.
I mean, sure. He can steal more int from Quinn.
How's he doing on the end? Only 8 so far.
He's stolen, I think, 4 or 6, I think, from Quinn. I mean, those two that can hurt. Mid. Attempt for a catch. In Gaming, it's dodge, dodge, dodge. Even though they have a Crimson Pipe that they maybe felt like they could have fought around, still seems too difficult as Parker, just no fear. Still a minute on Aegis.
Yeah.
He's just hunting. Who's he gonna get? Looks like it's Celery.
He's gonna find Celery. Oh, the opening dodge. He's missing the secondary and the third net. He'll have one up again soon.
Looks
and Celery does indeed still look to be out of options.
Hello. A Spirit Vessel to boot. Schofield snags the kill.
Easy kill for the clock.
Damn. I mean, Beastcoast today on fire. 19-7, continue this aggression. Gaming, she said it just feels like they're trying to farm and recover, and they're just getting hunted.
went for quite a big zip there. Won't get anything with that one. Creep wave pushing on the mid. Look for the tier 2. Parker's going to be able to bring around the bottom one. And also at the same time still have Meepo's present in the mid. He's got the main one here. He's ready to jump in. 10 seconds on the Aegis though.
He wants
to
blood.
try and use it. He goes in straight away up to the high ground. Arena's there. They'll be able to catch both Tofu and Ace. Tofu's gone. Vortex to drag back Ace. He's surrounded by Meepos. They're coming in with the TPs. They're coming in with fire from Tofu, but that's Ace gone. Now Jiracho's going to get turned towards there. He'll start to back away with the Aegis expiring on Parker. Doesn't want to push his luck too much.
Arrow. That's on Sacred.
Sacred. He needs help. He's going to get it. He's going to get forced out to the side. Parker's going to look to jump back in. Celery's surrounded. As the nets are there, Celery's going to get taken out. Margot was able to clean up Tofu. That's a dieback for the Marauder.
They do not have the damage at all to kill these cores. They got a full 5-second arrow onto Sacred, and he's just perfectly fine. Parker's full HP.
Yeah, they just can't deal with this Meepo. This Meepo pick was perfect, and Parker's played it perfect.
He's played it so
this
well.
This is something that you've clearly got to be scared of if you're going up against Beastcoast. Especially maybe you see some of these other heroes come out. You see like the Silencer come out. That could be a big sort of tell that you know the team's going to be considering Meepo, because having the global silence, it's effectively a BKB for all the Meepos, right? If they can't cast spells on your Meepos, you're feeling great. This game, honestly, even if they are casting spells on the Meepo, Parker feels great. There's no sort of big AoE stun or anything that Parker cares about. He doesn't care about anything.
He just stands his ground. He just eats them alive, and his itemization, honestly, it's glorious this game. I love it. The Atos, he goes for the Ags, the Blink, and now he's going to have a Hex. And as you mentioned, yeah, versus the Ember versus the March. How do they hide? How does Gaming actually split up the map to try to come back in this one here? This Meepo's
26 minutes in here, fully stacked here, pretty much, or close to. Sure, he's still got a slot to fill, but the amount that he's already picked up is pretty phenomenal. He'll turn back, take themselves their own Tormentor. Bloodstone done for Dark Margo. This is going to look like a tough one for Gaming Gladiators to turn around. They just lack the damage.
And look at that, the Tormentor, Dark Margo Shard, right? Yeah, that is devastating. Even more damage now for this Meepo to rip through everybody. It's like time. It almost feels like, right, for Gaming, they're probably thinking we need time for Duracho to be able to hit items, but there is no time.
I mean, I think with moves like that, you can tell that Gladiators are starting to feel it themselves. Like, what do they do? What are you doing this sort of game right now if you're Gladiators?
I mean, Quinn is 3-6 this game. Truly getting it absolutely punished, and they did make rotations, right? They did play around him. East Coast just making the better moves and just hunting him. Yeah. This Meepo.
And it's just, especially nowadays with the build being as it is on Meepo, where you get this Atos. I mean, already it used to be kind of like a bad game for Ember to try and play right if this Meepo gets picked against you. Now it's just even tougher. You know, if Meepo's in the game, has a good start, on any sort of spirit, on any sort of mid-spirit, you're probably going to have a tough game. It's not going to be easy. This Meepo's just going to destroy you.
Yeah, and like you said, this is now something a lot of other teams are going to have to worry about.
Yeah,
because
there's a lot of spirit picks nowadays. In terms of the mid heroes, there's a lot of elusive heroes, right, that are pretty hot right now. This Meepo Atos, it's a pretty hard counter. If the Meepo doesn't get destroyed in lane, he's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it's better than it used to be, right? Like, even in the past, we saw well, not so much, obviously, but the Meepo versus Spirits and Meepo versus like Queen of Pains, any of those kind of heroes. Now you have even more catch. It looks amazing. And look at this. Wisdom Runes. He's going to actually be able to steal one and take the other.
Dark Margo.
Kill for Margo. The Bloodstone pickup. He probably feels like, yep, they don't have damage. If I get Bloodstone off, I'm just going to be able to tank through everything anyway.
I mean, at the end of this game, who's even going to have done the highest damage on Gaming Gladiators?
Honestly, it might be Dark Margo. He is.
I mean, no, not Gladiators. I'm
saying,
on Gladiators. Who's actually doing damage?
It's probably Quinn, just because of
It's still Quinn.
It's probably still going to be.
It's not going to be something like Celery or Tofu sneaking up there, because no, it would still
not at this point.
But I could tell you, the number's not going to look great.
No. It will look great for Beastcoast, though.
Oh yeah. We've nearly got the Swift Blink on Parker.
I mean, look at where Duracho's, I feel like he's just been trapped inside the base. He feels like he can't go outside.
I mean, what does he do?
He can't. Honestly, there's a Hex. Hex on a Meepo with a Storm and a Clockwork with a Global coming in. Anywhere he shows. This is super impressive stuff, really. Wondering what the answer, because the thing is too is like, let's go back. It's not just the Meepo. Yes, it's a big factor that Parker's been able to do so much, but we've seen Parker do this kind of stuff on a lot of heroes throughout this tournament too. Aghanims now for the Morphling. Is this the attempted timing here now for Gaimin Gladiators to try to go for some type of fight? Feels like it kind of has to be.
They want to, because Roshan's going to be potentially up, so they know that if they let Beastcoast take the Roche, it's almost certainly going to be over. They've got to take this risk, look to make this move.
It's now or never.
But as it stands, Roshan, 20 seconds until it's up. See what Gladiators can find, and if what they can find is...
Will anyone die? Will anyone but the supports on the side of Beastcoast die is going to be the question. Because do they have damage to go through a BKB Mars? Maybe they chain stun him. I don't know if they have the damage for the Meepo.
I mean, even
the Storm gets the Bloodstone.
I mean, it's sure Sting is still super squishy, but they don't have stuns, right? So he's always going to be able to get the Force Staff off, and if you're going to commit to kill these supports, you're probably going to put yourself in a bit of a bad spot.
Most definitely.
It's not easy.
Clockwork Rockets continuously onto the Roche pit. Roche, it's up.
Not really like Gaimin Gladiators can force it themselves either, right? They don't do it quick.
Fast. Not with how underfarmed they are in Beastcoast. They're ready for this fight. They want to just jump them.
This could be a scary one for Gladiators.
I mean, they know exactly where Gladiators is right now.
They can go straight in. Oh, yeah. We could just see a blind hook shot or something to start this fight.
Like Parker's just going to jump in.
And there we go. In on the back lines. They get the jump. Arena's there. It's going to catch the three of them. Spirit Cross is going to be enough to trap Ace. Dark Margot's in with the Vortex. They lock around the Spider. Celery's gone. Ace is down as well. The Global comes out. Dyrachyo surrounded and managed to get the man drop, but the Nets are there waiting for him. Poof forth from Parker. Dyrachyo's out. Further control over the way of Quinn. As 3 are dead, 4 are dead. It's a buyback having to come out from Celery. It's going to be a dieback. They may just call it as this game fogged. They're not turning this around.
No chance. Oh, did you see the damage from the overload with the Meepos? Oh my god. The detonation of heroes. Either just a disintegrated. Everyone's full HP on. Okay, they got Sacred. Just kidding. But Dark Margot has a regen. Back to full. Roche.
They got another Hex.
Another Hex.
Yeah, Dark Margot's got his Hex as well, so if there wasn't enough catch already, there's more than enough now. See on the replay here.
I gotta see this damage from the Vortex Meepos again. I mean, that was beautiful.
There's Dark Margot.
Here it comes, here it comes.
In. It's a lot of overload. Wow. So overloaded. A little too much for anyone to deal with right now.
Gaming has definitely been overloaded this game.
Now there's the Aegis picked up on Dark Margot. 26k lead. Gladiators, they'll stick around to give it one more shot. But I can only imagine they've only got one more fight in them unless something crazy happens. Beastcoast make mistakes, but so far this game, they don't look like they're in the mood to make mistakes today. This is some smooth stuff for Beastcoast.
Smooth sailing from laning phase onward, right?
No,
from the first
catch Ace.
8 minutes and onwards. And Ace.
He's looking to be in a whole world of pain here. Trapped in the arena. Can he find any way out of this? He's trying to lifesteal his way up, but there's too many Meepos to deal with. He gets caught by the Vortex. They'll move over to Quinn.
Deleted.
Both cores immediately removed from the game. Dark Margot, he's ready to dive in for more. Bullying Gaimin Gladiators back towards the fountain. Parker brings in the mid. Tier 3s are gone. He's ready to dive in for more. Gets in with the Hex opening on towards Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo's got anything to do, any buttons to press. He's dragged back by the Vortex, but waveform. He's actually going to live. He will get back to the fountain. The spear, my goodness, nearly kills him off in the fountain, but Dyrachyo will survive. Quinn did have to buy back for this one.
For an attempt to hold, but the Rax is dropping anyway.
Down. And Parker, you can see him, he's resetting. So he's going to get ready to jump in again if anybody steps forward.
I mean, they've got the double Hex, they've got the cheese on Mago too, so he's just going to go if they see a target. They see one of those cores.
It's just going from lane to lane here, doing the damage.
Level 24 Meepo, level 22 Storm.
Look at the Atos onto Quinn. First net, just holding him back for now. Dark Margot's in, he's got the mana to play with. They get the spear pushed back onto Quinn, locked down. Jump forward, Global's there. Quinn, he's out. No buyback available for him, down for 75. They can just continue to pad up their KDAs here, Beastcoast, as they look towards forcing the GG out of Gaimin Gladiators. Hex onto Dyrachyo, he goes down, and there it is. GG's called. Beastcoast with a complete and utter beatdown here in this game one around the Parker Meepo. 13-0-14.
Wow. Really, what a performance from... I want to give a lot of credit to the 3 cores. Of course, the support cast make their rotations and help out the mid lane to make sure that Mago ends up having this good game. But honestly, the 3 cores for me were absolutely remarkable. Parker loved his item builds, his rotations. He was shutting heroes down. Sacred was everywhere. As soon as he got Blink, it was like, okay, we're just going to win absolutely every single fight, every single catch, and it was catch after catch after catch.
I mean, the way that they sort of played around and used the Meepo, it feels like they've been doing it every game, but it comes out like this. As I said, I think beforehand, you'd only have 4 other pro games on it, Parker. It's 50%. I think that percent's going to start shooting up if it gets left in the pool. And in games like this where they're able to realize, hey, a final pick Meepo is going to be pretty devastating here. And just completely destroyed Gaimin Gladiators. Obviously, Gaimin Gladiators on the other side, they got the Brood Mother last. AC's just not able to do enough with the Brood in this sort of game. But at the same time, I don't know what he could have. Maybe the draft was already at that point too much in a position where Meepo would just crush it, that the last pick didn't really matter.
It really seemed like Beastcoast had all the answers here.
Yeah, they did. Wow, what a game one. Beastcoast turning up in this first game of the best of 3 very impressively and completely destroying Gaimin Gladiators.
And taking us completely by surprise as well, because I believe it was Fear. What did you say? Something about like Beastcoast's drafts never make sense, and somehow they always end up making you look dumb. What a classic example this game number 1 was.
Every time, like, every single time. What can you do? But the Meepo did look good on paper, I will say. Just we haven't seen much success from Meepos, but I think this Atos build was ingenious. Like, most times the Dragonlance, they're farming, maybe Blink into Hex, but he was online the moment he got Atos, went mid, killed Quinn. I think that was like the defining factor of this game. That and the top lane, they started to pressure the Brood and got an early kill as well. They really gave Jim Parker a really good game, and he paid that space back in spades.
I guess like neither of us have really been able to hit the pub grind recently very much, Brian, but it seems like this Atos build has come out of nowhere in like the past 2 weeks or so.
Yeah, you pulled it up on the Dota 2 Pro Tracker, and it's just this exact same build across the board. It's the Atos into Ags, and then there's like a little bit of variance between like Scotty, Blink Sheep as like the follow-up to that. But Meepo, we are talking about it during the game. We're like, out of all the illusion heroes, quote unquote, this hero's definitely the best versus Morphling, because like it's just not the same matchup, because most of the illusion heroes, they don't out-tempo the Morphling. But in this case, you know, Duraccio, it felt like he could just never be online. By the time he had Ags, the game's already over. We assume that the Ags doesn't reduce the attack speed of all the Meepos. They even got that early shard from doing 2 Tormentors for the Storm, which worked on all the Meepos. Yeah, this game, they ran away with it.
Yeah, my assumption would be, so it does some stat steal. It does 25% stat steal.
Yeah, it
and then on top of that, 70 agi or 70 attack speed
to the main Meepo.
To the main Meepo. So yeah, the other ones seem to be just fine, which kind of explains the first phase as well. Winter, we saw this Clockwork Mars, and we were like, that's a bit peculiar. They're letting Morphling go through, but they came in with a very, very strong idea to counter it, and they executed it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they actually entirely plan the whole thing. Like maybe it's partly planned, because whenever you pick Meepo, you would always want a global silence behind that. But it was the old Meepo, so I'm not sure if it's necessary with the new Meepo. And Gaimin Gladiators also have a draft that's very lane focused, and they don't really have much AoE to actually deal with the Meepos. So I feel like Gaimin is going to look back at this game and just make sure that in the next game they have to just keep that in mind. Either they have to ban it, or they just need to have a draft that's more all-rounded.
And now all the teams need to be worried about it, assuming that Beastcoast, well, no matter what, they will have one more series, but Parker does not have that many professional games, as you heard from OD and Fog, and in general, in this tournament, it has not been very popular. Now, I believe they were wondering who would have the highest damage on Gaimin Gladiators at the end of the game, and it is still Quinn. Was there any, I think they were debating, but like Tofu being second is kind of wild.
Yeah, well, I feel like nobody else really did any damage. Ace's build doesn't do damage. Duraccio, yeah, he got in there, but he's 0-5. Spent a lot of time strength morphing. It's difficult against that lineup of Beastcoast, like especially when you're behind, to feel safe at any point hitting people with high agility on. I mean, I'd love to see what Beastcoast has. I don't know if they're necessarily planning Meepo from the get-go, but we saw when teams were picking Timbersaw that they concocted the Shadow Fiend opening, and that was like a very specific way to deal with the meta pick, and I wouldn't put it past them that they thought Gaimin Gladiators, the heroes they tend to pick, are not focused on the game. They are much more focused on lanes, and that this might be the team to do this to.
Right.
They might have had this in their arsenal pocket strat ready to pull it out, but it definitely makes sense thinking about the way Gaimin drafts. So it's pretty cool.
And if they have one more strategy up their sleeve, then that means that Beastcoast will be punching their ticket to Seattle, because all they need to do is just win one series to get enough DPC points. Let's find out if it's possible in game number 2 after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 of Beastcoast versus Gaimin Gladiators, where I can only hope we're going to get as many exotic picks out of Beastcoast, and as weird of a first phase. Are they going to let Celery have his Enchantress again? Because I bet Celery was feeling mighty coy when he was just like, oh, they didn't ban it? They take out Medusa Undying? The fools! And then Quimber Spirit, as you have dubbed it? It was a pretty solid first phase for Gaimin Gladiators, and yet it all fell to pieces, and we got this 24th pick Meepo.
It's a Clockwork at this point.
Yeah, that's true.
The Clockwork versus Inch, I think, is a solid response. So if they can get the Clock and give the Inch, I think I'm okay with it overall. The Mars, it's always iffy in the laning stage for me, but Sacred, he gets beat on the laning stage over and over again. He doesn't really care. He gets his Blink Dagger, and he's moving across the map, and how Gym Park plays so quickly on the map, I think it really helps a lot. And we talk about the roster changes as well. Hector generally wouldn't make those rotations, so Sacred, he would get an early Blink, but who's he playing with? But Gym Park in all these games, he's online when that Blink's online, and they make kills and kills all over the map, and that's what they need to do in this series against Gaimin Gladiators. Make sure Gaimin Gladiators does not get to that point where they can ball up, buy all the auras, and be this immovable object.
Yeah. Is Gym Park consistently that mobile BSJ, or is it like on specific heroes that he feels confident being able to participate earlier?
I mean, it seems like his playstyle is at least preferred.
Yeah.
Where we see when he was playing SF, it was very similar. So far, in all the games I've watched them, they're not building around him as a carry to have 3 items, 4 items, hit a timing at 25 minutes. They're building around his first item timing. So definitely a preferred playstyle for this team. Definitely cool to watch, because not really many teams are doing that right now. A lot of carries are trying to be a bit more active, but the way I've noticed that most carries are active is maybe like one fight they'll show up to, or maybe they'll just occupy the dangerous part of the map, but nothing like what Beastcoast is doing.
Yeah, it'll be like a mid-tier 1 defense that they're like, all right, fine, I'll show up.
Yeah.
One of my supports says
fine.
this. But I'm going back to the Mighty Mines after this.
Yeah, it depends on how comfortable are they with the hero. The last game, I felt like a couple of fights, I think the morphing should be actually hitting creeps when he was coming to the fights. He was really trying to fight very early, and every fight he just got picked off, you know, like very easily without being able to do anything.
And part of that, I'm sure, is unfamiliarity with the Meepo matchup. As a Morphling, you're like, well, I feel like I should be able to kill an enemy carry this early in the game, but Duraccio quickly find out that was not the case against a Meepo, and now in game number 2, a completely different shift in the first phase bans for Beastcoast, as they are also first pick this time, whereas last game they were second pick. They take out the Techies and Morphling, first pick the Undying, meanwhile Gaimin ban out the Timbersaw and the Bat Rider. Same first phase bans as last game. Ooh. Lima Major throwback?
Yeah, we're going all the way back to the beginning of the year here. This combo has been nerfed quite heavily. And I think Undying is one of those heroes that is fairly decent against it. You oftentimes can get that double decay, but Lush doesn't like running into things like tombstones like Undying, and maybe you can hit them as well. So you've got a couple picks here from Beastcoast. I'm very curious if they have any cute picks here that can maybe shut down this type of strategy. We talked about on previous panels how Leshrac doesn't feel like he farms as fast anymore with the nerfs to the Bloodstone, but maybe with the IO that changes a little bit.
Yeah, the Dota buff pub win rates of heroes are only so accurate, but Undying is one of Leshrac's 5 worst matchups in all of Dota, because not only is it the Tombstone, but if he manages to hit you with that Flesh Golem, suddenly the rest of his team is doing heavy burst. I was considering hero like Drow was the one that came to mind, just some ranged turret hero that can follow up the Undying walking in. And so TA has definitely been the hero of preference for SA as a region, and this tournament, last time I checked, she had like a 65% win rate, so TA was doing pretty well. And it makes sense here as like the preferred choice here.
I mean, it's again once more like a very fast lineup, like Tombstone plus the Trap and TA Undying. You get to kill Roshan very early. Like I can foresee the game becoming like a similar game like last game where they just play around the map really quickly, just kill after kill after kill.
So then, Fear, this being Gym Park, ideally being mobile, do you go Blink first on a TA or you go Deso first?
I mean, probably Dragonlance, Deso.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't think you go Blink first on this type of hero. I mean, even though he is... I mean, T's one of those timing-based heroes where you get those items so quickly. Doesn't really matter. I think when you're at Dragonlance, Deso, you're ready to fight. And from there, you can kind of decide if you want to Blink. But what I do like about this TA for Beastcoast is Gym Park will play it 100%. And it is a good matchup for Celestrak as far as potential laning goes. He could go mid with this. This could be a comfort pick of his and put Dark Mago into the safe lane. They've done this several times before. definitely an option here if they don't have something better for that mid lane.
I wouldn't mind the consideration of the earlier blink just because you're against IO, so it depends on like what the setup is for gaming because they have the global presence of the IO, but how are they going to initiate onto you if they're going to gank you? That's oftentimes the only way to deal with TA is to surprise her off, catch her off guard, and if it's before the blink, then the IO even just relocating behind you, you'll pretty much die to everything. So I think that's a stronger consideration than usual, and so if that's something that's going through their mind, maybe they'd pick a hero that naturally rushes Solar Crest, some like enabling support that allows him to skip or prolong his damage item.
Beastcoast, they start banning out ace heroes, specifically the Dark Seer, because Gaming Gladiators actually used this opening twice against Evil Geniuses in the group stage. So they had Io Leshrac, and they consistently second phased ace a Dark Seer as well. So Beastcoast do their homework and take it out.
Same as Gaming Gladiators doing their homework, banning out the Mars this game.
Yep.
It's like, even if you shut down their Mars, whether it's Sacred playing or Dark Mago, they're just so comfortable in that hero. Once they get the Blink Dagger, they're just ready to go, and that's how Beastcoast love to play. They love to get these kills and play this early game. Very aggressively.
They can always still get Beastmaster. I think Beastmaster is fantastic with Undying TA. It gives you the vision, gives you the initiation. Like, the game can be really, really quick, and what Beastcoast is trying to avoid is like the heroes that can slow it down, right? The Darkseer, the Underlord, all the heroes that can hold a position on the map, defend the towers, and prolong the game. And those are the heroes that Gaimin won with the Lash.
Yeah, and you're not banning Schofield Clockwork here. Is that a mistake? I feel like it might be. I feel like if I'm playing TA and my clock can initiate and cogs this Leshrac every fight, I'm pretty happy because you're going to bring the damage afterwards.
My only concern at that point is that all of TA's bad matchups in the carry role are illusion heroes. So if you pick Undying TA plus Clock, then either your offlaner has to preemptively counter these heroes or have something in mind.
But is there anything that Schofield can pick that's good versus illusions?
He played some Shadow Demon.
There's like heroes that aren't hard countered by illusions. Like Clockwork kind of just gets owned by them.
I mean, there's not many heroes on the support role that can really deal with the illusions. I mean, Earthshaker's one, but you don't see that hero. Yeah, sure, CM.
We saw Liquid do that earlier.
Yeah, sure.
The Schofield CM, it seems unlikely. He definitely is a player that likes his comfort. I mean, he loves to play melee heroes specifically.
Tiny.
They're probably going to go for like something like Rubik. I think Rubik works with this lineup. Like, Rubik is always nice against Lash because you get the stun.
10 seconds.
I like the Snapfire ban. That's an SA special. Could have been really any position left. Through 2, 3, or 4.
Oh, Sacred does like that hero. Does bring the AoE and complements Schofield's melee hero pool as well.
Gaimin may also just steal the Clockwork, because also in this opening they had picked Clockwork one time and they picked Spirit Breaker a different time.
Venomancer.
But it's a Venomancer instead.
That's most likely a flex pick, I would say. Like,
yeah.
Like I was gonna say offlane, and then I'm thinking
like most likely it could be anything.
Yeah, most likely a hero in their draft. I like that I like this pick a lot. It makes picking the offlane duo for Beastcoast. Hero like Beastmaster generally struggles against kill lanes, so suddenly you have to consider that, and then you also have to pick either like a Dispel like Oracle to enable TA.
Clockwork, man. It has to be.
I feel like at this point they're already too all in with this TA Undying draft. I don't think they should care so much about what Gaimin is doing and just build on their draft. Just go for the beast, go for the clock, play a very fast tempo game. Like, sure, they're gonna come up with some illusion heroes that you're probably gonna struggle with, but if the game is fast enough, they are illusion
Clock
heroes.
Ember, let's go. Clock Ember.
Yeah.
Bring it home.
Clock Beastmaster though. I like Clock Beastmaster.
Clock Ember.
I like Beastmaster as well, but Ember's okay.
Well, you see Lesh mid, right? So I think picking your mid makes the most sense here.
But they want to keep the TA flex, right?
You could.
Yeah, but Dark Mago could also do safe lane Ember.
You could wait for one more pick.
I mean, Ember Undying is a good lane. Just slight spam. I mean, Undying does 90% of the work, but he does that in every lane anyway. The way it is, Dark Mago, he'll always pick a Dark Mago hero. Just kind of how he is. I know my Beastcoast guys. What are you saying?
You may have played a few pubs with these guys in the past.
But last game, you specifically said you never understand what Beastcoast do.
I know what they're going to pick doesn't mean I agree. They're two different things. But this one I actually kind of agree with, which means they're going to lose.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're screwed at this point.
It's a self-fulfilling
If
prophecy.
you know what they're doing, it's probably not good enough.
Yeah. That means Gaimin knows what they're doing, too.
Gaimin are probably going to have to show where this Venomancer is going based off of this pick, though. I'm assuming the motivation is just, 1, slows down the ball, like you guys were mentioning, and 2, makes Refraction pretty useless with all the DOTs to burn through it.
I mean, I think Veno's like pretty good against the rest of this lineup right now, like as a core. I'd be happy to play Veno core in this game. Clockwork's a bit annoying, but you're not even too afraid to go like second or third out of the core stuff.
Okay.
They elect to move it to support immediately right after I said
Yeah,
that.
their draft looks really wonky.
Whose does?
Gaming, actually.
Tell us why. Tell me why, Neil. Or Neil.
I'll tell you why.
No stuns, no initiating stuns. Only a lash stun.
They just need the Centaur stun on Doom, and we're good.
5 seconds.
The big reason why Gaming's Lesh track has been so feared for so long is they're really good at making sure Lesh doesn't die. And by that, Tofu will build every aura item, Celery will as well, and sometimes Ace. Not always. I don't know if I would agree with him building auras this game, even though it could be fine. It's all about keeping the Lesh alive here. But I think the Doom looks pretty good on paper. Like, you have a lot of good Doom targets. TA hates getting doomed. You got the damage over times. Same with Ember. I think this pick is quite good. Just, you have to be a little scared for Veno, as always, in the first couple levels in the laning stage, because this hero can be a chain feeder if you misstep just a little bit.
Gladiators turn to ban.
Gaimin ban out the Sacred Necro, which he has played. Meanwhile, Beastcoast take out the Huskar, which would have been a crazy flex, but also a really good hero, as well as the Faceless Void. And now one more Sacred hero needs to get eliminated out of the pool.
I'm feeling a Legion Commander here.
He loves that hero.
He does. Could we ever see a Sacred Pango?
Of course. It's always available. He loves the hero.
Does he play Tide?
He does play Tide.
Okay, so now they banned Pango. Now they're gonna pick Legion. Weaver. Oh, well, that's actually that's a Sacred hero. That's a Sacred Weaver right there.
That is a Sacred Weaver, but is it? They have like this super annoying lineup right now. This Venomancer and this Io. You got these traps on the ground. You got Slight Spam. You've got Rocket Flare. Now you have some Weaver throwing bugs and Sakuching in the back.
Yeah.
This is a
terrible
sick
team
Weaver
fight, but yeah.
This is a sick Weaver pick.
Yeah, Weaver's really good against Io and Venomancer. This supports don't really do anything at all against Weaver. They have no stuns to do anything to him.
I
love this draft.
I mean, I feel like we're gonna see a 2-0, man.
I don't know. I think both. So basically, Gaimin has the most Gaimin draft ever. Just ball up, B5, have a bunch of team fight by auras. And Beastcoast has the most Beastcoast lineup ever. Just don't ball up, skirmish across the map, get the pickoffs. It's like a clash of two polar opposites here.
Yeah, the Beastcoast draft, each core functions way better independently. Like, it doesn't need supports with them unless they're looking for plays. Like, I don't see how Gaimin actually kills anybody unless they're just walking down a lane and Beastcoast is forced to stop them from taking objectives, which based on first game, like, I actually think Beastcoast draft is really cool here. I think they're exactly, like you said, this is exactly what they wanted to do. If they're going to 2-0 Gaimin and somehow in Dr. Strange's universe of a million outcomes, and this is the one, I could see it happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, Io Veno, I feel like it's gonna be like exploited by the Weaver a lot. That's why I feel like the early game is gonna be determining a lot. You know, if they don't do well in the lanes, they have no answers against the Weaver.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think if Beastcoast isn't ahead by like 1 or 2K at 10 minutes, they're just gonna lose.
Weaver is a feast or famine hero. Let's see which of the two it's gonna be in game number 2 with ODPixel and Fogged.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 time here for Beastcoast versus Gaimin Gladiators. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged. And once again, we're getting an exciting close to Beastcoast draft. This time it's going to be a hero for Sacred. It is the Weaver. What do you make of this, Fogged? Do you sort of agree with the sentiment of some of the panelists there that this is a good Weaver game.
The two things that they saw, right, in particular, the supports are weak versus it. There's very limited disables on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. They have a strong death ball if they're able to group up with the IO, Lash, and Dusa and stuff like that, but I mean, this is exactly what they're saying. This is so Beastcoast. It's the clash of two completely different styles, and I'm looking forward to it. It looks, on paper again, it looks cool. The Weaver idea, even versus the Medusa, can have some merit because you have a 15 talent, the mana break talent. I mean,
yeah,
who knows if it gets to that point, but this looks cool, and I've just been really impressed with the way the Beastcoast has just been playing their drafts. They're so confident in their style, and hey, when a team is confident and they're playing like that, like they played last game,
you got to be
says
scared.
a lot. You got to be afraid.
Yeah, going into game 2 after game 1 like that. A little bit of a
Tirachito.
Yeah, like a cute little name for Duracho there, given Parker.
Like good old, I love that.
It's a friendly, not a condescending name, you know.
He
calling
didn't
him cute because he was not very scary last game. We'll see if Durachito could be a little more scary at this time round.
Be careful.
What is Medusa?
I don't know how much you want. Okay, they're going to go for Scope. There's going to be a lot of decay stacks building up here. Stinger's going to be incredibly strong.
Okay.
Let's see how many stacks he gets. He's at 28.
Oh, he's a big boy. Yeah, they're not killing the Undying.
He's half HP, but he's actually 600 HP, so it's kind of like full HP.
Yeah, if they, I don't think they can fight into this now, Gaimin Gladiators. It's a bit awkward.
Goldfield, he's going to commit cogs for it.
It's kind of cool, Quinn. I mean,
now they're taking a lot of damage, though, Beastcoast.
I mean, they're going all in on Quinn. They want to try and bring down Quinn first. They're not going to be able to do so. Quinn will get first blood, taking out Stinger. Does still die, but looks like Gaimin Gladiators may even get more. Chasing down Schofield will get the cogs off, but they'll still be able to take him down with range attacks from Tofu and Celery. So first blood, and in total, 2 kills for Gaimin Gladiators, just the 1 for Beastcoast.
Almost gets like another attack onto Quinn. Almost actually brings him down first. But Quinn, he gets a first blood, but Mago does get a kill in return during all of it there. So don't know if he's going to be that unhappy because of that.
So what do you make of the overall lineup? So as we said, the panel seemed to like what Beastcoast has got going, but you got to be honest, Gaimin Gladiators once again they've got some of their favorite heroes here, and some of their favorite hero combos, the Lesh Io.
And it's the Lesh Io and the Io Dusa too. It's a lot of healing you can pump up, even like healing lotuses. I think lanes are going to be a lot. Lanes are going to be in particular something I'm going to be staring at a lot here to see if the answer of Beastcoast does work, because I haven't seen this in so long. People do this versus an IO, but it was common when Weaver was popular. Like the answer to the IO, Weaver is very annoying to play versus if you are playing that hero. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see what they're going to be able to do and if their draft is going to work together this time, because looking at it overall too, last time they had like an amazing team fight draft, right? This time around, the only real team fight is going to be reliant around the Undying Tombstone. While Gaming, they do have a bit of a better one when they do group up this time around in comparison to what they had last time around.
Yeah, I feel overall I'm a bit more confident with Gaimin Gladiators draft this game too compared to what they had game 1 in a situation where they're up against a Meepo. This time around, Gaimin Gladiators, they've definitely got more working out for them. Duracho on his Medusa, if they're able to farm it up and get this Medusa to a strong point. I think it could be difficult for Beastcoast to deal with a farmed Duracho this game.
Yeah, I think if the game slows down too much, that's where it's going to be just very, very problematic for Beastcoast. I think they have to play, they don't have a Meepo to speed the things up, but this game I think they have to play in a kind of similar style of just aggression, aggression, aggression. Don't really let them sit back and farm, because there's a Medusa and a Doom. So if Gaming gets to sit back and farm, their lineup is going to become absolutely...
Yes. Yeah.
Absolutely terrifying.
Yeah. But yeah, Beastcoast are able to speed it up. Yeah, definitely a game where if Sacred has a good start, you're not going to be living a happy life as one of Gaimin Gladiators supports.
No. I mean, definitely not. If Sacred has a good game, even if Mago does too, because he can cause a lot of issues. But Mago, he should have a bit of a problem here in this lane, of course, versus Quinn's Lash. Is not the easiest matchup whatsoever for an Ember Spirit. It's, in fact, quite a hard one.
Yeah, he started it hot here. Quinn 14 for 3 against the 7 for 0. Quinn should be set up for success this time round, and in a way which will probably need to require not as much backup from supports in the mid lane coming in as early as they had to last game. This time, Quinn, he can do it on his own.
And this, yeah, I think Tofu playing around here bottom, they have a much better, like, just overall everything versus Parker's hero, as you were mentioning, right? The Meepo just looked really, really good if he was able to get off to a good start. This TA, even if he gets off to a good start, there's answers. They have Veno, they have Leshard, they have Doom, heroes that can run him down and break that refraction and kill him early.
So far, CS on the side lanes. Nothing too crazy. too crazy, keeping it pretty close. I mean, it's both cores on the top lane, Duracho and Sacred, kind of slowing down one another.
Yeah, Ace having an excellent time bottom, though. He's kind of like the big winner. Him and Quinn in particular. Ace has a ring of health already, and Parker's he's actually having to buy extra regen down here versus this Venomancer, and it doesn't really get easier. Even though he's got Clockwork, one of like the best kind of support heroes to protect him, this is a very kill-hungry lane on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Gale is very strong once you get like the second pointer if he wants to do that.
Yeah. Scopefield, yeah, should be able to do his best at kind of holding them back, at diving the tower, at least at this point. But we'll definitely not be able to set up anything for Parker aggressive in this lane. Like Tofu and Ace, they're never going to be threatened. They're never going to be pressured by these two heroes.
Not by the two heroes. Exactly what I was going to say. There's definitely chances for like the Undying Stinger. I could see opportunity for him to rotate and stuff if he goes for a Tombstone, but he actually goes Soul Rip. I think I've never seen someone take Soul Rip anymore at level 2. This ability cost way too much mana. Okay, interesting.
Well, so the idea behind this just wants to be able to keep Sacred topped up in the lane, and
I guess so, yeah. I mean, he's also playing versus like they're going to be able to kill a Tombstone really easy early on, but I swear I almost never see anyone take Soul Rip at level 2 anymore. I guess it's also just to get the burst catch potential onto Celery, just to pop him. But
just sort of throwing out the harassment the way of Celery, but as you said, it's pretty costly.
It's way too much. It's not worth casting almost ever in comparison to Decay anymore. So yeah, we'll see if that ends up hurting them quite a bit there in that top lane. Right now they are slowing down Duracho a little bit, but so far not able to really get a kill onto the Io. And this is a lane that I think they want to, like we said, it's an aggressive lineup. Beastcoast wants to be getting kill after kill after kill, especially in the early game in that laning phase. And right now, 2K lead, first 5 minutes.
Duracho's super safe up here. I mean, his mana might look like it's getting low, but he's got pretty much a full wand, and any time that Celery's able to tether across, also with his own wand with a few charges, this Medusa's just not going to die.
No. He definitely shouldn't. Parker might just die himself down bottom. The walk down.
He's going to tick super low.
This is such a strong lane. Does he just go for the deny?
It would kind of
it's
nice,
not. He's actually okay. But look at how low they are.
I mean, yeah, it's a relative term, right? They are both.
What do you do?
Living on death's door here, really.
He's pinging. He's like, I think Parker doesn't know what to do either. He has to just meld under the tower.
He's here, meld until the salve arrives, which is going to take quite some time. The courier at the moment only making its way back.
Mid lane. Looks like they're trying to put some attention on. Quinn actually gets the deny between both of them hitting it. Okay, all right. Schofield. Farewell, my friend.
I mean,
Parker
sort of inevitable with how low they were sitting at down here.
Quinn, looks like they're trying to put attention onto him, but Celery's here. He's got wand charges. Mago. He could be in trouble.
He's going to be able to get his remnant off, and actually in a good angle there. Gets away from Tofu, so we'll still manage to TP out of that safely. Not bad in that situation, being able to survive when you got the two supports coming in to help Quinn out. Wasn't enough to set up onto Dark Margo. He lives.
I'm watching Parker struggle. He is really, really starting to fall so far behind. Salve does get delivered, all right, but it feels like they might have to start doing like tri-lane Stinger. Tries to go for these plays around Quinn in the mid lane, but I feel like they have problems in the bottom lane that they need to start fixing ASAP. Otherwise, Parker, I feel like he's just going to lose his tower super early to Ace and Tofu. They're going for him again.
Is anybody going to be able to help Parker? He's got Refraction.
They've got TPs coming. They're bringing the Weaver.
Okay. Sacred. He's able to line up the bugs on towards Ace. They might actually be able to turn and get these 2 kills here. Deep with the battery assault, Schofield runs down Ace. Sacred, he'll finish off the 2 of them.
Okay.
Very impactful rotation there from the offlane Weaver. Gets the double kill.
Cool.
And pretty much, is that the money for the full Spirit Vessel?
No, he has the Vitality booster, but not the recipe.
Okay.
But it's going to be early.
It's going to be a quick one.
Versus that ILS, yeah.
Very nice TP from Sacred.
A needed TP, it does feel like, because lanes are a problem. And Pano was talking about how Beastcoast's draft kind of does need to get off to a good start versus this really farm-heavy draft. And Gaming, they're in a very, very comfortable, happy position.
Yeah, looks like a lot of this early game from...
Nice steal. Schofield's able to actually take the Wisdom Rune away.
Right,
so
is he going to dive this?
He's got a TP up now.
Ace has got him.
That was close.
More TP for you. But yeah, Wisdom Rune's claimed. He'll take that.
Yeah, at least they got that. Schofield, yeah, he'll give him the tip. Nice little padding there from Ace to walk through the cogs perfectly.
The money, though, very much in the favor of Gaimin Gladiators. 3K lead, 7 minutes in. A much, much stronger start than what we saw from Gaimin Gladiators last game round.
And they actually have answers, it feels like, this time around. Meepo, if the Meepo got ahead last time, we saw what he was able to do. They have answers for this.
He stepped up in the middle, get this tombstone laid down, but he's dead.
For money.
looking to be a bit of a difficult opening here for Stinger. 3 deaths, hasn't really been able to do too much on the Undying.
I think they kind of just have to, I mean, maybe just get stacks going, or you just have to form like a tri-lane to make sure, but I think that lane's already, the damage is kind of already done at this point at the first 8 minutes. Parker, I feel like he just, actually, yeah, he just maybe just has to jungle, and they're going to have to do some kind of weird movements here, just with Sacred kind of breaking away from top to be that pressure to make things better for Mago and make Parker have space or something like that. It's definitely quite awkward at this point.
I mean, all this recovery now, it's really on Sacred. He has to do a lot.
He has to pop off. And if he can get a couple kills here, if he can get this Vessel very early on, that can pose some decent kill threat even onto these tankier heroes like the Lash IO, or even that Doom in particular.
Bottom.
Tofu still just continuing to put on the harass.
I mean, Sacred's got to swing round down towards the bottom lane, maybe see if they can go on to Tofu and Ace if they get baited down into the lane, but he's got vision upon him. They know he's coming in.
I think this is how he has to play, though.
He's just got to run up and down the map.
Yeah.
Because right now he's the strongest hero on Beast Coast, and he has to do something to alleviate the pressure that's been put onto the rest of Beast Coast lineup by the fact that Gaimin Gladiators have done as well as they have done in these early lanes.
I want to see them also just get the stacks going. Sure, you have to watch out a little bit of Gaming potentially walking in and stealing them, but I feel like now it's like, if Stinger's not going to just play super active with the Weaver, look for constant kills in this early game, get the stacks for the recovery outlet for Parker, because I'm looking and I don't think they have any stacks right now for this Templar Assassin, who is having a very rough time right now.
At the least, didn't die in lane.
Didn't die,
Didn't die.
To be honest with you.
So that's something to be said there for Parker. But,
Definitely.
Indeed, it's a long, long road to recovery here in a game that, you know, if the road's long, Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to find a lot more gold along the way.
Oh yeah, and they scale very, very hard on the side of Gaming. And yeah, just so many answers really for a TA. See how they try to reestablish things. Mago, he's, I mean, all things considered, not doing so bad, but still, it's 1,700 ahead of, behind his counterpart.
Bottom lane. They're going to get the chance to go on to Tofu. They're bringing in further TPs. The relocate there from Celery to bring Quinn into the action, but Beast Coast, they turn up in their numbers.
They bring 5.
Arrives here. They're going to look to try and get the catch on to Celery. They've got the chain. Celery, he's gone. Beast Coast.
There you go.
Able to hold there against Gaimin Gladiators' attempt to get Quinn involved with that quick relocate down towards the bottom. Beast Coast, they were much, much more responsive than Gaimin Gladiators signed up or expected for.
Vessel's online. Let's see if that allows him to go for these extra kill threats onto the cores in particular. Quinn he actually has an illusion rune, so he's pretty safe. Daracho is going to just be laughing the way to the bank, though, as he's just going to have a absolutely free time, unless they somehow want to try putting attention toward him, but I don't find that being very easy with the way that Gaming's going to try to just make space for him. They're going to be playing around Quinn. They're going to be the ones pressuring. And Quinn, that is pretty much the Bloodstone done now already at this point in. Ace also with his Midas, so that farm just going to accelerate. Chaos has to be the name of the game for Beast Coast here.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult for Sacred in particular to keep up in farm with the way that he's had to, you know, he's felt that he's needed to kind of be running across the map. He's not having a lot of chance and time to hit creeps himself, so...
Gaming's just farming. They're stacking and farming and stacking and farming, so Quinn, yet you're seeing the effect of his 2k ahead of Dark Mago, who... Dark Mago's trying to run around and hunt, but you're having to hunt these heroes that are just farming stacks. So it just feels difficult for Beast Coast to try to get much of anything on the map here.
Beast Coast, they're going to find themselves at a hefty gold deficit. Yeah. If it continues as is.
Get the stacks going, though. I think that's still... I still just want to see like a triple stack Ancient on both of them, just so this TA can try to get enabled and catch back up here. Doom, gonna come out. Just on a clockwork, and they actually have traps set up.
No, I don't think Ace is getting away with this one, at least he's not getting a kill.
Nope, Sacred's come now too. The Vessel is here.
A bit of an awkward go there for Gaimin Gladiators. It gets a response out of Beast Coast, but they won't kill anyone, and now Ace...
He's in trouble.
He's been left on his own. Tombstone's going to get laid down. Ace, he's gone. A bit of a... I mean, what do you think the plan was there with the Doom? They felt that they could kind of get the follow-up relocate in a bit quicker, get some further lockdown?
I guess they didn't see the traps slow. The traps, like how many of them there actually were. There was like 3 traps under the tower that did just get some continuous slow onto them. But that's a Doom wasted. Beast Coast. There's an opportunity they could take here. Yeah. It does have a shield rune, and he does have Bloodstone, so Gaming is kind of gathered around him, but that's a good hit. As Parker gets space to farm some stacks.
Bit of a slip up there for the team that's ahead.
Mm-hmm. Beast Coast, they have a trap. They get the hookshot connection. They have damage.
See if they can. They put him trapped in the cogs. Quinn with the Bloodstone. Dark Mago holds him back with the chain. Parker steps up with the meld hit. Sacred throws down the Vessel. The bugs are out as well. They can look to go straight towards Quinn, and with the Vessel upon him, there's no healing and there's no saving him. Quinn's gone. Celery also to get taken out. Beast Coast. They're making the moves.
Striking back, the meld hits. Did he have 2 stacks on him? I mean, the physical damage was absurd.
It was the one.
Was it just the one? Wow.
I guess he just doesn't have a lot of armor right there.
I guess not.
Does not have a lot of armor.
And then the bugs connect too. The Vessel and Sacred, he's going for the build. Yep, Solar Crest, Spirit Vessel. Buff up your TA. Since he's playing that offlaner, you might as well go down this route.
These are huge moves to find, considering the fact that Beastcoast were behind us. They were with the gold. You see again.
We had a shield brew. That's the other thing too.
Yeah, I mean, a few hits from the TA, the Vessel upon him. You can't save this man.
He did have the
dead.
He did have the 2 meld stacks.
Oh, he did get a second.
Yeah, so it's. I mean, he was negative armor really early on there as Gaimin. I mean, a mistake bottom from Ace now causing some repercussion into these next 2 things. Parker, he's reestablished himself at that top network.
Yeah, I think Duracha is going to be looking at his team and be like, guys, could we calm down?
Relax.
You know, he's having a great time up here, and they were having a great time everywhere else, but a few kind of blunders here with the moves from Gaimin Gladiators are allowing Beastcoast to climb back in after a tough early game.
Yeah, and watch walking up those high grounds versus a TA. Now Desto's going to be online. Yeah, massive damage here. See if Quinn builds any defensive item for himself. If he's just going to look at the supports to do it for him, because it does feel like that armor could be really beneficial if he does want to go down that early route.
I think he'll
probably tell his supports, get me a medallion.
Yeah, he's still going to want to get the standard, get the Kyra, Bloodstone. I don't think he'll want to stray for that, but yeah, maybe an earlier than usual plate mail.
It could definitely cause some bit of issues here if they're able to get on top of him like that. Celery does have mech, but yeah, no real checking around. Yeah, no one building a medallion just yet. They're building 4 staffs to have to deal with clockwork. So Wisdom Rune, I believe that's 2 again for Beastcoast.
All right. I mean, they're behind on the goal, but they're probably doing all right on the XP.
They are ahead on the XP.
They are.
After those last 2 moves and getting the stacks for Parker. They're actually setting a trap down here for Ace, potentially. Sacred's here with the Vessel. The bugs don't quite connect.
Can they do it without it? With the TPs in, they certainly can.
Ace.
There's not really much to be done here. They're bringing in the relocate. Maybe they could turn this actually. They get the tether across. They're keeping Ace alive. Celery able to heal Ace up a little bit. Still, the Vessel will get thrown down upon him. Duracho turns up with the Stone Gaze. They'll get the stun connection onto Stinger. Stinger will put the ult, turn with the decay, but he will die. Stinger's gone.
Doom.
They'll drop it onto Sacred. As now they look to step over towards him, but Schofield holds back Quinn with the cogs. Sacred's going to be able to back out and hide in the tree for now. Dark Margot is out of mana. He's going to get one more slight off, but that's all he has left to offer in the fight. He's gone, and Parker also turns up to die to the damage of Quinn. Triple for the Leshrac.
Nice reload in. Duracho turning up this time with the Stone Gaze actually seems like the X factor. Celery, not even going to go down either. They will get Ace, but either way, Gaming, they bring the numbers. Tofu, nice little wraparound there at the end to be able to get that finish off onto Parker.
Duracho making sure that you know the team fights weren't going to go the way that they have been before. It's like, all right, guys, you know, if you guys can't do it on your own, I'll get involved. And indeed, yes, Celery coming in as he did, saving Ace in this moment, making sure that they don't get that quick kill, and it gives Ace the chance to survive, take a bit more time to prioritize how he wants to drop the Doom and get it down onto Sacred, which sort of takes Sacred out of the fight for a decent amount of time, a bit of time as well, that if Sacred wasn't doomed in this situation, he would have been able to get it. Kill off Ace, probably threaten Celery, so this time round, Ace finding the very good Doom.
Yeah, and Gaming kind of reestablishing things, especially on that net with Experience. Of course, Experience is actually still going to Beastcoast even after that, but a big gold swing there for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, Quinn storming ahead now, him and Duracho right there at the top. Box,
and
but just 700 gold away on Quinn.
And they do at least have now Crimson Guard also for Ace, I believe. I don't know if I think he maybe just finished it toward the end of the fight there, but yeah, I think that's going to be the little bit of extra help there for Quinn in particular. And neutral items, we're going to see that tier 2 neutral, so we'll see which one Quinn's able to find. As him and Celery just kind of sticking together, waiting to see if Beastcoast makes a move, and then they can always go for the reload numbers here. So Beastcoast feels like they have to have the numbers faster, because there they did make that move onto Ace, but it was like the trickle TPs in that kind of caused Gaming to have that big number advantage and just dominate it. 17 minutes. Let's see what tier 2s we get.
Yeah, they may have been able to come in with the outplays earlier, Beastcoast, but that next time around it's only going to get harder and harder as the lead continues to grow, and you're only really going to have Parker scaling or farming at a decent pace. You know, Margot on his Ember, Sacred on the Weaver. These are 2 heroes that just do not keep up that well when it comes to just AFK hitting creeps.
No, we've seen
the Deucer and the Doom and the Lesh.
We have seen Mago make some magic happen with his Ember Spirit, though. That's the one thing I do want to say. He's struggled a lot in like the early games most of the times, and then somehow his late game Ember just looks incredible. But this definitely looks like a harder one since he is versus that Deucer.
Yeah.
Bleed Boots of Travel now for Quinn too, so more now Celery, yeah, same thing. He can like play around other heroes and Quinn can join in. And yeah, I'm sure Quinn or Celery, one of them identified. Yeah, buy a medallion on the support even too. Just any type of little bit of armors you can throw onto this Leshrac, it's going to be important too.
Ace, pretty deep here on the bottom lane.
But very tanky.
Indeed, with the Crimson Guard, it's going to take quite a few hits to take him down. Tofu's heading over.
First staff.
Looks like Ace is very dead, and maybe Tofu's in trouble as well. And Stinger's going to lay down the tombstone.
Does he get the attack off onto him?
He's into the trees, but the hook shot's up. Tofu and Ace caught a little bit too far along that bottom lane. I guess they just weren't quite expecting Beastcoast to turn up with as many as they did, but it's been a bit of time since the last fight, so I feel like you had to kind of expect it there if you're gaming Gladiators.
And look who gets both kills. Parker does get both of them. Kind of the perfect hero that you'd want to for Beastcoast. He's got his blink. He's going for his shard next. He's still hitting pretty damn good item timings.
Yeah,
Very
he's
close
doing
to
fine.
like
Parker's
Medusa.
doing great. Because you as well, because you're comparing his net worth to a Lesh and a Dusa who have had a brilliant opening.
Absolutely.
Quinn, he's just off the back of picking up a triple kill in that last fight, and Durachi on the Medusa, he's had complete free farm.
Ace, oop, can't quite get the connection. Parker quick with the blink. And Quinn now, he does actually have a plate mail on top of everything too. So medallion on the IO, plate mail on him. As you said, yeah, it's likely that he had to accelerate it this game just in case of things.
Yeah, he's pretty hard to take down now, especially if he has the IO behind him.
But Parker still, he is level 15. That's the other big thing too. So he's keeping neck and neck. They of course are enabling him with those stacks and stuff like that. But yeah, keeping himself close at the least, even though it's an AK advantage for Gaming Gladiators. They're looking to press that advantage. Roche definitely something that's on the menu for gaming if they are able to get any type of successful fight. Parker does commit for the shard. Okay, cool. The Ratio, big item timing for him here. Manta and Scotty now versus this range core. He's just walking in.
I mean, they all are. They're going to be able to get the jump over. Parker's able to put them out. The Doom will still get laid down to him, but he gets forced up the high ground.
He's still in
trouble. They're
trouble.
going to dive in for him beyond the towers here as they take out Parker. They're diving the base for more. Stinger to go. Sacred also has to run over the Shikuchi. As Gaming Gladiators, they're just into the base of Beastcoast. They've killed off the three of them.
Look at Duracio. He's in the base.
He's right in there. I mean, there's just nothing that's going to threaten him. Sacred's caught out by the stun. He's going to be going down as well. They just walk in, kill off the four of them, and walk out with no damage done to Gaming Gladiators themselves. They can get back to the tier 2 push. I mean, that move there, that sends quite a message.
Oh, yeah. Sheer aggression there from Duracio and the crew. As soon as they get on Parker, you see the fight's like, oh my god, it's a disaster as he needs to try to disengage.
I mean, they're just completely flexing how far ahead they are in farm to be at this sort of stage of the game.
Yeah,
they know how strong they are. They know that Beast Coast cannot deal with them if they just go in like this. And again, yeah, Ace, once again, finding that fantastic Doom down onto Parker, rendering the TA completely useless.
Yeah, this time around the group up, you can see how strong it really is around this IO. Very comfortable draft here from Gaming as I mean, the ball has been rolling now for some time as Schofield perhaps getting caught out again here. Quinn.
Oh, they're not slowing down again, the Gladiators. They're going to keep this one going. Schofield, though, will be able to hook shot over towards Celery. Celery's out.
Quinn's going to run. He's got a haste rune. They catch him. Dark Mago's trying to. Ace is ending soon.
Still has some remnants to go with. That was the last one.
Rocket. They get him.
They see him.
That's a big kill.
Oh, that is indeed. Who's going to be able to get the money out of this one? They probably want to try and
give it to Parker.
Parker. They're
force him in.
Parker, he's not going to get it, though. Dark Mago will. He's not going to be fussed about that. No. Dark Mago's going to be happy that Primus given the full stand Junkaya.
Oh, and that's on Roche. They actually are, they're going to kill it very quick, too. There's no way that Gaming gets over here, so.
All right, so yeah, Beast Coast.
Fresh back.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Gaming Gladiators just actually got a little too carried away with the way they stuck around with Celery and Quinn. They weren't prepared for Beast Coast to come back at them with those respawns as quickly as they did. And off the back of that decision, they've lost Roche to them.
I don't think they expected all 5 heroes to just immediately appear right on top of them there. They're trying to push it.
I feel like you have to expect that, though, when it's Beast Coast, right, with the way the Beast Coast is playing. We'll see it again here. Scouted out in the trees. Quinn's TP put to an end.
How many Deso stacks was that? I think he got at least a couple.
What's he up
to the 6.
Very nice. He's actually going to look towards the Silver Edge next this game.
Okay.
Why the Silver Edge? What's he looking to do with this? What's he looking to break?
Just be sneaky.
I guess, yeah, just to move around with the Invis.
Yeah, I mean, he is playing versus a pretty annoying draft. The refraction is never a thing in this draft, so he's just trying to find the angles, I guess.
All right. Well, we'll see if he commits in for it. Yeah. He'll be considering other things, Parker.
I think it's very likely he switches to like an MKB very early because he's probably going to see Duracio's itemization, he's going to see the Eagle Song, and he's going to actually have to have an extra answer to it.
Yeah, he's got to get an MKB.
Yeah.
It might be tough for Parker otherwise, as we'll manage to take out the Tormentor. Who's going to get the shard? It is going to be Schofield.
Okay. They already have the Undying one. He actually almost got the grab ally onto Parker when they were diving the base before. Excuse me.
Yeah, that can, of course, be the big move against some of these spells such as the Doom. And being focused, it can absolutely turn a fight, as we've seen it do so many, many times. Halberds are coming out.
Gaimin's still in an incredibly comfortable position, but do have to give the respect if they over-commit onto these high grounds, as Parker still does quite a bit of damage, and they're playing into this Aegis. Only a bit of respect, though, because they are unbelievably strong when they're grouped up, as we've seen. Even if there is an Aegis, they have the clear advantage in the team fight still right now. But Duracio probably waiting, telling his team, I'm about to get butterfly timing, and then there's really no way for them to focus fire him down if he just plays inside the front line.
Schofield messing around with him, making some space. Off he goes with the TP.
Sliding. Parker will take the space though, and yeah, immediately we see what he queues up, as expected, since he sees the Dusa.
Yeah, he changed it right, yeah.
Has to.
Yeah, he's got to go that. Duracio will indeed have that butterfly done, just a few hundred gold away.
And let's see what the approach for them to try to deal with, because it's not, the thing is, it's not just Duracio. He's farming, but Lesh, you know, Quinn, as Gaming does with this type of draft, he always ends up being that really big secondary carry. So let's see how much they itemize and what they want to itemize first mostly. I guess they're kind of like multi-itemizing, so Halberd is going to be going for the Weaver, and Clockwork is going, he's already got the pipe, so multiple different answers, I guess. Trying to answer the Lash, and then he's going to go Halberd on the Clockwork as well, too, to deal with that Dusa. So, still trying to itemize to be able to deal with this very strong Gaming Gladiators draft that just continues to scale. On the map, it is tough for Beastcoast to come out. Anyone who shows is under kill threat when just charging at Schofield.
I mean, Schofield feels slippery enough, at least, with the shard.
I love this shard. I remember when it first got added, everyone was like, this is so bad. But it's actually pretty cool. Does he have the full Solar Crest now onto Celery as well?
Gladiators looking for a move, but definitely Beast Coast getting that opportunity to take Roshan. It's certainly taken away an objective that Gladiators would have wanted to play for at this point. So
and Beast
things a bit more complicated for Gladiators despite them having the lead.
Yeah, Beast Coast being a little annoying around the map too, just constantly going for the split push and stuff like that. But Gaming, the group up, the ball. They want to walk on high ground. Schofield will try to deter them for a moment. But the catapult that's going to be hitting in Duracio is going to get buffed up here from Celery. Tower's dropping, and there's no glyph.
It's going to be hard to push him off. Schofield, I mean, he goes in with a hook shot, but nothing much more to be done after that. This tier 3. And it's going down. Beast Coast.
Okay,
going to be able to push Duracio away from the barracks. I mean, he's continuing this push. They have the whole team here.
They might just try to commit here, because Parker does have MKB, so he can actually hit Duracio if he's stepped up too far. Is Schofield going to go?
The range tracks have gone. They will start to back away before they are able to push the melee rack. So Beast Coast limiting some of the damage done for now.
30 seconds on Aegis. Gaming being patient. Big heal up onto Duracio there. Did you see that? Drops his, I think he dropped his Eye of Scotty and stuff, and then just got like mangoed and arcane booted and stuff, so back up to full health, full mana. I think maybe even a Healing Lotus was passed over to him, I didn't actually see.
Sacred stepping outside of the base, but unlikely that the rest of Beast Coast will want to follow. They
no, they need to
can't
fight
start
the
a
base.
fight out here.
No, they need to wait till they go up here. And yeah, that is going to be the Aegis reclaimed. Gaming just patiently pushing around Duracio. Beast Coast trying to find an opportunity to jump. Throw out some heals.
Schofield. Go in with a hook shot.
Bit awkward.
Get back out with the jetpack. Ace is actually going to jump forward. Lockdown onto Schofield. He'll be safe for now.
Oop. He jumps out a little early. Poison splashes to everybody.
So going to tick down pretty low. He's getting chased by the illusions, the Medusa. Will keep his distance so Schofield survives. Duracho to continue the push. Gets caught by the silence.
Oh,
They've got
Dark Margo.
on a Dark Margo.
Whoopsie.
He tried to step in on the back lines, but the Doom gets dropped down upon the Ember Spirit. Dark Margo's gone.
Parker.
Duracho steps in with the Stone Gaze. Won't be met by the Glyph. There'll be a buyback from Dark Margo. He wants to go. They've used Stone Gaze and they've used Doom. They want to try and punish this Beastcoast,
Dark Margo?
but it's not going to be easy. Stone catches onto him. He will be forced back to safety. Stinger steps up and immediately gets taken out by Duracho. This Rax, it's going down regardless of what Beastcoast throw at Gaming Gladiators. Dark Margo.
He feels desperate.
But he's caught in the chain stun. He's out of the game for 80. As that's a long time for Gaming Gladiators to look to just go again as they can bring in this top lane. Beastcoast without their Ember.
And they're going to reset, heal up Duracho. They're going to keep this push going. They want to end this. They want to close this game out. Dark Margo, he goes for a risky play twice back to back. I think both times just gets caught by the stomp from the Centaur. The war stomp there from the Ace.
I mean, they're kind of stepping out of the base here, Beastcoast, but they've got to expect that the Gaming Gladiators are going to stick around and go again. As the creeps are coming in, 45 seconds, no Dark Margo.
Right, Duracho just keeps abusing this backpack Scotty heal thing. He just back up to full every single time just from like some small heals. Yeah, continuing this push. Duracho hits really damn hard onto these squishier heroes. They can't just step up.
They just don't seem to be able to deal with the Medusa, let alone the Medusa with the backup that Duracho has in the form of the Io and such.
He's got a full Silver Edge now too, even more damage.
Schofield trying to split Duracho away from the rest of the team. Stone Gaze is going to be back up in a second.
Decent onto Duracho.
He's still got the one charges, and he's still got Celery with the mech ready to pop.
Two-man stun.
If they can get the kills from this, Schofield getting low. They'll drop him into the tombstone, either one of them. A Stinger will manage to live, but Schofield's out. He has got buyback available, and Dark Margo will be back in the game now. So Schofield, he's going to try and get in with the TP to close in onto Duracho. They back off Gaming Gladiators. They've taken the tier 3.
Too much heals, too much auras. They still have the mech. Celery's just going to be able to reset. He has full Greaves now after that. Rax, it'll survive, but heavy damage there. Gaming just keeping them inside the base. And they've got a full set of items coming out for everybody here.
It just feels too tough to be able to deal with the way the Gaming Gladiators can rally around their Medusa with the lead the Gaming Gladiators have. These pushes are so hard to punish.
The wild thing is too, like the experience lead, it actually was, if I'm not mistaken, still in the favor of Beastcoast until that last couple of seconds there where it just plummeted off a cliff from the Dark Margo. So it's a decent attempt there from the way that Beastcoast was getting these Wisdom Runes and stuff like that, but the group up were just, it's too much. They don't have enough to deal with these heroes.
That buyback, that dieback from Dark Margo is going to set back his next item so far now. It's got a long way to go for the Ags.
Could this just be a Rapier queue for Parker? Feels like it could just be in the realms of a Rapier that he needs onto this TA.
Maybe. It does feel like the game's falling into pretty impossible territory here for Beastcoast unless they do something drastic.
I mean, crit is just so valuable though on the TA, and it's not really a risk, so I mean, you might as well just go crit probably. But Gaming, they're just not giving them opportunity to even get pickoffs. Look, they're just all running together.
Oh my goodness, Dark Margo is quick with that one. Nearly gets caught out by the jump from Ace. He was ready for that.
Schofield will not get away.
And Tofu is going to try and battle a bit with Stinger. As Stinger, he's going to hide in the tombstone. But with a relocate,
only temporarily though.
Ready to take down the tombstone and of course take out the Undying inside it.
That's a cute one.
Both supports out once again. No buyback for them.
Margo trying to cut some type of waves, it looks like here, maybe setting up his Remnant. I think he's going to at least try to cut the wave for a second, but mid-wave's coming in anyway. Duracho doesn't care. He's up on the high ground. Halberd for what? Gonna keep the push going. Solar Crest, look how quick it drops. Dark Margo can't even cut the creep wave.
Yeah, there's no defending these barracks. As Gladiators take out the full set of bottom.
And on the top, still exposed.
Still time where there's only 3 alive here for Beastcoast.
Still absolute everything at the ready too. Ace, now full Octarine. Sacred. Uh-oh.
Oh,
careful.
He gets caught by the stun. He's gone. He can't even time lapse off.
I don't think he saw the Ags Medusa. That little bit of mini stun there.
Yes, it caught him by surprise. Absolutely.
The last hurrah, Beastcoast. That's the Silver Edge picked up for Parker. I mean, you got to just go all in here. But the Rax, it's already dropped too fast. one last fight.
The Megas are out. 32 minutes in Sacred. We'll get the time lapse up this time. Beastcoast trying to spam back Gaimin Gladiators, but Duracho, he's barely going to be taking any damage at all. He steps up with the Stone Gaze. They're having to back away here, Beastcoast. As into the Tombstone again they go, trying to hide, trying to survive. Schofield goes in, drops down the cogs, but he'll immediately die. Once again, no buyback for him. Sacred just gets back to the fountain in time. Will still fall incredibly low here down to the poison damage of Tofu. Dark Margo's trying to dance around them, jumps up around them, caught by the stun. He's gone again. No buyback for him. As this game too, it looks undoubtedly to be going the way of Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, Parker?
Maybe he could get one or two more kills here. The mana's low.
They get the supports, but can they get the cores? I mean, Ace is going to jump back in.
Can't get the two.
He's going to, yeah, they've got the follow-up stun onto Sacred. It's now just down to the final two of them. And in fact, Celery's buying back to end it. And they know this one's over. GG is called as Gaimin Gladiators will take this game 2 and push this series to a game 3.
This one quickly became a very tough one. They had some cool kind of recovery kills, especially when Quinn walked up high ground versus Parker, right? Early on, what, 15-something minutes ago or 16 minutes ago. But overall, they had to cause way more chaos. They had to just be getting kill after kill after kill, it felt like, in this one. And it quickly didn't happen. Yeah. Weaver, you could feel that they were trying to do that too, right? They're like sending the Weaver bottom,
running around,
sending the Undying all over the place, but
trying to save the early game, but yeah, he could not. And yeah, Duracho, we already saw signs of it from the beginning that he was going to have a good game. He certainly did. 9-0-10. They weren't able to touch him at all. He had the complete free area at the top side of the map. And whereas the first few fights for the team, for Gaimin Gladiators, despite the strong laning phase, kind of got caught out. Beastcoast were able to strike back. As soon as Duracho turns up, every single fight, every single involvement that the Medusa was in, it was just game over for Beastcoast. They couldn't deal with Duracho this game.
No, it felt like a game that they were kind of trying something like the panel was talking about. They wanted to try this Weaver, go for something where they can slow down and kill this IO, kill this Veno. It never really happened. I don't think they really killed Celery at all inside lane and stuff like that. So it was an attempt here from Beastcoast to try to just like snowball things up a lane crazily versus this very comfortable gaming draft. But this time around, it didn't work. Quinn on his last, she also had a phenomenal game with the backup of Celery. And yeah, their group up just a bit too strong this time for Beastcoast.
It certainly seemed to be that way. This one pretty solidly going the way of Gaimin Gladiators, but all of course for very exciting stuff as we will now be getting that game 3 coming around the corner as this series now stands 1-1 between Gaimin Gladiators and Beastcoast.
2 experiments out of Beastcoast. The first one with the Meepo, pretty successful. Second one with the Weaver, not so much. It's almost like the bottom fell out from under them, Fear. It's like they had a plan and then it all just fell out.
Yeah, their lineup was really meant to just win the laning stage, play these scrappy fights, but when you get behind in the lanes like that, sure, they had a couple of good skirmishes here and there, but they just didn't have an answer for Medusa this game at all. And their biggest problem is I agreed with their draft. So whenever that happens,
the fools,
you just can't win.
Yeah, it's more likely that we predict their picks.
Yeah.
The more likely it is that Gaimin also understood their picks, which means they're screwed.
I feel like that's true for every team, though. That's not just a Beastcoast specific thing.
But like, their picks kind of like this team we talked about. They thrive on chaos. They thrive on the opponent not knowing what's going on.
Right.
And that also implies we don't know what's going on.
What was going on with this Weaver pick then, Winter?
It looked amazing against their heroes, but it just can't get the job done. Like, he didn't snowball hard enough against Medusa from the lanes, but who are you kidding, man? You don't beat Medusa in the lane.
Yeah, but can't you just go around assassinating all the supports, making them useless, then the team fight is your oyster?
Yeah, that was what I thought would happen, but it didn't happen. They kind of had a trouble with all their lanes.
Yes, that is true. Even the Templar Assassin was struggling immensely, which kind of justified this early Venomancer pick. She was basically at critical HP for like 80% of the laning phase.
Hey, that's what Medusa does for you. You know, like you can have a draft that looks like looks weird, no stuns, but eventually, as long as she can farm, she can hit creeps, she's gonna carry the game. She just sucks the fun out of the game.
She really does.
More than techies?
Yeah.
More than Morphling?
So. Yeah, the thing about techies is like, the way he beats you, you can't see it because it's a mine on the ground, but it's the same as Medusa, but you know she's there, hitting jungle creeps. You don't know where, but, you know, if you did the math, you'd be like, okay, she started here, she farms 12 camps a minute, probably somewhere in this vicinity, around the 42nd mark on the minute. That's about all you know about Medusa, and then eventually she shows up with 3 items.
Yeah, she showed up at around 19 minutes with a Skadi Manta. That's when you know the TA is fucked in the game.
Let me tell you, the Beastcoast has no one to blame but themselves. It was a 24th pick Medusa. This hero is not taking anyone by surprise in this patch at this point, but...
You never know.
Really? You never know.
Sometimes these critical things just slit your memory. It's like, oh, they're not picking it. It must not be in the game.
It also, yeah, exactly.
pick.
I was going to say, the hero that's usually getting first rounded, you tend to forget about those heroes in the last pick.
It is a big mistake, but these things actually do happen.
I don't think they cared about what their opponents were playing. Like, they were just really focused on what heroes that they wanted with their lineup. The minus armor, the team fight, the snowball effect. And they just felt like whatever the enemy's going to pick, they're going to be able to handle it. But unfortunately, they are wrong.
I'm going to give them some respect. They had a plan. Look at those neutral items coming out.
3 Philosopher's Stones.
They had a freaking plan. This game was going late.
I mean, when Weaver's buying a Philosopher's Stone, you know the game ain't going so hot for him. I think their idea, though, is they asked Sacred, like, we need a Vessel this game. What are your Vessel heroes? And he's like, oh, they got low stones. We can pick Weaver this game. Unfortunately, that ended up with a draft where they didn't have enough team fight. They had to play very scrappy, and when you lose your lanes and you play against Gaimin, this was kind of worried about. The auras are going to come online, they're going to barrel down your lanes, and Beastcoast's scrappy style doesn't matter when the other team is 5.
Also, I feel like it doesn't matter when your final solution is who's a Vessel buyer, because I feel like recently that has not been that big of a concern for offlaners specifically, is to be like, oh, we gotta have a Vessel, even though like Morphling's super popular, stuff
Haven't
like
seen IOLesh in a while, though. So
that's true.
Well,
yeah, that's the only argument.
They did open with that, so I would argue like they should probably have a Vessel buyer prior to their 9th pick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shen?
I don't know. I liked their draft, so that means they're gonna. I'm on the same page as Fear. Like every time I try to predict SA drafts, it just doesn't work.
But this is typical Beastcoast. They always go 3 games.
Yeah, you said that.
All of you were like, this is going to be a 2-0. I won't specify in what direction, not to dishonor any of you, but you guys said also 2-0, and I'm like, it's Beastcoast. It's never a 2-0 with Beastcoast. Whether they win or not, well, I guess we'll just have to stick around and see that in game number 3. Welcome back, everyone, to the Bali Major playoffs, where we're faced with the same conundrum. Beastcoast being one game away from being directly qualified to TI, and then giving us 4 South American teams at Seattle. What a world, what a transition, what a growth for that region, but they need to make it happen. I'm not going to get ahead of myself. The only thing I am curious about is I want Dark Mago to get a weird hero this time, because Game 1, Jim Park got his Meepo. Game 2, Sacred got his Weaver. Now it's Mago's turn.
Okay, it's going to be a water park, baby. We're going to boat it up.
Okay.
Giving him the Kunkka.
Fear hates Kunkka.
Exactly.
That's not a weird hero for him.
Well, it's a weird hero in general.
He's
but
already played at this tournament.
He has, but it's off meta. Fine, Fear, you give me one.
Yeah.
For Dark Mago?
Yeah, give me a Dark Mago weird hero.
Alchemist mid.
Ooh.
Does he play Huskar?
Probably not.
I don't
But he does play Alchemist mid.
He does.
And it's weird.
Why is Alchemist not viable right now? I just don't see him that often.
He's nerfed his gold so much.
But it's innate. I
But
thought
like-
it being innate is so great. I didn't mean to do that.
Can't take you seriously.
Sorry. Because
kinda
okay,
derailed the entire
so my main
conversation.
reason was that I thought that whenever Morphling was popping off, Agi heroes are off the table because of the Ag Scepter. So I was like, okay, what strength carries could be viable? I thought Alchemist could be one of them, but clearly not.
They also nerfed his stun, and then so his laning stage is a bit worse. I know they nerfed his movement speed by 10 over the course of 2 patches. I think all this stuff combined, there's like a lot of lanes that he previously would have won.
Okay.
And now he doesn't. And that's generally like what makes a carry first roundable, is whether or not they can get out the ground running from the laning stage. And right now Morphling's the new Alchemist in the sense that he just wins every lane, pretty much.
Yeah, I know, Fear, your theory specifically was that you are noticing that carries who are popular right now are ones that just don't have to spend that much money on regen. They just
Yeah.
sit there and they don't care if you're right-clicking them.
I feel like with Ring of Health no longer being part of Battle Fury, it's very difficult to pick these Battle Fury heroes, and Medusa, Morph, they don't really care about regen. We're seeing a resurgence of like Naga in the right game.
Faces forward.
Having to buy your own regen is very difficult because the meta isn't right now of having supports that can keep you topped off. You know, we've nerfed Salved a million times. It's very difficult to lane right now. As the offlaners, they're still annoying. They still spam you out of lane really hard, and if you're bringing Salves non-stop, you're just not going to get any farm, and it's going to be hard to play the game.
Yeah, and those heroes really abuse the Lotus a lot in the laning phase.
Yeah.
Morphling, Medusa, like those are probably the 2 best carries at picking up the Lotus and just using it well. It's very, very hard to play the other carries, you know, if you can't abuse the Lotus.
Like all the offlaners, they're building the Vanguard still, so it's like not only is it that these heroes don't want to buy their own regen, but the offlaners are like forcing you into the regen battle. Like they're not choosing to try to kill you, they're just saying we're gonna chuck spells at you non-stop and we have a Ring of Health and you don't. So you either have to buy 3 or 4 sets of tangos, which there's actually limited stock of now.
Yeah.
And I have seen games where people run out of them. And that just feels really bad when his net worth is permanent and yours is not.
Yeah, and on top of things, the supports have a lot of stuff that you have to do right now in the early game. You're moving around, you're picking up Wisdom Runes, you're stacking, you're going to the Watchers, you need to contest a 6-minute power rune, and the carries that need the supports all the time aren't as good.
I need my support all the time.
All the time.
You talking about carry heroes or carry players?
Carry heroes.
Okay. Whew.
Not
Wasn't
specifying players.
Okay. I know Jenkins has told you a lot about me, so.
All right, it's game number 3, where once again, Beastcoast continued to mix up their first phase bans. In game 1, it was Dusa Undying. Game 2, it was Techie's Morphling. Game 3, they're doing Morphling Broodmother. And their first pick, meanwhile, Gaimin take out the Batrider and the Medusa, which is actually a twist. They let the Timbersaw through, because they've been first phase banning that every other time.
Yeah, they banned out the Dusa that they just played on second pick. 24 pick did, of course. But maybe showing that, you know, we just showed that Dusa's still in the game. We don't want you to have it. Still a good hero, apparently. And they're going to go back and just take the same thing, because I bet Beastcoast is probably kicking themselves. You see a Leshrac IO and you go for TA instead of Dusa there.
Yeah, that is true. I guess the theory is TA is a little bit faster, and they originally wanted to ball because their first phase was with the Undying TA.
Yeah. I mean, the combo is good, but we saw later on, it was mainly the Dusa that ruined the TA. The Venomancer pick was not very standard pick. A lot of people wouldn't have the confidence to go for that, but they're going to do it again, and this time we'll see if they adapt to last game and maybe decide the Veno was a problem, potentially the Doom. Or some of the other heroes that they just lost against.
Last game they went for the Brood ban in the second round, so perhaps what was their other ban? Techies in the second game?
In first phase or second?
In this first phase of the second game.
In the first phase of the second game, it was Techies more.
Okay, because like what I'm thinking is they maybe thought they only had to ban 3 heroes, and now they thought if this TA on 8's gonna work, we need 4 bans, so they put Brood into the first round.
Okay.
Yeah, and Techies doesn't really care. I mean, TA doesn't care about Techies very much. It's a really good matchup for TA.
So we might just see like the Venomancer banned out here as like the extra ban slot.
And then on top of that, Beastcoast also took out the Underlord as one of their second phase bans to protect the TA.
Okay, so I wouldn't be too surprised if it's just Underlord Veno. It's kind of interesting that Gaimin thought like we got away with one by them not taking Medusa, and then Beastcoast is thinking we're gonna run this back, but we didn't consider Veno, so we need to put Brood first. Little tweaks to the draft. Somehow we end up in a very similar spot, except for the Timber Saw instead of Undying.
Yeah, I'm definitely a bit out of the mid. Or a lot of teams would go for like this Quaswex Invoker because you want that Vessel in the game. Wonder if that's up for consideration and quote-unquote a weirder pick. You want to see Dark Mago on something different?
Okay.
That's a very weird but realistically weird pick.
Yeah.
Dude, I'd be super down.
I think they'd lose horribly, but I'd be down for it.
Also, it's worth mentioning that they flexed the Timber, so we don't know if it's Sacred or Dark Mago playing it.
Here's the question then, because like this is what I kept wondering during the Lima Major. What does beat Lesh IO?
Lena? Oh wait, you don't have that anymore.
Because I couldn't find the answer. I nerfs to find their way to like make this combo not as good, but
anti-mage.
I can't think of like that one hero that's just gonna completely own it. You already have TA, you can't pick anti-mage.
Ancient Apparition.
I'm not really sure.
Yeah, it's tough. I feel like if this combo just starts snowballing, there's really no answer.
So they do elect to ban the Venomancer as opposed to the Underlord. I think the Enchantress was a matter of the amount of pressure that Gaimin likes to put on mid with Lesh, and Enchantress is by far the best support for collapsing on the mid lane like that.
Mm-hmm.
That hero does, you don't think about it too much but when you're a Timber, but he is one of the few supports that actually can chew through Timber throughout the game.
Yeah, especially in the hands of Celery.
Yeah.
Those are just some respect bans coming out from Gaimin. See Clockwork Mars, Undying.
I mean, both teams are respect banning each other here quite a lot in this game number 3.
I mean, there's still a chance to replace the Enchantress if they want to go on that route.
But I feel versus Timber, you don't care nearly as much playing versus a Chen compared to an Ench.
Yeah, because the Impetai.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, one of the bans that Beastcoast did last time was Darkseer, because that was a component in Gaimin's earlier IO Lesh strategies.
Spearbreaker.
Spearbreaker as well.
Yeah, Spearbreaker Darkseer. That's very good against the TA.
And the Timber.
You have to draft like some Oracle or something to deal with that if it happens.
Okay. Pugna's still in the pool.
Yeah, Pugna's been completely ignored in our series so far, which is wild.
Has Beastcoast like not been picking Pugna?
Not really. It's been Stinger played it one time in this entire tournament so far. Otherwise, no Pugna picks.
It seems more likely they'd pick Silencer then, because I know Pugna Silencer are like 2 of the 5 that trade decently. Yeah. Okay, this is bad for them. We talked about this last
Oh
time.
no, it's making sense.
It's all coming together.
Don't worry, they'll get us with this next pick.
Do a Arc Warden. I don't know.
Meepo.
Well, no, that makes sense.
Invoker.
I would be super hyped to see Invoker. It's just that takes away the flex potential of the Timber Saw if they don't want to reveal it.
It doesn't particularly matter just because you know Lesh is going mid and
oh no.
I honestly should have predicted Tiny because I was thinking of melee 4s that Schofield would want to play.
I mean, this could be mid too.
Could be mid.
It's true. It could be a Dark Mago Tiny.
I mean, they need this kind of heroes when you have Silencer. You don't want to have heroes that cannot take advantage of the global.
Yeah, why not a Spirit?
Because they just lost with the Spirit. You can't do it again.
Yeah, you have to at least give it a
You
realistic
ask
shot.
you ask for a fun hero, a new hero, you know.
If it goes mid, then I will be very happy. If it's Schofield, I'll be.
Wow, so fun. Tiny mid guys. It's
been a while.
That's a good
here.
one.
All right, I've had a year to recover from Tiny every single game.
I've had 10 years to recover from Tiny playing 4 or mid.
Okay, so we saw this coming because you mentioned Beastcoast banned that out second game. Gaimin does run it with the IO Lesh, and it's very good against TA because of the Ion Shell damage over time. I remember talking to Sumail about this, actually, this matchup. This was like a year ago, and he said that if TA wants to win this matchup, you have to, like, meld strike the Darkseer, like, 4 times in the first 2 creep waves, basically.
So it's like a year ago, TA?
Yeah. So the whole idea that he was saying was he would go, like, really early boots. I remember him talking about this matchup extensively, and it made me go from losing the matchup in my pubs to winning it, so I thought it was pretty cool, like, the insight he had. So he basically would, like, look to meld strike right away level 1, like, run past the creeps and be aggressive on the Darkseer to get the early boots.
But yeah, it's the concept that you get boots before Darkseer gets Soul Ring.
Now most Darkseers go for Vanguard.
Yeah, but that's true, yeah.
Yeah, why not just try to kill him at level 1, like with 2 supports?
No, that's something that Tiny absolutely represents you being able to do. I mean, I agree with what you just said, because what Sumail was saying was you have to be hyper aggressive as TA so that you have the advantage in the lane, a noticeable advantage before Darkseer gets level 3, because that's when his Ion Shell.
But 1 year ago, was there this universal hero in the game called Techies that could right-click you back?
Nah, they're absolutely screwed. You're right, sorry. He was in the game, but he hit for 37, not 60.
He didn't have the sticky bomb ability.
It's okay. We'll call up Sumail, get a new assessment.
Yeah. I'll ask him to join me for a replay analysis of this laning stage. They banned Bloodseeker. I don't mind that ban. I think Gaimin's like representing very strong harass lanes, so not only is Bloodseeker already a strong laner, but he would have capitalized on the aggression of the other 2 lanes.
And he's also against a Timber, right?
Yeah, gotta protect the Timber.
That is correct. He would have been against 1 year.
10 seconds remaining.
Dairatio heroes versus Timbersaw.
5 seconds remaining.
There's still all the anti-melee heroes like Slark, Monkey King, Ursa.
Yeah, all of those just work well with the Darkseer draft.
I think we're getting a Primal Beast on the last pick for Beastcoast. That just seems like the kind of hero they'd pick.
Gladiators turn to battle.
Oh, so you're convinced that this is a support Tiny then?
Yeah, it's Schofield.
Okay.
And wouldn't it be the Kunkka? If you want to pick Kunkka, this is probably like the better draft to pick it. You're playing against the Relocate. It's pretty decent at catching out the Darkseer.
I think they want a Boots of Bearing builder because they have very little stuns on Gaimin. It's also a very good item against Darkseer to get out of the wall for the entire team. So that's why I was saying Primal, but I hope they don't pick it because that means I understand their draft.
For Gaimin,
Beastcoast.
I don't know. I think the last pick of Beastcoast is going to affect Gaimin's last pick very much here. I think they just run it back and pick like some Luna here with the IO. Run against the Timber. Manta hero for TA.
Yeah, but doesn't Io want to hang out with Lesh all game?
Just the early game.
Yeah, Luna doesn't need help in the jungle.
No, okay.
They'll just connect later on in the game, kind of how like the IO connected with Medusa later in that last game.
True.
It's all about the IO Lesh to make space in the early game here. They could do Ursa as well. Well, you got the Primal.
They lost.
Uh-oh.
I called 2 of their picks. They're fucking
no.
Sorry, guys.
Why did you like the Primal?
I said the Boots of Bearing. I just first thing I thought of is like you guys mentioned the Spirit Vessel in the last draft, and that just made me think like what item would I really want? I see no stuns, I see wall, Boots of Bearing.
Okay. The logic is sound. Condolences to Beastcoast.
Condolences to Beastcoast. Just as much thought was put into this as the Weaver. It made so much sense on paper.
For Gaimin, are they going to do something normal here?
Faceless Void.
Faceless Void? Yep. I think that's quite good. Faceless Void. I guess we mentioned the Ursa, Slark, and potentially the Luna. That might be the spicier one, but I do kind of like it this game. A little susceptible to the... Oh no!
Oh,
I forgot. He
like...
loves this hero.
He does love this hero.
But he's playing for Timbersaw. Maybe it's fine. It's probably...
I mean, this hero is for the Lash, I think. It's to buff up the Lash.
He's against a double strength offlane, to be fair. Yeah. It's not the best against TA, but they have...
They should swap their lanes,
already.
right, though?
I wouldn't mind that, but I don't think they're going to.
Perhaps not.
I don't think I've ever seen Sacred swap lanes. He's kept the Primal so far.
No, the supports, I mean, could swap.
Oh, so you put the Tiny with the TA?
Yeah.
I feel like the Tiny would make the TA's life pretty rough against the Techie's Darkseer lane.
He won't do much, that's for sure. But are you gonna... I mean, it's fine. They're probably just gonna try lane safe lane and just leave.
Yeah, I think they should just do that. Try to kill the Darkseer a couple of times in the early game.
And you can just chill, right? If you're this Timber, you're gonna be first IO Lifestealer. If you get a somewhat of a decent start, I don't think they can really hurt you.
Well, you're saying the Timber is offlane?
Yeah, and Schofield goes offlane with them. They just give him a little bit of waves, and then all of a sudden Tiny will just take the gate and start camping this Darkseer.
No, Timber is actually mid.
Yeah, because Darkmoon is playing. Darkmoon playing Timber.
Sacred's on Primal.
Oh, I see. So they swapped it up. I mean, same thing. Whatever.
Okay. I think the Primal might consider going boots, like super early, like even just starting at him and then have it so that the Tiny starts bottom and he just drags Screw Boys top, because I think you can just not lane, and that might be the best play.
Okay. Well, it's going to be do or die time for Beastcoast if they want to qualify to TI off of this series, but it's a hell of a mountain to climb going up against Gaimin Gladiators. Let's see how it plays out in game number 3 with ODPixel and Fogged.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Time for Game 3 here between Beastcoast and Gaimin Gladiators. Fogged, once again, Gaimin Gladiators going the Leshrac IO route that we know that they love. Closing things up with a classic as well, the Duraccio Lifestealer coming into play here. On the side of Beastcoast, what's sort of standing out for in your eyes from them? And do you think it's going to be enough to get Beastcoast the series, or do you think Gaimin Gladiators will be able to ride onwards after that very convincing Game 2 victory?
This is a tough one for me. I think it's the IO Lash Darkseer is something that they're so good with. I'm not a big fan of Lifestealer almost ever when it's played versus TA. That's one of my matchups that I really hate a lot to be able to play. But the fact that he has a Darkseer and the fact that he's playing with that Lash, I think that's where it looks better for me. Because other than that, I was a little worried, but I think it just makes it a different monster. We saw this at TI so much as well too. You just buff. You're kind of just this buffer for the Lesh, and the Lesh becomes your carry. And Quinn is definitely set up in this kind of position where looking at the heroes, yes, he can get burst, but he's the killer for a lot of them. He can kill Primal, he can kill TA, kill Timbersaw early, etc. So let's see how it ends up all going down. Because they played almost the exact same draft the other day versus EG. It was just a clockwork instead of the techies, and they ended up winning that one. An interesting build from Duraccio too. He went like Armlet Radiance and stuff like that too. Well, let's see which build he does go.
Let's see indeed. And so, yeah, this will be Parker taking the TA to the mid, and then
I think he will.
the Timber to the safe?
Yeah, I think so. Because playing TA versus Darkseer in lane is just... It can be a bit rough. Sure, he's not playing with the secondary melee on Ace, but either way, techies is techies, so puts out so much harassment. So I think they're probably going to just put Parker in the mid lane.
Okay.
The lanes, I mean, I definitely like Gaming's, and I like Gaming's lanes overall too. Just Beastcoast always has an X factor, especially lately when they've been playing with this kind of with this silencer. I don't know. For some reason, they look so good at taking their battles nicely around global. But definitely not the easiest game to play around the global by any means with their heroes. Let's see how it goes.
Looking forward to see how this one plays out. We've had sort of the 2 games so far. Game 1, very much Beastcoast having complete control outside of the lanes. And then Game 2, Gladiators taking it back their way in a very convincing fashion. This Game 3, this deciding match. Who's going to be able to take that edge? I mean, what kind of concerns you the most about both drafts? Is there a certain lane or certain hero pick that you feel could struggle to see it just be able for the players to make work this game?
I feel like just applying pressure to Duraccio might just be difficult here because he's versus double melee. So I feel like Duraccio could just have this like incredibly free game where he's also going to be a really big beast. He might not even actually have to play around just being that heal and stuff like that for Quinn. Yeah, Quinn is already going to be getting enabled from Ion Shell, from the auras that are going to come, the auras that are going to come from the Darkseer and the IO in particular, tethering him, just keeping him healed up. So I'm also wondering how this mid matchup ends up going. I haven't seen the TA versus Leshrac in quite some time, but it does feel quite a bit more difficult than it used to.
I mean, it used to be a lane that TA was happy in, right?
Yeah, he used to be pretty happy as the levels came out, but now I'm just unsure how happy you are because Lightning is just incredible at level 1. 90 damage. Like, that's the big reason why Quinn does like to play this hero. He liked to play it anyway, but now why he's trying to play it even more. It's not an easy lane for Quinn.
Well, look at this as well. 8 and 4 on Quinn, 1 and 0 on Parker. I mean, that first wave that Quinn was able to shove into the tower, he was really a mess.
Duraccio.
He's got the heals for Celery. A little bit of regen with that tether is enough to keep him fine. He's okay.
I mean, he was just hitting into an I think that was 5 stacks, if I'm not mistaken, on the Uproar. So it was like 110 damage on this Primal Beast. And yeah, Quinn, he's really bringing
this mid lane is going to get messy.
Very quickly.
It's going to get messy. So we'll see what Parker can do with this, but it's a rough start.
And it's not really a hero that you can like rotate to and like be like, hey, we're going to turn onto this slash. They actually can rotate really easy into Parker and just make it so this lane is super miserable. Yeah, Tofu's just going to take a water rune. Quinn's going to be able to get the other one and just continue applying this pressure.
I mean, he can't step up at level 2 Parker, you know, just with the Meld and the side. But now he's got the 3, so he's got a little bit of protection with the refraction. Yeah, 15-6 against the 5 and 0 on these first waves.
I didn't think it would be that one-sided, but damn, yeah, Quinn. I guess the first few waves, really in particular, just bringing it to Parker.
Nah, he's warmed up after that game too, unless you know.
Bottom.
He's ready to run it back.
They might be able to get Tofu there. He's got a Fairy Fire. Might actually be okay. No, he's... Well, I mean, they're having to kind of commit for the kill onto the side there. It's going to expend, and it's going to cost Dark Mago quite a bit of HP. And I actually, this lane feels kind of scary for a Timbersaw. I'm not going to lie. It's a lot of magic damage that you can dish out between a Darkseer and a Techies early on. So let's see how Dark Mago handles the pressures. 3 lanes going well for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, already some concerning signs. I got to be honest, yeah, 3 minutes in for Beastcoast.
It's a choice that they made, putting the TA mid rather than having it bottom, but choice that definitely looks like it's hurting.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, you know, Parker, he's been able to play some solid mid performances. We haven't seen him do the TA versus Lesh as far as I'm aware. Yeah, against Quinn, it's never going to be easy.
Oh, and Ace has 9 denies down bottom. I mean, yes, they had a lot of attention bringing it to Tofu, but my god, that's quite a bit here already at this early start. They have 19 denies just on the court.
They're crushing all 3 lanes right now, Gaimin Gladiators.
They have 22 denies across the board right now.
It's gonna be a difficult one.
It really does feel like
it. For Beastcoast, it really is already. You can see it here on the numbers.
Yes, but even though they have the TA versus that Lifestealer kind of thing, which is a good match, if the TA doesn't have a game, then the matchup actually can absolutely be into that Lifestealer's favor. We can just stand on top of him as the power rune.
Scofa's going to try and stop Quinn from being able to refuel, but he cannot do so. Celery keeps him at bay.
Parker at least gets a refill, but yeah, he's even potentially going to get set up onto him. Tofu kind of wants to try some aggression.
Schofield, he'll be around. And with the refraction up was enough to block enough damage that Gaimin Gladiators can't chase further onto him for.
But my god, 27-9, 13-2.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep looking at the amount of denies really, because this really does cause a big of a spiral effect, just how much you're dominating lanes. I mean, like 20-something, 26 denies or something like that now. Pretty brutal. Gonna set up Ace for a super early Vanguard, and I've seen what they do with this Darkseer so many times of how he just takes over the bottom side of the map completely too, and this is a lane where he's just absolutely free farming.
Yeah, a good game for a Darkseer to be very punishing against 3 heroes, including a ranged hero, the TA, that normally wants to be on the front lines, trying to get the hits in. So big potential for vacuums, for walls to come out from Ace in the team fights.
Yeah, great potential for that, and just the heals that he's going to be able to go for, depending on which itemization he wants for the eye on the Lesh. So looks like, I mean, Schofield, he's trying to continue kind of breaking the lanes a little bit, making rotations to mid to swing this a bit here for Parker, but every time it's spotted. And this is an easy rotation for Celery. He's like, I have a Lifestealer versus a Primal Beast top. The support can really move anywhere they want.
Yeah, Drachev's doing perfectly fine.
Sure is.
He's got over that hurdle of getting the money for the helm. He can be left on his own.
That's going to be one of the earliest armlets I think we've seen in quite some time also. He's pretty close to having it done, only 500 away. Gaimin Gladiators just really trying to make up, of course, for that first game. It's really all about this lane dominance this time around, and that's... They're going to just continue, like, pretty much playing around Quinn here. We're going to see the stacks coming around, same thing that Celery did earlier. We said, since he has a Lifestealer, in that matchup, he's just going to stack it up, play around those power runes, and yeah, they just continue to just set up Quinn for success here. Get that snowball going. How many stacks does he have? He already has, like, 2 triple stacks. And for this side of Beastcoast, I mean, Taker can steal them at the least, but he's not aware of them by any means, so. And they actually dropped triple sentry wards to cover in case there's any type of vision in the area. So Gaimin just making sure they can get these stacks, and they're already going to do them, so no opportunity for Sacred to steal those away.
Yeah. Quinn just going to farm them and accelerate that Bloodstone timing.
Massive amount of stacks.
what's the plan for Beastcoast? When you sort of look at their supports, are they able to make any sort of move, catch anyone out? Who's killable in this laning stage on Gaimin Gladiators?
Not many of them, really, especially, I mean, it would be Quinn, right? But Quinn always has the backup of 1 or 2 heroes pretty much every single time here, so yeah, definitely not the easiest. They might have to, I mean, if they want to go for kills, they might have to just rotate the double supports, but that might just feel kind of bad early on here, because then you're just giving, I mean, Ace already has a free one, so maybe it is just the move that they have to do. Because they cannot contest Dyrachyo up here with Sacred.
No, not now that he's got that armlet coming out to him. So yeah, super fast 7-minute armlet on Dyrachyo.
At the least, Sacred's getting levels, right? He's not playing the lane. He's just cutting the creep wave, pulling it into some neutrals, and then just trampling it down. So at the very least, the Primal Beast is getting something up here. They're looking to swing toward him though immediately. They saw him inside of the jungle. Win. Can't go find Sacred.
Yeah, a bit of a difficult one to take down, even if they find him. He should always be able to onslaught away.
And it's just not easy for them to sit in their lanes. Like, yeah, top, as you see Sacred, he can because he has always the onslaught and just kind of get out of there if they do go. But bottom, Dark Mago is constantly under kill threat here. I think he's just scared to really step up and get too many last hits because, yeah, it's already like level 3 Ion Shell. He doesn't see the techies at all times. They do have Magical Burst to kill him. And Tofu just continues to just take away power runes and continue to get the stacks going. An economy game again for Gaming after they dominate the lanes. Ace versus Mago.
Dark Mago's trying to threaten him. The vacuum to Dragon Bait still got a lot of 1 charges and a healing Lotus.
Okay, he's baiting him.
I mean, and it looks like Ace has fallen for the bait. He comes in from Schofield, and indeed the bait's a success.
Nicely done. Good call. I mean, asking for Schofield to come down there, he gets the double Whirling Death onto him. A kill to recover things, as Parker is starting to recover in the mid lane at the least.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Quinn won't be able to chase down Parker. Schofield's here to keep him covered, and doing their best to try and keep sentry control on this area so they can continue to lay down the traps in this area. Stop Gaimin Gladiators from being able to charge at them.
Schofield having to run from lane to lane is making it so they have no stacks, though. So Parker, even though he is catching back up, okay, they at least have 1. All right, they do have at least 1 Asian stack, but very minimal stacks in comparison to what we've seen from Gaimin Gladiators so far. And they catch Dyrachyo slipping somehow. Tough kill bottom.
They're going to try and go in onto Dark Mago. Back up.
The back up.
That should do it. Tofu will die, but with the relocating, they'll take out Dark Mago, and they can chase down Stinger as well. Pop the stick charges, but enough manners there from Quinn. Up top, up the kills.
They try.
Couldn't quite do it. He's into the creep, and he is away, Dyrachyo.
And you see this time around in the build from Quinn, he's more points than Edict since he's playing versus TA. And Parker actually steps up a bit far. He could just be dead in the mid lane.
They get the stun. They're going to be able to run him down. TPs are coming in. Is it going to be soon enough to do anything to turn this? It's not. Parker's gone.
So much damage. I mean, the Edict right there coming into play. Shreds him in seconds and immediately fill up the bottle for Quinn, of course. And he's going to get himself a power rune. Not the best one, of course, but either way, it's a fill up. And they continue the roll.
The classic Gaimin Gladiators, Lesh, Io looking to be off to a hot start.
Even Dyrachyo, I think he just brought the creep around to the mid lane, pops out, finds himself a nice free snag. Yeah, they're snowballing this fast here. Celery playing around Quinn. Look at his levels. Celery, just from the stacks that he's been able to do and sticking with Quinn. It's level 7 already, so max tether's online. They can keep this ball rolling, and he can actually go Holy Lock at this game since he's got a Dark Seer, so they're going to be able to maximize all this type of heal to be able to buff up this Lesh. This Lesh is an absolute problem. That's pretty much the Bloodstone done.
It's going to be a quick one. I think he's got it complete right with the bits.
Might be the fastest one, at least that I've seen in some time.
No, I think so. 6.3k net worth at 10 minutes in. It's pretty impressive.
And they're keeping the stacks going. They're getting another one. Celery's just going to keep these stacks. Same thing for Ace. Dyrachyo even just stealing the stacks. Look at this. Taking the triangle here, even blocking the camp, and then just going to waltz away.
That's very annoying. Just sitting there blocking the Ancients.
Hey, it's a nice play.
Poor old Beastcoast.
He knows that he's playing versus TA, whose recovery outlet is trying to farm by any means there. And yeah, they're now 3k ahead and continuing this farm. Ace going to perhaps bait down bottom.
Yeah, so we can see they're very, very close to the fastest timing. Just only 16 seconds slower than the patch fast.
I was going to say.
Very much up there. Very much up there from Quinn this game.
Beastcoast, they're trying to make some moves to fix things with the lanes, but they always are going to have to bring numbers. They have to watch out. Either you make the move to the eye on the Lesh and try to like outnumber them, or you have to outnumber it on the side because the relocate's always going to come in. Parker getting some tower damage here. Got 4 heroes in the area. Global is at the ready.
Trying to take this tower.
Quinn just charging in with the Bloodstone.
And they pop the global.
But he is way too tanky.
Yeah, Quinn's not taking any damage at all. And now the global comes to an end. I mean, Quinn and Tofu and Celery, they're thinking about chasing them. They'll get the Lightning Storm connection. Tofu, he's not quite able to close the gap with the blast off. We'll be able to throw a mine down the way of Stinger. Pulverize comes out onto Tofu. He'll get punished for that.
Bloodstone's cooldown. Can they get Quinn?
As they're going to try their best to burst through, and they're pretty much got the whole team here trying to take down this Lesh. They're bringing Quinn low.
They got him.
Get it. As Quinn oversteps the mark and gets punished by Beastcoast.
They heavily overstepped. I mean, a super aggressive move just to kind of go for a silencer there. And they might be able to get another kill here on the reload.
See if he's going to be able to tether across Celery. It's there. The right clicks is off the hit.
Nice.
He's able to save as well with the infest. Celery will live.
Beastcoast strike back. And it's kind of Gaming giving up the kills to them there. They just a super aggressive attempt there onto the silencer.
Yeah, I mean, they went straight in. I'm sure Quinn will tell you that he got baited by Tofu. I mean, Tofu, he was
someone got baited.
And then at this point, Quinn tried to turn to try and help out Tofu, but at that point, the call to get out was too late from Quinn. He's surrounded by Beastcoast and Celery. He can't save him. Tries his best coming in with a relocate, but it wasn't quite soon enough.
Exactly what Beastcoast kind of needed to trickle back into this one here. Does cost them I mean, they actually used the global before that and everything, but they baited Gaming, so yeah, the global kind of did its job. In a way, I guess. Holy Locket now finished up for Celery, and they will continue to group up here. Mech is done for Ace. Of course, during all that fight in the mid lane, Ace was just farming, so.
Yeah, things will definitely take more of a turn for Gaming Gladiators when he turns up with the heals.
I mean, they're going to play so fast this game, Gaming. They're just going to continuously run at them, not really give the space to Beastcoast. While Beastcoast, it does feel like they're quite a bit more cooldown reliant with that global. They can set up for some stuff, but it's not easy on Beastcoast with the way that this snowball is kicking off here. And Duracho, he is going to do the same build he did the other day. At least what it looks like right now. Is a pretty good, I mean, it's nice versus that TA, of course, you can itemize afterwards with disassembles and stuff. The Sacred.
See if we can get away from this. I mean, he's got the backup. Duracho's going to try and jump into the
reload.
Get out, but there's more numbers coming in for
It's cancelled.
Global Silence is there. Sacred will go for the TP up, but then he realizes he's got the numbers. He's got the backup. They can try and take this fight. Look towards Ace. Ace gets the wall down. Sacred able to charge away with the onslaught.
Here comes Quinn.
Healing Duracho up. They're in on top of the Timbersaw with Quinn coming in from the side. Dark Margot's gone. Stun's going to be off the mark onto Schofield, so Schofield's able to toss back Quinn and will manage to TP out there to safety.
Gaming once more.
They're diving. They're diving beyond the tier 1 tower. They're on top of Parker. Parker's just to be watched by Sacred and Stinger as those two can do nothing to keep Gaming Gladiators off the TA.
And it's a Wisdom Rune. Oh no, Beastcoast. It's around this timing. Duracho, he'll be able to just snag that one up. They get both. Big gold momentum, and now the experience heavily shifting towards Gaming. And that was Beastcoast having to use a global to kind of try to disengage from the reload, but Gaming just fully surrounds him with the numbers.
Yeah, even though they stopped Celery coming in with a relocate, they were still able to close in and get close enough. They're taking these stacks away from them. And yeah, with that sort of fight where we're seeing Duracho, he's on track for a good timing on his relic into the Radiance. And when that's there, these fights are going to become even more impossible for Parker to have a presence in as the TA.
It's good versus, I mean, it's nice in a way kind of versus the 3 of them. It's sure you're not making any misses, but like the damage that it's just going to be providing versus these tanky guys is cool. And yeah, the disassemble factors for like later on is definitely really strong. Tofu already setting up down bottom onto Schofield. Prepping the taser. Doesn't quite go for the jump. Yeah, Schofield already tied, so
It's on its way.
might just get walked down here.
Does it have a TP?
All depending on if Tofu's able to keep up with him.
So, looks like the damage of Duracho is a bit too much to just try for a TP out here from Schofield. He's going to try, but I think the damage should be enough. It is. They've gone easily enough between the two of them. They take Schofield down.
Beastcoast is trying to split up and get any type of space for Parker, but even this Deso is coming out way later than last game. I mean, the amount of pressure that Gaming, they're just dictating everything. Everyone who shows, I mean, Sacred again down mid.
Just going to get away with the onslaught.
All right, let's see what they can get with this Blink Dagger. I mean, they've got to make something big connect here.
Some sort of toss back into like a full combo from like the TA and the Timbersaw.
Bait them maybe, right? Like toss back into some global kind of plays when they kind of overextend and something and try to punish Gaming at this point, but not easy. Gaming all clustered, 20 Holy Locket. on Celery at the ready.
Sacred.
Okay.
They're trying to start something here.
They've got
going for
beef and
Celery.
everything, though.
They've got the pulverize. They're bringing Celery low, but they can't quite kill him.
Nope.
Celery's able to get out. Tofu's in with the blast off. See if they can turn towards anything else instead. No, they had to back away. They weren't able to take out Celery at the start of the fight, and now there's not really any fight to be had here for Beastcoast. They've got to run.
Field, his blink gets cancelled.
When he closes the gap, catches him with the lightning storm. Blink's going to be back up in a second. It's soon enough for Schofield to get away. He'll live.
The blink reveal, though, from Beastcoast doesn't really catch them much of anything. Celery, he had 20 Holy Locket. They had the Greaves coming into play there, so tanky enough to pretty much deal with anything there that Beastcoast dishes in. Gaming all grouped up, accelerating. Tier 2.
Can get back on with the push. Schofield.
They've got Edict up in 3.
He's going to go in. He's low on the HP, but he tries for the toss back on the Celery. He dies for that one. A risky move from Schofield goes punished.
So much heal. And top ace. Chasing Sacred out here a little bit. He might be able to. Gonna be close.
Yeah, okay, Vacuum's still on cooldown. So.
Yeah, I thought he had it too.
They're not able to do it without that spell. Yeah, there's all sorts of distractions going on. Duracho just having this whole bottom lane to himself as he pushes it in. That is the Radiance complete.
He's massive, really. I mean, all 3 cores
they're all
very
up.
close to each other, and the supports, I mean, they're quite farmed themselves as well, too, with how much they've been able to get just from sticking with their cores and just stacking. Celery is level 11, right? So just see how much it's really causing, how much him just hugging Lash and getting all those stacks. The experience is insane.
No, it's just looking so tough. So tough here for Beastcoast once again in this game 3.
Parker with a DD. Big tossback plays needed, but Duracho, he's already on them.
Managed to hold him back with the Avalanche. Duracho tries to continue to chase. He's going to have backup from Celery and Quinn with the relocate. They were thinking about diving the tier 2, but the mass TP is coming from Beastcoast. They get the toss combo.
Nice connection.
They get the pulverize as well. Duracho's dead.
Sacred. Holy moly. I mean, that was a huge charge.
See if they can do anything more here. He's also been able to finish off the BKB despite dying there, Sacred. So next fight, he's going to feel pretty darn strong, and in that one alone as well.
That was big.
Trading his life for Duracho. He'll take that any day of the week.
I mean, he did like an instant 2,000 damage, it felt like, spread to everybody. That was actually a nice little charge forward there. Well worth giving your life when you're this far behind. Celery doing similar thing as last time, though. Medallion is going to be going for Quinn. They're going to go for Plitmail, and yeah, we see it again.
And just a little bit too much of a dive there from Gaimin Gladiators. You can see them, they themselves realize that as they tried to back off. And unfortunately for Duracho, he does not get out. Sacred, able to grab him on the retreat.
It looked reminiscent of how they dove earlier, right, into the mid when they were going for the silencer. Just they felt that they're overextending immediately, and they do get punished a little bit there as the hit comes out from Beastcoast.
Duracho's on his own top. He's TP'd out here. They've got a few of them up here. They do have global.
Can they get the
still
chain?
difficult to get to him. He clears out the wave and backs up to the jungle.
It's risky next to the tower as well, too, because there can just be a full kind of rainbow TP that comes out from Gaming. But this is kind of the Roche area, too, so if Beastcoast is able to get even like 1 kill here, they can sneak into Roche very easy. Parker does have Deso, he's got the Orb of Destruction, but it looks like Gaming, they're the ones who's actually kind of more set up for it down in bottom for now.
Parker was considering his build-up, whether it needed to be the BKB or the Shard, and he actually feels that he can get away with without getting the BKB quite yet, so he's just going to finish off the Hurricane first.
I think he has to go BKB next. I don't think that he can stand his ground versus these kind of everybody charging in on him. A surged Leshrac with Ion Shell and everything, it's definitely going to cause issues. He definitely needs that magic immunity. Well, close enough. As Gaming. Yeah, set up around bottom, they'll be the ones to just get that Roche really quick, so denying that away from the TA as well. Oh, nice try. I mean, see, I looked like Schofield was going to attempt for a sneak. Wisdom runes. Gotta make sure they get those on Beastcoast. Oh, they actually catch him.
They found him. He's trying for the TP out, but caught in the final few seconds there of that Observer Ward that they have Gaimin Gladiators. Sting up.
Oh, he just gets out.
Goodness, just 1 hit away from that.
Sacred. Duracho. He wants blood. Can't get the hit off onto him. Go get your Wisdom Rune, Beastcoast. Anything they can get. Dark Mago up top. He'll be able to get himself away. I mean, the map, though, just the pressure that Gaming is applying. Just look at this. Anytime somebody shows, they just run at them. And there's always the relocate to the other side. Sacred. Shows himself for a quick second, they just have to quickly shove waves and then disappear. So I think probably for Beastcoast, next timing is they unfortunately are just going to have to maybe wait for that BKB for Parker, which is a ways away. Unless they get some godly toss back. But
let's see, what's the next move? I mean, can they go for any sort of smoke move, or do they have to wait?
I don't think so. I think it's a risk.
Take the risk.
You need the BKB on Parker for him to actually be able to clear through multiple different heroes. Maybe you can kill like 1 or 2 or something, but you're going to lose your whole team for it without a BKB. Yeah, Duracho just absolutely massive. He's kind of keeping pretty close to Quinn, who's been set up for absolute success with the stacks and everything. Says a lot for Duracho. Of course, was set up, you know, with the last pick and everything like that, but still, keeping toe-to-toe with this amount of farm is pretty huge. Yasha's already done. I think he did also, he did buy the shard for himself, right? Or, yeah, he did buy the shard. It's so good with Lesh. That was kind of the combo that we saw around TI. The Lesh Lifestealer. Just seems so broken with the open wounds, how much it does heal. And killing Quinn's going to be a real big problem. They're going to try.
They try the toss back. Oh, they bring him down pretty low, but not enough. As Sacred, he'll charge in, looking to get on top of Celery. Global as well. They'll take Celery out.
Okay. And they look for anything more here. It's eyes on Schofield, all for these tossbacks. They'll settle for that one. It did cost them quite a bit. They did have to pop the BKB from Sacred and everything. Duracho now on the charge.
Yeah, he's ready to just go forward and start forcing Beastcoast back.
All right, not bad though. These tossbacks, something that Gaming does have to be a little bit careful of. Quinn actually almost ends up dropping too. I think the Gossamer cape like that, even the dodge or anything saved him. These little bits of things. Radiance Infest.
Yeah, ready to go back in, finish off the tier 2 tower.
And yeah, as we said, that was a lot from Beastcoast to expend that. That was BKB from Primal Global and kind of catching Gaming off guard there. But a kill's a kill at this point for them. They'll take anything they can get. Dark Mago, he has his Aghanims actually finished. It does have to just be careful because, as I was mentioning from earlier, the disassemble play is definitely available for Duracho when he wants to. He can do the Nullifier build, and then he can go like Halberd and stuff like that. And Nullifier, it owns Timbersaw Eggs. It just dispels it, as we've seen. So maybe does go down that route. If they even feel like Dark Mago ever becomes an issue as Quinn, he's hunting him. They're cutting off Dark Mago.
I don't know if he's got any way out of this one. No TP. Vacuum. Stun won't be quite there initially, but they're still dancing around him. He's got a bit of protection with the Axe. Gaming Gladiators, they do look to respect that. They know now, actually, that the TP is coming in, and Dark Mago turns and blows up Celery.
Big damage.
Toss forward here. They're going for more. The toss into the Pulverize. Sacred's able to get the catch on the way.
Another kill.
Down. Onslaught for Sacred. They're on top of Quinn. Quinn's in trouble. He's out the one.
So they're going to have to buy back here. Beastcoast finding an opportunity.
Yeah, buyback relocate coming in from Celery, ready to tether back across towards Quinn. They'll see if they can catch Sacred.
He's got no TP.
He's got Onslaught again in a second, so if they want to chase him... Oh, they're able to catch him. Sacred, he's out. So they did have to use a buyback there.
They did.
So definitely some signs of fight from Beastcoast. And despite the fact they're playing from quite far behind.
I gotta be honest, I feel like Gaimin's not really respecting how tanky some of these heroes can be in a few of these overextensions. I mean, this Aghanims, you do no damage versus it until you do have a Dispel. Dark Mago, a humongous connection, just deletes Celery from full HP.
Little signs of life here from Beastcoast. He's giving a lot of space for Parker. He's got 4.3k gold in the bank right now.
He's ahead of the Lifestealer somehow. So.
And Parker, he's definitely carried Beastcoast out of some tough games before.
He's got the BKB now too, so easier outlet to be able to try to go for these fights. I'm waiting to see if Duracho does. Maybe he wants the Manta first, just because of the global and stuff, but I feel like it could be one of those games where he does the disassemble really early on soon. Just because of that Timber. Halberd already done for Ace, does have an Ansha for the TA, but Parker, level 18. So they're not entirely out of this one yet.
Hasn't proven to be too easy for Celery in the last few fights. They've managed to sort of force Celery's hand pretty aggressively. Schofield in particular, you know, if he sees that IO, he's in for the toss back. And to be fair, he's not even afraid to toss back some of the cores. No. And especially now that Parker will be around to be involved, they can have a decent shot trying to burst some of them.
Yep.
It's not going to be easy though, especially with the next time coming out for Quinn. He's got the full Shiva's Guard.
It's just if they can catch them off guard in particular. If Gaming just overextends a couple times too here, they just have to give a bit more respect to Beastcoast, as we've seen. the itemization. Yeah, Schofield now with his 4-step too, so Philosopher's Stone, so getting that farm going, finding the avenues to be able to get that initiation and get out over and over again. And Sacred, he soon does have an Aghanim, so pretty decent item overall here this game. Any little bits of damage, the break can be decent for his Lifestealer in some type of ways too.
Yeah, Gladiators has definitely slowed things down a little bit.
Yeah,
there's those last few moves that Beastcoast have managed to punch back pretty convincingly against.
Still in a pretty okay spot, of course, here, but definitely seeing the potential for Mr. Parker.
Trying to find all the safe spots as well, getting good trap coverage around, so he always knows if somebody's going to be coming looking for him.
I just keep bringing up the levels over and over again in the game too, because it was Gaimin who was grabbing like most of the wisdom runes, but when you do get some type of these kills, like yeah, level 19 now on Parker. Yes, there is some other heroes of course suffering, but all things considered, pretty damn good so far. Yeah, there's that next Aghanim's timing.
All right, I mean, yeah,
Gaimin is still farming a little bit more across.
They are, but in comparison to Game 2, for this time round, there's absolutely the setup for Parker to play his part, whereas in last game, even though he had good farm, he couldn't really do a whole lot against the cores. This game, there's definite potential for the TA.
Yeah, I mean, it's a TA versus the Lifestealer instead of a TA versus a Medusa, which is a much better matchup overall for Parker as the game goes on.
He's playing them out really nicely.
He sure is.
They're not catching him, and he's getting a whole lot out of this.
They really, I mean, a lot of them are. Like, even Sacred's getting good farm too now at this point, too. And now getting themselves a Wisdom Rune. Mago's almost 18. A Meld Dispel talent also for the TA. Not really yeah, I guess versus, like, the Taser and stuff like that can be decent. Which shards are gonna be? It'll be Tofu who gets it, so. I mean, they're both both support ones are excellent this game for the side of gaming. Either one that they get. It was unfortunate that, you know, Beastcoast, they did end up getting Schofield shard, which is probably the most worthless one in the game. But
I mean, what is the plan out for Gaimin? Is it just waiting for this next Roshan?
It's Rosh, yeah. I think you just wait to take the fight around the Roshan, which they have. I mean, they have a strong team fighting lineup.
I don't know if Beastcoast would sort of shy away from the fight, though.
I think they'll probably look to fight, yeah.
I think they'd bring it. They would try and bring it, especially around the global.
Does make it harder for you to go for some type of toss-back play, though, if everybody's grouped up and Gaimin can set up positioning in particular, right? Because then the IO and the techies go hiding and the Lifestealer and the Darkseer act as the bodies. But I do think that they'll look for that fight, and Parker might actually have the timing of his MKB for it as well, too, to deal with some of that evasion.
Super close, especially if they can like try for a tier 1 tower of sorts, but it looks like Gaimin Gladiators will make sure that will not be easy. They're hovering around this bottom tower.
Parker has to just be careful how he shows himself. He has BKB, so he should be pretty safe, but the smoke's coming out. Gaimin, they know this Rosh is going to be spawning, and they're setting up for it. It's moving in about 5 seconds.
Parker's in a bit of an awkward spot.
Yeah, this could be scary. I mean, Schofield might just show himself and die instantly. He sees them, but he gets caught.
Yeah, he's going down, and with him getting caught, East Coast probably won't try and do anything about this Roshan. They'll have to let this go. They don't have the full lineup. They don't have the initiator. They know that they're in Roche. They can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, they maybe would have contested with him, but it would have been a difficult contest, of course. Yeah. Something that they might have felt like they're needed to do is, yeah, Aegis now, Cheese as well. That could allow Gaimin to really press the envelope here. Getting that extra bit of healing and survivability from Quinn, so you can just run through. He's also hit level 18. And they're just gonna, okay, they'll give the Aegis though to Duraccio. I actually kind of like that, because there's definitely the chance where it's like if he's, I mean, he's gonna do his Duraccio thing, right? So give him an Aegis so he can play as aggressive as possible.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna be the one on the front
line
in the towers.
I'm cool
and,
with that.
You know, Celery doesn't want to have the responsibility of trying to bail out both.
No.
He wants to be able to just focus his efforts and attention onto Quinn.
Celery now has a pretty big pickup that he was missing in these last few wins also. Sure, he has Medallion and Holy Lock to protect, but now he's got a Glimmer. That adds quite a bit of layers of protection versus... and everything is... Beastcoast, they want to catch him off guard anyway. They're like, okay, you have Aegis Cheese, but you guys are going to be comfortable. They're going to look for the go themselves. The MKB's done on Parker.
Okay, let's see what they can catch.
Do they just run into mines, though, and reveal their smoke? At least 1 or 2 mines pop, so Gaimin go low. Nice attempt, though. I mean, Beastcoast, you can see that they're... Even though they know that they're at this deficit, they're looking to catch them off guard. But, yeah, just the mines are set up nicely from Gaimin. Duraccio, he's got his AC done. So, yeah, Gaimin, they're absolutely ready to fight back, though. They've got pretty much everything that they need. Looks like, yeah, Quinn, okay, item timing. Quinn actually has a Hex now too, so a couple different items coming together.
Yeah, there was smoke ready on Celery if they want to try and group up and go for some sort of catch.
Right now their lanes are in a good spot, so it does feel like they can. Yeah, bottom's pushing in, mid's pushing in, and top's also, so it does feel like they're going to go for a play here now.
Yeah, here comes the smoke.
Yeah, they've got the gem also too. They've got pretty much, yeah, like you said, absolutely everything. Quinn also, of course, now finding a regen, so that could be really nice if he's able to reset in the fight. They do have this deep vision. They did just scout out a couple of these Beast Coast heroes. They're going to see Parker. They're looking to catch him in his position where he's going next, since they see that rotation from him toward the Ancients. Gaming trying to be a step ahead.
Quinn will reveal it, but he's around as players have the creep wave. We'll see if Beast Coast had eyes on that.
Got the Hex.
He's going to find Sacred. Sacred, he's going to get shoved to the side there. Parker with a nice Hurricane Pipe play there, breaking Sacred away from potential follow-up stuns.
But he has to use his BKB. I mean, look at Dyrachyo try to chase forward here. As we said, a very Dyrachyo play.
He gets tossed back into the avalanche, pulverized as well. The wall's going to be dropped down as well as the three-man vacuum in turn. Dyrachyo, he'll go down the once, but he does start off a fight where Gaimin Gladiators, they're able to get both the silencer and the Tiny.
What a Dyrachyo play. I mean, he's like, I just want to start the fight.
I mean, that's why they give that man the H.
Sure do.
He's the fight starter. He goes in, he gets caught, it works out.
And it's tough for Parker. He had to use that BKB completely defensively, so for him fighting in this, it's pretty impossible. If he steps up, gets hexed, he could just instantly die.
But yeah, no Tiny. They need this Tiny for the toss backs. They need Schofield. Sacred, he's going to try and get in there. They jump forward. They're looking to burst through Quinn. They cannot do so. Quinn's getting healed up, and that's going to be Sacred out for a minute. No buyback available on him. Jump forward from Tofu with the blast off over towards Dark Margo. They've taken Stinger down as well. It's dieback. He's out for a minute. The space is there for Gaimin Gladiators to take the mid racks.
Parker continues to get zoned away. 20 seconds until BKB, and Gaming, they got what they came for. Gonna maybe reset and go back in. Yeah, they're fake backing.
Yeah,
fake back.
They're ready to go once more, surely.
Blink vacuum.
Ace is watching.
I mean, they might just have to settle for Schofield, but he wants the big target. He wants Parker, and he finds
to jump in and get the vacuum. Dyrachyo's in as well. They're in on top of the TA. They'll put the BKB on Parker, but Gaimin Gladiators will chase him down. He's out for 85. And of course, with the way that he's spent up, he has no luxury of buyback.
And they can just go for tier 4s here. They have the AC. Creeps are coming in. I mean, Schofield will buy back to deter them, but yeah, he's dead for such a long time, and that's all their damage.
There's no TA. No TA for over a minute. Dyrachyo gets his basher sent out to him on top of the AC. At least a second set of racks. They do still have a tier 2 top Beast Coast, so Mega Creeps won't be an available option quite yet. But the game, on the other hand, it may just well be with these kills that Gaimin Gladiators continue to catch as Schofield is caught over in the mid as Quinn heads over with the TP. They're bringing in a second wave.
Dyrachyo might be saying just hit the tier 4s, screw top.
I mean, they've got still such a long time where it's just down to the 3 heroes of Beast Coast to try and hold back the full lineup of Gaimin Gladiators.
Back
Ace,
1-2.
He's got the catch. There's the follow-up Hex. They're in on a Stinger. Stinger's out as well for good. As Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to get even more. Jump forward, the blast off over towards Darmago, who'll get off the shield with the Aghanims, but he'll get destroyed by the overwhelming damage of Gaimin Gladiators. There's only Sacred left as he's bullied back to the fountain. The tier 4s will fall. There's 15 seconds, and they will have Parker back up. We'll see if he gets a chance to show his face once more in this game, but it looks like the towers, the Ancient, they're going down too quickly. The tier 4s are gone. Ancient exposed. 5 seconds until he's back, and it's 5 seconds too long. GG is called as Gaimin Gladiators take game 3, and with that, this best of 3, it's theirs.
They come in and they're like, all right, you got us to once, we're going to do our IO-Lesh, and they make it look great. They really did. Finishing up the draft with the Lifestealer, Dyrachyo, he just stands his own versus top, and a clean, methodical game overall from Gaimin Gladiators. Beast Coast, the whole game just trying to recover things, trying to find this way to get Parker back online, but it really was the lanes for me, everything, how well they did, how many denies they were able to get across the board, and yeah, Quinn, they enabled him perfectly.
Yeah, it felt like they were well and truly warmed up by this game 3 Gaimin Gladiators, and that game 1 seeming like nothing more than a distant memory. It really feels like overall with the way that the series played off, the big factor in that game 1 was very much the Meepo pick, ripping Gaimin Gladiators up. Outside of that sort of last pick kind of surprise, it did seem that Beastcoast, they struggle against Gaimin Gladiators, as a lot of the top teams do right now.
Yeah, I think you know, you get a lot of information from these type of these series too. So I was looking, and like Sacred on his Mars has been spectacular throughout this whole tournament. I think that's a big thing that kind of allowed them to also do that. Besides just the Meepo, of course, which was spectacular. These just, yeah, they went back to their basics. They went for their Lesh. As I was mentioning, this is kind of like the same exact draft that they did the other day too. They just had a clockwork instead of the techies to put on more aggression, but this felt very similar. This is exactly how they play their bread and butter. Get those stacks going, enable Quinn so that he's kind of that big carry himself rather than Diracio.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this game 2 and game 3, no funny business whatsoever from Gaimin Gladiators. They come out with the good stuff, the stuff that we know that they're solid and strong with, and Beastcoast not quite able to stop them, as Gaimin Gladiators will take the victory today here, 2-1 against Beastcoast.
Some things never change, I suppose. If Leshrac worked for you 3, 4, 5 months ago, just do it again. How much has the game really changed? You know, aside from Twin Gates and Lotus Orbs and Tormentors, and the strategy still seems sound because they beat Beastcoast with it 2 times in a row now.
Yeah, it's been a while since I played pubs on NA, but that feeling of, you know, you got the TA versus Les matchup mid, that's pretty solid, but I know exactly how it feels to be a carry player stuck playing mid against Quinn. It just doesn't feel very good, man. That laning stage, I think, says a lot about what happened in that game. I like that Beastcoast was willing to swap lanes to get better matchups. We've seen them do that before in previous series, but I think this is really showing like what will happen against the best teams if they try.
Yeah, I mean, Dumpster Sumel lose to Quinn. He's hit or miss, I think, from the mid lane. Like, sometimes he has a good performance, other times he loses pretty badly in matchups that he should be winning, and I think that just comes down to he's not a natural mid player. He's not spamming this every single day. He plays it in pubs, of course, and we can see he can beat some top tier players in that mid lane, but it's very unstable right now, which kind of fits the Beastcoast theme. More I think about it, but
yeah, I mean that's like a good reason why the teams actually do this like role swapping, lane swapping thing. You know, it's just difficult. You know, for a mid player to be consistent every game, you have to play the role only. You know, not just like a specific matchup thing. And I really like how Gaimin actually last picked this life stealer, which allowed the IO to just continuously stack and just play for the Lash, and he's able to just solo farm his lane. Doesn't really need any help. And the Lash just got really, really big. But there were a couple of moments where they actually could have maybe had a chance in the game when they killed Quinn. Like, he kind of overestimated his health and his HP with the IO behind him, and he died from the toss back. Yeah, but apart from that, I felt like Gaimin were in control the whole game.
He must have been stacking a ton on IO, because we saw that he was level 6 at 9 minutes and they had 0 kills. So I didn't fully understand how that happened, but I could imagine stacks with the 30% XP you get from your core taking them. That's the only feasible way I could think of that would happen. And it was really crucial because that relocate bottom, just to counterplay Beastcoast, one of their moves to get back into the game. That's just the kind of stuff that like Gaimin Gladiators does so well, where they get this slight advantage on you, and they are generally, their lineups are really good at counterplaying you and making sure that the map closes on you really fast and your options for any plays dwindle quickly.
Yeah. I mean, it goes back to the IO Lash from Gaimin. Like, how do you counter this? Game number 1, they lost. They tried something new in game number 2. Looks, I mean, I would say this game would have looked uglier if Diracio wasn't on Lifestealer.
Yeah.
This year, hopefully his ego's not getting too inflated. Like, man, my Lifestealer was so good this game. I feel like his impact was way worse on this hero than like a Dusla or something, more meta hero. Quinn popped off even harder this game than game number 1 as well, so the IO Leshrac, you gotta have an answer if you're playing versus Gaimin Gladiators, and many teams couldn't find that answer, and you might have to take it to the first phase bans.
On the other side of the coin, though, Beastcoast's next opponent is going to be Shopify Rebellion. Now, this is two teams that have a lot of history against each other, and will the take hero Mucho Arturito go back once again in Beastcoast's favor? Because of respect bans to be on the lookout for, sure, IO Leshrac on Gaimin you need to be wary of, but Parker whipped out the Meepo, and Abed's a Meepo player.
Yeah, they've got strats, the Meepo, the SF, Beastcoast. Yeah. I love SA teams in general just because they always have their own identity. Whether or not it works, you know, they ride or die together, but they have identity, and that makes it fun to watch.
I mean, for me, like, how many times can you use the strat? You know, at some point you're gonna have to be able to play a normal game of Dota and be able to win. You know, like, you can't rely on strats every game.
You haven't watched enough SA Dota. He's new to this.
No, see, the dynamic is they just need to draft in a way that we don't know what's going on. Because in game 2 and 3, we were able to call Beastcoast picks. That's the death knell.
Game 1, we had no
idea
clue that Meepo was coming.
And they won.
Exactly.
Well, the sun is going down here in Bali, but things are still getting hot because we still got Quest versus Aster coming up. So hot that I'm in a short sleeve shirt. From who? It's from H&M. It's from their summer collection, and be sure to check it out if you want to be looking as, well, I don't really.
This fly is.
You look pretty. You look pretty good.
I was gonna be.
I'll do it for you.
Also,
he looks pretty fly right now.
Hey, you know why? It's because of H&M. Meanwhile, we've got one more series here on the first day of playoffs. It's gonna be Quest versus Aster after the break.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru on the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.